Chapter 2540 Dragon Slayer. Long Chen's vision changed as he arrived at the edge of a bottomless abyss that looked like a gaping maw in the ground. Dragon roars occasionally rang out from within. This was the Poison Dragon Abyss, the main lair of the poison dragons. According to Ling Shi, this place was also a 10,000 dragon nest. The king of the poison dragons had been the heaven-devouring fiend King Steed. However, that poison dragon had been killed by the king of the spirit dragons. Despite that, the poison dragon king had managed to strike the spirit dragon king with its poison, which resulted in the spirit dragon king's death in the end. If it hadn't been for that poison, the heaven-devouring fiend king wouldn't have been able to fight to the death with the spirit dragon king. In order to preserve its power, the fiend king had hidden the poison dragon's 10,000 dragon nest within an abyss. Due to its existence, there was an evil chi present that was poison to the Luo spirit race. After spending so many years developing, there were now countless poison dragons inside. Demonic bugs had also grown from the evil chi and were the main sustenance for the poison dragons. The poison dragons inside seemed bound by some law and were unable to come out of the abyss. They could only be active within. Even after so many years, they hadn't charged out into the star-field divine world. The Luo spirit race was unable to provoke them, so they had coexisted for all these years. Based on Ling Zai's estimate, those poison dragons had a spiritual seal placed on them. As for the one to lay down that seal, it was most likely the heaven-devouring fiend king. It was one of his backup plans for when he revived, as they would be his new army. However, those plans were destroyed when Yi Ming set his gaze on the fiend king. The latter had been possessed by him, becoming his tool. In the end, Yi Ming had detonated his corpse, so the poison dragon abyss was truly a masterless existence now. Evilmoon, do you have a way to control them? Hehe, if I could bring an army of poison dragons to the martial heaven continent. Long Chen looked into the abyss and saw poison dragons hibernating like bats. What's the point of bringing back a pile of trash? Without the Dragon King, this 10,000 dragon nest can't even produce poison dragons of the 13th rank. They're nothing more than reptiles to those experts above Nether Passage. They can destroy these dragons with a wave of their hands. You're hoping they'll be of help against experts of that level? Evilmoon snorted disdainfully. There are no 13th rank poison dragons here. Why? Asked Long Chen. The poison dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest is different from the spirit dragon races. The king of the poison dragons will only permit those absolutely obedient to him to progress. Otherwise, they'll threaten his existence. It's a bit similar to the dark evil dragon race. My subordinates had to swear on their soul and blood to be loyal to me in order for me to allow them to advance to the 13th rank. If someone went against that, they would be suppressed by the laws of the 10,000 dragon nest, and I would immediately go eat them, said Evilmoon lightly. What a con, snorted Long Chen. You're a human, you don't understand. Without those bindings or suppression, dragons will definitely fight back. They'll eventually try to kill me and replace me. Are you not afraid of your subordinates betraying you one day and taking your place? Retorted Evilmoon. If they want to take my place, why would they kill me? If they want to be the boss, I'd happily give them the spot. It would save me from being so tired all the time. I'd like to find a big tree to rely on, said Long Chen. Furthermore, they're not my subordinates but my brothers. The reason we could band together is because we are unwilling to be controlled by fate. We have a similar goal, which is to live freely and with dignity. Within this chaotic world, who knows how much longer we'll live? Just like this, we had some brothers who are forever gone. We're still too weak to control our own fates, so why would they bother fighting for the position of boss? Long Chen sighed. This battle had shown him that he was still too weak. Perhaps, he couldn't yield any longer. Any further yielding would draw himself into the abyss of death. Let's not talk about those things. Do you have a way to help me subdue those poison dragons? Asked Long Chen. Haha, great, because I won't tell you. What the fuck? Raged Long Chen. They're a disgrace to the dragon race, an insult to our sacred and noble blood. They shouldn't exist in this world. If you want to kill them, I'll help you. But if you want to subdue them, then you understand, said Evilmoon. Fine, then let's kill them. I want their poison. Long Chen could only acquiesce. Alright, prepare yourself. Suddenly, space fluctuated and Qi Li appeared with millions of the Luo spirit race's warriors. Why are you all here? Asked Long Chen, startled. We came to help. We can wipe out the poison dragons together, said Qi Li excitedly. It's very dangerous. Once the poison dragons charge out, it'll cause huge casualties. Don't mess around and go back, said Long Chen directly. He had fought countless battles, but he still hadn't managed to harden his heart to the point of calmly seeing the people beside him die in battle. The sight of the Luo spirit race's disciples self-detonating to buy him time was a nightmare to him. He didn't want to experience something like that ever again. Qi Li's eyes reddened. Rather than being scared away, she stubbornly said, although we're not as strong as you, we're not afraid of death. We have a duty to eliminate enemies for our fallen clansmen. We're not going to retreat because of fear. That stubbornness made Long Chen feel an urge to both laugh and cry. He was unable to scare her off. He was going to try to persuade her one more time when Evelmoon suddenly said, have them stay. They can be of help. Although we can't use them here, they'll definitely be useful on Guo Ran's side. Long Chen was startled and quickly understood Evelmoon's intentions. He nodded, and to Qi Li, who was bitterly holding back tears, he said, fine, you can stay. But you have to listen to my orders. Only then did Qi Li smile and wipe away her wet eyes. After that, Long Chen slowly walked into the abyss with Evelmoon, and countless poison dragons charged over. You just have to circulate your spiritual strength. Leave the rest to me, said Evelmoon. Suddenly, a black two-headed dragon appeared behind Long Chen. Its 4 eyes had flickering runes inside of them, and its appearance caused the world to rumble. Damn, this is your true body. You have 2 heads, exclaimed Long Chen. When Evelmoon woke Long Chen up last time, he was in a strange state and couldn't remember this form. Shut up. Do you even know how mighty a 2-headed evil dragon is? I'm a genius that might not appear again in millions of years. If you don't talk so much, you won't appear so stupid, roared Evelmoon. Long Chen was startled by Evelmoon's anger. It seemed that having 2 heads was one of Evelmoon's proudest points. This roar contained a mighty dragon pressure. Affected by it, the poison dragons suddenly stiffened and fell, unable to move. Dragon pressure suppression. Long Chen stared, surprised. The poison dragons fell to the ground, their bodies stiff. After that, they stared in terror at Long Chen, or more accurately, they stared at Evelmoon behind him. Damn, you're amazing. Why didn't you use this during the last battle? Asked Long Chen. What do you know? Those poison dragons were corpses being controlled. Spiritual and bloodline pressure are useless against them, snorted Evelmoon, still angry at Long Chen's foolishness. Amazing, truly amazing. Evelmoon, why can't we discuss? Shut up. If you want to enslave them, I'll immediately retract the dragon pressure. Raged Evelmoon. Long Chen could only give up on that thought. He turned to Qi Li. Qi Li, you can go kill them now. Bring me their poison stingers, poison claws, poison fangs, and poison sacks. Qi Li and the others stared blankly, having anticipated a fierce battle. However, they hadn't expected the poison dragons to instantly lose their ability to fight back upon seeing Evelmoon. After that, the Luo spirit race's warriors quickly shot arrows that stabbed through the poison dragon's eyes, instantly killing them. These frightening poison dragons were killed easily. Qi Li also led a group to clean up the corpses that piled up. She then pulled out the things that Long Chen asked. When no more poison dragons flew out, Long Chen went in deeper and had Evelmoon retract its dragon pressure to avoid scaring them. After an hour, 7 waves of poison dragons had attacked, and at this point, Long Chen ran out of spiritual strength because Evelmoon was unleashing its dragon pressure through his spiritual strength. Hence, he didn't go any deeper and walked out, sending the piles of corpses into the primal chaos space. When the poison dragon corpses landed in the black soil, the withered heavenly Qilin demon trees finally began to show signs of life once more. Chapter 2541 New Comprehension. This time, Long Chen had gained over 800,000 poison dragon corpses. When the corpses landed in the black soil of the primal chaos space, they were quickly devoured, and the heavenly Qilin demon trees began to thrum with life once more. This allowed Long Chen to relax slightly. It was only with the heavenly Qilin demon trees that he could barely use the 6-star battle armor. Having this trump card available again made him feel much more at ease. Although the heavenly Qilin demon trees had yet to fully recover, it still gave him some confidence. Let's go. Long Chen led Qi Li and the others away, activating the leaf once more. A rune appeared on his chest, and they were transported to the Valley of the Wild Beasts. When they arrived, Long Chen couldn't see Guo Ran and the others anywhere. Boss, over here. Long Chen finally saw Guo Ran hiding within a pile of rubble and jumped in shock. Guo Ran was covered in blood, and his armor was badly damaged, on the verge of shattering. "Boss, if you weren't my boss, I'd really think you were trying to con us. We were attacked by 4 13th rank beasts at the same time and almost died. If it weren't for Wild breaking a golden eagle's wing, we wouldn't have been able to run." Guo Ran almost cried. This was his first time being so unlucky since entering the Starfield Divine World. 4 13th rank beasts. Long Chen sucked in a cold breath of air. The Luo spirit race's warriors were just as shocked. The fact that Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, and Wild had managed to survive such an assault was a testament to how tough their lives were. Long Chen looked into the distance and saw fresh blood in the valley. There had definitely been a bloody battle, and there were still some corpses left behind. Countless beasts inside were vigilantly keeping an eye on their surroundings. However, Long Chen didn't see a single 13th rank beast. Back then, the 3 of them had joined forces to kill a 13th rank beast, but that had drawn out 4 terrifying beasts from further within. Yu Zifeng had unleashed his sword qi on them repeatedly, but they were too powerful for his sword qi to leave any fatal wounds on them. As the battle went on, Yu Zifeng was almost killed by a golden eagle's wing. It was fortunate that Wild was strong enough, and he managed to break the golden eagle's wing with his door bolt. Only then did the 3 of them manage to use their speed to escape from the other 3 beasts. After escaping, they didn't dare go back. If they had gone any deeper, they would have been surrounded and probably would have died there. At that time, their lives had truly been hanging by a thread. The 3 of them had been waiting here the entire time since then. Now, Wild was busy eating the 13th rank beast that they had killed. His mouth was bloody. "Boss, this place is too terrifying. Even if they can't leave the domain of the blue barrier, we can't deal with them," said Guo Ran. If 4 13th rank beasts had come out in an instant, then who knew what was deeper? "No need to worry, I've obtained the good stuff." Long Chen began to take out house-sized poison sacks filled with black liquid. "These are the poison dragon's poison sacks." Guo Ran cautiously opened one of them, only to find that the poison didn't have any odor, confusing him. Evilmoon said that those poison dragons had spent a long time consuming demonic bugs which strengthened their poison even more than the ones that we fought against before. "You just need to turn it into poison mist, and you can instantly poison all of the beasts here. I've already tried it, and it was very convenient," said Long Chen. Guo Ran took out an arrow and dipped the arrowhead in the poison. When he took it out, the arrowhead had turned pitch black. The poison had automatically merged into the metal. "Damn, this really is convenient." Guo Ran immediately took out a huge number of arrows and tools. After that, he poured the poison into a giant vat, and the Luo spirit race's warriors immediately stepped forward to help. Long Chen warned them all to be careful. This poison was extremely potent. If they were nicked by a poison arrow, it could instantly take their lives. The Luo spirit race's warriors also knew how terrifying these things were, and they were cautiously slow. With their help, things rapidly progressed. Long Chen then called Guo Ran to turn the poison stingers, poison claws, and poison fangs into tiny bone fragments. The Luo spirit race's arrows were made of wood containing sacred energy that allowed them to easily pierce armor. But those arrows could not be poisoned. However, these poison stingers, claws, and fangs already had poison in every inch of them. They contained 3 different kinds of poison, one for pain, one for paralysis, and one for corrosion. If these fragments entered the body of a 13th rank beast, the poison would automatically be released. As a result, it was these fragments that were the true killing weapon. Long Chen had Guo Ran bind those fragments to the wooden arrows. If shot into the body of a beast, then probably even a 13th rank beast wouldn't be able to endure being shot by too many. As a result, the millions of Luo spirit race warriors became Long Chen's most dependable helpers. Guo Ran took charge of the poison bone fragments, while the Luo spirit race's warriors quickly poisoned the arrows. With their immense manpower, they were finished in just half a day. Guo Ran was now confident and ready to charge right back into the valley. However, just as he was about to charge back in, he suddenly courteously said, "Boss, something as badass as this should be left to you to lead. This little brother will support you from the rear." Long Chen curled his lip. Guo Ran was most definitely worried about his broken armor and didn't want to take the vanguard. "You can stay with Qi Li and control the tempo of the battlefield. Zifeng, Wild, and myself are enough." Long Chen charged into the valley, with Wild and Yu Zifeng following. As soon as they entered the valley, Countless roars rang out. Those beasts glared at Long Chen through the blue barrier with an ominous light in their eyes. It seemed that they were waiting for him to enter so they could tear him to pieces. Long Chen swept Evilmoon out horizontally, and a black crescent moon shot out. It quickly grew as it flew through the air. After that, Long Chen followed this crescent moon forward. Only now do I understand what the old man meant about the essence of the eighth form. While the blade leaves the body, the soul resides within it. Only then does the attack contain its own soul. I was never able to find that feeling before, but I can sense it easily now. Is it due to the sixth star? Wondered Long Chen. As the crescent moon left Evilmoon, Long Chen felt a subtle connection between it and his soul. Before this, the eighth form's attack would have its power constantly ground down as soon as it left the blade. The eighth form was strongest just as it was unleashed. As it flew through the air, its power began to scatter, and it was impossible to concentrate it. That was a common problem with all battle skills. However, in a battle between experts, who would allow Long Chen to unleash his strongest attack right next to them? That was why assassins were so terrifying, because their power was concentrated and erupted in an instant. Such an attack was the most dangerous. However, no matter how lethal an attack was, if it couldn't reach the opponent, it was meaningless. So the most terrifying thing about assassins was not necessarily their attacks, but their ghost-like movement techniques. Other than the attacks of assassins, other attacks were essentially all large-scale attacks. Once the attack left the body, it would leave the control of the user. This was common knowledge. However, now Long Chen had gained insight into the old man's realm. When the eighth form of Split the Heavens left his body, he could merge his soul with it, strengthening it as it passed through the air. The crescent moon continued growing, and rumbling rang out. It was as if the world was being cut in two. Guo Ran and Yu Zifeng were dumbfounded to see this. They had seen Long Chen use Split the Heavens many times, but they had never seen such a phenomenon. The crescent moon was not scattering, but growing stronger and stronger instead. This had already escaped the realm of common sense of battle skills and magical arts. Finally, the crescent moon fell upon those beasts, tearing through the blue barrier. Those beasts were cut through as easily as tofu, and blood filled the air. The most shocking thing though was that normally Long Chen's attack would explode at this moment, but now it continued onward through the beasts. Long Chen followed his attack, his divine sense still locked onto the giant crescent moon. In that instant, he felt like the ruler of heaven and earth, as if he possessed the power to split heaven and earth, as if all Taos in this world existed for him. It was a feeling he couldn't explain. Long Chen focused on his attack as he had to fully comprehend this power. If he couldn't, then whether or not he could replicate this attack next time would be up to luck. Countless beasts were cut in two by Long Chen's attack like wheat being reaped. That sight stunned the Luo spirit race's warriors. Heavens, as expected of the prophesied son. He only grows stronger and stronger, exclaimed the Luo spirit race's warriors. They had witnessed Long Chen use the eighth form of Split the Heavens before, but this time his attack was many times stronger. In just a few days, he had managed to completely transform the same technique. They couldn't help being stunned by Long Chen's talent and comprehension ability. His growth rate was astonishing. The giant blade swept through the entire valley before finally exploding, transforming into a mass of runes. After those runes faded, it revealed a valley empty of beasts. Damn, boss is growing more and more monstrous. Guo Ran was gobsmacked. Just at this moment, furious roars rang out from the channel at the back of the valley. Countless beasts poured out. Boss, be careful, those four fellows have come out again, shouted Guo Ran. He saw the four beasts that had almost killed them within that tide of beasts. 6 stars lit up within Long Chen's divine ring and a berserk aura erupted. In the face of a giant rhinoceros, he unleashed a single punch at its head. Chapter 2542 Giant Demonic Forest. The giant rhinoceros was sent tumbling back by Long Chen's punch. After that, a huge wave of earth exploded, and even the other 3 13th rank beasts were affected and staggered back. Damn, Guo Ran's jaw dropped. Those 13th rank beasts were incredibly powerful. Back then, they had been forced to flee miserably by them. Yu Zifeng's sword chi was only able to leave a cut on their necks and unable to cause any lethal wounds. Hence, this scene was hard to believe. However, while the rhinoceros was sent tumbling back, fresh blood poured out of Long Chen's arm. As expected, it's still no good. This power is too violent. No matter how careful I am, it's useless. Long Chen looked at his bloody arm and sighed. However, he was also pleasantly surprised by how powerful the 6-star battle armor was, and he looked forward to when he could fully control it. Long Chen retreated from the state of the 6-star battle armor. After that, he slashed Evilmoon at the rhinoceros's neck, shouting, "Zifeng." Yu Zifeng instantly understood and unleashed a streak of sword chi. Long Chen's attack caused a cracking sound to ring out when it landed on the rhinoceros's neck. Although he managed to break its bones, he was unable to sever its head. Just at that moment, Yu Zifeng's attack accurately landed on the wound Long Chen had made. Blood splashed and a mountain-sized head flew into the air. What? Long Chen jumped, not having expected Yu Zifeng's attack to actually kill it. He had thought that at most, Yu Zifeng might be able to cut apart its bones and not its whole head. It's thanks to boss's saber attack just now. Because of it, I managed to break through a bottleneck that has trapped me for many years, said Yu Zifeng excitedly. When Long Chen used the true essence of the 8th form of Split the Heavens, it gave Yu Zifeng the spark of insight he needed to break through his bottleneck. His sword Dao required comprehension, and Long Chen's insight allowed him to understand an aspect of his sword Dao as well. This understanding was then what allowed the power of his sword Dao to soar. Just at that moment, Wild's door bolt smashed into the golden eagle. Both sides were knocked back. Long Chen and Yu Zifeng grabbed hold of that opportunity, once more attacking from the left and right. Sword chi and a saber image sent the eagle's head flying. After 2 attacks, a hint of rosiness appeared on Yu Zifeng's face. He was just about to attack the 3rd 13th rank beast when Long Chen suddenly shouted at him. "Zifeng, stop, retreat." Yu Zifeng stared at him blankly, but he still flew back. Long Chen grabbed Wild and also retreated, but he didn't forget to grab the 2 corpses on the ground. "Guo Ran, attack," shouted Long Chen. As a result, arrows rained down and miserable roars came from those beasts as they fell. The poison dragon's poison was so powerful that even these powerful beasts were only able to struggle for a few breaths' time before dying. "Boss, Yu Zifeng suddenly felt the world spinning around him, like he was about to faint. "Your soul was affected. Just now, there was definitely something wrong with your 2 attacks. The saber Dao is not a match for your sword Dao. You can use it as a reference, but you can't imitate it," said Long Chen. After Yu Zifeng had unleashed his 2nd attack, Long Chen noticed something off. Yu Zifeng's spiritual strength could only be considered average because a sword cultivator did not cultivate the body, the soul, or magical arts. They only cultivated the sword in their hand. Other than their sword Dao, everything else about them was lacking. The 8th form of Split the Heavens required a domineering spiritual strength as a foundation. It was very different from the sword Dao's light and graceful attacks. Although Yu Zifeng's comprehension skill was very high, he had yet to completely think it through and had already put his new comprehension to use. Because of this, his attacks just now had deviated slightly from the sword Dao, resulting in a backlash. That was why Long Chen immediately gave the order to retreat. If they were surrounded by those beasts, he wouldn't be able to look after both Wild and Yu Zifeng. As expected, even 13th rank beasts were unable to endure the poison. A spotted tiger finally fell to the ground once it was turned into a hedgehog from the rain of arrows. It had been struck by tens of thousands of arrows. Despite the arrows barely being able to pierce its tough hide, the poison was too strong. The other 13th rank beast also let out one last unwilling roar before collapsing. As for the other beasts charging out, they also fell to the ground. A mountain of corpses quickly piled up. "Wild, hold the line. Quickly clean up the battlefield," shouted Long Chen. He had the Luo spirit race's warriors suppress the channel with their arrows, while the others quickly grabbed all the corpses. After just a few seconds, rumbling came from the channel, and more 13th rank beasts came flying out. Seeing that, Long Chen immediately gave the order to retreat. Long Chen and the others quickly retreated to outside the barrier. In just a moment, the space within the barrier was already packed with powerful beasts. Amongst them were over 10 13th rank beasts. They roared furiously, but they didn't dare to charge out of the blue light. Long Chen led everyone away. Finding a secluded place, they began to count their spoils of battle. "Zifeng, are you alright?" asked Long Chen. "Boss, I might need to go into seclusion to fully digest this spark," said Yu Zifeng. Long Chen nodded. He then sent Yu Zifeng back to the mother tree, the best place to go into seclusion. Once Yu Zifeng had fully explored his new insights, Long Chen believed that he would be much more terrifying. The 4th or 13th rank beasts' corpses were given to Wild. As their meat possessed such immense power, even Wild could only eat them one mouthful at a time. Also, it was a good thing that he was immune to poison and could eat the 2 beasts that had been poisoned to death. As for the other corpses, Long Chen tossed them into the primal chaos space. The heavenly Qilin demon trees had grown slightly listless after he activated the 6-star battle armor and needed to heal his arm, but with the addition of millions of corpses, that loss was negligible. There were so many corpses that there wasn't enough space to place them all. Hence, Long Chen ended up with a mountain of corpses on top of the black soil. They were slowly devoured. After that, the abundant life energy caused the heavenly Qilin demon trees to grow wildly. Since there was no way for Long Chen to grow a forest of mother trees, he could only focus his attention on the heavenly Qilin demon trees. They had originally reached a height of 300 meters, but as the huge amount of life energy filled this space, they quickly grew. After just 2 hours, all the corpses were absorbed, and the heavenly Qilin demon trees reached a height of 3,000 meters. They had grown 10 times taller, but the amount of life energy they contained was more than 100 times greater. At this point, they finally grew out of their sapling state. Branches and leaves had sprouted, growing in every direction. Let's go back to the poison dragon abyss. Long Chen was so excited that he almost started shouting. If the heavenly Qilin demon trees had possessed this much life energy in the last battle, he would have dominated the battlefield. Even if he was constantly injured and healing while he fought, he would be able to exhaust them to death. As long as he wasn't killed in an instant, it could be said that he also possessed an undying body. As for the Dao wounds in his body, although the mother tree was powerless to heal them, the heavenly Qilin demon trees caused them to quickly heal now that their life energy had reached such a level. As a result, Long Chen could be said to have recovered to his peak condition. After that, they returned to the poison dragon abyss. As Long Chen's spiritual strength had essentially recovered, Evilmoon unleashed its dragon pressure once more. On their way, Guo Ran and the others killed the terrified poison dragons and harvested their poison sacs and other things. This time, Long Chen went deeper than before, and he finally saw the giant 10,000 dragon nest. But at this point, his spiritual strength ran out once more. After cleaning up the battlefield, he didn't wait for more poison dragons to come out, and they retreated again. They then returned to the Beast Valley and unleashed their poison arrows, killing the beasts. After using up their poison arrows, they hunted again in the poison dragon abyss and so on. Things repeated themselves. After a full 7 days, Long Chen didn't have any idea just how many poison dragons he had killed or how many beasts they had gathered. In any case, just Wild already had 230 13th rank beast corpses. That was not counting the ones he had eaten. Moreover, the heavenly Qilin demon trees were flourishing. They had finally reached a height of 300 miles. Every one of them contained an astonishing amount of life energy. It felt like Long Chen had an endless spring of life now. Boss, the poison dragons have all been killed. Guo Ran shrugged, standing inside the 10,000 dragon nest. Damn, it's too bad the 4 divine bones have had their energy sucked away. Well, if not for that, it wouldn't have been able to produce so many poison dragons, said Long Chen regretfully. Alright, call out Zhao Rishan to do his work. He can absorb the 10,000 dragon nest. There's definitely an enormous amount of immortal metal contained within it. Chapter 2543 Long Chen's Fear. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, the giant 10,000 dragon nest began to turn to ruins. Long Chen, Guo Ran, you won't have good deaths. Unless you kill me, I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death. Zhao Rishan's miserable scream came from the forging table. His voice was full of bitter resentment, as he had been turned into Guo Ran's tool for extracting metal. With the forging table's runes suppressing him, he couldn't even fight back. He could only obediently absorb immortal metal for Guo Ran, and once his power reached a certain level, Guo Ran would start forcing that immortal metal out of his body. Guo Ran was very cautious about this. He didn't want Zhao Rishan to recover too much and be able to break his seal, so he immediately smashed the metal out of him once Zhao Rishan had absorbed enough. Zhao Rishan's hatred for Guo Ran could no longer be expressed with words because he had used up all the curse words he knew. He had even made a few new ones, but that didn't resolve the hatred in his heart. Fortunately, Guo Ran had gotten used to his cursing, and he continued striking him with his hammer, causing the immortal metal to fly out of Zhao Rishan's body. After he was done, he left with Long Chen. The channel in the Beast Valley had also been emptied, and they finally saw what was on the other side of the channel. It was a giant altar. The beasts had been killed, so there was no need to keep this channel. Long Chen then destroyed the altar, severing this channel between the Starfield Divine World and whatever world the beasts were coming from. Both regions had been destroyed by Long Chen. After a bit, Long Chen was preparing to go to the Heavenly Scorpion Valley, but Ling Shi stopped him. Ling Shi said that the Heavenly Scorpion Canyon was now the only training area of the Starfield Divine World. It wasn't good to destroy it. Furthermore, the Heavenly Scorpion Canyon was the weakest of the three regions. Leaving one place for the Luo spirit race's warriors to train was good. Moreover, they couldn't threaten the Luo spirit race's safety. Due to those reasons, Long Chen left the Heavenly Scorpion Canyon as it was. After that, he brought everyone back to the Mother Tree. There, he saw that everyone had climbed to the peak of the Mother Tree and had gone into seclusion. The Lightning Dragon and Flame Dragon were already done with their training. Unfortunately, the flame and lightning energies here were only enough to allow them to recover their energy, not to let them make a breakthrough. Since staying any longer was meaningless, they returned to Long Chen's body. Long Chen was also planning on going into seclusion. The Moon and Star Refining Furnace and the Demon Moon Furnace had refined a huge number of pills for him that could allow him to advance. "Boss, don't go into seclusion. If you do, I'll be on my own. I can't go looking for ores by myself. What if I run into Feng Fei or Yi Ming? I don't even have my battle armor any longer. Who knows whether or not Zhao Rishan has a way to message Feng Fei? You have to stand guard, or I can't go out," said Guo Ran. Although Guo Ran was able to quickly transport himself within the range of the Mother Tree's territory, an opponent like Feng Fei was more than capable of locking space and preventing him from fleeing. Since Guo Ran had Zhao Rishan in his hands, he wanted to use him to the fullest. Moreover, Guo Ran's goal was to gather all the ores of the Starfield Divine World, so he was itching to get started. "Fine, I'll go with you. I can cultivate while you gather the ores," said Long Chen. He could eat pills wherever. After that, Long Chen and Guo Ran were quickly transported to one of the Starfield Divine World's largest mineral deposits. According to Ling Shi, there were over 10 large veins of ore in the Starfield Divine World. Those ore veins were so large that even someone like Zhao Rishan would need a few centuries to absorb them all. Therefore, Ling Shi only pointed out 4 of the purest veins, and Long Chen and Guo Ran chose to go to one of those locations. Upon arriving, they saw a golden mountain range. "Damn, the immortal metals are already revealed on the surface. The purity of this vein is incredibly high," exclaimed Guo Ran. He quickly took out his forging table. It went without saying that Zhao Rishan was truly amazing. This giant ore vein rapidly dimmed, and in just half a day, the majority of those ores were sucked away. Then, Guo Ran got to work with his hammer. Between Zhao Rishan's screams and curses, fragments of immortal metal came flying out. After that, Guo Ran put those away and continued gathering ores. This giant vein was filled with precious immortal metals, and not just one kind of them. There were hundreds of different immortal metals here. It was a very rare place. Guo Ran was particularly fond of this place because the wide variety of immortal metals meant that he could forge even stronger battle armor for himself. As Guo Ran got to work, Long Chen didn't slack off. He kept an eye on Guo Ran, while he consumed pills. The 4th step of Nether Passage was the peak of the Nether Passage realm, the 9th heaven stage. However, Long Chen had 13 heaven stages to go through due to the 9-star hegemon body art. He was currently at the 9th heaven stage. That was the end of the Nether Passage realm for others, but not for Long Chen. He had no idea how these final heaven stages were supposed to be cultivated. All he knew was that he needed to consume pills if he wanted to advance. When he had reached the 4th step of Nether Passage, he had relied on the life and death spring. But now he had to rely on medicinal pills. During this time, the Moon and Star Refining Furnace and Demon Moon Furnace had refined mountains of pills. Looking at those pills, Long Chen felt nauseous. His stomach rebelled. After that, Long Chen took a deep breath and activated the evil dragon race's Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth divine ability. In this state, Long Chen's stomach was like a devouring space. "Fuck, I'll go all out." Long Chen grabbed a basket filled with spirit pills and demonic pills, which were all top-grade giant pills. Long Chen then opened his mouth, and those pills poured into his body. Rumbling rang out as those pills entered his stomach. They were like volcanoes exploding, unleashing a huge amount of energy. Long Chen had expected a powerful impact from consuming so many pills. However, it wasn't as big as he had expected, as he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. His stomach simply grumbled, "You've activated the 6-star battle armor, and your physical body has gotten stronger from it. These pills can't injure you, so you can be at ease," said Evilmoon. "So that's it." Long Chen immediately started devouring more and more. If it was before, he would need to rest for a while after consuming so many pills in order to digest the medicinal energy. But now he had no need to rest. His stomach could endure the torrent of medicinal energy pouring through his body. Long Chen could clearly feel the medicinal energy pouring toward the Feng Fu, Aliath, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars. However, that energy was not shared with the 6th Nethergate star. The energy of the pills poured only to the 5 stars. Could it be that the final 3 heaven stages of the Nether Passage realm had to do with the 5 stars? Long Chen's divine ring automatically appeared along with the black and white energies within the 5 stars. Life and death energy connected them. If he simply allowed this life and death energy to connect the 5 stars, then there was no way that it could create a cycle. That was because there was an extra star disturbing the cycle, the 6th star, the Nethergate star. It's doomed. Long Chen's heart sank, and he began to sweat. Even Evilmoon was silent. It seems that my cultivation order was wrong. Long Chen's voice trembled. "I want to comfort you, but you're a smart person." Evilmoon sighed. Only at this moment in his cultivation did Long Chen realize that his life and death energy was trying to enter the image of a 5-point star. That perfectly matched with the 5-star battle armor's image. However, now that he had already summoned the 6-star battle armor, the Nethergate star was shining brightly. The 5 stars in the divine ring had become 6. That was why as his life and death energy tried to connect the 5 stars, it repeatedly failed. The Nethergate star disturbed the flow of life and death energy. Sweat soaked Long Chen's back, and he thought of a terrifying possibility. That was that it was forbidden to fully activate the 6th star within the Nether Passage realm. As a result, he now had no idea how he was supposed to take his final steps in the Nether Passage realm. Was his cultivation of this peerless cultivation technique about to be crippled just like this? Long Chen felt an unprecedented fear. If he was crippled like this, then there would be nowhere for him to go in this world. Everyone he cared about would die to his enemies. Thinking about this, Long Chen's hands quivered. In the distance, Guo Ran was still pounding Zhao Rishan, not sensing Long Chen's fear. Long Chen's head was empty, and his palms were sweaty. His life and death energy continued to try and condense the 5-point star in his divine ring, but it was useless. After that, a strange sound began to come from the 5 stars in his divine ring. Upon hearing that, Long Chen felt like his heart was no longer pounding. He felt like the heavens were playing a huge joke on him. He could almost hear fate laughing at him. The cruelest thing in this world was to give you endless hope and then give you despair. With his cultivation path severed, all his dreams became illusory. He wasn't even qualified to undo the secrets of his origins. Long Chen clenched his fists. At the same time, his teeth creaked and his hair stood on end. He was furious. Why was the 9-star hegemon body art playing such a joke on him? Why hadn't the Pill Sovereign memories not mentioned this? Why was there nothing indicating such a giant cultivation taboo? Long Chen, calm down. Perhaps there's another way, shouted Evilmoon upon seeing the darkness reappearing in Long Chen's eyes. Calm down. Fuck that. Since I've deviated from the correct cultivation technique, I'll deviate it all the way to the end. Long Chen let out a furious roar. After that, the life and death energy flowing within his divine ring suddenly exploded. Chapter 2544 Creating a Side Door. 10th Heaven Stage of Nether Passage. What are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Evilmoon cried out in shock, feeling like Long Chen had gone mad. The life and death energy within Long Chen's divine ring was vainly trying to create a 5-point star. However, that energy suddenly exploded, and Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're crazy. You want to forcibly change the circulation of your cultivation technique. This was no ordinary cultivation technique. The 9-star hegemon body art was something that even made Evilmoon feel afraid. It definitely had a frightening origin. Now that Long Chen had cultivated it in the wrong order, he wanted to forcibly change the foundation of the technique. But was that really possible? Every cultivation technique that was inherited had been passed down by countless generations who had already improved them as much as possible. It could be said that after going through thousands and thousands of revisions, they had even received the approval of the heavenly Taos. Hence, every cultivation technique that remained in the world could be said to be as perfect as possible. Even a regular battle skill or magical art was essentially set in stone and could not be changed, let alone a technique like the 9-star hegemon body art. Despite Evilmoon's roars, Long Chen didn't stop. Furthermore, Evilmoon knew Long Chen's character. He wouldn't change his decision no matter who tried to convince him. In the end, Evilmoon fell silent, sighing. The 5-point star kept appearing within Long Chen's divine ring and then exploding. As a result, Long Chen repeatedly hacked up blood. Looking worried, Guo ran over, only for Long Chen to gesture for him to stay away. He had no other path to walk. He had no Dantian, so he couldn't cultivate other cultivation techniques. The 9-star hegemon body art was his only option. You're going to break and bend to my will. Long Chen roared furiously. The 6th star quivered, forcibly changing the shape of the 5-point star. Suddenly, cracks covered Long Chen's entire body. It was as if he was about to explode. Long Chen, stop. A cultivation technique on this level cannot be changed by anyone, not even a god. Evilmoon finally couldn't help interjecting again. If this continued, Long Chen would die. I refuse to believe it. Since it chose me, it shouldn't try to tease me. Since it is mine, it has to serve me. I will not be controlled by it. I am me, and no one can control me. I'm going to gamble. From today onward, it will submit to me. This 9-star hegemon body art is mine. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He vaguely realized something. However, this realization could not be confirmed, and since he had no other choice, he could only gamble. If he won, he could continue on his path. If he lost, everything would come to an end. All of Long Chen's spiritual yuan, physical energy, and spiritual strength poured into his astral spaces and then flowed toward his 6 stars. This was opposite to the normal flow of the energy of the 6 stars entering his astral spaces and then the rest of his body. Rumbling rang out and berserk power clashed against the 5-point star in his divine ring. As a result, the 5-point star was repeatedly destroyed and reformed. With every explosion, Long Chen's body was heavily injured, but these injuries were not being healed by the primal chaos space's life energy. Perhaps it was due to coming from the same source. It could be considered harming himself, so it was different from his other injuries. If this continued, perhaps he really would die. However, Long Chen didn't budge. Even as he didn't heal, he continued to stubbornly suppress the 5-point star. The 5-point star had been broken dozens of times now, every time reforming according to its original circulation. On the other hand, Long Chen was covered in blood and was on the verge of collapse. Looking at him, Guo Ran was appalled but had no idea what he could do. Anyone else would give up after failing so many times, but Long Chen didn't. He had to succeed no matter what. As a result, the ground turned red with his blood. Every failure caused fresh blood to splatter out even more. Evilmoon wanted to stop Long Chen, but it understood him. To give up or change his mind implied that he was giving up fighting against his fate, that he was giving up hope. His cultivation path had been severed, resulting in his combat power never advancing again. To the prideful Long Chen, he would rather die than accept such a conclusion. If Long Chen didn't continue cultivating, then even ignoring that he would never fulfill any of his dreams, he and the Dragonblood Legion would be facing a miserable death as soon as they left the Starfield Divine World. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to gamble. However, after being in contact with him for so long, Evilmoon had no confidence in Long Chen's luck. Yun Shang, as the first-generation sovereign, you wouldn't have misjudged him, right? Evilmoon sighed silently, praying for Long Chen. Long Chen's body cracked like porcelain, signifying that he had reached the limit. He had failed 99 times. 99 failures are fine. Just one more time, I'm going to do it. Long Chen clenched his teeth, or he tried, but he lacked the energy to do so. His body was now no longer under his own control. A light touch from someone else could shatter him. All his energy had been exhausted. All he had left was only enough for one final attempt at shattering the 5-point star. The first 99 tries were all repeats of the same failure. Now, his power and body had reached their limits. This was truly his last attempt. If he gave up, he would still have his life. If he continued trying, there was practically no chance of success. In all the previous 99 attempts, the 5-point star had not shown any sign of submitting. At this time, a normal person would hesitate. But Long Chen didn't. The 5-point star in his divine ring exploded again, and Long Chen's body was given the final blow to its destruction. As he collapsed, the 5-point star slowly reformed just like before. Long Chen could vaguely feel his body collapsing as his consciousness descended into darkness. Failure. I'm sorry everyone. Long Chen's consciousness sank deeper and deeper. He felt like he had descended into a bottomless hell. You are you, but you are not you. So why do you have to be like this? Why do you refuse to give up? A faint sigh rang out from within the darkness. The voice contained a gentle note, as well as sorrow. Cough. A coughing fit pulled Long Chen out of the darkness and into the real world. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain throughout his entire body. I'm still alive. This intense pain felt like a good thing. Boss, you're awake. Guo Ran cried out emotionally. Help me sit up, I can't breathe like this. Long Chen weakly lay there. Guo Ran carefully propped Long Chen, taking out something for him to lean on. Boss, did you end up bedeviled? Asked Guo Ran. From the side, Guo Ran had essentially watched Long Chen as he tried to kill himself. Guo Ran had no idea what Long Chen was doing. It was only when Long Chen collapsed that he ran over. At that time, he found that Long Chen's aura was gone, and the flame of his soul was extremely weak. He panicked. Moreover, he was no healer. If he made the wrong move here, it might only quicken Long Chen's death. His head turned empty, but just at that moment, Long Chen woke up. Fuck, it was still a failure. Once I recover, I'll have to try again. Long Chen took a deep breath, which caused his wounds to flare up. Long Chen instinctively used the primal chaos space's energy to heal, but then he remembered that these wounds weren't being healed by the primal chaos space. However, at this moment, his wounds began to rapidly heal on their own, and in just a few breaths' time, his wounds were gone. Other than his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength still being empty, his body was normal. What? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. After that, he consumed a few recovery pills. After recovering a bit, he summoned the divine ring to replenish his energy faster. However, when he called it out, he noticed something off. His aura was different from before. I've reached the 10th heaven stage. Long Chen realized that his aura had grown, and his spiritual yuan was more condensed. His spiritual strength was also a bit stronger. That was a sign that he had advanced. After that, Long Chen circulated his little bit of life and death energy, but when he circulated it, the 6 stars in his divine ring slowly appeared. He was in a normal state and not the 6-star battle armor state. At this moment, the 5-point star once more appeared in the divine ring. However, this 5-point star no longer possessed its stubborn will. Following Long Chen's will, it instantly changed shape, and the 6 stars absorbed the little bit of life and death energy he had remaining. Congratulations on succeeding, Evilmoon sighed. This was inconceivable, incomprehensible. According to reason, it was impossible for Long Chen to succeed. Ha ha ha, success. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. He felt like crying from emotion. Only someone who had experienced despair and finally regained hope would know just how moving that feeling was. In that instant, Long Chen became filled with confidence toward the future again. Long Chen, there are some things that I shouldn't say at this time, but I can't help it, said Evilmoon after hesitating. Speak. I know you don't want to give me a blow while I'm down, right? Long Chen still smiled. Correct. You have managed to change the method of cultivating your technique. But that also signifies that you have completely deviated from the original path of the 9-star hegemon body art. Chapter 2545 Not Dead. Long Chen smiled. No one taught me or warned me. I was essentially leaving things up to fate before. After fighting with the other 9-star heir, I realized that I had deviated from the 9-star hegemon body art's cultivation path. Now that it's fully deviated, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It means that starting from the 6th star, I'm in charge. That's quite a lofty ambition. Although I don't know the origin of your 9-star hegemon body art, it's definitely the most frightening cultivation technique I've ever seen. When my power merges with you, my soul is bound tightly by it without the slightest ability to resist. It's such a terrifying cultivation technique, but now you've decided to mess around with it near its end. Do you think you have the ability to create a new 9-star hegemon body art building on its foundation? Asked Evilmoon. If I said that I do, would you believe it? Asked Long Chen lightly. No, said Evilmoon without hesitation. I don't believe it either. What kind of time is it for your fucking jokes? Raged Evilmoon. Ha ha ha, who has the time to care? No matter what, the 6-star battle armor has already formed. It corresponds to the realm above Nether Passage. As for the path above Nether Passage, well, a way will show itself once I get there, laughed Long Chen. Having changed the path of the 9-star hegemon body art, he felt like he had caught sight of a new path for himself, a path of limitless possibilities. He had never managed to fully comprehend the 9-star hegemon body art, so he had been forced to cautiously guess around. However, now this cultivation technique belonged to him, and his future path was in his own hands. He preferred this feeling. Although he knew that the 9-star hegemon body art was an extremely terrifying cultivation technique, and that trying to blaze a new trail for it was practically as difficult as ascending the heavens, he liked having his fate in his own hands. After resting a bit and recovering 30% of his spiritual strength and spiritual yuan, Long Chen returned to consuming pills to increase his cultivation base. Seeing that he was fine, Guo Ran got back to mining with Zhao Rishan. 3 days later, Long Chen's divine ring began to rumble once more. The 5-point star appeared again, only to be shattered by the power of the 6 stars. Its energy was consumed by the 6 stars, and that energy bathed Long Chen's astral spaces in divine light. As a result, Long Chen's aura soared once more, and he could sense his physical body growing stronger. He knew that due to the strengthening of his astral spaces, his world energy and physical body were growing as well. This was one special aspect of the 9-star hegemon body art. As his world energy grew, his 6 stars unleashed energy that nourished his body, allowing him to control his new world energy. This mysterious connection allowed him to fully use his new power. The 11th heaven stage, Long Chen finally realized that the final 3 heaven stages were used to balance the power of his physical body and his 108,000 astral spaces. At this moment, Long Chen clenched his fists and it brought forth a thunderous sound. Upon unleashing a single punch, the void shattered, and the wind blasted through the mountain in front of him. This was a mountain containing extremely tough immortal vein ore. Although Guo Ran had absorbed plenty of its immortal metal, it still crumbled from the wind of Long Chen's punch. I've increased my realm by 2 levels, and my physical strength has increased by around 30%. Based on my previous experience though, every realm increase after the 9th heaven stage should cause my physical strength to double. Long Chen's mood started to fall. Clearly, the reason the increase this time wasn't so high was because the efficiency of his new 9-star hegemon body art had fallen. This was not a good start. Whatever, let's keep going. Long Chen shook his head. Since he had chosen this path already, there was no point in regrets. He could only figure things out along his way. Just the fact that he had 3 more realms than other people meant that he had a huge advantage. 10 days later, Long Chen had yet to reach the 12th heaven stage, but Guo Ran had essentially finished sucking away the ores of this vein. They then switched locations. The new location was a desert, and the ore vein was located beneath it. Since that was the case, Guo Ran brought Zhao Rishan underground to continue mining, while Long Chen continued consuming pills. After 7 days, the 6 stars lit up once more, a sign that he had reached the 12th heaven stage. To test his strength, Long Chen then unleashed multiple punches, resulting in a whirlwind of sand exploding. After a while, Long Chen stopped and smiled. My physical strength has almost doubled compared to before I started. He had essentially consumed all the pills he had accumulated during this time. Fortunately, the Moon and Star Refining Furnace and the Demon Moon Furnace were busy refining more pills. Once he had enough, he could attempt to break through to the realm above Nether Passage. Originally, Long Chen had been worried about not being able to keep up with everybody else's realm. If Yi Ming, Feng Fei, and the others advanced before him, it would be troublesome. However, he was no longer worried about that. No one would attempt to advance beyond the Nether Passage realm within the Star-Field Divine World. All he knew was that the old man and Ku Zhongying had warned him more than once that advancing beyond the Nether Passage realm would have to wait until he returned to the Martial Heaven continent. However, no one had mentioned why. It seemed that there was some taboo. In any case, Long Chen's 12th heaven stage could be considered equivalent to everyone else's 9th heaven stage, so he was now just one step from the next realm. This realm was very mysterious, as no one had brought up what this realm had to do with. Even the senior generation refused to answer questions about it, making their disciples quite curious. During the next few days, Sha Chen also came over. He had come out of seclusion and immediately joined forces with Guo Ran. With Sha Chen's formation, Zhao Rishan's mining efficiency multiplied. 10 days later, they had sucked away the majority of the ores in the 4 largest veins. According to the mother tree, they should not suck away all the ores. Those veins had their spirituality. If they weren't all sucked away, they would leave the seed for more ores to be born. This way, it would not destroy the balance of the world. Guo Ran and the others were quite ashamed to hear about this. Before this, they had always mined all ore veins that they found until they were empty. After that, they returned to the mother tree. Guo Ran and Sha Chen got to work, and it was to undergo a second refinement of the immortal metals. Of course, their main tool was still Zhao Rishan. Zhao Rishan was not just capable of gathering metal ores. He also had the powerful technique of refining immortal metal. Otherwise, his source metal wouldn't be so powerful. With Sha Chen and Guo Ran taking turns, they forced Zhao Rishan to refine the immortal metal. The metal that they beat out of him would be even stronger than his normal source metal once they forged it into armor and weapons, adding the corresponding runes. With Zhao Rishan present, everything went extremely smoothly. Hundreds of pure immortal metal ingots went through Guo Ran's forging, becoming incredibly precious swords and sets of armor. He was able to create hundreds of them a day. As for Zhao Rishan, he cursed and screamed every day, but Guo Ran and Sha Chen simply laughed. They continued squeezing him of his metal, not giving him even a moment of rest. Zhao Rishan even had an urge to die. He thought of killing himself several times, but with a formation master like Sha Chen present, as soon as showed any signs of that, Sha Chen would be alerted and stop him. After several attempts at this, Sha Chen set up a new formation. Now, every time Zhao Rishan started accumulating energy for an explosion, he would be automatically struck by a hammer. In Guo Ran and Sha Chen's hands, Zhao Rishan was truly living a life worse than death. He had been cast into hell. Zhao Rishan hated the two of them to the bone, but Sha Chen and Guo Ran loved him to death. With Zhao Rishan, their life felt beautiful. They were able to gather and purify precious metals in the fastest, most efficient way possible. This time, the Dragonblood warriors' new weapons and armor were all made thanks to Zhao Rishan. Their power was many times greater than before since the new material that they were made of was capable of enduring stronger runes. Even Guo Ran and Sha Chen were unable to calculate just how much stronger they were. As for Guo Ran's own weapons and armor, he had further purified the metal that had come out of Zhao Rishan to make them. Zhao Rishan's source metal that they hammered out of him was already at an extremely high level of purity. Moreover, Guo Ran had spent a great deal of time and effort to further purify it twice. With such high-quality material, his new armor was definitely his strongest battle armor ever. As Guo Ran and Sha Chen worked on the equipment, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others began to come out of seclusion. They were all clearly refreshed and had reached the full circle of Nether Passage, possessing the power to break through to the next realm. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushwang had also returned. The two of them were still in seclusion on top of the mother tree. However, the two of them had brought back a startling piece of news. They had encountered Dongfang Yuyang. Long Chen was shocked to hear that. How was that possible? He had clearly killed Dongfang Yuyang. Lady Nangong said that this matter is absolutely true. The two of them even fought with Dongfang Yuyang. Because of it, Lady Baidang was injured, so the two of them returned here, said Ziyan. She was also shocked by this matter, but Baidang Rushwang and Nangong Zheyu couldn't possibly be wrong about this. They had even fought against Dongfang Yuyang. With their power, they would have seen through a disguise. Dongfang Yuyang, so he has some tricks. Long Chen nodded. There was definitely something queer about this. He had actually been fooled. But it's fine. I could kill him once, so I can kill him twice. No need. I'll kill him next time. Lu Ruyan's icy voice rang out. Hearing her voice, Long Chen looked toward her and jumped. Lu Ruyan's aura had changed, becoming extremely cold and sinister. She was like a different person. Now, her long and narrow eyes vaguely had black runes appearing and fading in them. Looking into her eyes could make a person feel like their soul was being sucked inside. Boss, let's go hunt down Yi Ming and the others, proposed Ji Yuyang, instantly causing the Dragonblood warriors' eyes to light up. Chapter 2546 Impending Crisis. Long Chen shook his head. Now is not the time. The majority of everyone's armor has been badly damaged and is no longer suitable for battle. As for Yi Ming, we have no idea where he is. Within the vast star-field divine world, it's no different from searching for a needle in an ocean. It's a waste of time. Yi Ming now only has himself to look after, so he's not afraid of any consequences and can sneak attack us at any time. Right now, we want to prevent him from feeling cornered, rather than forcing him to do something that we'll all regret. Meng Qi nodded. Long Chen is right. Yi Ming is most dangerous now that he has nothing holding him back. With the corrupt path's viciousness, he's definitely thinking of every possible way to kill us. His target isn't just Long Chen but all our allies. We can't give him the chance. After saying that, she saw Long Chen with a light smile. Hence, she blushed slightly and demanded, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Long Chen's smile widened. "As expected of my trusted wife, you even planned strategies for us." Meng Qi turned even redder. Long Chen was actually teasing her in front of everyone. She was so bashful that she couldn't say anything. "If you dare to tease big sister Chu Yao like this, I'll definitely attack you," said Lu Ruyan with extreme hostility. Long Chen looked her up and down and shook his head. "You're still looking for a reason to avenge the grudge from back then. I say, why are you so petty? Women are petty. Did you not know that?" Lu Ruyan snorted indifferently. This grudge had always been kept in the back of her mind. "I don't know what power you've awakened, but no matter how strong you get, I can still suppress you," said Long Chen a bit irritably. It seemed that after getting stronger, her arrogance had also gone a bit out of control. To challenge him in front of the entire Dragonblood Legion was definitely a provocation. "Alright, if you were wrong, then you were wrong. Apologize to Ruyan," interjected Chu Yao. "I was wrong." Long Chen pointed at his nose in disbelief. When did Chu Yao become this unreasonable as well? Was this the same Chu Yao that he knew? "Yes, you were wrong." Chu Yao giggled. "Then tell me, how was I wrong?" demanded Long Chen. Chu Yao's eyes crinkled with a crafty light, and she began to raise her fingers. "First, as a man, you quibbled with a woman. Second, as a leader, you stooped to the level of your subordinates to argue. Third, as a mighty hero who has beaten countless enemies, you decided to fight against someone like Lu Ruyan, who has been alone her entire life. She is like a child. You, someone who stands at the peak of the world, are essentially arguing with a child. Are you not embarrassed to do such a thing? Tell me, don't you think that this is wrong?" Long Chen stared at her for a long time, unable to come up with a way to retort. His dumbfounded appearance elicited laughter from Meng Qi and the others. Long Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Fine, I was wrong." Now Long Chen understood why people said not to argue with women. The moment he tried, he lost. There was simply no way to talk reasonably with women. To try was very foolish. What made him feel most helpless though was that Chu Yao's words somehow seemed very reasonable. He wasn't even able to point out exactly what was wrong with them. Lu Ruyan's icy expression finally broke into a smile. She then clapped hands with Chu Yao to celebrate their victory. Everyone was startled by this smile. Having known Lu Ruyan for so long, they didn't recall her ever smiling. Although she wasn't like Yi Ziqiu, who was an embodiment of ice, she also gave off a feeling of keeping others away. That smile was like a flower blooming. Although it was beautiful, it was gone in the next moment because she noticed everyone staring at her in shock. "You actually know how to smile?" asked Long Chen. This was inconceivable. "Is it any of your business?" Lu Ruyan returned to her normal iciness. Long Chen shrugged. Chu Yao was correct that he shouldn't argue with a petty woman. "Long Chen, when we get back, we can make our breakthrough to the realm above Nether Passage. At that time, we won't need to be afraid of anyone," interjected Meng Qi to break the awkward air. The world above the Mother Tree had helped them a great deal. After having cultivated there, the heavenly Tao energy had corroborated their cultivation paths. As a result, their mental realms had advanced and already touched upon the next level. The Mother Tree's guidance allowed them to reach this level most likely even faster than the Divine Family's disciples. Once the Dragonblood warriors advanced above Nether Passage, they really wouldn't need to fear anyone, not even the Divine Families. It probably won't be so easy. The realm above Nether Passage contains some kind of secret, or we would know its name at least. Furthermore, we'll have to deal with the various large powers on the continent when we return, especially the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Sea Demon Race, and the Zhao family of the Divine Families. They won't let us advance easily. There might be a fierce battle coming up, said Long Chen. Long Chen had to give everyone a warning. Once they stepped out of the star-field divine world, if there was nothing unexpected, they would immediately be surrounded and attacked. Due to Zhao Rishan, the Divine Families would not just sit still. They were clearly the ones who wanted to kill us. Were we supposed to just let them? Demanded Tang Wan. In this world, talking about reason is useless. Whoever is stronger is the one making the rules. Moreover, those rules are always used to restrict the weaker party, while they themselves are unaffected. That's why simply enduring and submitting is definitely unacceptable. They've always forced us to the point that we have no other choice, so there will definitely be a fierce battle once we return to the Martial Heaven continent. The laughable thing is that the Martial Heaven continent currently stands on the brink of crisis, yet we are still constantly fighting amongst ourselves. Long Chen's expression became contemptuous. People were always talking about uniting everyone, about joining forces against shared enemies. Bullshit. The divine families came out to lead the battle, but in the end, they didn't even follow that. Feng Fei was constantly forcing others to bend to her will, while Zhao Rishan had arrogantly killed countless innocent people. Long Chen had realized that he could not work together with such people. Sooner or later, he would be played to death by their foolish rules. Originally, Long Chen had been hoping that the divine families weren't like this. They were so powerful and had to have complete inheritances and proper attitudes. Hence, they shouldn't be as chaotic as the Martial Heaven Alliance from back then. But after getting close with the divine families, he found that they were fundamentally no different. Therefore, Long Chen was no longer planning on working with the Long family. He could no longer see any hope in that and would rather face the invading races with his brothers. Even if they all died on the battlefield, he wouldn't wish to leave his fate to others. During the next few days, Long Chen had everyone who had reached the full circle of Nether Passage rest and relax. They could play, dance, sing, eat, drink, and even sleep. As a bonus, the Luo spirit race's warriors were all friendly with them. These days of peace were hard to imagine for the Martial Heaven continent's cultivators. No matter how carefree a cultivator was, they carried a mission from the day they were born. Their burden was to continue their family or sect's inheritance and bring forth future generations. There was nothing easy about living in the world. Easiness was faked for others to see, and the true bitterness was known only to the self. However, here, under the mother tree, the Luo spirit race's warriors were all pure-hearted and simple. They had no schemes. Their warm emotions affected everyone from the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen and the others fell in love with this place, with some people wishing that they could stay here forever. However, that was just a dream. It was impossible. They were not from this world, so once the door to the Martial Heaven continent closed, they would be automatically transported back. Calculating the time, they still had 3 months, and this remaining time was precious to them. They even began to compete in archery and shoot at flying leaves. After just a bit, the mother tree had become their paradise. That piece was exceptionally moving. Why aren't you playing with everyone? Long Chen carried a gourd of wine and plopped his butt down beside Yi Lingshan, handing over a barbecued meat skewer. Yi Lingshan smiled slightly and thanked him. She then took a bite. After that, Long Chen handed over a wine cup to her, but she reddened and shook her head. I don't drink wine. Do you not drink wine, or do you not drink my leftover wine? Asked Long Chen. Yi Lingshan was embarrassed. Although she wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, she didn't want to drink from the gourd that Long Chen was drinking out of. As for Long Chen, he was sharp, and had both noticed and directly exposed it. After that, Yi Lingshan glared at him. Actually, I like the skewer I just gave you. That's just a habit. I like first sucking away the oil before eating it. Long Chen, I'll kill you. Yi Lingshan shot up furiously. Although she didn't know if he was just joking or not, her stomach heaved. She then tossed the meat aside and reached out to grab Long Chen's neck. Chapter 2547 Yi Lingshan's Heart Devil. Yi Lingshan lifted Long Chen up, but he didn't resist. He simply looked at Yi Lingshan with a smile that was not a smile. My wives are all watching from a distance. Are you not afraid of their vengeance? Yi Lingshan glared at Long Chen. After a while, her eyes reddened slightly and she let go, once more sitting down. She then lowered her head and lightly said, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" asked Long Chen. "Thank you for caring," said Yi Lingshan quietly. "I know you came to talk to me and accompany me. I know many people care about me. But you are unable to walk out of that shadow." Long Chen sat down beside her. He then plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it. Looking at the clouds beneath the tree, he had an easy smile. "Yes." Yi Lingshan nodded. Long Chen said, "I thought that Dongfang Yuyong's death would make you feel a bit better. But now that you've heard that Dongfang Yuyong is still alive, your heart devil is growing stronger." Tears silently fell down Yi Lingshan's cheeks and dripped onto the grass, and her hands were tightly clenching her clothes. After that, she lowered her head, not letting Long Chen see her crying. That stubbornness was heart-wrenching. Long Chen shook his head. It seems that you still haven't suffered enough setbacks in life. Even though your youth wasn't blessed, it wasn't enough. I should thank the people who constantly cast me under their shadow back in my youth. They made my heart unbreakable. Back then, I was just an ordinary little person. But even as failure, helplessness, anger, and despair nibbled at my heart like rats, they didn't leave behind any heart devils. That's because I was sure that a chance would come sooner or later. I worked harder than anyone every single day just waiting for those chances. I then firmly grasped those chances to save my fate. That's why old people say that it's best to make mistakes early on, because while you're still young, when you fall, you cry. But after crying, you instinctively get back up. However, those that have never fallen don't know how to get back up after stumbling. It's as if the heavens are collapsing for them. If they could climb up, pat the dust off their butt, and look up at the sky, they would see that the sky's still blue, that the white clouds are still relaxed. Then, forcing a foolish smile, they would realize that life is still very beautiful. Yi Lingshan's tears turned into laughter. She was embarrassed and vexed by Long Chen's teasing, so she reached out to pinch him, only to find that his skin was tough as dragon leather and impossible to pinch. How thick! No wonder you can say such shameless things, said Yi Lingshan irritably. Of course, if it wasn't for this thick skin, how could I have pursued so many wives that are as beautiful as heavenly feathers? Said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan cursed him, only to find that the heaviness on her heart had lifted quite a bit. She glanced at Long Chen, seeing him lying down while still chewing on the grass. He was staring at the clouds, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Hey, didn't you come to cheer me up? Why aren't you saying anything else? Yi Lingshan nudged him. Cheer you up? No, even without me, with your ability, you would be able to walk out of this shadow on your own, said Long Chen. You have such faith in me? Asked Yi Lingshan. Not just me. Everyone from the Martial Heaven Alliance believes in you the same way. Moreover, the Alliance head's sharp vision would not misjudge you. I came over because that girl Lu Ruyan is constantly vexing me, so I wanted to tease you and make myself feel better. Long Chen closed his eyes lazily. You have no sense of shame. Yi Lingshan snorted. This was far too shameless. This time, your assessment is on the mark. Long Chen smiled. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingshan's face twisted slightly. She said, Long Chen, what do you want? Let me tell you, my wives are right there, so don't try anything improper. Long Chen shut up, staring at Yi Lingshan with a shocked expression. You really piss me off. Yi Lingshan clenched her teeth furiously and stood to walk away. Hee, it was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. When did you become so petty? Long Chen hastily grabbed her and plastered a smile onto his face. You really are hateful. I don't know how those big sisters fell for you. If it was me, I'd have long since throttled you, snorted Yi Lingshan at his wretched smile. That's why we're not the ones together, right? So what did you want to say just now? Asked Long Chen. It's nothing, said Yi Lingshan angrily. Hee, it's due to your heart devil. Yi Lingshan didn't reply. Long Chen knew Yi Lingshan's character, which was the only reason he was teasing her like this. He didn't expect her to react so strongly though. Actually, the matter of the heart devil is not necessarily a bad thing. It is like a mirror reflecting your weaknesses. The greater you fear something, the clearer it will be in the mirror. You will see things that you don't want to see, as a person cannot avoid looking into a mirror forever. Those who dare to look at their own weaknesses are those who can get stronger. When you're bored, you might consider thinking even more about Dongfang Yuyang, said Long Chen. What would I think about him for? Demanded Yi Lingshan. If you don't, you won't have a chance to reflect on this heart devil. Once we leave the Starfield Divine World, I'll be hunting him down. I don't know if what I killed last time was a clone or substitute, but even before I knew he was still alive, I felt that I had left him off too easily. I didn't think that the heavens would treat me so well this time. They've given me another chance, and I'm going to cherish it. I won't let such a despicable person have a comfortable death, said Long Chen. Last time, when he had killed Dongfang Yuyang, his rage had not been quenched after killing him. Long Chen had never encountered such a shameless person. Dongfang Yuyang had acted like an upright gentleman but was the exact opposite inside. Hence, killing him had not been satisfying enough. Thinking of how he could kill him again, Long Chen was full of anticipation. Killing him twice was definitely a more satisfying ending. But once we're out, the various powers, said Yi Lingshan. It doesn't matter who's there. I'll still kill him. They won't be so lucky, said Long Chen confidently. Dongfang Yuyong was sinister and shameless. He was the most dangerous kind of enemy. Hence, he was number one on Long Chen's to-kill list. For some reason, after Long Chen had broken the cultivation rules of the 9-star hegemon body art, his confidence began to grow. If it had to be described as something, then he would consider it absolute daring. Why do all thorns become so simple in your hands? Yi Lingshan smiled bitterly. She had been too ashamed to even ask for help, but now she felt so childish, making her feel like needing to ask help from Long Chen for this tiny matter was embarrassing. But for some reason, she also felt that Long Chen gave off an extremely warm and reliable feeling, as if he could prop up the very heavens. The so-called heart devil inside of her had started to fade away. However, Yi Lingshan even considered doing as Long Chen said and not letting it fade so quickly. She needed the bravery to face it. To make complicated things simple is my life's mission. Whether I do it correctly or not is a different matter though. Just making it simple is good. This is what the old man taught me, said Long Chen. Perhaps the old man's words are the only ones that can get through to you, laughed Yi Lingshan. That depends on whether or not he's right. If he's wrong, I would retort even if he tries to hit me. Speaking of which, there might be some good news once we return. Long Chen suddenly smiled. What good news? Why is your smile so sinister? Yi Lingshan covered her mouth. That smile of Long Chen's did not seem like it was good. The old man and the alliance head might very likely get married, said Long Chen certainly. What? No way. Why not? Their relationship has tied them together for a lifetime. The alliance head has sacrificed her best years for the Martial Heaven Alliance, while the old man is also a stubborn donkey and refuses to lower his head to her. The two of them care so much about each other but act like foes. Now, the two of them are finally getting along again, and they both intend to stay together. Once we return, the alliance head will be giving her position to you in full. She will be free. After that, I'm thinking that we should play matchmaker. You go advise the alliance head, and I'll advise the old man, said Long Chen. Giving advice is no problem, but both of them are stubborn and have their own pride. I'm not so sure it's a good idea, said Yi Lingshan. After all, the two of them were of a certain age. Wouldn't having a wedding ceremony make others ridicule them? The two of them have done far more shameless things. Why would they be afraid of this? Are you telling the truth? Yi Lingshan was startled to hear that. Let's not discuss the matter of face. I'll handle the old man. He loves the alliance head so much that he would sacrifice his life for her. He would definitely feel bad if he didn't give her a grand ceremony. Both of them are heroes of the Martial Heaven continent as they gave up their youth to their responsibilities. The juniors like us must make things up to them, said Long Chen. Fine, I'll try it. But I don't know if I can convince her, said Yi Lingshan. Then we've decided. I'll handle the old man, and the alliance head will just have to take the donkey downhill, said Long Chen. Are you cursing the old man? Laughed Yi Lingshan. After discussing this matter, Yi Lingshan felt much more relaxed. Her heart devil was cast aside, and she also joined Meng Qi and the others up on the mother tree for fun. Time passed by quickly. One day, runes appeared over Long Chen and the others' bodies. A strange aura began to grow around them. Everyone, gather up, shouted Long Chen. The day of their return to the Martial Heaven continent had finally arrived. Chapter 2548 Leaving the Star-Field Divine World. Long Chen and the others became covered by a strange aura, and runes condensed around them. This was the call of the Martial Heaven continent. Once the runes formed, the transportation would occur in 6 hours. After that, all those from the Martial Heaven continent would be teleported out. However, that was only for the living. The Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Zan Beasts, the Mo family, the Nangong family, and the Baidang family's disciples were all gathered. We're finally leaving. It's too bad. I feel like I've fallen in love with this place, sighed Baidang Rushuang. Being with the Luo spirit race had allowed them to experience a different kind of life. They learned what it meant to live beneath the shade of a giant tree. Every day was happy and free. Here, they were actually living, but in the Martial Heaven continent, they were simply surviving. In a world filled with crisis, no one knew what terrible thing would happen the next day. Everyone was unwilling to leave like this, as this place was something they dreamed of having. They felt like they had barely managed to experience this blessing before they had to leave. On the other hand, the Dragonblood warriors were like sharpened blades overflowing with battle intent. They were filled with anticipation toward the new golden armor and their new swords. As for the Dragonblood warriors that had fallen in the last battle, everyone still felt hatred for their loss. Once they returned, they would get vengeance for those fallen brothers. Even this peaceful and calm life had not erased the hatred in their hearts. A debt of blood had to be repaid with blood. Their desire for vengeance had not weakened. Now that they had advanced to the full circle of Nether Passage and were equipped with new armor and weapons, their desire for vengeance was ignited. They even felt that waiting another 6 hours was too long. Long Chen stood at the front, loudly shouting, "Warriors from the martial heaven continent, it is time for our return. Our peaceful lives have ended. What we are going to face will be an even worse battle. Since you are able to stand beside me during this time of crisis, I won't say any emotional words. I will simply remember them in my heart. During the last battle, over 300,000 of our brothers and sisters ended up having their bones buried in this foreign world. Their souls rest here, but I believe that before dying, their thoughts lay with their family." Long Chen's voice resounded through the air. His words were like hammers striking people's hearts. Upon thinking of those disciples that had fought to the death, everyone's eyes reddened. In the eyes of those heavenly geniuses, perhaps we are viewed as ants. But in the eyes of our fathers, our mothers, our families, we are their world. We are the greatest glory in their hearts. We dislike battle and killing because it only brings us pain. But some people with wild ambitions and secret schemes keep viewing us as chess pieces, as pigs for the slaughter, as tools to profit from. Even now, when the martial heaven continent is on the brink of crisis, when we should all be uniting to fight against our common enemies, the reality is that while we wish to cooperate with them, they see us as fools. How can we cooperate with them? When the battle of the Dark Era comes, who knows whether or not we will be sheep sent to the tiger's mouth? The divine families are powerful, but so what? We can see their attitudes from Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan. We cannot entrust our lives to them. They are not worthy of our trust. Hence, we can only trust ourselves and rely on ourselves. By standing together with me, you are entrusting your lives to me. I, Long Chen, will not let any of you down. Starting today, we are a family. We will not beg others or make extravagant demands. We will not trust in fate or put our hopes in luck. We will use our own power to protect our family, to protect the martial heaven continent, to face the battles of the Dark Era. We will walk our own path. Long Chen's voice crashed through the air in waves, filled with anger and sullenness. Having been disappointed by the divine families over and over again, he knew he could not count on them anymore. Yun Tian was a sovereign son. If Yun Tian was willing to raise that banner, Long Chen would be willing to fully assist him. However, Yun Tian seemed to have many secrets, and perhaps he had his own mission. He didn't seem to join forces with the martial heaven continent's experts. Long Chen didn't know what Yun Tian was thinking. However, he knew that these warriors in front of him had entrusted their lives to him. Some had even fought to the death for him. Therefore, he had to shoulder this burden. Despite being well aware of just how heavy this burden was, he knew that he wouldn't be a man if he didn't bear it. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, as long as it's with you, we will not frown even if we're climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire. Although you aren't a sovereign son or a sovereign sprout, you're a hot-blooded man we can follow sincerely. We will walk through fire and offer our lives for you. You are the sovereign in our hearts. We fully trust you. Emotional roars rang out. Those who had come here were all on the level of geniuses. Even as they spat out these words, not one person felt that they were sappy. Not one person felt that they were sucking up. Amongst these experts, there was a spiritual and bloody connection. They were fighting together for the same goal. They wouldn't regret it even if they had to die 100 times. Long Chen's origin and experiences formed a resonance with them. They knew he had never submitted to anyone. Even those who hated him were unable to stain his character. Although he had plenty of enemies, no one could question that character. This was Long Chen's specific charisma, something that had drawn over countless people and made them willing to sacrifice their lives for him. There was no deceit, only sincerity. After that, Long Chen cupped his fists toward everyone, causing silence to fall once more. When we go out, I believe that various forces will have gathered, waiting for us. They still don't know what happened inside, but once we're out, the world will very likely flip on its head. Prepare yourselves. Once we're out, what awaits us is an unprecedented battle. Experts above Nether Passage might appear to suppress us. I'm not afraid. What's the worst thing that can happen? Death. I'd rather shatter as jade than survive as a brick. We'll fight together. Even if we can't beat the big ones, we can crush the small ones. Since they don't care about the Martial Heaven continent's safety or the big picture, why should we have to concede to them? Kill one and you go even, kill two and you've profited. We can just all fight to the death. In the end, the Martial Heaven continent will be destroyed. We'll have just gone one step in advance. Anger soared amongst them. They knew that in this time of crisis, fighting amongst themselves was the most foolish thing. They didn't want to fight, but then their only option was to be killed. In the end, there were always some foolish people. They could only act stupid with them as there was no other option. Either act stupid or lose their lives. It was a simple choice. No one would choose the latter, but that was what infuriated them. They were fish caught in a trap with a bunch of fools, which refused to work together to get out of the trap, forcing them to fight to the death with them. Things aren't as pessimistic as you imagine. As long as we are united, we still have hope. Sit, stand, stretch, do whatever it takes to enter your best condition. Prepare for battle, said Long Chen. Everyone immediately began to circulate their auras. They had to be ready to face battle at any moment. You're leaving so soon. It's regrettable. Ling Shi walked over. At the same time, the Luo spirit race's warriors came off of the mother tree, watching as Long Chen and the others left. Every single person here was a benefactor to the Luo spirit race. Without them, the Luo spirit race would have lost their mother tree. If the mother tree died, then they wouldn't wish to live either. They were very regretful about this. But Long Chen and the others were people from a different world, so they had to leave eventually. There is no banquet that never ends. The Luo spirit race is a kind race, so you should be blessed by the heavens to continue forever. As for us, our memories of you will never be forgotten. We experienced the most peaceful time of our lives here, and the Mother Tree's assistance has also increased our power. We are all truly grateful, said Long Chen. His words were sincere. The ability to comprehend everything within the heavenly Taos at the peak of the Mother Tree had truly benefited everyone immensely. Although Ling Shi didn't say anything, Long Chen knew that the Mother Tree had sacrificed a great deal of its source energy for them. Perhaps that source energy was what Yi Ming and the others had been planning on secretly dividing up amongst themselves. The Luo spirit race had never owed Long Chen anything. If Li Qi hadn't risked herself to save him, perhaps he would already be dead. Hence, he was the one benefiting from the Luo spirit race. However, due to paying back this debt of gratitude, he had ended up dragging in the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Baitang family, the Nangong family, and the others, implicating so many deaths. Long Chen was filled with shame over this. It was due to this that Long Chen no longer wished to fight alone. He was willing to pick up this heavy burden and tie everyone's lives together. Ling Shi smiled. We've consecrated you as our god. We will do as you wish. After saying that, Ling Shi pressed her forehead against Long Chen's, startling him. A sharp pain suddenly rang through his head, and a leaf-shaped rune was branded on his forehead. After that, the rune quickly faded as if it had never been there at all. Ling Shi then pressed her right hand over her chest and bowed deeply toward Long Chen. The Mother Tree's life mark is now connected to you. Perhaps one day, our Luo spirit race will have another chance to fight alongside you. Just at that moment, the runes around everyone's body rapidly grew. Long Chen didn't even get a chance to say goodbye when the void twisted, swallowing all of them. Everyone from the Martial Heaven continent vanished. Chapter 2549 Yi Liangchen. One day ago, on the Martial Heaven continent, where the Central Plains southern and western Zon regions met, space began to shudder. After that, a giant spatial door appeared in the air. This door was closed shut, but rumbling spread from it along with a violent aura. The entire Central Plains could sense the terrifying world energy. This was the 9th day since the disciples of the Martial Heaven continent had entered the star-field divine world. Although it was just 9 days, those 9 days had felt exceptionally long for them. The various experts of the continent rushed over to the spatial door when it appeared. The Martial Heaven Alliance, Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Zon Beasts, all the seniors of the various powers gathered. It seems there are fewer elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance now. Wait, check their auras. Wen Ku Jianying, the old man, Li Tianxuan, and the other elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance appeared, the others were startled. The others found that their auras had reached the fourth step of Nether Passage, but they had also lost a few familiar faces. It had to be known that at this time, all the elders would come out to welcome their disciples back. I heard that the Martial Heaven Alliance's elders used medicinal pills to forcibly attack the fourth step of Nether Passage. A portion of them died from it, whispered someone. How ruthless. Their lives had reached the limit, yet they still forcibly tried to break through. The odds of failure are way too high. HMPH, a group of foolish idiots. At least a bunch of them have died. While everyone else was just whispering, one person spoke loudly. It was clearly intentional. The sea demon race, an army of millions of sea demons was flying over. They had intentionally summoned their true bodies, making them as big as mountains. They had 3 leaders in human form, and the one at the very front had a golden crown. It was an icy-faced elder. 6 golden horns were protruding through his crown. His eyes shone like lanterns, and divine light came out whenever they opened. This old man seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Someone above Nether Passage. Everyone's heart shook. The sea demon race had actually sent out an expert above Nether Passage, and not just one. It seemed that the other 2 had reached the same level. The other 2 were bald, with their heads being exceptionally glossy. Moreover, they had tortoise shells on their backs and strange lines on their faces. Standing there, the 2 of them also seemed to be one with heaven and earth. It felt as if a look from them could destroy the world. They sent out 3 experts above Nether Passage at once. What is the sea demon race planning? Is this a display of power? The sea demon race was insulting the Martial Heaven Alliance so openly. They clearly hadn't come with good intentions. Courting death, the old man shouted furiously. The millions of righteous experts were just as angry as him. After all, those seniors of the Martial Heaven Alliance had bet their own lives in order to have some use on the battlefield in the future. Every one of them was a hero. For the sea demon race to mock those fallen seniors instantly provoked them. They were far too arrogant, the particularly brainless kind of arrogant. Calm down. Hu Jianying grabbed the old man. The old man had also advanced to the 4th step, but he had relied on his own power to reach this level, not medicinal pills. Having only recently advanced, his aura wasn't stable yet, so he was particularly easy to anger at this time. Nonetheless, the old man's temper had always been bad, so if it wasn't for Ku Jianying holding him back, he would have attacked just now. A group of ants. You'll be dying in the upcoming battles of the Dark Era. Your struggles are futile, said one of the bald elders with the tortoise shell on his back. The previous mocking had also come from him. The Martial Heaven Alliance is so lacking. They didn't even bring out a single person above Nether Passage, throwing away the face of such a large power. The Martial Heaven Alliance has truly fallen. What? We're talking about you, do you disagree? The other bald elder spoke up as well. The 2 of them looked identical, and even the way they spoke was the same. Fuck, do you think that tortoise shell will protect you? Get your ass over here and I'll break that damn shell, roared the old man. The bald elders smiled coldly. They were about to step forward when the elder with the golden crown snorted. What is there to fight about with a Nether Passage rookie? Don't lose face. The 2 bald elders stopped and glanced at the old man. Count yourself lucky, or you wouldn't even be qualified to see the battle of the Dark Era. I don't mind telling you the truth. Our young master will obtain the sea god's inheritance once making his breakthrough in the Starfield divine world. Furthermore, once he breaks through to the 13th rank, his divine bone will awaken and he will be able to summon the true body of the sea god. At that time, all of you will be beneath him. Not one person will be a match for him, and even sovereign sprouts will only be green leaves compared to him. Perhaps most of you people will have a chance to surrender, but Long Chen will definitely be killed. Even a sovereign sprout will become a green leaf. What arrogant words. Are you not afraid of choking on such big words? Just at this moment, an icy voice rang out. That voice was surprisingly young in this place that was filled with seniors. However, despite being young, it created a resonance with heaven and earth. Startled, everyone looked over to see a golden war chariot rushing over. It was like a golden shooting star. The war chariot's runes were shining, making it look like a blazing sun. It was too bright to look at directly. When the runes of the war chariot slowly faded, they realized that there were tens of thousands of warriors on it, all adorned in silver armor. Every one of them was unleashing a heavy killing intent and a bloody air. This killing intent was not something that could be trained. It was the result of experiencing countless slaughters, from walking out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. There was a white-robed man standing at the front of the war chariot. Upon seeing him, everyone jumped. He had a third, vertical eye, but that eye was closed. However, just looking at it made people feel their goosebumps exploding. A sense of immense danger filled their hearts. Just standing there, heavenly Tao energy whirled around him, as if wishing for him to use it. This was a shocking phenomenon where the heavenly Taos were throwing themselves at him to use. This was something that the people here had never seen before. So what if he summons the sea god's true body? This place is the martial heaven continent, and a sovereign could suppress him with a wave of his hand. If you don't like it, then once your king comes out, I, Yi Liangchen, will be willing to give a display for you to understand, said the white-robed man, his hands clasped behind him. Even in the face of the elder with the golden crown, he didn't show the slightest emotion. HMPH, the sovereign sprout of the Yi family is quite arrogant. Right now, the heavenly Taos are muddled, and a sovereign has yet to appear. Who knows whether or not a sovereign will even appear in this era? Youngsters shouldn't be so arrogant. My race is the sea god's descendants and we are fated to rise during this era. The will of the heavens cannot be disobeyed. If you say such big words, you won't be able to take them back later. You will lose quite a bit of face then, said the crowned elder with a faint smile. It seemed that he already knew Yi Liangchen's status, but he didn't care. The six-horned sea serpent race's divine abilities can only show their full potential upon reaching the 13th rank. Fine, I'll give you a chance. When your so-called king reaches the 13th rank, I'll crush him. Yi Liangchen snorted. Foolish brat, do you know who you're talking to? Demanded one of the bald elders. After that, Yi Liangchen glanced at him. All of a sudden, his third eye opened and the void shuddered. As a result, blood spurted out of the bald elder's chest. At some point, a giant cut had appeared there. The bald elder then stared at Yi Liangchen in shock. A slave thinks he can talk here. If you dare to be noisy again, even if you have your master standing beside you, I'll still kill you, said Yi Liangchen. His third eye was already closed. The bald elder was shocked and infuriated, but he didn't dare to speak. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Yi Liangchen had simply opened his third eye. He hadn't even moved, but it was as if the bald elder had been struck by a sword. That elder was an existence above Nether Passage. Considering that he came from a tortoise race, his defensive power must be astounding. Hence, the fact that he was silently injured was horrifying. Yi Liangchen was clearly in the Nether Passage realm, but he was able to injure the bald elder easily. The old man, Ku Jianying, and the others were stunned. Yi Liangchen seemed even more terrifying than Feng Fei. Why didn't such a figure enter the star-field divine world? Was it because he felt it wasn't worth it? Youngster, don't be too arrogant. If it wasn't due to your youth, I wouldn't be so courteous, said the crowned elder angrily. Due to my youth, please. It's because of the divine families, isn't it? Take care of your dog and tell it not to make noise when its master is conversing. Otherwise, it will lose you face, sneered Yi Liangchen. After that, Yi Liangchen didn't give him a chance to respond. He already turned his gaze to Ku Jianying. I hear that the martial heaven continent has a little fellow who is so arrogant as to not place even the divine families in his eyes. The reason I deigned to descend here was to suppress him. I'm saying this so you're mentally prepared. Ku Jianying was shocked, as well as enraged. This expert had actually come to suppress Long Chen. The divine families had truly gone too far. Yi Liangchen, if you're going to say that, then you're not giving me, Long Aocean, any face. An arrogant voice rang out along with a thunderous roar. After that, they could see a giant beast flying through the air. Chapter 2550 Long Aocean. A giant leopard with glossy black fur came rushing over like a bolt of black lightning. With its final leap, it roared and a violent soundwave shook the void. The leopard was carrying a chariot made out of immortal gold, and the chariot was so big that it was like an entire palace. Tens of thousands of white-robed young experts were standing on top of it, all of them wearing swords on their belts. After the chariot stopped, 4 beautiful white-robed maidens opened the door, and a man walked out. This tall, thin man had black shoulder-length hair. He was extremely handsome with bright eyes and sharp eyebrows. His white robes were untouched by dust. A 3-foot-wide ring of light was behind his head, and there seemed to be the sun, moon, and stars revolving within the ring. Divine light enveloped him, making him seem like a divine king. As soon as he arrived, everyone clearly felt heavenly Tao energy rush toward him, as if prostrating to him. It was like a look from him could control the Tao. This person's chariot also had the marking of the divine families. In other words, another terrifying sovereign sprout had just appeared amongst the divine families. Long Aotian, why should I give you face? Have you forgotten that it was that fellow called Long Chen who didn't give us any face when we underwent our tribulations in the immemorial path? Fortunately, the head intervened in time, sending us to another world to complete our tribulations. Don't tell me you've forgotten. I've already investigated and know that this Long Chen is the same Long Chen from back then. Are you telling me that the always arrogant Long Aotian is going to forget about this just to accept a loyal dog? Perhaps you can forget it, but I, Yi Liangshan, cannot. If you don't like it, why don't we make a bet right now? We can bet whether or not I can kill him once he comes out, said Yi Liangshan, just as arrogantly as before. Long Aotian frowned. Yi Liangshan, the times have changed. The martial heaven continent requires everyone useful to unite, hence, any past grievances can be settled after the dark era. Fighting amongst ourselves will only make us lose face. Ha ha ha, give it up. Lose face? Do you think my Yi family is stupid? Your Long family doesn't give a damn about Long Chen's potential. You just want his secrets. You want to know how he raised a group of trash into elites. Is talking so sanctimoniously interesting? Who do you think you can trick? Yi Liangshan laughed contemptuously. Everyone present realized that Yi Liangshan came from the divine family's Yi family, while Long Aotian came from the divine family's Long family. It was rumored that the two families had some conflicts between them. It was no wonder the two of them would immediately act so hostile to each other. However, Yi Liangshan's words were truly sharp. He didn't give the Long family any face, directly saying that the Long family's care for Long Chen was just a trap. Just as they were clashing, more experts arrived. All the large figures of the martial heaven continent had gathered, so Yi Liangshan's words caused quite a bit of private discussion. After all, his words were extremely reasonable. There were many things that didn't make sense about Long Chen's rise. He had been trash at cultivation but had suddenly soared. The most inexplicable thing was that he had raised a group of trash along with him, turning a group of unremarkable people into the world-shocking Dragonblood Legion. Anyone with the slightest brains would know that Long Chen definitely had some secrets. However, as his position rose, people gave up on finding out. No one had the guts to go after him. However, now that Yi Liangshan mentioned it, everyone's heart shook. Although the divine families were supreme existences, whether or not the Long family was intent on learning Long Chen's secrets was truly unknown. Quite a few people felt some respect for how sharp Yi Liangshan's words were. Just like that, he managed to create some conflict between Long Chen and the Long family. Long Aotian's gaze turned colder. Yi Liangshan, don't judge the heart of a noble with the character of a petty little man. Me, a petty little man? Ha ha ha, if your Long family really was a noble, back then, your Long family wouldn't have. Long Aotian's shout was like thunder shaking everyone's ears and soul. After that, they involuntarily quivered. That voice was like the furious order of a god. What a terrifying will. People were horrified as this shout contained violent pressure. In that instant, they had lost their connection to heavenly Tao energy. It seemed as if a shout from Long Aotian could strip their heavenly Tao energy away. That stunned everyone. What kind of power was this? Without heavenly Tao energy, how could anyone fight? He truly is worthy of being a sovereign sprout. He has started merging with the heavenly Taos at the great circle of Nether Passage. He's essentially half a step into that realm. The speaker was the most senior of all the elders on the martial heaven continent. She was Taoist Heavenly Feather of the Divine Ice Palace. No one knew her true age. All they knew was that everyone in her generation had died. Taoist Heavenly Feather always maintained the appearance of someone in her 20s, making countless women envious. She was the only one capable of maintaining their cultivation base and looks forever. In the cultivation world, there were plenty of old men but few old women. Many women were afraid of aging, so they sacrificed a great deal of their longevity to maintain their youthful looks. Once their longevity was exhausted, they would rather die beautiful. Hence, Taoist Heavenly Feather was an extremely mysterious existence on the martial heaven continent. Therefore, she instantly drew everyone's attention when she spoke. Senior, just what is the realm above Nether Passage? Why can't it be mentioned? Asked someone. Many people's expressions changed when that person asked the question. He was an elder whose cultivation base had reached the third step of Nether Passage. But even then, His sect leader immediately dragged him back, chided him, and apologized to Taoist Heavenly Feather. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled slightly. It cannot be said. It is because the next realm relates to the heavens. Speaking of it will draw karma. Within every generation, the first to say that name will have karma target them, and they will very likely die immediately. This can be considered a warning by the heavenly Taos. If you don't mind me making a presumptuous guess, I'd say it is because the heavenly Taos are not happy with those who speak of this realm. Those who draw the ire of the heavenly Taos all have bad ends. Wasn't Heavenly Fate Island destroyed because of this as well? They were only able to divine the tiniest hairs of fate. Moreover, they were only able to divine man but not the heavenly Taos. If they had tried to divine the nature of the heavenly Taos, they would have long since been destroyed. This karma is why so many people know the name of this realm, but refuse to tell their disciples. It will draw karma to both the speaker and the hearer. Unless what? Everyone hastily asked. Unless there is someone who guesses the name of this realm. By voicing this fate, secret, this name will no longer be taboo. However, the one to say it will definitely be in trouble and targeted by the heavens. That is why the senior generation warns the juniors not to wildly guess. If they do guess correctly, it won't be good for them, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Everyone came to a sudden comprehension. No wonder they were always sternly chided when they asked their seniors about this. No, that doesn't make sense either. If it can't be talked about, why do so many people know it? Because amongst the senior generations, there have been some unlucky fellows to shout it out. Those people died but benefited everyone else. That's why the people in those generations know the name, but they cannot say it, sighed an extremely old man with a cane. I wonder which unlucky bastard it's going to be this time. It was unknown who mumbled this. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that this secret was going to be exposed soon. The martial heaven continent had entered its most flourishing age, and the geniuses were preparing to attack the next realm. Once they did, there would definitely be someone to accidentally shout it for everyone else. Long Aocean, don't talk down to me. In our 37 battles, we've never managed to decide a winner. Do you think a bigger throat can scare me off? In reply to Long Aocean's roar, Yi Liangchen merely sneered. But he did not mention that topic again. Yi Liangchen, with me here, you can't kill Long Chen. The divine families will also not permit you to do so. If you just want to humiliate him a bit, perhaps the divine families won't care, but you'll have to face a strict punishment if you kill him, warned Long Aocean. It's just a dog, so what if I kill him? Do you think the divine families will take my life just because of a dog? Today, I'm going to kill Long Chen. We'll see who can stop me. We can make a bet if you want, said Yi Liangchen lightly. Just at this moment, another war chariot came rumbling over. Upon seeing it, Yi Liangchen snickered. Zhang Wuchen has come as well. Now, everyone who had to suffer that tribulation has come. Let's see how you stop both of us. Chapter 2551 Enemies arrive, World Gate opens. A group of armored experts walked off of the chariot. There were still some bloodstains on their armor, and dense killing intent soared out of them. It seemed that they had just come from a battlefield. Those warriors were escorting a large man with long facial hair. He was extremely tall, like a small giant. It was like he was a monster in human form. A strong scent of blood came from him, and he had a giant hatchet on his back. As he walked across the void shuddered. Looks like I came in time. Let me see just how many heads that brat who conned me back then has. I wonder if there's enough for me to cut them all down, snorted the large man. He wasn't intentionally speaking loudly, but every one of his words exploded through the air like thunder. Another sovereign sprout. Every expert stared in shock. The divine families actually had 3 more sovereign sprouts other than Feng Fei. Feng Fei is from the Zhang family, while this guy is also surnamed Zhang. Did the Zhang family produce 2 sovereign sprouts? I hear the divine families are the Zhang, Long, Yi, and Zhao families. The Zhao family also has a sovereign sprout named Zhao Rishan. It's said that he controls metal energy and possesses an undying body. I wonder if he'll come as well, said someone with a certain understanding of the divine families. The martial heaven continent's side was still unaware that Zhao Rishan had secretly entered the Starfield divine world as well. He had already been toyed with by Guo Ran. Zhang Wuchen came in so ferociously with blood still staining his body. However, the words between the 3 of them puzzled everyone. They kept mentioning how Long Chen had made them suffer. But how was that possible? The divine families were supreme existences. They essentially ignored the matters of the martial heaven continent. The sovereign sprouts in particular were special existences amongst the divine families. They were geniuses amongst geniuses. How had they ended up interacting with Long Chen? Everyone stared at each other. They could only conclude that Long Chen was truly a monster. He had made all these sovereign sprouts suffer. Even Ku Jianying, the old man, and the others were dumbfounded. They had never heard Long Chen mention this matter before. Did he actually have such illustrious combat achievements? Zhang Wuchen, the four of us were conned by that brat back then. Now we can finally get our revenge. But it seems that someone wants to shamelessly accept that dog and is willing to go against us because of it. What do you think about that? Yi Liangchen asked Zhang Wuchen. Zhang Wuchen then looked at Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan, I have no enmity with you. Our relationship can be considered decent, but I can't give you face over this matter. He humiliated us and must pay the price. I can let him off alive, but he must kowtow 3 times. Then I can spare his life. Do you know what the Lord Venerate wants? Said Long Aoshan coldly. Don't try to use the Lord Venerate to suppress us. I came from resentful Death City straight here. No one gave me any information about that, nor do I need any. Today, I'm going to make that arrogant fellow pay the price for his arrogance back then, said Zhang Wuchen. The 3 sovereign sprouts stood in the sky, facing each other in a triangle formation. All 3 of them had brought tens of thousands of subordinates. They were staring coldly at each other. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Ha ha ha, this time, Long Chen's definitely dead. No one can protect him. Alliance head Ku, all your plans are going to come to an end. The head of the ancient family alliance, Di Long, smiled sinisterly, intentionally provoking Ku Jianying. If the martial heaven alliance doesn't have Long Chen, it will immediately scatter like smoke in the wind. As for the righteous path, HMPH, sooner or later they're going to be ruled by the corrupt path, said Xie Wenchen with a cruel light in his eyes. Long Chen had been a thorn in the corrupt path's side. Ever since his rise, he had dealt countless setbacks to the corrupt path. He was like their bane, causing them to lose endless face. Don't get excited too early. Suddenly, the crowned elder of the sea demon race spoke up. The Zhao family's sovereign sprout entered the star-field divine world with Feng Fei, while my race's young prince has awakened the sea god's weapon. Since both parties hate Long Chen, he might not even come out of the star-field divine world alive. Moreover, Xie Wenchen, you were pretty sinister. You actually sent the 7th-generation corrupt god's reincarnation in without exposing the slightest clue. Isn't that to act like a pig to devour the tiger? You're the one who's most clear on whether or not Long Chen will be coming out alive, am I right? Why are you acting so fake now? The 7th-generation corrupt god's reincarnation. The righteous path's experts jumped. They suddenly thought of a mysterious person that had been by Tian Ziazi's side. Xie Wenchen twitched. He snorted, the sea demon race's mouths are quite big. Xie Wenchen was startled to find that this secret had been leaked. According to what he knew, only the divine families should possibly be aware of it. However, this person had still exposed it. That meant that they had to have a collaboration with the divine families, and the divine families had leaked this secret to them. As for saying his mouth was big, he was mocking him for not knowing how to keep secrets. To put it frankly, he was calling him an idiot. Ku Jianying's face turned pale. This star-field divine world was clearly a trap then. If so many people were targeting Long Chen, he must have faced many tribulations. Don't worry, so what if they're sovereign sprouts? So what if he's a reincarnation of a corrupt god? Long Chen definitely isn't inferior to any of them, comforted the old man. Even though that was what he said, the old man was also nervous. This time, the enemies were truly terrifying. Fuck, why hasn't the heaven-splitting divine tablet come back? With it, I could slaughter these bastards. The old man eyed these fellows furiously. You don't need to worry. Long Chen will be fine. I trust him, said Taoist Heavenly Feather suddenly. Although Taoist Heavenly Feather had always stood in the neutral position, she always maintained a certain care for the martial heaven alliance. Are you not afraid that you've made a misjudgment? Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. Startled at this rudeness to Taoist Heavenly Feather, everyone looked over to see that the speaker was the head of the Dongfang family. The Dongfang, Examen, Nangong, and Baidang families were already here. While the first 2 were in their own isolated areas, the Baidang and Nangong families were banded together. Due to Nangong Zayu and Baidang Rushuang, the two families had ended up particularly close. For the Dongfang family head to suddenly speak here, the other three family heads were all startled. Their impression of the Dongfang family head was that he was always cautious and crafty. Why would he suddenly target Taoist Heavenly Feather? Did he take the wrong medicine this morning? You dare to question Taoist Heavenly Feather? When Taoist Heavenly Feather swept through the continent, your great-granddaddy was still playing in the mud. Taoist Heavenly Feather is the leader of the entire cultivation world. Are you trying to challenge her? Quite a few people began to curse at the Dongfang family head. Taoist Heavenly Feather was revered by countless people, and she was viewed as practically a history book. Her knowledge could not be questioned. Hence, many people amongst the neutral faction glared at him. Haha, it doesn't seem that I said anything wrong. Is it wrong to question such a statement? The Dongfang family head smiled indifferently. Just as everyone was going to continue cursing him, Taoist Heavenly Feather said, to tell the truth, everyone says that an old person's vision will grow blurry. It truly is easy to make misjudgments. But despite that, I can say that my eyes can still see very clearly. For example, I can see the heaven Caesar of your family that takes other people's inheritances. Everyone was shocked by this. A heaven Caesar, wasn't that an existence that was not permitted on the martial heaven continent? If anyone dared to raise a heaven Caesar, they would immediately be wiped out by the rest of the powers of the continent. The Dongfang family was raising a heaven Caesar. Could it be? Everyone immediately thought of Dongfang Yuyong. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't think that just because of your seniority you can slander others. The Dongfang family head's expression changed, and he pointed and shouted at Taoist Heavenly Feather. His heart was pounding wildly. Despite him trying to calm down, the gaze of countless experts applied immense psychological pressure on him. He began to panic. Why are you so nervous? If you are afraid of this secret being exposed, you should have kept quiet and not targeted me. Even though I've spoken now, I have no proof. Furthermore, you have the support of the divine families. What are you afraid of? Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. This is slander, raged the Dongfang family head. If you say it's slander, then it's slander. Everyone, you can just treat it as a joke, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Treat it as a joke? No one was capable of that. Heaven Caesars were a nightmare to deal with. They should not exist in this world. With Taoist Heavenly Feather's status, how could she possibly make such a joke? Everyone stared at the Dongfang family head vigilantly. The Dongfang family is under the protection of the Yi family. What, do you not like it? The words on their side had ended up disturbing the three sovereign sprouts. Yi Liangchen then turned to glare at Taoist Heavenly Feather arrogantly. How could I not like it? The future belongs to you youngsters. An old woman like me has no choice but to accept it, said Taoist Heavenly Feather with a light smile. Although she didn't show the slightest displeasure, countless people were infuriated on her behalf. Suddenly, the spatial door began to shudder. As it slowly opened, balls of light appeared. It was possible to see figures within those balls of light. They've come out. Everyone immediately tensed and stopped breathing, staring intently at those balls of light. Chapter 2552 Absolute Power Suppression. Balls of light appeared, looking like stars in the sky. Those were the disciples that were leaving the star-filled divine world. At this time, it was impossible to see who was who within that light. However, everyone was searching for the auras that they were most familiar with. The arrogant sea demons' expressions fell. They could only sense the auras of a few sea demons. However, the worst thing was that they didn't sense the existence of the prince of the six-horned sea serpent race. As the crowned elder of the sea demon race was also from the six-horned sea serpent race, he began to grow uneasy. The sea demon race was not the only ones whose expressions fell, there was also the corrupt path. At this moment, Xie Wenchen and the others could sense no more than 1,000 corrupt disciples amongst those balls of light. Where had the corrupt path's army of hundreds of thousands gone? Furthermore, Tian Xiazi's aura was not present. The only thing that made Xie Wenchen feel slightly better was that Yi Ming's aura was still there. Meanwhile, Di Long turned pale. He no longer had his dignified appearance of having victory in grasp. He couldn't find Di Feng's aura. Only the Martial Heaven Alliance, Baitang family, Nangong family, Mo family, Zan beasts, and some neutral powers gradually smiled. They could sense the majority of those familiar auras. They relaxed ever so slightly. However, those balls of light were still shining brightly. They could only barely sense auras but not see their appearances. Long Chen, Lingshan, and the others are all alive. Hee hee, I told you that they'd be fine, laughed the old man. Look at the corrupt path, sea demon race, and ancient family alliance. It seems that they aren't too happy. Li Tianxuan smiled slightly. He had the most confidence in Long Chen. Hearing him, the others looked over to see that those people's expressions were truly ugly. Suddenly, one ball of light shot out like a shooting star at another. Even before leaving the balls of light, whoever was inside was attacking. The other ball of light exploded and a wretched figure appeared, flying back. Dongfang Yuyang, the one inside the ball of light, was the Dongfang family's peak genius. He appeared panicked and hastily fled. The other ball of light that had attacked him exploded, revealing Long Chen. Last time, I let you off too easily by killing you. Thank you for giving me another chance. Lightning wings spread on Long Chen's back, and his figure vanished, reappearing in front of Dongfang Yuyang. His speed was shocking. On the martial heaven continent, with the familiar laws in space, his speed increased. It was because Lei Long had been impacted by the star field divine world. Long Chen, you killed Di Feng and the young king of the sea demon race, suppressed Zhao Rishan, and almost wiped out the sea demon race and the corrupt path's disciples. Do you think you can leave this place alive? Roared Dongfang Yuyang. This roar from Dongfang Yuyang was transmitted into the ears of every single person present, shocking everyone. Was this really true? The Dongfang family, sea demon race, and the corrupt path's expressions all changed. Furthermore, the three sovereign sprouts of the divine families were startled. Zhao Rishan had been suppressed. You won't get to see whether or not I live, sneered Long Chen. He knew that Dongfang Yuyang was trying to get everyone to attack him, so that Dongfang Yuyang would have a chance to slip away. However, Long Chen didn't care. His astral spaces shuddered with a terrifying power. Upon entering the 12th heaven stage of Nether Passage, Long Chen learned how to focus all his power into one spot. His fist howled through the air and seemed covered by countless stars. Even heaven and earth were suppressed by this fist. There was nowhere to run. I'll go all out against you. Dongfang Yuyang roared, and his manifestation burst into existence, shocking everyone. Isn't that Shi Lingfang's manifestation? The Stone Emperor's manifestation. There's also the Blood Emperor's manifestation and the Peng Emperor's manifestation. Heavens, how can he possess so many manifestations? Everyone was stunned. Shi Lingfang, Kung Pengxi, and Shui Luoka's manifestations had been seen by many people before. Those were the manifestations of emperors. After just one look, it was impossible to forget them. For Dongfang Yuyang to summon 3 emperor manifestations at once, they immediately thought of Taoist Heavenly Feather's words. He really is a heaven Caesar. Furious roars rang out. People glared at the Dongfang family head, killing intent blazing within them. The void erupted as though a sun had exploded. Long Chen's fist then smashed into Dongfang Yuyang's sword, which instantly exploded along with the 3 emperor manifestations. After that, Dongfang Yuyang hacked up blood. Just now, they had sensed the auras of the Peng Emperor, Stone Emperor, and the Blood Emperor on Dongfang Yuyang's sword. That meant even with the power of 3 emperors concentrated into his sword, he was unable to beat Long Chen's simple punch. Long Chen is far more terrifying than before. The martial heaven continent's experts were all amazed. Just what had happened to Long Chen inside of the star-field divine world for him to have such a transformation? What he was facing was a heaven Caesar, a forbidden existence. The latter had concentrated the power of 3 emperors but was still unable to receive a single attack from Long Chen. Hence, everyone was dumbfounded. Was the power of a heaven Caesar not as great as they had expected? Furthermore, from their previous words, it seemed that Long Chen had killed Dongfang Yuyang once. But it seemed to have been a clone. Dongfang Yuyang hastily retreated as he hacked up blood. However, Long Chen's hand reached out like a sharp claw, grabbing Dongfang Yuyang's fist and pulling. As a result, Dongfang Yuyang shrieked. His arm was torn off. Dongfang Yuyang, you can only hide behind your sinister schemes. When it comes to true power, you're dogshit. Your word is worth even less than dogshit. Did a little despicable person like you rely on these little schemes to become an expert? You must have been dreaming. Real experts are created through true power. To use the old man's words, in front of absolute power, all schemes are meaningless. Long Chen sneered and waved his hand. The torn-off arm then exploded and Long Chen moved toward Dongfang Yuyang once again. Hee, that's just what I said. At least he remembered those words. The old man smiled, pleased. Having lost an arm, Dongfang Yuyang flew back, trying to reach the other experts of the Dongfang family. He begged for assistance. Those Dongfang family experts also charged over to save him. However, space shuddered, revealing a blue barrier around the spatial door, separating Dongfang Yuyong from the other experts of the Dongfang family. The world wall is still present. It is impossible to enter that space. The world gate was still slowly closing. Only once it was fully closed would that space be opened. Hence, Dongfang Yuyong was knocked back by the world wall, allowing Long Chen to grab his other arm and tear it off. Long Chen then kicked Dongfang Yuyong's abdomen, sending him flying and causing his abdomen to cave in. More blood was hacked out. As a heaven Caesar, you should have endured until you had reached the point of controlling this world. In terms of martial power, you aren't my match. In terms of intelligence, you're an idiot. Other than managing to reach new levels of despicableness, you are nothing. The other arm in Long Chen's hand also exploded. After that, he began advancing toward Dongfang Yuyong step by step. Dongfang Yuyong continued to hack up blood. Both his arms had been torn off, and blood had turned his white robe scarlet. His handsome face was now twisted in bitterness and fear. He clenched his teeth. In the Starfield Divine World, he had had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to create a substitute with the exact same power as the true body. Such a substitute was exceedingly rare. Hence, he hadn't expected that this substitute would actually be destroyed by Long Chen. At that time, he had been traumatized. It was fortunate that it had been his substitute and not his true body, or he would already be dead. The power that Long Chen had displayed terrified him. During this entire time, he had been hiding in the Starfield Divine World, not even daring to go searching for treasures. He had thought that now that he had left the Starfield Divine World, he would be safe. However, he hadn't expected Long Chen to take advantage of this moment when the world wall had yet to fade to attack him. Long Chen's attacks contained terrifying power that suppressed the heavenly Daos in Dongfang Yuyong's core energy. Hence, he couldn't heal. Having lost both his arms, he appeared incredibly minuscule to the domineering Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen walk toward him like a death god, he was lost in terror. Feng Fei, Yi Ming, Pill Fairy, come save me. We are allies. Not one ball of light responded to him. You can shout until you break your throat. Those balls of light contain the final blessing of the Starfield Divine World. Other than me, no one else is willing to give up that blessing to look after you, sneered Long Chen. He stepped toward Dongfang Yuyong. Outside the world wall, the Dongfang family head began to beg Yi Liangchen to intervene. After all, the Dongfang family had cast their lot toward the Yi family, becoming their subordinates. Yi Liangchen then frowned and suddenly shouted, Long Chen, release Dongfang Yuyong, and I can give you a chance to live. Dongfang Yuyong's body exploded. Carrying his head, Long Chen turned to look at Yi Liangchen. From which rat bastard hole did you climb out of? My mood's not very good, so don't try to court death today. Chapter 2553 Fearless. Long Chen looked through the world wall at the icy, arrogant man who had said such a stupid thing to him. Long Chen didn't know who he was, but just looking at him made his anger flare. For some reason, whether it was his expression, his voice, or his movements, they all contained a hateful flavor to them. If he encountered such a person normally, he would simply ignore them. But with his rage burning so strongly, he naturally wasn't courteous. As Long Chen's cultivation base rose, his control over his temper got worse and worse. Despite completely suppressing Dongfang Yuyong, essentially venting his anger, his rage only got worse. At this moment, the scenes of the battle in front of the mother tree reappeared in his mind. He saw Dongfang Yuyong threatening him with Yi Liangchen. That sinister smile of his was clear in his mind. Long Chen had an urge to make Dongfang Yuyong have 100 lives so he could kill them one by one. That was the only way to release his anger. In reply to Yi Liangchen's threat, Long Chen directly showed him Dongfang Yuyong's head. Save me, shouted Dongfang Yuyong. This was no substitute but his true body. Hence, he was filled with terror. He had never thought that such a day would come for him. Now he was tasting something new, and he was even more afraid of death than ordinary disciples. His voice was filled with a sobbing tone. That made the other experts look down on him even more. This was a peerless heavenly genius. A heaven Caesar. In front of death, he became a coward. Even an ordinary disciple wouldn't act like this. No one knew what kind of troubles Dongfang Yuyong had created in the Starfield Divine World, but for Long Chen to hate him so much, he definitely hadn't done anything good. Since he dared to do those things, he had to accept the consequences. Now, he was in Long Chen's hands, shouting and wailing. Rather than resolving his predicament, it only made him a laughingstock before his death. The day a person stepped onto the cultivation path, they had to face death. Even ordinary disciples understood this. However, Dongfang Yuyong was actually such a coward. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't show any courtesy even to a sovereign sprout of the divine families. This was what being domineering meant. Long Chen didn't show the slightest fear against anyone. Yi Liangchen shouted, "Brat, you're the one courting death. Don't think that a hostage will protect you. Let me tell you, you were the one who blasphemed us back in the immemorial path. I, Yi Liangchen, have 10,000 ways to make you live a life worse than death. If you understand, then hurry up and..." So it was you. Long Chen suddenly realized why his voice was so familiar. Back then, when Yu Xiaochen had been undergoing her tribulation in the immemorial path, the very heavens had been torn open, and 4 dislikable fellows had appeared to undergo their own tribulations, implicating Yu Xiaochen and almost getting her killed. At that time, Long Chen had asked them to slow down, but the 4 of them had been exceedingly arrogant and hadn't cared about Yu Xiaochen's life or death. Hence, Long Chen was enraged by that. As soon as Yu Xiaochen had passed her tribulation, seeing her bloody state, Long Chen had directly started his own tribulation, even attacking his tribulation to strengthen it. That had caused the 4 of them to fail their tribulation, and they had fled. Even after so many years, Long Chen hadn't forgotten about it. When he had seen Zhao Rishan, those memories had been triggered. Amongst those 4, it was Yi Liangchen who had given him the deepest impression. In this world, the only one whose voice could make Long Chen want to slap them to death was probably Yi Liangchen. Seeing Long Chen's sudden realization, all the experts were speechless. Just what kind of monster was he? After creating such a deep grudge with someone, he had actually forgotten about them. When Long Chen was in the immemorial path, he was nothing more than a cultivation rookie. However, he had actually managed to offend 4 sovereign sprouts in that state. That kind of ability was truly amazing. At this moment, the world gate slowly closed. The void shuddered and creaked, while countless cracks appeared in the sky. Those balls of light also grew brighter, making the indistinct figures appear clearer, revealing their true appearances. Now, Yi Liangchen was furious. His family had told him that they had found him a powerful subordinate. It was a heaven Caesar. As long as Dongfang Yuyong was willing to make a spiritual contract with him, Dongfang Yuyong would become his eternal follower. The reason the Dongfang family had done this was because they had no choice. The Yi family head had personally come to them. If the Dongfang family had refused, the Yi family would have wiped them out. All the Yi family would have needed to do was announce Dongfang Yuyong's status, and then the Dongfang family would be wiped out overnight. The only reason they hadn't done the spiritual contract earlier was because Dongfang Yuyong had entered the star-field divine world, while Yi Liangchen hadn't been on the martial heaven continent before. They had to wait until Dongfang Yuyong returned to make the contract. However, the contract that they had discussed was double-sided. Dongfang Yuyong had to be loyal to Yi Liangchen and never betray him, but Yi Liangchen was also bound. If Dongfang Yuyong died, his soul would receive a heavy blow. It was only due to the second condition that the Dongfang family was willing to make Dongfang Yuyong Yi Liangchen's subordinate. This would link the 2 families together, so it was a good thing for them. As for the existence of a heaven Caesar, even to the Yi family, it was extremely shocking. A random investigation had somehow noticed some oddities about Dongfang Yuyong, and a deeper investigation had revealed this shocking secret. If a heaven Caesar could be raised, they would definitely become a terrifying existence. That was why the Yi family would directly come to force the Dongfang family to submit. Yi Liangchen had been looking forward to this new subordinate. As an expert, having another supreme expert as a subordinate was a kind of glory. It was even better than having a powerful mount. That was why Yi Liangchen had sincerely wanted to protect Dongfang Yuyong. But Long Chen didn't care about that. Long Chen, don't misunderstand. Releasing him is your only chance of living. Once the world wall fades away, you will have a miserable death, said Yi Liangchen sinisterly. What an idiot. If you know that I'm Long Chen, why would you threaten me? Long Chen sneered. He sent Dongfang Yuyong's head flying toward one of the balls of light. Lingshan, here you go. That ball of light had turned dim, revealing Yi Lingshan. Her eyes flew open. After that, Yi Lingshan's sword came flying out of its sheath. Cold light slashed down. Regretfully, with just his head and his power suppressed by Long Chen, Dongfang Yuyong could only watch as Yi Lingshan's sword fell upon him. His head then exploded, with even his Yuan spirit being wiped out of existence. Yuyong. The Dongfang family head let out a heart-wrenching cry. Dongfang Yuyong had died. Yi Lingshan's sword had exterminated all hope for the Dongfang family. At this moment, the world gate finally slammed shut. The balls of light around everyone opened, and the world wall faded. Long Chen, I told you that I would make you live a life worse than death. Yi Liangshan roared. His third eye suddenly opened. Everyone instantly thought of the tortoise elder of the sea demon race who had been injured by this bizarre attack. Suddenly, Long Chen unleashed a punch, and countless stars enveloped his fist. It was the same fist that had broken Dongfang Yuyong's defenses. While at first it seemed like he was striking nothing but air, when his punch reached its end, they saw a sharp blade filled with stars appear and strike Long Chen's fist. The void exploded and fragments of star light flew through the air. Huge ripples spread, causing the void to collapse wherever they went. If you want to get revenge, then come. As long as you're not afraid of dying, that is. 6-star battle armor. Long Chen's furious roar came from within those violent ripples. It was impossible to see him, but it suddenly felt as if the world had grown heavier and then lighter. Everyone had felt like a giant boulder had been crushing them, and just as they resisted, the boulder vanished. They started floating into the sky. Everyone was startled. What kind of domain was this? It was so strange. However, before they could grow accustomed to this new lightness, a terrifying astral wind unfurled. Everyone instinctively summoned their manifestations to block this astral wind. They stared in shock. At this moment, they saw a figure with a giant divine ring. The 6 colors were like the heavens, while the 6 stars were like the earth. Long Chen appeared like the master of the world, with a pillar of light shooting out of him, blasting apart the clouds. The dark dusk that had covered the martial heaven continent was blown away, revealing the stars. The stars were like a sea reflecting the heavens. Beneath the dome of the sky was one man and one divine ring. When 6 stars revolved, the divine ring shook the very universe. Just at this moment, a figure silently appeared behind Long Chen. Hence, Hu Jianying hastily cried out, "Long Chen, watch out." Everyone was shocked to find that one of the tortoise sea demon elders had attacked. Using a strange thorn in his hand, he stabbed toward Long Chen's back. His sudden appearance was extremely bizarre, as it was impossible to sense him. He smiled sinisterly. However, just at that moment, Long Chen's figure vanished. When the elder saw that what he had stabbed was nothing more than an afterimage, his expression stiffened. "Die, I'll send you to see your young master." Long Chen's voice rang out behind him, and his fist landed squarely on the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell exploded and bloody mist filled the air. An expert above the Nether Passage realm had been killed in one blow in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Chapter 2554 Heaven Merging Realm. Countless eyes were locked onto Long Chen, unable to believe what they were seeing. An expert above Nether Passage had just been killed in one blow. The fact that Yi Liangshan was able to silently injure that expert had shocked them. But Long Chen was even more exaggerated, blasting him apart with one punch. For a moment, everyone was silent. They could only stare as the bloody mist fell and dispersed. That was the final brilliance of an expert above Nether Passage. It was exceptionally bright and spectacular. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head, lightly saying, "The sea demon race has a short-term memory." Yi Liangshan didn't kill that guy, instead injuring him as a warning. He didn't realize though that sovereign sprouts possess the power to fight across realms. If he was not on guard, they could kill him. After that, he wanted to use his realm advantage to trick Long Chen's senses and capture him. Considering that he was suppressing his aura, even though the tortoise race specializes in defense, he couldn't endure an attack from Long Chen. Not even 10 lives would have been enough. Through Taoist Heavenly Feather's explanation, everyone realized that he had been vainly trying to capture Long Chen. Considering his full power had been suppressed, it was understandable how he could be killed in one blow. The other tortoise elder suddenly began to shine, and that light transformed the world's heavenly Tao energy. It became foreign, as if the heavenly Tao energy had now given themselves to a master. After that, the tortoise elder roared and attacked Long Chen. The laws of heaven and earth were compressed under his palm, and multicolored runes enveloped it. Those runes contained metal, wood, water, fire, and earth energies. In this world, no one was capable of controlling so many different energies at the same time because the different energies would suppress each other. One slip-up would instantly cause a backlash. However, this tortoise elder's palm was clearly covered by those energies. In fact, those energies seemed to be supporting him of their own accord. As a result, the void rumbled and a huge palm image appeared, covering heaven and earth. At this moment, the earth began to sink. This palm seemed to possess the power to destroy the land. This is the power of those above Nether Passage. With the wave of his hand, all the Taos are summoned. It is one with the will of heaven and earth. How could anyone block this palm? Startled cries rang out. The death of the other elder of the sea demon race had infuriated this tortoise elder. In his fury, he directly unleashed a full power attack, not giving a damn about Long Chen's life or death. However, even in the face of this berserk attack, Long Chen merely snorted. He then unleashed his own palm. Had he gone mad? Everyone was startled. Long Chen was definitely crazy to face the attack directly. The two palms crashed together, shaking the land and the stars, but the intense explosion everyone was expecting didn't occur. The space surrounding Long Chen and the elder was covered in black cracks. Countless black ripples were surging around them. Within that mass of chaos, Long Chen appeared completely emotionless, while the tortoise elder was filled with shock. Even as runes lit up on his shell and the veins on his arm bulged, he was unable to shake Long Chen. Both of their energies were concentrated on one point, and black ripples continued to flicker around them, emitting a terrifying pressure. He actually blocked it. Jaws dropped. Long Chen was able to receive the full power attack of an expert above Nether Passage, and seemingly without any effort at that. Using world energy to make up for the difference in realms. How shocking. Taoist Heavenly Feather mumbled to herself, nodding in praise. Of everyone present, perhaps only she was able to see that Long Chen's current power stemmed from his world energy. After reaching the 12th heaven stage of Nether Passage, Long Chen had finally learned how to perfectly control his world energy. He now knew how to link together his astral spaces with his 6-star battle armor. Not only did this allow his power to soar, but it also gave him unprecedented control over that power. Furthermore, on the Martial Heaven continent, he clearly felt that it was no longer such a burden to summon the 6-star battle armor. Although there were still some sharp pains throughout his body, it wasn't the same as in the Starfield Divine World when his flesh was literally exploding off of him. One reason was due to the increase in his realm, but another reason seemed to be that the Martial Heaven continent's laws were more suited to the 9-star hegemon body art. In this state, Long Chen didn't even need to draw out the life energy of the heavenly Qilin demon trees. He could maintain this state easily, filling him with greater confidence. In front of countless, shocked gazes, Long Chen was facing the sea demon race's elder. Black runes whirled around them, emitting a space-tearing sound. Although no one got close to the battlefield, they could still sense the apocalyptic power contained within those black runes. After a while, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the black runes around him. He suddenly smiled. I understand. To become one with the spirit of the world in order to control the laws, to use life and death to merge into the heavenly Taos. My guess is that the next realm is called the Heaven Merging Realm. When the name of the Heaven Merging Realm came out of Long Chen's mouth, Ku Jianying, the old man, and the other experts of the senior generation twitched. At this moment, the void up in the sky was torn open, and a giant black sword mercilessly slashed down toward Long Chen. It's over. Ku Jianying bitterly closed her eyes. Long Chen was never smart around her. Why did he have to be smart enough to guess the name of this realm? This was a forbidden name. The first person in every generation to spit it out would face the wrath of the heavens. In every generation, some people died because their mouths were too loose. This time, it was Long Chen. In that instant, the world froze and no one could move. Heavenly Tao energy flooded the air, and people could only watch as that black sword fell. That black sword contained the might of the heavens and represented the will of the world. In front of it, people appeared insignificant, and they couldn't even form an urge to resist. This was a power that sparked despair. This was the wrath of the heavens. If the heavenly Taos wanted to kill a person, no one could avoid it. So when Long Chen said the name of the Heaven Merging Realm, everyone's heart turned cold. At this moment, the black sword slashed down, and Long Chen as well as the tortoise elder were both devoured by it. As a result, a bottomless hole appeared in the ground where the black sword fell. Even the walls of this hole had turned black, emitting a destructive aura. Fuck, did I say something wrong? Long Chen's curse rang out from within that black hole, shocking everyone. They saw him safe and sound. The wrath of the heavens has been dodged. How is that possible? No one can escape such a thing. Seeing Long Chen still standing there, everyone was stunned. This was in defiance of an iron rule. Ku Jianying and the others were overjoyed to see this, especially Li Tianxuan. He was the one who was aware that Long Chen would very likely die to the heavenly Daos, so that attack just now had been truly frightening. I didn't think that you actually have some ability. It just so happens that I, Yi Liangchen, don't kill nameless nobodies. Only now are you worth me killing. Yi Liangchen stepped forward, appearing in front of Long Chen in an instant and sending a kick at Long Chen's face. Right at the start, Yi Liangchen already used an insulting attack. It was unknown if he truly didn't care about Long Chen or if he was simply trying to antagonize him. A loser also dares to say such big words. If you didn't flee like a dog back then, you would have long since died to heavenly tribulation. Are you a pig with no memory? Sneered Long Chen. In the face of Yi Liangchen's kick, Long Chen didn't move to receive it. If he received it, then he would be truly humiliated. Instead, he flicked a finger, and a small blood-colored lotus flew out at Yi Liangchen. It was very small, the size of a longan fruit. Despite that, it contained a terrifying power, as this miniature lotus was the world extermination flame lotus. Using Long Chen's essence blood plus Huo Linger's soul essence as a foundation, it was instantly condensed. This was a technique that Huo Linger had learned after absorbing the myriad flames within the star field divine world. Although this attack didn't possess the full power of the world extermination flame lotus, its killing power could be said to be even greater due to its brief casting time. Even a peak expert could be killed in an instant if caught off guard. 63 stars floated above the lotus. This was a 7-star world extermination flame lotus. It was particularly strong because Huo Linger had fully recovered thanks to the mother tree's help. She was even absorbing the karmic hell flames to strengthen herself further. At this moment, Yi Liangchen was startled to sense immense danger from this small lotus. However, he was already unleashing his kick, and if he dodged, it would cost him the initiative. Seeing no other way around it, he summoned his manifestation. Stars illuminate the cosmos. A field of stars appeared behind Yi Liangchen. Those millions of stars seemed to even pack the dome of the heavens within them. Yi Liangchen's foot slammed into Long Chen's flame lotus. Flames unfurled, devouring the heavens. Chapter 2555 Ape King roars at the 9 heavens. The flame lotus exploded and flames ignited the world. After that, countless runes appeared in the air, burning. The laws of the heavenly Daos can also be ignited. What kind of flame is this? Startled cries rang out. The laws of flames were contained within the laws of the heavenly Daos. In other words, they were under restrictions. However, the laws of the heavenly Daos around Yi Liangchen were now burning. The flames of this world cannot possibly burn the laws. The only possibility then, is that these flames come from a different world, guessed one expert. The flames unfurled, filling the air. Within those flames, they saw a figure rapidly retreating. It was Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen had shattered the world extermination flame lotus, but he himself was blown back by its explosive power. At this moment, his right foot was covered in flames, which only slowly extinguished after a few seconds. He snorted, "So you have a few tricks. These flames aren't bad, but they can't do anything to me." The stars behind Yi Liangchen revolved. It was as if he existed within the cosmos. As the river of stars flowed, limitless energy flowed toward him. With this power, he could suppress the karmic hell flames that could otherwise burn any other expert. Hence, it could be seen that Yi Liangchen's wild arrogance had true power to back it up. Standing there, the laws of the heavenly Daos prostrated themselves toward him. Stars illuminate the cosmos. This is a manifestation from the immortal era, one that has reached the divine rankings and is ranked 36th. I didn't expect that I would get to see such a manifestation in my lifetime, sighed Taoist Heavenly Feather. Senior, what is so amazing about this manifestation? Asked Ku Jianying. Everyone else's ears perked up. In truth, there are many starry manifestations but only one amongst the divine rankings. However, it is split into 2 names. One is called Stars Illuminate the Cosmos, while the other is called Stars Move the Cosmos. The former refers to laws, the latter refers to power. However, these are just legends passed down from that time. We'll only know the truth if we keep watching, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Senior's knowledge is admirable. Everyone sighed inside. Taoist Heavenly Feather was truly a god-like existence. It was as if there was nothing in this world that she didn't know. Most curious of all, the The rumors had been that Taoist Heavenly Feather's cultivation base was only at the peak of Nether Passage. However, now that more people had reached that realm, they were still unable to sense her cultivation base. Her aura had always been flat, as if she was a mortal who didn't know how to cultivate. Yet, it also felt like that of a supreme expert who had comprehended life, death, and samsara. It was impossible to see through her. However, whatever her cultivation base was, her position, character, and learning had always been extremely admirable and respectable. That was why the Dongfang family head's provocation toward her had drawn the ire of so many people. With this explanation from Taoist Heavenly Feather, everyone stared closely at the two people in the sky. A battle on this level was something that might not occur once in many generations, so they had to watch closely. Those memories would be a precious experience for their descendants. Two people stood in the air, one with a river of stars behind him and the other with a divine ring. Both of them were blazing with killing intent. Yi Liangchen, you stole the lead this time, but if you can't handle him within an incense stick's worth of time, I will have to make my move, said Zhang Wuchen coldly. He was one step slower than Yi Liangchen, but considering his status, there was no way he would attack now. Two sovereign sprouts attacking the same person. No matter how that was explained, it would be considered a loss of face. He would then be turned into a laughingstock of the divine families. He couldn't interfere. Thus, he gave Yi Liangchen a warning. An incense stick's worth of time. Are you looking down on me or overestimating him? If I wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take the slightest effort. Yi Liangchen was suddenly interrupted by a hand reaching out of the void. It swung in a beautiful arc to strike his arrogant face. Immediately, Yi Liangchen's face distorted from the slap. The light of the stars around his face was shattered, and he shot back along with a sharp shriek, slamming into the ground. A large hole appeared in the ground, and giant cracks spread far into the distance. Only now did Long Chen's figure reappear. I've had enough of your unchanging act. Let's not waste words. Whoever wants to kill me can come at me together. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Shouted Long Chen, his voice filled with unquestionable domineeringness. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. One moment, Yi Liangchen had appeared exceptionally domineering, but in the next instant, he was sent flying by a slap to the face. Furthermore, Long Chen had truly been impossibly fast. His movement looked like teleportation as there wasn't the slightest ripple in space whatsoever. Teleportation was just a saying for a kind of instant transportation. In the minds of most people, teleportation was the result of pushing speed to the pinnacle, making it look like instant movement. However, that was not entirely true. Just like transportation formations, teleportation required folding the world. By finding the correct spatial node and accurately calculating the positions, it was possible to shuttle through space. The difference was that no matter how fast you were, you had to accumulate energy. That would give a sign to your opponent that you were about to make a move. On the other hand, true teleportation was said to only be possible for those above Nether Passage. In the heaven-merging realm, perhaps some people could come into contact with the profundities of space. The tortoise elder that had launched a sneak attack at Long Chen had used a kind of teleportation art to catch Long Chen off guard. However, at that time, people hadn't had time to be shocked by that technique before he was killed by Long Chen. The death of a heaven-merging expert had caused people to overlook his teleportation technique. Therefore, now that Long Chen was also using a teleportation technique to strike Yi Liangchen, everyone was dumbfounded. After that, Long Chen vanished once more, reappearing in front of Zhang Wuchen. He smoothly slapped Zhang Wuchen across the face as well, sending him flying. Long Chen had slapped the faces of two sovereign sprouts. He was truly heaven-defying. Because Long Chen's speed was so fast, he appeared like a phantom, and even two sovereign sprouts couldn't dodge his slaps. How can there be teleportation within the Nether Passage realm? Demanded an elder from the neutral faction, stunned. He was an elder who had reached the level of being called a living fossil. His cultivation base had also reached the heaven-merging realm. However, it was because he had reached this realm that he was so shocked. Even amongst those who could reach the heaven-merging realm, not everyone could comprehend a teleportation art. This elder knew that the tortoise elder's teleportation art was the result of a teleportation art merging with his innate divine ability. It was not a pure teleportation art. However, what Long Chen was using was clearly a pure teleportation art. If someone as powerful as this elder could only grasp the slightest superficial understanding of such a technique, how could Long Chen freely use it? That was unbelievable. The heaven-merging realm refers to becoming one with the heavenly Taos. At that level, you must be able to control space and spatial laws as they are part of the heavenly Taos. However, that does not mean that you must wait until the heaven-merging realm to control space. As long as you possess a domain you are in absolute control of, you can do the same, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. After hearing this, the elder bowed toward Taoist Heavenly Feather. Many thanks for clearing up the confusion. This junior is too foolish. Even within my manifestation domain, I cannot accomplish teleportation. The elder was actually calling himself a junior in front of Taoist Heavenly Feather. Hence, the entire scene looked like an old man bowing toward a young woman. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. Although the world of a manifestation can be considered a kind of domain, a manifestation is still a manifestation. It is not a true world as the laws inside are incomplete. Furthermore, when it is unleashed, it will clash with the laws of the martial heaven continent. Naturally, there is no way to be in complete control of the spatial laws to teleport. What Long Chen is using to teleport is not his manifestation but his own power. After that, the elder suddenly came to a realization and bowed deeply toward Taoist Heavenly Feather to express his thanks. The earth exploded, and two figures charged toward Long Chen at the same time. I'll slaughter you. Both Yi Liangchen and Zhang Wuchen roared at Long Chen. At the same time, Zhang Wuchen summoned his manifestation, and a berserk roar rang out as the world darkened. Zhang Wuchen's manifestation was a towering black ape that beat its chest with its fist, unleashing a violent roar. With every beat of its chest, the world shuddered. Every beat made people feel like their own hearts would beat out of their chests. Another manifestation of the immortal era, Ape King roars at the nine heavens, ranked 33rd on the divine manifestation rankings, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Everyone was startled. Zhang Wuchen's manifestation was ranked even higher than Yi Liangchen's. Could he be even stronger than Yi Liangchen? As two sovereign sprouts attacked Long Chen at the same time, their power caused the world to change color. Two manifestations on the level of the divine rankings raged. Right now, all the experts present had retreated, afraid of being drawn into this terrifying current. The Dragonblood warriors stood in the air, clenching their fists. They knew that their boss was giving a display of power by challenging two sovereign sprouts at once. Long Chen had said that the current Dragonblood Legion had been forced to the point of no return. If they wanted to survive, they had to launch a counterattack. They had to forcibly open a path of living within the chaotic tide. Hence, the Dragonblood warriors' blood had long since started boiling. They were prepared for a huge battle. As their leader, Long Chen couldn't retreat. Facing two sovereign sprouts, he spread his hands. The three figures clashed together at the same time, unleashing an explosion of divine light. Chapter 2556 Help You Out. The blinding light was the result of multicolored runes exploding. They emitted a blinding light like the sun. When the light slowly faded, it was possible to see three vague figures within. From their general outlines, it was possible to tell who they were. Zhang Wuchen's giant body made him very easy to recognize, but Yi Liangchen and Long Chen's figures weren't so easy to tell apart. However, since two of them were attacking one person, the person at the center had to be Long Chen. What happened with Long Chen? How can he block the attacks of two sovereign sprouts by himself? Everyone was startled to see this. It seemed that Long Chen had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation in the star-field divine world. Three people were clashing against each other, and berserk energy was constantly exploding from their palms, bursting out like sharp blades, shredding the void around them. Long Chen suddenly roared. At this moment, his six-color divine ring rapidly spun, and power exploded out of his palms like a volcano. With a final explosion, Zhang Wuchen and Yi Liangchen were knocked back. Zhang Wuchen retreated 4 steps, each step causing the void to shatter like ice. Meanwhile, the ground beneath him exploded, unable to bear that power. As for Yi Liangchen, he was directly sent flying. His manifestation shuddered, attempting to stabilize him but failing. Even 1 against 2, Long Chen could force back his opponents. He actually had the advantage against two sovereign sprouts. Long Aoshan was startled, not having expected Long Chen to be so powerful. However, now that things had reached this point, there was no way this battle would end any time soon. After all, Long Chen had just slapped the faces of two sovereign sprouts. There was no way they would take that lying down. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to accept such humiliation, let alone prideful sovereign sprouts like Yi Liangchen and Zhang Wuchen. At this moment, Yi Liangchen and Zhang Wuchen were ashen, killing intent exploding out of them. Yi Liangchen shouted, "Get out of the way. I'll kill him, he's mine, you scram." Zhang Wuchen reached out and grabbed the giant hatchet behind him. Despite the hatchet not attacking yet, its sharp aura had sliced through the void. Zhang Wuchen was fully enraged now. Long Chen's slap was extremely humiliating, making him feel like he was going insane. Zhang Wuchen was like a wild magical beast charging toward Long Chen. He was wielding his hatchet, which was a divine item with an exceedingly ancient history. Its fierce aura caused a rumbling that made people feel like their souls would flee. "You scram, his life belongs to me." Yi Liangchen also attacked and a sword appeared in his hand. His sword had countless star patterns along it, as if millions of stars had been condensed inside of it. "You want to kill me? Just the two of you?" Long Chen snorted and Evilmoon appeared in his hand. With a single step, he appeared in front of the charging Yi Liangchen and unleashed a slash. Long Chen's attack was identical to Yi Liangchen's. His saber was slashing at his opponent's head just like Yi Liangchen's sword. There was no feint or trick. Long Chen was truly undergoing a suicidal exchange with Yi Liangchen. Was Long Chen trying to force him to change moves midway? Yi Liangchen twitched. This was clearly an attempt at forcing him to concede and retreat, which would allow Long Chen to grasp the initiative. As a result, Yi Liangchen turned his sword. He had no choice but to switch to defense because he had no confidence in blocking Long Chen's attack with something else. Evilmoon then slashed heavily into Yi Liangchen's sword, sending him back several steps. One unleashed a full-strength attack, while the other was forced to switch techniques midway. Yi Liangchen was naturally at a disadvantage. Most shocking of all, he realized that a portion of his power was sucked away by Long Chen. How is that possible? Yi Liangchen found this difficult to believe, as his astral energy came from his manifestation. Only he was able to control this power. If anyone else tried to absorb it, the curse of the stars would kill them. Just at that moment, Zhang Wuchen's hatchet fell. This attack had been accumulating power this entire time, so it possessed the power to topple mountains and invert the seas. "Go fuck yourself." Long Chen swept his saber out, not forgetting to add a few words. A sinister aura exploded out of Evilmoon. At this moment, two divine items crashed together with shooting stars, and a huge explosion boomed. Intense sound waves spread through the air. As a result, some disciples with weaker cultivation bases held their ears as blood flowed out of them. The only sound they could hear was that booming sound, and they couldn't even hear their own screams. Some disciples even directly fainted. The sound waves possessed a strange law to them, so even though they were at a great distance and at the end of the sound wave, they were still affected. If they were closer, perhaps their souls would directly shatter. In front of countless shocked gazes, Zhang Wuchen tumbled back. This giant seemed powerful, but he seemed inferior to Yi Liangchen. Right now, Zhang Wuchen was shocked and infuriated. He almost spat out blood, but even as it rose into his throat, he forcibly swallowed it back down. Zhang Wuchen clearly sensed that Long Chen's attack just now contained Yi Liangchen's power as well. Did he actually borrow Yi Liangchen's astral energy? "Yi Liangchen, what are you doing? Are you lending him your power?" Zhang Wuchen roared furiously, blaming Yi Liangchen. Perhaps that way, he could win back some face. Using this method, he was telling anyone that he hadn't lost to Long Chen. It was Yi Liangchen who had loaned Long Chen power. Just now, it had been the two of them together to force him back. Yi Liangchen was still shocked, pondering about how Long Chen had taken his astral energy when he heard Zhang Wuchen's cursing. As a result, his fury soared, but he had no way to explain it. Long Chen truly had borrowed a portion of his power, and Zhang Wuchen's announcement had told everyone that he was the loser in the previous exchange. "I told you not to interfere. I'm going to use my full power now, so don't get hurt accidentally." Yi Liangchen snorted, and the river of stars behind him suddenly charged out of his manifestation, transforming into sharp swords. "He's a sword cultivator," exclaimed Yu Zifeng. "A sword cultivator? Aren't sword cultivators only capable of using sword arts?" asked Guo Ran and the others. A sword cultivator could only use the sword, so using other magical arts was a blasphemy to the sword. But Yi Liangchen had previously used his fists and only taken out his sword once he had been slapped by Long Chen. Summoning a river of stars to fight was also not the method of a sword cultivator. If it wasn't Yu Zifeng personally making this statement, no one would believe that Yi Liangchen was a sword cultivator. "I don't understand either, but his stars contain the will of the sword Tao." These attacks are the result of triggering that will. Look carefully at his sword, said Yu Zifeng. When they focused on Yi Liangchen's sword, they suddenly noticed that the stars within were mimicking the swords being unleashed by his manifestation. Is his sword linked to his manifestation? Hence, he can only unleash his greatest power when his manifestation is fully activated, right? Asked Meng Qi. That is most likely the case, said Yu Zifeng. Everyone sucked in a cold gasp of air. If that was true, then Yi Liangchen's strongest state was when those millions of stars were fully activated. Even in his current state, none of them could match him. If he activated all those stars in his manifestation, who could fight him? At this time, star swords streaked toward Long Chen, and he repeatedly swung Evilmoon, blasting them apart. Swords rained down around him, leaving glossy holes in the ground and enveloping him. On the other hand, Zhang Wuchen stood still and watched. After a moment of hesitation, he coldly said, "You still have half an incense stick's worth of time." Although Zhang Wuchen was also angry, attacking Long Chen now would end up with him clashing with Yi Liangchen. So he chose to endure briefly. Long Chen, you had better endure this. You can't die to his hands, or, I, Zhang Wuchen, will kill everyone connected to you, shouted Zhang Wuchen. Suddenly, lightning exploded out of Long Chen. At some point, the void had been filled with lightning runes. They had been hidden before, but now they appeared, transforming the battlefield into a sea of lightning. So that's what was going on. When the sea of lightning appeared, the question that everyone had been pondering was answered. This was how Long Chen was teleporting. He had a lightning domain present that none of them had noticed before. His control over this lightning had reached a practically perfect level to be able to hide it from everyone. The spatial pressure of the battle had increased with the intensity of the fighting, affecting these runes. Hence, he had to increase their power if he wanted to continue teleporting, but this decision would expose them. When those lightning runes appeared, Long Chen's body vanished and he escaped Yi Liangchen's lock, essentially exposing his teleportation secret. However, just as he vanished, Zhang Wuchen's heart turned cold. His hair suddenly stood on end as a sensation of death filled him. After that, he instinctively shot forward and raised his hatchet behind him as a shield. Evilmoon then slammed into the hatchet, exploding with power. Being unable to block the intensity of the clash, Zhang Wuchen coughed up a mouthful of blood and slammed into the ground, raising a giant wave of earth. Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you out. Killing intent blazed within Long Chen's eyes. His divine ring suddenly changed. Now, 3 of the colors were spinning clockwise, while the other 3 spun counterclockwise. 6 stars lit up within his divine ring. Light shot out of the Feng Fu star to the Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, and Nethergate stars, before finally returning to the Feng Fu star, creating a 6-point star. When that 6-point star appeared, Long Chen's blood chi was fully activated, and a berserk power caused the world to shudder. A domineering will filled the air. Boss is finally unleashing his full power, exclaimed Guo Ran. Long Chen had been fully enraged by Zhang Wuchen. Suddenly, Long Chen swung Evilmoon at the earth, striking Zhang Wuchen who was just climbing out of the ground. Chapter 2557 Huo Linger comes out to fight. Zhang Wuchen could feel the world freeze as if a star was crashing toward him. Even before the attack reached him, the pressure made him feel like his body would explode. Zhang Wuchen was shocked. Due to leaving Long Chen to Yi Liangchen, he hadn't fully activated his manifestation. Also, he hadn't expected Yi Liangchen to allow Long Chen to escape his lock. That was why he was now at a disadvantage. Sensing the lethal power of Long Chen's saber, Zhang Wuchen let out a roar, and a rune lit up on his forehead. At the same time, the giant ape king in his manifestation also roared, an identical rune appearing on its forehead. However, before he could accumulate his energy, Long Chen's saber had arrived. Both of them crashed through the earth. The earth trembled and shook, completely deforming. A giant bubble of earth rose out of the ground. That giant bubble finally exploded, sending a mass of rubble in every direction. At this moment, Zhang Wuchen's figure appeared, flying back. Zhang Wuchen is injured. Everyone saw that a foot-long wound had appeared on Zhang Wuchen's chest. His white robes were now stained with blood. It was unknown if it was because all sovereign sprouts wore white robes, but the look of those robes always made them appear rather spiritual and graceful. However, Zhang Wuchen's giant body was unable to give off the same effect. He looked more like a monkey wearing white robes, and it gave off an extremely jarring feeling. Through the cut in his white robes, people saw black under armor beneath. However, even this armor had been cut apart. I really dislike it when people threaten me. A dragon has a reverse scale. If it is touched, it will draw its fury. Since you lack any sense of respect, let's fight with our lives on the line. We'll see whose life is tougher. Long Chen's figure appeared and a wicked aura accumulated around him. Everyone could see his black robes flapping in a wild wind and the icy killing intent in his eyes. His back was bent slightly like a leopard staring at his prey, about to unleash a fatal blow. Just at this moment, star swords came shooting toward Long Chen once more. However, Yi Liangchen couldn't unleash all the stars within his manifestation at once. It seemed that every star needed to attack once in order to fully activate his manifestation. At this moment, a young lady suddenly appeared behind Long Chen. She was wrapped in flames, and flame runes revolved in her eyes. She was forming hand seals. Huo Linger's voice was melodious like an oriole, but her attack was not so warm. Thanks to the help of the Mother Tree and Ling Shi, Huo Linger had fully merged with the Taos of the thousands of flames within the star-field divine world. She now possessed a level of control over all kinds of flames. A normal flame cultivator first learned how to control techniques and hand seals before trying to control flames. But Huo Linger was a spirit of fire, so she didn't need to learn all that. Over the years, Long Chen had given her various treasures, raising her spirituality. Because of this, she knew all kinds of techniques. Furthermore, through hand seals, she could use her flame energy to draw out the world's flame energy, merging the two. That raised her power to the peak and saved her a great deal of energy. During her final days in the star-field divine world, Huo Linger had spent all her time training hand seals. Moreover, those hand seals were not taught to her by Long Chen. They were things that she comprehended herself. Others went from outside in, but Huo Linger was the opposite. Rather than the normal path of flame cultivators, she used her flames to make hand seals, not the other way around. At this moment, flames burst forth and giant flame dragons crashed into the star swords. The flame dragons and star swords exploded when they met. Who is she? I've never seen her before. People were startled to see a new character who was capable of blocking Yi Liangchen's swords. Even if those swords were just a process of Yi Liangchen fully activating his manifestation, every single one of them possessed the power to kill an Empyrean at the peak of the Nether Passage realm. With tens of thousands of them flying through the air at once, even a peak heavenly genius would find it difficult to block them. How was this girl that they had never seen before capable of receiving them so easily? Huo Linger, help me block him. Don't let him interfere, said Long Chen. All right, leave him to me. Huo Linger smiled. A flame sword appeared in her hand. This was a 3-foot flame sword that was thin and narrow. It looked very delicate. However, as soon as it appeared, the entire battlefield's space twisted. As Huo Linger swung her sword, a flame dragon shot out, blasting apart a wave of the star swords. Startled cries rang out. This girl was actually able to unleash such an attack. A sea of flames spread through the battlefield, enveloping Yi Liangchen. At that moment, Huo Linger vanished and reappeared in front of Yi Liangchen, unleashing another slash of her sword. That's Long Chen's technique. Huo Linger was teleporting as well. Anywhere there were flames, she could freely teleport. Scram! Yi Liangchen slashed with his starry sword. Yi Liangchen hastily retreated, and people were shocked to find flames burning him. It seemed that his expression wasn't very good. Yi Liangchen found that these flames were not so simple. They were causing his blood qi to surge chaotically, making him feel uneasy. Furthermore, they were capable of even igniting his astral energy. What kind of flames are these? Roared Yi Liangchen. His astral energy had never been affected by any kind of flame before. These unknown flames were shocking. Big brother Long Chen told me not to talk to strangers, so I can't tell you, especially since you're a bad egg who's going against him. Huo Linger shook her head and attacked once more. The sword in her hand was condensed of the purest power of the karmic hell flames. Although the true karmic hell flames had been absorbed and these karmic hell flames were an imitation that lacked their full power, they had at least retained a bit of the karmic hell flames' special abilities. The karmic hell flames were something that even gods were afraid of. If these were the netherworld's true karmic hell flames, Yi Liangchen would already be incinerated. Despite being an imitation, these karmic hell flames were not so simple either. Yi Liangchen's astral energy was being burned, and his manifestation was greatly disturbed. Like this, Yi Liangchen was unable to unleash the full power of his manifestation. You want to stop me? Long Chen, you really are despicable. Then today, I'll kill this little girl of yours. Yi Liangchen sneered. He stopped trying to activate his manifestation and instead attacked directly with his sword. The stars within his sword blazed with light, like it was a river of stars. As it slashed down, spacetime was suddenly thrown into chaos. What a terrifying sword! Look at the stars in his manifestation. It seems that 1/10 of them have been activated. If he activates them all, just how powerful will he be? The crowd turned ashen. Now they knew why some geniuses were called sovereign sprouts. They were existences that they couldn't touch. Compared to them, the various geniuses of the martial heaven continent were merely ordinary. The difference was too great. If the sovereign sprouts were already on this level, then just how powerful were actual sovereigns? No wonder it was said that they were undefeatable existences. Their power could not be imagined. At this moment, this sword was slicing through the void, destroying even the surrounding flames. Looking at what was happening, Huo Linger formed hand seals with her left hand as she held her sword in her right hand. After that, images appeared over her fingertips, and flame runes condensed into giant walls before her. In an instant, over 100 flame walls appeared. One-handed seals. Startled cries rang out. Huo Linger had just made over 100 hand seals in the blink of an eye. Was she really human? Every hand seal required the body, heart, and will to work together. There couldn't be the slightest error. To create 7 hand seals in one breath could rank someone amongst geniuses. The strongest record was someone creating 17 hand seals in an instant. That record had never been touched. However, Huo Linger had made over 100 hand seals in an instant, and this completely toppled their understanding of hand seals. They felt like they were going crazy. Having to endure Yi Liangchen's attack, the flame walls were exploding one by one. When the final wall was broken, Huo Linger swung her sword. With a final explosion, Yi Liangchen's attack was shattered. The flame walls had constantly ground down his sword's power. By the time it broke the final wall, it was essentially out of power, so Huo Linger easily destroyed it. Everyone sighed in amazement. They had sensed just how terrifying Yi Liangchen's attack was. This meant that Huo Linger's flame walls were also incredibly powerful. Suddenly, flame runes shuddered and condensed into countless dragons that surrounded Yi Liangchen. After that, Yi Liangchen's sword danced in the air, unleashing streaks of sword chi that destroyed the flame dragons. Looking at this, Huo Linger extended her left hand once more. Her fingers danced as she quickly created hand seals. It was impossible to even see her fingers clearly. As she rapidly formed hand seals, more flame dragons appeared within the sea of flames. Following that, the people heard the roars of various beasts. Then flame swords, flame sabers, flame spears, flame chains, the flame runes condensed into countless weapons and beasts, all attacking Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen's sword was fast, but Huo Linger's speed with which she formed hand seals was even faster. Her attacks came in an unending stream. Furthermore, her flame energy continued to spread, and the world's flame energy was rapidly being summoned here. A giant flame domain was constantly growing around Huo Linger and Yi Liangchen. At this moment, various flame manifestations were constantly attacking Yi Liangchen. Weapons, beasts, prisons, mountains, countless shapes and forms attacked. Is she really human? People stared at Huo Linger in shock. Chapter 2558 Phoenix roams the heavens. What is going on? Am I going crazy? Senior, please help explain things to us, begged an elder to Taoist Heavenly Feather. Such a thing should theoretically not be spoken of. After all, this was most likely some kind of secret of Huo Linger, something taboo for others to know. But seeing Huo Linger rapidly forming hand seals with no pause, these experts were starting to question their own existences. She had formed over 1,000 seals in just a few breaths. This hand seal rate is inhuman. Is there some kind of trick behind it? Others also wished to know what was going on. Amongst all of them, Taoist Heavenly Feather had the highest seniority, the greatest experience, and was the most erudite. Perhaps she was the only one who could know. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled. You are correct. She truly isn't human. A human cannot do this, not even a sovereign. Then, she is a spirit of fire that has taken human form. Being made of flames, all flame arts are under her control. Her hand seals use her flame energy to draw out the world's flame energy. Countless variations are undergone with the casual turns of her hand. There are flame spirit bodies, ice spirit bodies, but whether they are natural or artificial, they are not true spiritual bodies. Since this girl is a condensation of flames, she has a true spiritual body. There's nothing curious about her being able to use flame arts, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. But she possesses her own soul. She even has bloodline energy. Are we sensing it wrong? Your senses are not wrong. But don't look at me. I've lived for many years, but I have not seen everything. In theory, a fire spirit is the same as ordinary earth flame spirit beasts. They possess a trace of spirituality, but lack spiritual strength. They can condense a form, but lack a bloodline foundation. As for Long Chen's flame spirit, I don't know why she is the same as a person, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Even she was unable to answer everyone's questions. All things had spirits, but there were laws differentiating them. A flame spirit was always low level, and no matter how great its spirituality grew, there was a limit. That was an iron law. However, Huolinger had broken this iron law. Not only did she look like a person, but she also seemed to possess her own flesh and blood. Her soul was the same case. Her intelligence was an equal match with a human's, and she had even learned hand seals. There was no way to explain this. Explosions constantly rang out from within the flames. Flame runes whirled around, but it was impossible to see Yi Liangchen. Through these explosions, it was clear that he was trying to escape Huolinger's prison. However, Huolinger's hand seals changed quickly, and an unending stream of flame arts submerged Yi Liangchen. No matter how he attacked, he was unable to escape her flame domain. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Liangchen's voice rang out from within the flames. It seemed that being trapped by a flame spirit was extremely infuriating for him. But it also seemed that he was helpless to do anything to Huolinger temporarily. He could only slowly exhaust her. After all, she was currently controlling a giant flame domain. That had to use up an enormous amount of energy. She couldn't last forever. Big brother Long Chen told me that all I had to do was to trap you. I've accomplished my mission. Huolinger giggled, her face completely pure and innocent. How powerful. She actually managed to trap Yi Liangchen. So Long Chen is in possession of a flame spirit capable of imprisoning a sovereign sprout. Yi Liangchen was most likely too careless. Perhaps he wanted to give a display of power to intimidate others as a stalling tactic. If he could activate another tenth of his stars, perhaps this flame spirit would be unable to trap him. To put it frankly, a square-faced man suddenly shook his head. He tried acting like a badass, only to end up being a dumbass. Finished off someone else. I'm not the one to say it. The square-faced man pretended not to know anything, but everyone understood. There was actually someone with such a loose mouth as to say such a thing. The person with the loose mouth also had an urge to slap himself. He had essentially just cursed Yi Liangchen. If Yi Liangchen learned of it, he would lose his life. Hence, he glared at the square-faced man, cursing him for leaving this hole for him to jump into. But he could only blame himself for directly jumping in. Suddenly, a startled cry interrupted them. A saber image descended from the heavens, and everyone hastily dodged to the side. The saber image slashed a narrow and deep ditch in the ground. Unfortunately, one expert was rather slow and was cut by the wind. Cracks covered his entire body, and he instantly grew still, afraid of moving an inch. After that, a wood element expert extended a hand, sending life energy into his body. This third step nether passage expert slowly began to recover. The people beside him involuntarily gulped. They felt their throats turn dry and their bodies turn cold. Just the wind from the saber image was enough to almost kill them. Just how powerful was the real attack? They looked over, but there were too many flames to see. They were unable to see anything. This saber that had descended from the heavens had truly been frightening. I feel like we should find a different place to watch from. This place doesn't have good feng shui, proposed one person before fleeing. The flames here blocked their sight, so they couldn't see what was happening with Long Chen and Zhang Wuchen. Hence, they were unable to dodge their attacks in time. If it hadn't been for that timely warning, who knew how many of them would have died just now? With Huolinger blocking Yi Liangchen, Long Chen was going all out. His 6-star battle armor was at full power. As Long Chen injured, the people who retreated and managed to get a view from around the sea of flames saw Long Chen covered in blood. They were startled to see this, but they were even more shocked to see Zhang Wuchen. He had grown even larger than before. He looked like a giant devil ape. Every swing of his hatchet possessed enough power to shatter stars. Zhang Wuchen had used some unknown technique, and his eyes had turned scarlet. Those were no longer the eyes of a human. He was like a wild beast. At this moment, Zhang Wuchen's body was covered in a dozen wounds. Every one of those wounds was deep enough that they could see bone. Blood was splashing out of both of them as they fought. The most shocking thing was that as their focus had been on Huolinger, something had happened to cause Zhang Wuchen's aura to slowly fall. Meanwhile, Long Chen's aura was as fierce as ever. Long Chen's saber slammed into Zhang Wuchen's hatchet, knocking it aside and giving him the space to land a kick on Zhang Wuchen's jaw. A cracking sound rang out. What happened during this time? Zhang Wuchen activated his manifestation and transformed into a monster, but he still can't beat Long Chen. Furthermore, it seems that his mind is affected, allowing Long Chen to injure him multiple times. If it was anyone else, they would probably have been hacked to death already. The spectators were now spread all around the battlefield. Some people were entirely focused on Long Chen and ignored the fight between Huolinger and Yi Liangchen. After breaking Zhang Wuchen's jaw, Long Chen slashed Evilmoon at Zhang Wuchen's head without hesitation. However, a golden sword appeared in his way, blocking him. Feng Fei was actually joining in the fight as she was from the same family as Zhang Wuchen. However, by interfering now, did that not signify that Zhang Wuchen had lost? Sparks flew. Feng Fei was actually blown back, and her manifestation shuddered, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Feng Fei was startled by this. Only upon blocking Long Chen's attack did she truly grasp just how powerful he was. The power contained within his saber only erupted the instant it made contact with its target. This saber contained a domineering will that had almost shattered her manifestation. If her manifestation shattered, she would lose her heavenly Tao energy, and that would leave her open to be killed by Long Chen. Feng Fei had no choice but to interfere. In her eyes, Zhang Wuchen had already lost. Long Chen's attacks were bizarre, and the injuries he caused could not be healed by heavenly Tao energy. Although Long Chen was also covered in blood, that was caused entirely by himself. He was unable to perfectly handle the power of the 9-star hegemon body art, resulting in his body slowly tearing itself apart. As those injuries were not given to him by Zhang Wuchen, Feng Fei couldn't allow Zhang Wuchen's defeat to look too terrible. 2 against 1, 3 against 1, it doesn't matter. Come. Long Chen snorted and raised Evilmoon once more. His killing intent did not flag at all. Zhang Wuchen had used his family to threaten him, and he could not endure this. Phoenix roams the heavens. Feng Fei was rapidly forming hand seals and condensed her manifestation. After that, a brilliant phoenix cry rang out. A phoenix then came flying out of her manifestation, unleashing rainbow light that dyed the world in its color. As soon as it appeared, any who looked at it felt a sharp pain in their souls. The phoenix cry shook their minds. What a powerful soul art! Meng Qi's expression changed. She could sense just how terrifying this attack was. This phoenix was not as simple as just being part of her manifestation. It possessed its own will. The phoenix spread its wings and charged at Long Chen. Runes lit up on its body, and a strange sound filled the air. Ah! Countless disciples screamed, clutching their heads. That sound was like iron nails scraping each other. It wasn't a loud sound, but it pierced their ears and into the depths of their souls. Don't try the same trick against me twice. The star in Long Chen's divine ring that represented the divine gate star suddenly blazed with light. Light also exploded out of Evilmoon as Long Chen's spiritual strength erupted. Evilmoon slashed down. The divine gate star shuddered, supporting Evilmoon with its power. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Feng Fei's giant phoenix was cleanly cut in two. A miserable shriek rang out through the air. Chapter 2559 Untamable. This terrifying phoenix was a soul art, not a true physical body. However, it was still cleaved in two by Long Chen's saber. As a result, Feng Fei instantly turned as pale as paper. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and the phoenix's mournful cry rang out as it fell from the sky. At this moment, Feng Fei was filled with disbelief. Last time, she had used this move in an attempt to suppress Long Chen in front of the headquarters of the Ancient Family Alliance. However, that had provoked Long Chen's divine gate star, resulting in a fierce counterattack that ended with both of them injured. Feng Fei had ended up treating that time as a mystery, but she hadn't cared particularly because she had not used her full power. At that time, this technique had still been in an embryonic state. Its power was now many times greater. This attack contained a phoenix's soul essence that she used her soul to nourish. It was a priceless treasure of the divine families, something unique with no duplicate even within the divine families. In her youth, this strand of soul essence had been placed in her soul to be raised as her most loyal housepet. When she used this soul art, the phoenix's soul essence supported it. Such a soul art contained the divine might of a phoenix, making it an incredibly powerful move. However, even such a powerful move was cut in two by Long Chen. Her phoenix soul essence was injured. Last time you were so forceful. I didn't know how to use soul arts, nor did I wish to expose my trump cards because of you. That's the only reason you managed to injure me. This is the constant look of the divine families, arrogant idiots who think the world belongs to them. I give you face, but you don't give face. The big picture, the lives of the world, righteousness, you don't care about any of them. By blaming us for all these, when we don't listen to your orders, are you taking us for fools? Since you don't want to get along, we can all just trap ourselves. We'll see who dies first. Long Chen stepped forward and slashed Evilmoon at Feng Fei once more. In the distance, Long Aoshan's expression darkened. Long Chen's cursing had included him as well. He then narrowed his eyes. The Long family had sent him in order to form a good relationship with Long Chen. The Long family's higher-ups had already figured out Long Chen's character. He was someone who repaid debts. As long as they gave him a favor, they could easily get closer. If Long Aoshan could pull Long Chen in, it would be equivalent to pulling in the Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Alliance, and the Zon Beasts as well. However, Long Aoshan had his own pride, and he was resistant to helping Long Chen. That was because Long Chen had snubbed their faces back in the day. Furthermore, Long Aoshan didn't really care about the Martial Heaven Continent's people. He didn't think there was anyone useful amongst them that could help him. But since the family head had ordered him, he had no choice but to come. He knew that this was not something only involving him. It implicated the competition between all four families. Although he was unwilling, he still had to come. However, he hadn't expected that Long Chen wouldn't even give him a chance to interfere. Long Chen's power was truly stunning. He had been standing in the distance the entire time, just waiting for Long Chen to fall into crisis so that he could save Long Chen. That was the order that the Long family head had given him. Unfortunately, Long Chen's arrogance greatly displeased him. Long Chen was publicly challenging the divine families, and this further antagonized him. Zhang Wuchen charged over. Despite being covered in blood, he blocked Long Chen. In exchange, he was sent flying once more. Zhang Wuchen was no longer in his peak state. After being repeatedly injured so badly, his blood chi was no longer at full capacity. On the other hand, it seemed that Long Chen was still as strong as ever. Even sovereign sprouts can't stop him. It seems that Long Chen truly has the ability to suppress Zhao Rishan. When they heard that Long Chen had suppressed Zhao Rishan, they assumed that he had done so with the full power of the Dragonblood Legion. Now it seemed that he had no need for such a thing. Zhang Wuchen's defeat was already clear. In terms of power, he was at an absolute disadvantage. As for Feng Fei, she was injured after only one blow. On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Liangchen was still trapped by Huo Linger. Was there anyone who could stop him now? Zhang Wuchen roared. A berserk expression appeared on his face. Zhang Wuchen's chest suddenly began to glow. In that instant, the world flickered and an intense feeling of death swamped Long Chen's heart. You can't. Feng Fei turned grave and charged over at Zhang Wuchen. Suddenly, a hand slammed into Zhang Wuchen's chest. The light that was gathering there shattered. You've gone mad. If you activate your spirit bone now, you will no longer be qualified to become a sovereign. The one who had interfered was surprisingly Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan's movements were extremely bizarre. He was completely silent, like a phantom. No one had sensed him move. Long Aoshan's actions caused Zhang Wuchen to cough up a mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly dropped. Feng Fei supported Zhang Wuchen. Examining his chest, she finally sighed with relief. Long Chen looked at Long Aoshan. Are you joining in as well? I came to save you. We can stop here. Long Aoshan frowned. Save me, ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed. What a huge joke. The only one in this world that can save me is myself. From the star, field divine world, I can tell that your divine families are not interested in fighting against the tribulation of the Dark Era. You don't care about the lives of the Martial Heaven Continent. You're so busy fighting each other that you aren't even aware of yourselves. You act like gods, like others owe you something. It's like the slightest offense against you deserves complete annihilation. Sorry, I don't care how strong you are, but I'm no longer associating with you. This bastard threatened me just now, so I'm going to kill him. You now have two options, either leave or take out your weapon. Long Chen, you are too arrogant. Barked Long Aoshan. Me, arrogant? Am I as arrogant as you sovereign sprouts? Back in the immemorial path, you were so arrogant that you didn't give a damn about other people's lives. Others were undergoing tribulation, but you suddenly charged in. Others begged you to let them live, but what did you do? Other than disdainfully sneering at them, what else did you do? There's no need for more words. Are you getting out of the way or not? The more Long Chen talked, the angrier he became. The hatred toward the four of them from back then was now unleashed. Back then, Yu Xiaochen was undergoing her tribulation and almost died due to their tribulation. Long Chen had begged them to slow down and allow her to pass. After all, her tribulation was almost over, and she would need at most a few breaths of time. However, the four of them hadn't cared about either of them. Long Chen was powerless to interfere in Yu Xiaochen's tribulation, but fortunately she had managed to pass with her own power. At that time, Long Chen's hatred had started simmering toward the four of them, and upon entering the star-field divine world, Long Chen had given up any hope toward the Long family. The Long family had not given him any information about what was inside, and he refused to believe that they didn't know Zhao Rishan would be coming in. He refused to believe that they didn't know about the 10,000 dragon nest or the mother tree. Moreover, the sea demon race, Pill Valley, the corrupt path, and the divine families had colluded to bait him into the territory of the mother tree in order to kill him. He refused to believe that this was not prearranged. In Long Chen's view, the star-field divine world had been a trap. Although it wasn't necessarily set up by the Long family, they had known about it and not told him. This was a betrayal. Now that he was facing Long Aoshan, his past and current enmity had combined. Hence, Long Chen was filled with killing intent. He would no longer be working together with the divine families. In the star-field divine world, he had sworn not to rely on others but himself. Long Chen pointed Evilmoon at Long Aoshan's nose. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen was planning on challenging all four sovereign sprouts at once. Long Aoshan stared at Long Chen. He slowly clenched his fists. I was thinking of helping you, but since you refused to recognize kindness, don't blame me. Just as Long Aoshan was about to make his move, rumbling filled the air. A horrifying pressure crashed down upon heaven and earth. Long Chen, release Rishan or I will slaughter your entire family. A furious roar rang out. The void rumbled and collapsed, revealing a black hand. As the hand pulled at the void, an old woman walked out. Tearing through the void, it's a heaven-merging expert. Startled cries rang out. This person seemed even stronger than the previous heaven-merging experts. This exceedingly ancient-looking woman was covered in wrinkles, and there were countless spots on her skin. She was withered like firewood. It looked like a puff of wind could blow her away. However, her hands were black and sharp like bird claws. Her nails were very long and looked like they were made of metal. As soon as the old woman appeared, her figure shook and Long Chen felt a chill. He had been locked onto. Without thinking, Long Chen swung Evilmoon. His attack then landed firmly on a withered claw. As a result, Long Chen's body quivered, and the flesh on his arm almost tore itself off his bones. He flew back. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. This person knew true teleportation, so he was unable to grasp her location. He had relied entirely on his years of experience and sense of danger to instinctively block her attack. He had randomly guessed correctly. You have some skill. The old woman was somewhat surprised. Her figure once more vanished. Long Chen swung Evilmoon behind him, once more accurately blocking her attack. However, this time he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, tumbling away. The old woman snorted at being blocked twice. She was about to continue attacking when Long Chen suddenly took out something that made her expression change. Chapter 2560 The Heavens Weep. Old bitch, do you want to continue? Why aren't you attacking? Long Chen was holding a golden-foot-tall miniature human. It was Zhao Rishan. Zhao Rishan was covered in runes. This was a formation that Sha Chen had set up to prevent him from escaping. Seeing Long Chen covered in blood, the rest of the Dragonblood Legion immediately charged over. They then stood behind Long Chen, facing the old woman. Just at this moment, Yi Liangchen finally escaped his restrictions. The Sea of Flames vanished and Huo Linger also appeared behind Long Chen. Yi Liangchen was ashen. He had been trapped for a long time. Moreover, Huo Linger's attacks were too difficult to deal with. Hundreds of different attacks had come at him with every blink of an eye, so he hadn't even had a chance to breathe. He had sensed Huo Linger's power starting to drop and had been preparing to break free when Huo Linger suddenly released him of her own accord. That was essentially announcing to everyone that he hadn't been able to do anything to Huo Linger. He was actually defeated by a simple housebit of Long Chen's. Killing intent blazed in his eyes. However, after seeing the old woman, he didn't say anything. That was because this old woman was the current head of the Zhao family. The seniors of the divine families had not been intending on interfering this time. They were leaving things to the junior generation. Most likely, the Zhao family head had furiously charged over upon learning that Zhao Rishan had been captured. In her fury, she didn't care about status or seniority. Long Chen was now holding Zhao Rishan in front of her. A sneer appeared on his face. "Come over and test me. I'll immediately crush Zhao Rishan. I've never spoken any empty threats in this lifetime. If you don't believe it, you are welcome to try it." The old woman was startled, infuriated, and aggrieved to see the listless Zhao Rishan. She shouted, "Release him immediately. Do you think I'm an idiot? Why would I release him?" Long Chen looked at her contemptuously. Although he didn't know her status, based on her care for Zhao Rishan, she was definitely one of his ancestors. The last two attacks had caused cracks to appear in Long Chen's bones. Most terrifying of all was that this woman was capable of reflecting a portion of Long Chen's power to further injure him. Long Chen wasn't afraid of anyone, but this old woman made him feel a sense of profound powerlessness. Her realm was far higher than his. Compared to the heaven-merging sea demons he had killed, the difference was like heaven and earth. Furthermore, her teleportation art came without the slightest warning. If it weren't for the sharp senses of the 9-star hegemon body art, he might not have been able to stop even the first attack. To fight against such a terrifying opponent head-on was definitely not wise. His arrogance had not reached the point of thinking that he was unrivaled beneath the heavens. "If something happens to Zhao Rishan, I swear that you and your people will all suffer endless torment. Even death will become extremely luxurious for you." The old woman glared at Long Chen with rancor. "Ha ha ha." Long Chen raised his head and laughed. That laughter was filled with fury. As expected, the divine families, from top to bottom, only knew how to threaten people. It was as if they truly felt that they were gods, and any defiance was blasphemy. "Long Chen, release me and you can still live," shouted Zhao Rishan. "Ha ha ha." Long Chen continued to laugh, however, his wild laughter suddenly became filled with killing intent. That sharp killing intent caused the world to change color. Not good. This is a premonition of. People looked up to see that the sky had turned gloomy. Faint drops of rain were starting to fall, and the sound of the rain was like crying. A mournful feeling appeared in the air. "The heavens weep," Taoist Heavenly Feather muttered. Long Chen clenched his hand and Zhao Rishan exploded. In that instant, the world turned dark. Time seemed to stand still. Long Aoshan, Yi Liangshan, Zhang Wuchen, and Feng Fei were all dumbfounded. Long Chen really had killed Zhao Rishan. Golden specks of light shot out like a firework. After one brilliant explosion, they faded away. Zhao Rishan's aura had vanished without a trace. He died. Whether it was the people from Pill Valley, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Sea Demon Race, or the Corrupt Path, allied powers like the Martial Heaven Alliance, or neutral powers, they were all stunned. They had never imagined that Long Chen would kill one of the Divine Family's sovereign sprouts. They had assumed that Long Chen would use Zhao Rishan as a trump card to keep himself alive. He could then use him to blackmail the Divine Families, making them afraid of making a move on his people. At the very least, he could make the Divine Families swear a poisonous oath to no longer offend him. Then both sides could leave things behind peacefully. However, this trump card was now shattered in front of everyone. Rain poured down and a feeling of mourning filled the world. The heavens were weeping. Legend was that these people were the children of the heavens, the ones adored above all others. Their deaths would cause the heavens to weep. Such a thing previously only existed in legend. But now it appeared before them. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the weeping of the heavens had started before Long Chen killed Zhao Rishan. It had started as soon as the old woman had threatened Long Chen. In other words, her words had set Zhao Rishan's death in stone. The heavens had realized what would happen and started weeping. The old woman simply stared in dumbfounded silence as the golden specks of light faded away. It was only after several breaths that she let out a mournful shriek. "I'll make all of you pay with your lives." The old woman was so enraged that she went crazy. She had never dreamed that Long Chen would dare to kill Zhao Rishan. The Dragonblood warriors summoned their manifestations. Even if they were facing a terrifying heaven-merging expert, they didn't feel the slightest fear. They knew that this battle might end with all of them wiped out. But on the day that they set foot into the cultivation world, they had accepted that death would come sooner or later. The divine family's arrogance had long since infuriated them. Moreover, Zhao Rishan had caused the deaths of over 10 Dragonblood warriors and hundreds of thousands of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. By the same token, this old woman didn't care about right or wrong. She was simply trying to use her superior position to order them around. She had even used their lives to threaten Long Chen, and that was unacceptable to them. When Long Chen crushed Zhao Rishan, all the Dragonblood warriors felt like shouting. This was their boss. Even if they had to die together, they wouldn't endure this kind of humiliation. Go all out against this bitch. It was unknown who shouted this amongst the Martial Heaven Alliance, but hundreds of thousands of their disciples also came to stand behind the Dragonblood Legion. Not one of the Zon beasts retreated. Moreover, the Nangong family, the Baitang family, the elusive Music Immortal Palace, and the Mo Gate all stood behind the Dragonblood Legion. Even if they were facing a supreme expert of the divine families, these juniors did not retreat in fear. They would fight to the death with Long Chen. Of almost 1 million disciples, not one retreated. This scene stunned everyone. Do you think numbers can make it impossible for me to punish you? Since you all want to die, you can die, shouted the old woman. Jianying, prepare the tablet, shouted the old man. Hu Jianying nodded and took out the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet. But just at this moment, Taoist Heavenly Feather stepped forward lightly, suddenly vanishing from sight. Everyone let out startled cries upon seeing Taoist Heavenly Feather appear in front of the old woman, blocking her path. Han Ziqiu, don't meddle in other people's business, barked the old woman. Han Ziqiu. The Dragonblood warriors were startled and looked at Yi Ziqiu. They had the same name. Yi Ziqiu was also startled. She had never heard the true name of Taoist Heavenly Feather. She had never told her. For the old woman to state her name meant that the two of them had to know each other. This startled everyone even more. It seemed that Taoist Heavenly Feather's status was even more mysterious than they had expected. No, this is not meddling. The Divine Ice Palace is a protector of the Martial Heaven continent. We have our own mission and responsibility to protect the continent's peace, and we will fight to the death for the continent. Although I don't want to be enemies with you, you are bullying the juniors and trying to slaughter the pillars of the future. Since that's the case, I can only fight to the death with you, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Bullshit. Long Chen just killed a sovereign sprout, bringing forth the weeping of the heavens. There is no way to wipe away his sins. You call him a pillar. Who can compare to a sovereign sprout when it comes to being a future pillar? Long Chen despicably killed Zhao Rishan, and I want vengeance for my disciple. Scram, or I'll kill you with them, barked the old woman. Taoist Heavenly Feather. All things have karma. Although I don't know why Long Chen killed Zhao Rishan, I believe he had his reasons. If you have the patience, we can let Long Chen tell everyone about the karma involved. Then everyone will know who is right and who is wrong. If Long Chen truly is recklessly slaughtering heavenly geniuses, I, Taoist Heavenly Feather, will be the first to kill him. How is that? Everyone was sweating for Taoist Heavenly Feather. She was currently facing a terrifying existence, one capable of tearing through the void to move. They were afraid the old woman would harm her. However, it seemed from their words that the old woman was actually a bit restrained by Taoist Heavenly Feather. Who has that patience? All I know is that he killed Zhao Rishan, so he has to pay with his life. I don't care about the karma between them. I want them dead, dead, all of them dead. Do you understand now? Get out of the way, shouted the old woman. At some point, her face and hands became covered in black spots that were like tiny eyes. It was like devils were staring out of her. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head and sighed. She extended a hand. Ziqiu, hand over your sword. Chapter 2561 Clash of Divine Items. Yi Ziqiu was holding her ice divine sword, and in a blink of an eye, it vanished and reappeared in Taoist Heavenly Feather's hand. The moment it happened, a streak of cold light swept through the air. This cold light was not aimed at the old woman. It swept behind Long Chen and the others, going far into the distance. A river of ice appeared wherever the light passed. Space was frozen, laws were frozen. People felt as if that sword chi had frozen the void. As a result, a chilling wind filled the air. The cold was so intense that it could freeze their souls. Taoist Heavenly Feather hadn't summoned her manifestation nor accumulated any power. It was just a casual swing of her sword. From a distance, it looked like a crescent moon of ice had appeared in the void. Just as it was about to strike the ground, it suddenly stopped. That's... Suddenly, someone cried out. At the other end of the crescent moon was a crowned figure. People then looked over to the sea demon race's area to see that the crowned elder had disappeared at some point. After that, they realized that as the old woman was facing Taoist Heavenly Feather, the crowned elder had snuck over to kill Long Chen and the others. But now he was frozen by Taoist Heavenly Feather's attack. The giant crescent moon then shattered, fading away like ice fragments in the air along with the crowned elder. He was killed. Everyone stared in shock, and even Long Chen's heart was pounding wildly. That crowned elder had given him a sense of immense pressure. Even if he wasn't as terrifying as this old woman, he was also not an existence Long Chen could fight currently. Using his heaven-merging cultivation base, he had been trying to launch a sneak attack, only to be killed in one blow by Taoist Heavenly Feather. After a moment of shock, the Martial Heaven Alliance's side let out heaven-shaking cheering. A supreme expert had finally appeared to support the Martial Heaven continent. No one had expected that the always low-key and amiable Taoist Heavenly Feather was a supreme expert. With her support, they would no longer need to be so afraid of the divine families. The old man and Ku Jianying, who had summoned the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet, were also surprised. Taoist Heavenly Feather had actually come out to support Long Chen, even killing the leader of the Sea Demon race. She stunned all of them. The Sea Demons were all horrified. That crowned elder was their demon emperor, but he had actually been killed in one blow. Not even his corpse remained. It's been so long since I fought. I'm not even able to control my power properly. I really have grown old, sighed Taoist Heavenly Feather. The old woman's expression sank, and she harshly clenched her teeth. Han Ziqiu, are you trying to become enemies with the divine families? Even if you can control a trace of the Northern Source Sword's power, you can't resist us. The Northern Source Sword, one of the Martial Heaven continent's 5 supreme divine items. Every expert trembled, staring in disbelief at the sword in Taoist Heavenly Feather's hand. Wasn't the supreme treasure of the Divine Ice Palace known as the Ice Divine Sword? How did it become the Northern Source Sword of the 5 supreme divine items? Far too many shocking things had occurred today, but not one of those things was as shocking as the appearance of the Northern Source Sword. Even Yi Ziqiu was startled. She had had no idea that her sword was one of the 5 supreme divine items. I don't like being enemies with anyone, but if someone tries to bully the weak, I won't just stand to the side. Please don't use the divine families to intimidate me. I've lived countless years. If the divine families want to play, I don't mind accompanying you to death. Taoist Heavenly Feather's gentle and warm appearance began to change. An icy killing intent began to exude out of her. At this moment, she was surrounded by whirling ice chi that was cracking the space around her. It was as if the world was unable to contain her power. The current Taoist Heavenly Feather was like a completely different person. Even her words were no longer polite. Instead, they had become icy and domineering. The old woman was shocked. Even thousands of years of cultivation was unable to wipe away this part of me. If the divine families want to help me expel this darkness, I would be forever grateful, snorted Taoist Heavenly Feather. Domineering, callous, murderous. Even Taoist Heavenly Feather's aura was changing, shocking everyone. The Northern Source Sword has not been awakened. It is still unable to threaten the divine families. Just at this moment, a pair of hands reached out of the void and pulled it apart. An old man walked out. Grandpa. Yi Liangchen hastily bowed. The old man nodded to him but didn't say anything. He looked at Long Chen first and then Taoist Heavenly Feather. He sneered. Long Chen killed a sovereign sprout of the divine families, so he must pay with his life. There is nothing else to say. Fuck your bullshit. Zhao Rishan killed so many people in the Starfield divine world, so as killing him is called retribution. There's nothing else to say. Cursed Guo ran. The old man's expression immediately sank after he heard that, and he took out a giant bell. When Long Chen saw that bell, his heart pounded wildly. It looked a bit familiar. Why does it look so similar to the Eastern Wasteland bell? Even the patterns are the same. Only its aura is different. A majestic aura unfurled from the bell, and it rapidly grew larger. Images of the sun, moon, and stars appeared on top of it. After that, the sound of a bell resounded through heaven and earth, and its divine might wreaked havoc upon the world. At this moment, the laws of the heavenly Taos became visible, appearing as lines in the air. Those lines matched up to the sound of the bell. The Eastern Wasteland Bell. A startled cry rang out, shocking countless others. The images and lines on this giant bell were identical to the legendary Eastern Wasteland Bell. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was the leader of the 5 supreme divine items. It was said to be the martial heaven continent's strongest divine item, and it possessed the power to destroy the entire world. No, its aura is completely different. Long Chen was filled with questions as he looked at the bell. Back then, Long Chen had encountered the Eastern Wasteland Bell in the immemorial path. Although it was badly damaged and missing the majority of its body, its aura was filled with a sacred flavor, righteous and pure. Despite its body being broken down, that aura was not missing any pieces. On the other hand, this giant bell's aura was vast and majestic, but also sinister, tyrannical, and dark. It made others feel terror, not reverence. Just at this moment, the bronze fragment in Long Chen's primal chaos space shuddered, emitting a faint cry. Long Chen jumped, hastily suppressing it. He couldn't let it release any fluctuations that the elder would sense. Long Chen could vaguely tell that the Eastern Wasteland Bell was related to the entire continent's secrets. Unfortunately, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had vanished and not reappeared ever since back then. If this bronze fragment was exposed, that would probably lead to a calamity. It's just a counterfeit. Its aura is similar but wrong. If you think a fake can suppress me, then you truly are naive, said Taoist Heavenly Feather coldly. In her battle state, even her voice became cold, and her aura was growing stronger and stronger. Ever since she grasped the Northern Source Sword, she began to transform into an ice goddess of war. As her aura was unleashed, the ground began to freeze and shatter. Ice chi gradually spread, turning this area into a world of ice. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. Despite being so far away, the ice chi still made them feel terrified. They didn't dare to touch it. Big Sister Zichiu, why didn't you tell us that your master was so powerful? If you had, we wouldn't have been shivering in fear, said Guo Ran. With such a powerful backer, he instantly began to grow arrogant. Even his words became relaxed, unlike before when he didn't dare to speak in front of a heaven-merging expert. Long Chen shook his head. Please remove the "we" from your statement. Ji Yuyong, please remove the "we" from your statement. Li Qi, please remove the "we" from your statement. Song Mingyuan, please remove the "we" from your statement. Yu Zifeng, please remove the "we" from your statement. Guo Ran, the tense atmosphere was instantly fractured. Under Long Chen's lead and the guy's disdainful gazes at Guo Ran, it was as if they were refusing to recognize him as one of them, causing Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushuang, and the others to involuntarily chuckle. They also couldn't help feeling greater admiration for Long Chen. Even in front of terrifying heaven-merging experts, he could still joke around. Being able to do that in the face of death was not something many could do. However, Yi Zichiu didn't smile. She said, "My master taught me through dictation and never displayed any techniques. I had no idea about her true realm. I was once in a bottleneck for 3 months with a certain technique, and I asked her to display it for me. But she said that her mood wasn't good, and that as soon as she used her ice chi, it would cause her temper to explode and very likely damage our relationship as master and disciple. That's why I have never seen her display even a single move." Everyone came to an understanding. No wonder Taoist Heavenly Feather had suddenly begun to transform from her previous amicable self. HMPH, even if it's a counterfeit, it was created with the source chi of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Considering you haven't even gained the approval of the Northern Source Sword, it's enough to handle you, said Yi Liangshan's grandfather. He was also the current Yi family head. The Yi family and the Long family didn't get along. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was neutral, and the Zhao family had a good relationship with the Yi family. Hence, if the Zhao family was in trouble, the Yi family would naturally step forward. Be suppressed. The Yi family head slammed his hand on the giant bell, sending it smashing toward Taoist Heavenly Feather. That will depend on how much skill you have. Taoist Heavenly Feather coldly swung the Northern Source Sword. The divine items clashed together, unleashing an explosion of divine light. Endless fragments of spacetime exploded, and ripples containing enough power to destroy worlds spread in every direction. Cracks in the void spread along with them. As a result, everyone turned pale and fled for their lives. Chapter 2562 The Terrifying High Priest. Long Chen let out a startled cry, bringing everyone back. At this moment, long cracks were appearing in the void, and the earth was collapsing. It was like the entire martial heaven continent was shaking. Those cracks were extremely thin but had a terrifying suction force that caused dirt and stone to fly inside and be devoured. What was on the other side of those cracks was the chaotic flow of space. Once sucked inside, wild spatial blades would crush everything inside to dust. Even a heaven-merging expert would be killed if sucked inside. Hence, they definitely had to distance themselves. This is the power of a supreme divine item. It truly does possess the power to destroy heaven and earth, exclaimed Ji Yuyong. The divine light drowned out Taoist heavenly feather and the Yi family head, growing stronger and stronger. Two experts standing at the peak of the world were clashing with two divine items that stood at the peak of the world as well. The Zhao family head's voice rang out. At the same time, her manifestation appeared behind her, but it was impossible to see what it was. The world suddenly turned dark, as if the sky was collapsing and pressing down on everyone. Everyone, including Long Chen, coughed up a mouthful of blood. They were shocked to find that they couldn't move. Realm suppression. That old bitch really is shameless. Cursed Ji Yuyong. The Zhao family head was ignoring her status and seniority. With the suppression of her realm, they weren't able to fight back. With her being in control of the heavens, every Empyrean was suppressed. This was the most brutal and effective realm suppression. At this moment, the heavenly Tao energy that originally supported them was rebelling, affecting their physical bodies and their flow of spiritual yuan. While the others were incapacitated, a clear sound of a sword coming out of its sheath rang out. After that, a brilliant ray of sword chi illuminated the darkness, ignoring the old woman's realm suppression. The Zhao family head's heart turned cold after she saw this. Yu Zifeng was actually able to resist her realm suppression. Hence, with a cold snort, she clawed his sword chi. The sword chi exploded, resulting in Yu Zifeng turning pale and coughing up a mouthful of blood. As he collapsed, the immense pressure loosened and Ji Yuyong grabbed him. After that, Meng Qi immediately pressed a hand against his forehead, sending her spiritual strength into him to help him heal. Yu Zifeng's attack had contained his will inside of it, so the destruction of his sword chi resulted in a fierce backlash to his soul. Because of this, Meng Qi immediately sealed Yu Zifeng's soul, allowing him to fall unconscious and enter a self-restorative state. In the next instant, the pressure returned. At the same time, the Zhao family head was shocked. Yu Zifeng's sword chi was able to break her defensive chi and injure her. Now, there was a long cut in her arm, and blood dripped out. Old bitch, die! Wild suddenly roared and summoned his golden giant form, smashing her with his door bolt. He was another one who wasn't affected by her realm suppression, startling her. However, being injured by disciples in the Nether Passage realm caused her fury to soar. A withered fist then smashed into Wild's door bolt. As a result, ripples exploded within the old woman's manifestation, and the void behind her cracked. Wild's giant body was forced back. After a dozen steps, with every step causing the ground beneath him to collapse, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and shrank back down. Just as she forced Wild back, Long Chen sent a giant flame lotus smashing toward her. The flame lotus exploded on contact with her palm, startling her. She had thought that this was Long Chen's strongest attack, but it was easily broken. However, she then realized something was wrong. The flames from the flame lotus transformed into flame dragons that devoured her heavenly Tao energy. Her expression changed. Just now, she had used her full power to block, and it was at this moment that Long Chen's saber fell. This was Long Chen's true attack. In front of an old demon of the Zhao family, there was no way Long Chen would have enough time to summon the 9-star world extermination flame lotus. Furthermore, Huo Linger had used up a great deal of energy fighting Yi Liangchen. Although it was possible to just barely use the 9-star world extermination flame lotus, its power would be reduced from its peak. Hence, Long Chen just had Huo Linger imitate the aura of the 9-star world extermination flame lotus to trick the Zhao family head. How crafty! But you're too immature. The Zhao family head sneered and unleashed a claw at Evilmoon. Long Chen smiled disdainfully. Just as Evilmoon was about to meet her palm, Evilmoon's 2 dragon marks lit up. Long Chen was sent flying. But starting from the Zhao family head's middle finger, her hand was cut in 2. The cut extended all the way to her elbow. Courting death. The Zhao family head roared furiously. Evilmoon had suddenly unleashed a surprising sharpness that had almost cut off her arm. After that, her figure vanished, and she instantly caught up to Long Chen. A claw reached out for him. A metallic screech then rang out as her claw slammed into a pill furnace. Sparks flew. The demon moon furnace had appeared to take her attack. Long Chen had originally been planning on using Evil Moon to block, but the demon moon furnace had appeared of its own accord, blocking her. With her attack blocked and her head right in front of him, Long Chen instinctively swung his left hand. A crisp sound rang out as Long Chen slapped her ugly face. The old woman was still immersed in her shock from the demon moon furnace when she was sent flying. Countless eyes almost popped out. Long Chen was truly heaven-defying. He had slapped Yi Liangchen, Zhang Wuchen, and now even the Zhao family head. This was definitely a supreme divine ability. These 3 slaps had all been clear to everyone watching. They appeared easy and natural, flowing like water. There was nothing curious about the slaps, and yet none of the 3 had been able to dodge. This slap is worthy of being engraved in history. Even if Long Chen dies here, no one in the past has surpassed this slap, and no one in the future will be able to reach that height either, praised someone. A shameless technique with no value like face slapping had actually reached the heights of a divine art in Long Chen's hands. Even a sovereign was unable to do this. You son of a bitch. The Zhao family head let out a hysterical screech. It was like the roar of a beast yet also like the cry of a fiend. She formed hand seals, and a blood mark appeared on her forehead. Her hands formed a triangle pointed at Long Chen. After that, she raised that triangle to her forehead. In that instant, Long Chen's hair stood on end. Evilmoon shouted, "She's exhausting her longevity and life-blood essence to unleash a curse." Long Chen suddenly found that he had been locked onto. No matter where he fled, it would be useless. When that attack reached him, he would be cursed. When Long Chen had been cursed by Gui Yan's underworld soul ghost curse, he had personally experienced just how terrifying this kind of technique was. Considering how crazy the Zhao family head was acting, perhaps he would be doomed as soon as he was struck. Just as Long Chen thought that his end was coming, a cold ray of sword chi slashed toward the Zhao family head. The curse that had been about to be unleashed suddenly shattered. The Zhao family head then coughed up a mouthful of blood, her curse technique interrupted. The Zhao family head was sent flying. At this moment, her body was covered in frost, and one of her arms was gone. Taoist Heavenly Feather had come at this crucial time to save Long Chen. However, in exchange, a giant bell came crashing down from the sky at Long Chen. Be suppressed. Yi family head took advantage of this opening to attack. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors were shocked and infuriated. As Empyreans, they were still affected by this realm suppression and hence unable to move. Wild charged over, but he couldn't reach them in time. The sound of a bell rang out. Just as the bell was about to strike Long Chen, a small object smashed into it. The giant bell was actually sent flying by this small object. Everyone was startled. The Yi family head's expression changed. He harshly shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to launch sneak attacks without revealing themselves?" Another object flew over at the Yi family head. This time, everyone saw it clearly. When they saw what it was, everyone was dumbfounded. It was actually an exquisite jade wine cup. Could it be that what had saved Long Chen and sent the giant bell flying just now was also a wine cup? When the Yi family head saw the wine cup, his expression changed once more. He suddenly thought of something and smashed a fist at the cup. The cup exploded along with the Yi family head's fist. Blood splattered his body. Everyone was deathly silent. Was there such a terrifying existence on the martial heaven continent other than Taoist Heavenly Feather? Youngsters shouldn't be so angry and should respect their elders. If it wasn't for some past relationship with your divine family's Pil Doyen, you would already be dead. You aren't qualified to speak to me. If you have questions, call out your Lord Venerate. An old voice rang through the air. High Priest. Long Chen was startled when he recognized this voice. The High Priest was actually such a terrifying existence. Damn, why hadn't he told him earlier? Long Chen suddenly eyed the bell. Taking advantage of the Yi family head's shock, he suddenly struck the bell. Today, I'll smash apart your fake divine item. Chapter 2563. Leaving things like this. Just as everyone was still stunned by the High Priest's arrival, a fist smashed into the giant bell. The sound of the bell made everyone jump. They looked over to see Long Chen punch the bell. The bell's divine light was rapidly fading. Long Chen was holding the bronze fragment in his fist. That was a fragment of the real Eastern Wasteland bell, and it had its own consciousness. It had wanted to come out as soon as the fake bell had appeared, but the primal chaos space had suppressed it. When the high priest appeared and showed his power, Long Chen immediately grew gutsy again. He punched the bell, pressing the fragment against it. In that instant, the fragment unleashed a terrifying suction force, absorbing the energy of the fake bell. This bell was made with the Eastern Wasteland bell's source energy, but it lacks the item spirit. Now I can take its source energy. Long Chen was delighted to see this. He then repeatedly punched the bell, holding the bronze fragment where people couldn't see it. The sound of a bell tolling resounded through heaven and earth. Ripples spread in every direction. At this moment, the stars shook, looking like they might explode. All the experts clenched their heads in pain, feeling like the world was flipping around them. What is boss doing? Guo Ran clenched his head, feeling like it might explode. But even his own shout was drowned out by the bell, and he couldn't hear himself. Looking at this scene, the Yi family head was startled, so he hastily formed hand seals, trying to pull the bell back. However, he found that the bell was now separated from his soul. A final explosion rang out, followed by a cracking sound. The giant bell suddenly shrank until it was only 3 meters tall, and there was now a bowl-sized hole at its top. Everyone's jaws dropped, and their eyes almost popped out. Long Chen had smashed a hole into such a terrifying divine item with his fist. They couldn't believe their eyes. Although Taoist Heavenly Feather had said that it was a counterfeit, they had clearly seen its power just now. It was able to match the Northern Source Sword, so that power had terrified all of them. However, this bell was now broken by Long Chen's fist. If Long Chen really had that ability, how could he have been forced to this point? My source energy, you damn bastard. The Yi family head finally pulled back the bell. When he saw the hole and sensed the source chi flowing away, he turned green. He formed hand seals again, and divine light plugged the hole, preventing more source chi from escaping. However, he was unable to stop the leak. No matter how he tried, in just a few breaths of time, all the source chi faded away. This terrifying counterfeit of the Eastern Wasteland bell turned into a pile of rubbish just like that. Hence, the Yi family head suddenly turned toward Long Chen furiously. His face was twisted like that of a ghoul. What are you looking at me for? For you to replicate the Eastern Wasteland bell is a blasphemy to the real Eastern Wasteland bell. I broke it, so what? If you don't like it, why don't you try attacking me? Let's see if the high priest can slap you to death in one blow. Long Chen clasped his hands behind him, looking down arrogantly on the Yi family head. That posture definitely made him look like he needed a spanking. If only he had known before that the high priest was so terrifying, why would he have to act conservatively? He could have gone all out right from the start. Perhaps he could have even eliminated Zhang Wuchen or Yi Liangchen. Long Chen was vexed inside, but he didn't show it. He wanted to show that he was in complete control of everything. He had the support of Taoist Heavenly Feather with her Northern Source Sword, and there was also the high priest hiding in the back. With these backings, even the supreme experts of the divine families wouldn't dare to act rashly. Suddenly, the Zhao family head saw someone standing in the distance. That person was the white-robed Yun Tian. Yun Tian had been standing in the distance the entire time. He had not participated in the battle, but he was also not standing amongst the neutral faction. He had just been quietly watching the entire time, seemingly pondering something. Many people had failed to sense his existence. Big brother Yun Tian, watch out! Shouted Long Chen. The Zhao family head needed to vent her anger somewhere, and unable to touch Long Chen, she had suddenly switched targets. One of her claws reached out for Yun Tian's throat. They were too far for Long Chen to get there in time. More importantly, even if he could, his cultivation base was too low to stop her. Long Chen was infuriated. The divine families were truly shameless, without any of the mannerisms of experts. This old woman was repeatedly attacking her juniors. In the face of this terrifying heaven-merging expert, Yun Tian didn't panic in the slightest. A rune lit up on his forehead, unleashing ripples of light that formed a domain around her. That rune was an immortal character for Sovereign. A Sovereign's aura. That person is. Everyone's hearts pounded wildly. The boundless might of a Sovereign was calm and gentle. It didn't give them a threatening feeling. Instead, it made them feel a profound reverence. Yun Tian calmly slashed his sword. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, the Zhao family head's hands left her body. Including Long Chen, everyone's jaws dropped. The Zhao family head's hands were covered in scales and were extremely terrifying. But they were still cut off by Yun Tian. That swing of his sword had appeared simple. It was like he was chopping a radish, but rather than a radish, he had cut off the hands of a terrifying heaven-merging expert. Yun Tian casually swung his sword again, slashing her neck. However, she had rapidly retreated, causing his sword to only slice across her neck but not cut her head off. Blood splashed, but the cut was not to the bone. She rapidly retreated out of his domain. Once she was out, the sovereign character faded away along with the sovereign might. What was that? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. This world had gone crazy. They were seeing things that repeatedly toppled their understanding of the world. Long Chen had broken a terrifying divine item with his fist. This mysterious white-robed man had cut off the arms of a heaven-merging expert, almost cutting off her head. Everyone felt like their head was too slow to function. Why don't we leave today's matter as is? Just at this moment, a powerful voice resounded from a distance. There was only the sound, but no one revealed themselves. The voice was extremely old but possessed unquestionable dignity. Even the laws of heaven and earth quivered in its presence. Since the Lord Venerate is giving us face, how could I take advantage? This is just a misunderstanding anyway. It would be best if things ended here. The high priest's voice also rang out. After just speaking once, both voices faded away. The Yi family head then clenched his teeth. With one last snort, his figure vanished. The Zhao family head's face was twisted in fury. It looked exceptionally frightening like this, almost like a demon. Although her arms had grown back out and the wound on her neck was healed, she was still covered in blood as a record of her disgrace. Zhao Rishan had died, and she had failed to avenge him. She had tried to kill Yun Tian, only to almost be killed by him. This was the greatest humiliation in the Zhao family's history. Just wait, I'll make you regret being born in this world, cursed the Zhao family head before also leaving. Long Chen, once I activate my spirit bone, I'll take your head, said Zhang Wuchen before stepping into his war chariot with Feng Fei and leaving. Long Chen, count yourself lucky this time. No one can live off luck for a lifetime. Next time, you will definitely die to my sword. Yi Liangchen also said some parting words. He was extremely irritated at having his manifestation interrupted and not being able to show his full power. Today, the Martial Heaven Alliance had people to support it, and even the Lord Venerate had given his orders. Today's matter ended here, so Yi Liangchen could only leave. Long Aoshan eyed Long Chen. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided to leave without saying it. The Divine Family's people all left. The Pill Fairy brought Pill Valley's people away, and Di Long brought the Ancient Family Alliance's people with him. As for the corrupt path, Yi Ming never revealed himself again. The few remaining disciples of the corrupt path were brought away by Xie Wenchen. Looking at this, Long Chen glanced at the old man questioningly. Could they not eliminate the corrupt path and the sea demon race right here? However, the old man silently shook his head. Although Long Chen didn't know why, he accepted it. The neutral faction's experts came forward to congratulate Long Chen, but he ignored them. Instead, he went to greet the elders of the Nangong family, Baidang family, and Mo family. Long Chen was filled with disdain for the neutral experts. Even now, they were still remaining neutral. Did they think just watching the entire time would make them safe? When the storm came, no one could just stand to the side. The battle of the Dark Era was imminent. Even now, they were unable to think of the Martial Heaven continent and were only thinking about themselves. Such people were the most contemptuous. After some brief exchanges, Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu said goodbye to Long Chen, bringing their disciples away. Long Chen, let me introduce you. This is the music master of the elusive Music Immortal Palace, our leader. Even the palace masters are her apprentices. At this moment, Ziyan brought the elusive Music Immortal Palace's disciples over, and she held the hand of a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman looked gentle and refined, giving off an air of nobility. It was like she was a kind elder. Junior Long Chen greets senior. Long Chen bowed. As expected of an unrivaled hero, Ziyan has not misjudged you. The old woman smiled at Long Chen. The other female disciples of the elusive Music Immortal Palace giggled behind her, causing Ziyan to blush. She had not thought that the music master would speak so directly. Music master, why did you not take action just now? Have you forgotten the status of the elusive Music Immortal Palace? Just at this moment, an icy voice rang out that made everyone shiver. Chapter 2564 The Martial Heaven Continent's Reserves. Taoist Heavenly Feather came over, but she was still frighteningly icy, completely different from her normal refined and gentle self. The ice chi swirling around her had dissipated, and she had returned the northern source sword to xianxia. But even after exiting her combat state, her aura still pushed others away. Everyone opened a path for her as she walked over, not daring to get close. Being too close caused their souls to shiver in pain. Taoist Heavenly Feather's questioning caused people's hearts to shake. They looked at the music master. The music master bowed slightly to Taoist Heavenly Feather. "Senior, please calm yourself. The elusive music immortal palace has naturally not forgotten our mission." Junior wanted to join in at the end, but the high priest was even faster. "I'm ashamed." Since the music master was acting deferential to Taoist Heavenly Feather, the others from the elusive music immortal palace were a bit displeased. Taoist Heavenly Feather's questioning felt very rude and had the tone of interrogation. It was almost tyrannical. After that, Taoist Heavenly Feather stared at the music master for a long time before spitting out, "Do your best." The music master smiled and nodded. "Many thanks for your reminder, Senior. Junior will remember it." Taoist Heavenly Feather nodded, turned, and took a single step, vanishing from sight. "Apologies. The palace master has used her source chi, causing her to become unreasonable. I hope that the music master will not take this to heart." A middle-aged woman of the Divine Ice Palace walked over and bowed to the music master. This was a grand elder of the Divine Ice Palace, and she was the one who normally handled things there. Everyone with status on the Martial Heaven continent recognized her. Of course, everyone knows Senior Heavenly Feather's character. She is a respected senior. For her to educate this junior with a few words is only natural. Furthermore, she is correct. As a protector of the Martial Heaven continent, we naturally must protect the continent's safety. Long Chen and the others are the hope for the continent's future, so we must protect them. The elusive music immortal palace will always be the Martial Heaven continent's sturdiest shield, said the music master amicably. It seemed that she wasn't afraid at all. The Grand Elder nodded. After saying a few more courteous words, she turned to xianxia. "The palace master has used her source energy. You should avoid coming back. For now, or it might cause some undue anger." Everyone was startled. It seemed that Taoist Heavenly Feather should not be disturbed after entering her combat state. Long Chen had originally been thinking of going to the Divine Ice Palace with xianxia to pay his respects, but now it seemed that it would have to be set aside. "Long Chen, you are the pillar of the Martial Heaven continent, so you carry a heavy burden. Properly cultivate. When the Great Tribulation descends, everything will be up to you youngsters. We old fellows can only buy you some time. The countless lives on the Martial Heaven continent are in the hands of your generation. Do not be reckless," said the music master solemnly. Long Chen looked at the music master's eyes and patted his chest. "Senior, don't worry, I will do my absolute best. However, I do not dare to go so far as to promise I will protect all lives in this world. Even for us, if we want to live, we must go all out." The music master nodded and then left with her people. Ziyan also followed, but then she turned back to wave at Long Chen with a blushing smile. All the elusive music immortal palace's people had left. However, most people still felt profoundly shaken. Only today did they learn that the elusive music immortal palace and the Divine Ice Palace were so terrifying. Based on Taoist Heavenly Feather's words, it seemed that the elusive music immortal palace's music master also possessed the ability to block one of the Divine Family's terrifying heaven-merging experts. "I never thought that the Martial Heaven continent had such powerful reserves," said Ji Yuyong. Under the pressure of the Divine Families, the Divine Ice Palace, the elusive music immortal palace, and the Wine God Palace had revealed their power. The High Priest in particular had also spoken to the Divine Family's Lord Venerate and ended matters today. Long Chen had killed Zhao Rishan and fought against 3 sovereign sprouts. Everyone had personally witnessed his power. Therefore, it gave immense confidence to the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. Currently, the junior generation experts of the Martial Heaven continent were growing stronger and stronger. They even had a leader like Long Chen capable of matching sovereign sprouts. Moreover, behind him was the support of the Divine Ice Palace, the Wine God Palace, and the elusive Music Immortal Palace. The Martial Heaven continent was now unprecedentedly powerful. How regretful. If I knew we had such powerful support, I would have gone to kill some of those sovereign sprouts' personal warriors. Just looking at their arrogant appearances was annoying. We could have had a proper battle of generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Guo Ran slapped his leg regretfully. "It was best that you didn't. Some trump cards should be kept in reserve," said Ji Yuyong. He was a bit more conservative than Guo Ran. The Dragonblood Legion's new armor had raised their power, and he didn't want to expose this trump card for nothing. If it was just fighting for prestige, that was meaningless. That's right, it would be best if we didn't reveal all our power. Next time we can catch them off guard, said Li Qi. Although the divine families had retreated this time, it didn't mean that things were over. Ignoring the others, the Dragonblood Legion had definitely laid down an unending enmity with the Zhao family. It was unknown when they would fight again, so leaving some trump cards in their hands could save their lives. Just as everyone was talking, Long Chen suddenly noticed that Yun Tian had left at some point. Brother Long, Brother Yun Tian wanted me to pass on some words to you. He said that he has something very important to do, so he didn't say goodbye. Hu Feng walked over. He left again. Mo Nian and the others shook their heads. Yun Tian had been mysterious from start to finish. Last time, he had also suddenly vanished in the star-field divine world. Is he not afraid of the divine families sending experts to kill him? Wondered one person worriedly. The family head of the Zhao family in particular had been extremely resentful when leaving. It was unknown what she would do in retaliation. He is protected by a sovereign mark. If someone tries to kill him, it will trigger its protection. It seems that within the domain of the sovereign mark, everyone's realms will be suppressed to the same as his. That Zhao family head would have died if she hadn't retreated fast enough, said an elder. Yes, that mark should be the legendary sovereign's protection. Someone else nodded in agreement. Although sovereigns were unfathomable, there were many legends about them passed down from generation to generation. No one knew Yun Tian's true status, but that noble aura and refined grace of his was identical to the legendary sovereign's. Everyone was sure that he was definitely a sovereign sprout. However, while they all recognized him as a sovereign sprout, that did not mean that they thought he was a sovereign son. The legends also said that the sovereigns didn't have any descendants. Anyone who could receive a sovereign's inheritance could be considered a sovereign sprout. Only now did Long Chen understand why the Zhao family head had been unable to receive a single blow from Yun Tian. So her realm had been suppressed to the Nether Passage realm, resulting in her almost dying. That sovereign mark is amazing. Doesn't that mean he can dominate the divine families? Mo Nian's eyes lit up. To suppress heaven-merging experts to the Nether Passage realm was definitely badass. The martial heaven continent's sovereign seals must be triggered by someone else to activate. Yun Tian's sovereign mark should be the same, said Ku Jianying. Fine, that really is a pity, sighed Mo Nian. Alliance head, old man, sorry to make you worry. Long Chen hastily went to greet Ku Jianying and the old man. They were his seniors who always viewed him as family. The old man patted Long Chen's shoulder and laughed. Good job, this is what a man is. This time was truly satisfying. Ku Jianying also reached out to straighten Long Chen's collar. Long Chen was emotionally moved, but just at that moment, a sharp pain came from his ear. Ku Jianying's warmth vanished, and she gnashed her teeth. You little brat, when are you going to let people stop worrying about you? Do you know you almost scared me to death just now? Why would you be worried? Those fellows were unable to do anything to me. Even if I couldn't beat them, I could run. Long Chen grimaced painfully. In truth, Ku Jianying was unable to harm him. After reaching the 12th heaven stage, his physical body was so powerful that unless Ku Jianying activated her own manifestation, she would only be able to tickle him. However, to avoid embarrassing her, he acted like he was in pain. It went without saying that Long Chen's acting skills were top-notch. I'm not even talking about them. Did I not tell you not to randomly guess things about the next realm? Did my words go in through one ear and out the other? You're already grown up, you can't act so recklessly. Ku Jianying poked Long Chen's forehead. Just now, the heavenly punishment had been the most frightening thing. In every generation, the first one to expose the name of the heaven-merging realm would be treated as someone exposing the secrets of the heavens, and they would be wiped out by the heavenly Taos. Those people were given the title of guides, and all of them died with no exception. Cough. You should give the child some face in front of so many people, advised the old man. What face? Did you warn him? Raged Ku Jianying. Maybe, possibly, perhaps, I should have. The old man scratched his head. No, he definitely didn't. I never heard him say anything about it, said Bao Buping immediately. The old man raged. Are you looking for a beating? You actually forgot about such an important matter. Just wait, I'll give you some face in front of everyone. Ku Jianying turned green with rage. Not only had the old man forgotten to tell Long Chen about this, but he hadn't even mentioned anything to the disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect either. We're family, let's return to the headquarters before discussing things further. Li Tianxuan came forward to mediate things. Only then did Ku Jianying release Long Chen, but she still had a vicious glare when looking at the old man. After that, they returned to the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Chapter 2565. Will we die? This time, I've profited immensely. Long Chen was in a private room, looking at the bronze fragment. It was shining brightly with divine light. Long Chen had made an excuse that he needed to recover from his wounds, but in reality he had come to look at this treasure. Using the fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, Long Chen had broken the counterfeit. When it broke, the sealed source qi inside of it flowed out and was absorbed by the fragment. The suction of the fragment was why the Yi family head had been unable to stop the leak no matter what he tried. The source qi originally belonged to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, so the fragment's suction was returning the source qi to its home. There was now a new complete rune on the fragment, and it seemed to contain the flow of time within it. It was as if all changes of all living things could be seen within it. It possessed terrifying power. Long Chen made a light swing with the fragment, and thin cracks appeared within the void. This fragment's power was now astonishing. It's too bad that it's just a fragment. It can't acknowledge you as master, said Evilmoon. It's fine. I feel like I'll run into the Eastern Wasteland Bell sooner or later. I can return the fragment then. Hehe, even if I don't know how to use it, I can use it as a concealed weapon. Perhaps I can break other divine items with it. Furthermore, even if it doesn't have any uses, just the expression of the Yi family head when I broke his fake was delightful, snickered Long Chen. You still feel like laughing. I am actually worrying about you, said Evilmoon. Worrying? About what? You forcibly changed such a terrifying cultivation technique, and you'll need to create your own cultivation path now. Do you realize just how difficult creating a cultivation technique is? A technique like the 9-star hegemon body art would only come to be after going through thousands of revisions and countless tests, and you have deviated from its path. Do you still feel like you can cultivate it to its end? Let's take your world extermination flame lotus as an example. Do you feel like you can condense it with a deviated path? Even if you could, it would require being different from the very start, not starting with the same foundation and then suddenly changing halfway. That's even more difficult than creating it from scratch. Right now, you should be pondering about how you can return to the correct path while you still haven't deviated too far. Perhaps there's still time, said Evilmoon. Evilmoon might have an even greater grasp of just how terrifying the 9-star hegemon body art was compared to Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen laughing like this, it couldn't bear to keep watching. I'll create my own path. Who can say whether it's a blessing or disaster? I rather like the feeling of leaving everything up to myself. My fate is in my own hands now, said Long Chen. For some reason, the suffocating feeling in Long Chen's heart had been lifted after he had deviated from the 9-star hegemon body art's normal path. It was like he had been sitting in someone else's chariot before and forced to go wherever the chariot had been carrying him. Now, he was the one pulling the chariot. Although the path ahead was covered in mist, it was also full of hope. Long Chen liked this feeling of opportunity being found within danger. He liked having his fate in his own hands. In one of his dreams, he had seen an expert summon the 9-star battle armor. That person had had a divine ring with 9 stars within it, and it wasn't that different from the 6-star battle armor. Theoretically, the 7th and 8th stars should be the same just like that. He could continue according to that pattern when he condensed more stars. Hence, he didn't feel that much pressure. Due to gradually becoming accustomed to the power of the 6-star battle armor, he was even able to fight so long against Zhang Wuchen. Although his body had been constantly damaged from the heavy strain, the constant flow of life energy from the heavenly Qilin demon trees meant that he could easily exhaust his opponent. The heavenly Qilin demon trees were an ocean of life energy. He had used up less than 1/100th of their life energy for his last battle. Furthermore, after reaching this level of maturity, the heavenly Qilin demon trees came to possess their own self-restorative properties. This little bit of exhaustion would be recovered in a few days. Therefore, even if he had to face all 4 sovereign sprouts again, he was full of confidence. He had originally been prepared to fight all 4 of them at once and use a method of exchanging wounds for wounds, depending on the heavenly Qilin demon trees to outlast them. When it came to recovery ability, he believed that no one could match him. However, He hadn't expected things to develop as they had. So, it turned out the martial heaven continent possessed such powerful reserves. The high priest, Taoist heavenly feather, and the music master had all hidden themselves deeply. Long Chen continued examining the bronze fragment for a while. After confirming that he really couldn't control it, he finally put it away again. After that, he gathered the Dragonblood Legion. "Boss, are you going to lead us to slaughter the divine families?" asked Guo Ran excitedly. "Are you annoyed that you didn't get to show off at all this time?" Long Chen was speechless. When did this little fellow become so warlike? "Boss, you misunderstood me. I feel like we have to show off a bit of power in order to match your grandeur," flattered Guo Ran. "Is that not just wanting to show off?" Long Chen flapped his hand at Guo Ran. "You'll have plenty of chances to show off in the future. The main thing is to have the power to do so. You said in the Starfield Divine World that the new armor is so powerful that our brothers are unable to fully unleash their power, correct?" "Yes. The new armor was created with the full effort of myself, Sha Chen, and Zhao Rishan. We exhausted all our wits and power to create it. Who would have thought that one of us would already be sacrificed after such great service? Even now, I can't believe it. We should have a moment of silence for his sacrifice," said Guo Ran. He really did lower his head thoughtfully. Long Chen had an urge to slap him. "Are you unhappy that I killed him? Boss, you really shouldn't have killed him. He was my treasure cornucopia. I wasn't done using him." Guo Ran looked like he was about to cry. It seemed like he really had fallen in love with Zhao Rishan. Ever since obtaining Zhao Rishan, Guo Ran had been thinking about how to use him in the future. Hence, when Long Chen had crushed him in his anger, Guo Ran had felt immense grief. To use his words, Zhao Rishan was his. Seeing Guo Ran's mournful expression, everyone laughed, but they also felt that his death was a pity. He was an inexhaustible mountain of immortal metal, so it was especially painful for Guo Ran to lose him. However, because it was Long Chen who had killed him, Guo Ran couldn't say anything. He could only use this method to express his resentment at Long Chen's barbaric methods. "Even if that old bitch didn't force me to, I would still have to kill Zhao Rishan. You couldn't use him any longer," said Long Chen. "Guo Ran, Sha Chen, there is a faint mark on your foreheads now. Have you not sensed it?" said Long Chen. Everyone was startled and looked toward Sha Chen and Guo Ran. After a close examination, they truly did notice a vague black mark. It looked to be dust but was growing within their flesh. It was very faint, almost imperceptible. "What is this?" Guo Ran jumped. He then wiped his forehead hard. As he rubbed, faint patterns appeared on his skin, looking like roots. They quickly faded. Sha Chen did the same, and both of them were shocked, not knowing what was going on. But it definitely wasn't something good. Zhao Rishan possessed a terrifying ability that could destroy the entire world. If he did absorb the entire world's immortal metal, it would cause the collapse of the world. Every world has its own laws, and it will not permit existences that can threaten it. That's why Zhao Rishan did not dare to absorb so much immortal metal that it would damage the world's foundation. Otherwise, he would be cursed by the world. Zhao Rishan had constantly wandered through many worlds, absorbing a bit of immortal metal from every world to avoid such a curse. Did you not find it curious? If Zhao Rishan possessed such a terrifying ability, why did he not absorb an infinite amount of immortal metal? Said Long Chen. Everyone came to a sudden realization. That was true. If Zhao Rishan recklessly absorbed all the immortal metal from multiple worlds, no one could stop him. That fellow was quite sinister. Because he was the one forced to absorb the immortal metal, 99% of the curse was absorbed by the two of you. Fortunately, since you were doing this to help the Dragonblood Legion create new equipment, the curse was split amongst the entire Dragonblood Legion. If it wasn't for the fact that so many people were sharing the curse at once, the two of you would have long since died, said Long Chen. Boss, why didn't you tell us sooner? Exclaimed Guo Ran. This was told to me by Ling Shi. Because the Starfield Divine World is a masterless and fractured world, the will of the world has weakened to the point that the curse is not very powerful. With it being shared by so many people, it's not dangerous. But now that we're back on the martial heaven continent, the laws of the world would not permit Zhao Rishan to recklessly absorb its immortal metal. So Zhao Rishan has already lost his use. To eliminate him in front of the divine families is the best choice. It's satisfying, relieves anger, and can even be called perfect, hee, laughed Long Chen. Boss, but what about our curse? Will we die? Asked Guo Ran fearfully. He didn't know if it was just in his mind or not, but he felt like his head was swelling, and he was feeling cold. Long Chen was silent for a moment. He finally sighed, yes. Chapter 2566 10,000 Dragon Essence Blood Tempering. Guo Ran's soul almost flew out of his body. Boss, are you trying to scare me? Long Chen apologetically said, I'm not trying to trick you. The countdown to the end of your life starts now. No way, boss, you definitely have a way to save me. Guo Ran almost wept. Fool, as soon as a person is born, the countdown to the end of their life starts, snorted Tang Wan disdainfully. Boss, are you just messing with me? Asked Guo Ran. Why would I do that? Right now, everyone else is fine. But you and Sha Chen have weak constitutions that can't stop the curse from spreading. In under 2 years, both of you will be dead, said Long Chen. As for everyone else, their constitutions are stronger, and they can last longer. Because we were born on the martial heaven continent, the curse of the star-field divine world will slowly be ground down by the will of the martial heaven continent. It will slowly weaken over time. Only you two will be unable to endure. I won't waste any more words. I have a way to save your lives, but whether or not you survive will be up to yourselves. Long Chen opened a door, revealing a pool filled with blood. The scent of blood poured over them along with a berserk will. All their souls shook. The roar of dragons rang out in their minds. This terrifying dragon might made them shiver. Long Chen explained, this is the dragon blood within the 10,000 dragon nests blood pool. Those who were allowed to contribute to this blood pool were all dragons who had reached the 13th rank, and only those with the purest bloodlines at that. They were elites amongst elites in the dragon race. After so many years, it's unknown how many dragons have contributed to this essence blood. As for what I obtained, it is the final part of the essence blood, the quintessence. Considering that you cultivate the dragon blood body tempering art, you are extremely sensitive to the pressure of this dragon blood. If you want to erase the curse in your bodies, you will have to let the dragon blood reforge your bodies. This second tempering will strengthen your bodies and allow you to gain a trace of the Dragon King's might. That curse will be wiped out that way. Long Chen had originally been planning on having the Dragonblood warriors undergo this tempering in the Star-Field Divine World, but Ling Shi had told him that it would be better to wait until they returned to the Martial Heaven continent. Then they might be able to gain the blessing of the dragon race's ancestral spirits, allowing the tempering to have a greater effect. 10,000 dragon blood, Dragon King's might. Ji Yu Yang and the others involuntarily gulped, having not expected Long Chen to possess such a terrifying treasure. This was precisely what they needed. If they merged with this essence blood, their bodies would be strengthened once more. It could even strengthen their dragon blood manifestations. That power was unimaginable. They felt a mix of surprise and joy. Hence, they had an urge to jump inside right now. However, let me just say this first. This blood contains the will of the dragons. Because we belong to the human race, there will be a powerful rejection. You all know the rule of the dragon race. Only by obtaining their approval can you absorb their essence blood. I'm not worried about your wills. But Sha Chen and Guo Ran, the two of you have to mentally prepare yourselves, said Long Chen. The two of their expressions changed. They had a bad premonition. As expected, Long Chen's following words made their hearts sink. Since the two of you have spent a long time using Zhao Rishan to excavate immortal ores, the curse is strongest in you. To erase it will be a long, painful process. During this tempering, if your will slackens, you might die. No one can save you then. It can't be that serious, right? Guo Ran gulped. Perhaps it's even more serious than you believe. The dragon might contains its own sacred aura, which is the bane of the curse. You'll need to stay inside the dragon pool for at least 7 days and 7 nights. Moreover, to avoid impacting the others, I've set up 2 special tempering pools for you too. There's an hourglass inside there for you to keep watch. Long Chen patted them on the shoulders. Brothers, you have to survive. All your other brothers depend on you. He then turned to Ji Yu Yang and the others. You guys can enter the blood pool now. Ji Yu Yang and the others had long since grown impatient. Ji Yu Yang charged in. But as soon as he did, he shouted and flew out. When he flew out, everyone saw that he was red, like a roasted toad. Countless bubbles had appeared under his skin. Everyone was horrified. Considering how powerful Ji Yu Yang was, even if he was tossed into lava, it would be like a hot bath. But this blood pool immediately caused such a reaction. All his defenses were useless in the face of this blood pool. Don't worry, The reason there's such a reaction was due to the rejection of the blood pool. The dragon blood that you previously obtained was too low grade and not pure enough. The blood pool's essence blood contains only the highest of grades, resulting in a greater rejection. Hence, the first thing you'll need to do is endure the trial of the dragon blood. That includes the pressure of the dragon might and the tearing of the physical body, but your lives won't be in danger. So as long as you persevere and don't offend the dragon will, you will be fine. Only real experts can obtain their approval. If you feel the slightest cowardice, don't even think of using the dragon blood to temper your bodies, warned Long Chen. Ji Yu-yang immediately jumped back into the blood pool upon hearing this. His teeth clattered as he immersed himself in the pool. That appearance was horrifying. He seemed to be in immense pain. However, after a few breaths, Ji Yu-yang's expression relaxed. He lay inside the blood pool, as if he was sleeping. He has received the approval of the dragon will. Long Chen nodded. Ji Yu-yang's will was truly powerful. Seeing that Ji Yu-yang had succeeded so quickly, everyone else was reinvigorated. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan also walked over. However, just as they were on the edge, a scream ripped through the air. Ji Yu-yang's eyes suddenly popped open, and the veins on his forehead almost exploded. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were so startled that they almost fell in. Don't make a fuss. He has passed the trial of the dragon might, so now is the tempering of his physical body. The dragon blood in his body is being expelled in the most barbaric way. Yes, it will be a bit painful, said Long Chen calmly. A bit painful. Everyone stared at Ji Yu-yang screaming. Was this really just a little bit? Li Qi and Song Mingyuan exchanged a glance. Clenching their teeth, they jumped in. The two of them were captains of the Dragonblood Legion, and everyone was watching. They couldn't turn into cowards. A muffled groan came from both of them as they bitterly endured. Let's go. Blessings and disasters are shared between brothers. Other Dragonblood warriors also jumped in. They couldn't keep waiting because they felt like they wouldn't have the courage to jump in if they didn't go now. As a result, screams rang out through the air. The blood pool seemed to be a hell for them. Meng Qi and the others felt a chill and couldn't bear to watch. The first to enter, Ji Yu-yang, was now stripped of his skin, revealing his bloody flesh. Let's go to the blood pools I prepared for you two, said Long Chen to Sha Chen and Guo Ran. Sha Chen was pale but forced himself to walk. Guo Ran was being dragged by Sha Chen, and he was weeping. Brother, I can't feel my legs. They have their own thoughts, and they don't want to go. Brother, don't pull. My legs feel weak too, said Sha Chen. This really was frightening. As a formation cultivator, his physical body was weak. Perhaps he would be even inferior to Guo Ran upon entering the blood pool. After all, Guo Ran was half a fighter. We've arrived. Long Chen pointed at the rooms in front of him. This room is connected to the other room, so the two of you can hear each other's voices. I don't want the two of you to go so crazy that you injure each other, so I separated you physically, but this way you can encourage each other. Guo Ran, my good brother, you must endure. When the curse is erased, you have to lead the Dragonblood Legion against the divine families. Promise me that you'll live. Guo Ran, boss, Before he finished speaking, Long Chen tossed him into the blood pool. His screams instantly started. Long Chen then shut the door. They could hear Guo Ran's screams from the other side. Right now, Meng Qi and the others felt some pity for him. Guo Ran was most afraid of pain. Boss, I can enter myself. On the other hand, Sha Chen rather manfully walked in by himself. When Sha Chen jumped in, he grew dumbfounded. Although there was some sizzling pain, it wasn't so exaggerated. Boss, Meng Qi suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. You really are evil. You tricked everyone. Tricked everyone. Tang Wan and the others stared at her in disbelief. If the sacred aura of dragon might was the bane of curses, Long Chen wouldn't have suffered so badly to Gui Yan's curse, forcing him to go all the way to Pill Valley to get the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, said Meng Qi. Everyone came to a sudden comprehension. After that, Long Chen laughed. How else could I trick Guo Ran into toughening up? Sha Chen's jaw dropped, and he stared at Long Chen in disbelief. They had all been fooled. Long Chen said, your pool has been modified with some special medicinal ingredients, or you really would die. You just need to soak in it and get used to the dragon might. Otherwise, when the Dragonblood Legion goes all out, their dragon might will harm you. You also have another mission. What mission? Long Chen pointed to the wall and chuckled. It's to act like you're in a similar pain to encourage Guo Ran to continue. Do you understand? The 7 days is nonsense. He only needs to endure 3 days, and his combat power will advance a startling amount. That amount will then be multiplied by his armor. How strong he can grow is up to you. Guo Ran was currently struggling for his life inside the blood pool. Never in his dreams would he imagine that he had been schemed against by his most respected boss. Chapter 2567 The Allure of the Ninth Form of Split the Heavens. Beauties, I've prepared a room for you as well. I've already adjusted the dragon blood to your bodies. I guarantee that you will be very comfortable once you enter. Long Chen opened another door with a dragon pool on the other side. Why aren't you leaving? Are you thinking of bathing with us? Asked Lu Ruyan lightly. Of course. What's wrong with that? Long Chen acted surprised. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others blushed. On the other hand, Little Cloud excitedly clapped her hands and began to take off her clothes, only to be stopped by Tang Wan. If you're not afraid of me killing you, you can come and try it, said Lu Ruyan. She actually began to take off her clothes. HMPH, don't try to scare me. You aren't even, damn. Long Chen was originally going to say that Lu Ruyan wasn't even human and was just a wood elemental lifeform. But as her clothes slid off, he saw the jade skin of her back. Even from the side, he could see some vague surging mountains. Alright, you have guts. Long Chen took a deep breath and walked away. He heard Lu Ruyan's pleased laughter behind him, with Meng Qi and the others' laughter coming afterward. It seemed that only Lu Ruyan could scare away Long Chen. Long Chen cursed. Just what was going on with Lu Ruyan? Wasn't she a willow tree? How was her flesh so real? He had previously never viewed her as a real woman, but when her clothes slid off her shoulder, he couldn't help being affected. Long Chen shook his head. How could a tree move him? He had to have some principles. He had an urge to slap himself to wake himself up. Expelling those thoughts, he focused on what was important. The curse on Sha Chen and Guo Ran was real, but it was nowhere near as serious as he had made it out to be. Now that they were back on the martial heaven continent, the curse would be easily erased over time. He had just been scaring Guo Ran and trying to draw out his potential. In truth, it could be said that Guo Ran was the one with the greatest potential in the Dragonblood Legion. That potential was the result of slacking so much that he had plenty of potential to be excavated. That was why Long Chen wasn't going to let him slack off again. With Sha Chen to accompany him, Long Chen felt like Guo Ran would persevere. After arranging the blood pools for everyone, Long Chen came to Ku Jianying's residence. When he walked into the yard, he saw the old man pruning. Hee, old man, you're in the mood for gardening so early in the morning? Asked Long Chen. The old man was quite interesting. He was capable of using his blade to unleash his temper, but he also could use a blade to do such refined work. As expected, the Alliance head was amazing. Seemingly surprised by Long Chen's arrival, the old man quickly put away the pruner he was using to clean up a sapling. But it was too late. Intentionally acting calm, he said, "What do you know? Cultivating trees is like cultivating the heart. Sometimes stillness is also a kind of Tao. Behind stillness is calm, behind calm is quiet, behind quiet is peace, behind peace is comprehension. I don't know about stillness or calm, but I do know that you just clipped a 300-year-old heavenly violet star accidentally. Hee, such a precious flower was destroyed by you." The old man looked and realized that just now, while pruning a sapling, he had somehow cut off half of a flower, making it look very ugly. The old man was enraged. This wasn't something he was used to, but Ku Jianying had forced him to do it in order to temper his self-discipline. As a result, not only was he seen by Long Chen, but he had embarrassed himself in front of Long Chen as well. Here, the old man pressed the pruner into Long Chen's hand. Long Chen was confused for a moment but then raged. "Old man, after living for so many years, you didn't develop any integrity. Do you seriously want me to bear the responsibility for your mistake?" Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. When did the old man become so shameless? He hadn't been like this before. The ninth form of Split the Heavens. The old man clasped his hands behind him, putting on a solemn expression. Hearing that, Long Chen's anger vanished. He put on a fawning expression and then stepped forward, taking over the work of pruning the tree. Hee, senior really is the senior. This junior will follow your example. My skill in gardening is too low, causing me to accidentally clip the flower. It seems that I'll need to learn more from you in the future. I hope to gain some more pointers from you. You pair of shameless scoundrels, stop it. Ku Jianying's roar came from inside the house. Since Long Chen was sucking up and the old man had a pleased expression, Long Chen hadn't been paying attention to his hands, resulting in this 3-foot-tall sapling being reduced to a bare trunk. After that, a torrent of curses fell upon the two of them. The old man and Long Chen exchanged glares but didn't say anything. After an hour, the torrent finally passed. "Old man, are you really going to teach me the 9th form of Split the Heavens?" demanded Long Chen in front of Ku Jianying. "Don't be a fool. The 9th form of Split the Heavens cannot be randomly taught," said Ku Jianying before the old man could even say anything. "Why not? Am I not strong enough?" asked Long Chen. He had asked the old man many times but had always been refused. Now, it seemed that the old man was finally ready to teach him, but Ku Jianying didn't agree. The 9th form of Split the Heavens is the pinnacle. Its power is not something that you can imagine. Once used, a person will enter a wild battle state and go crazy. In that state, you won't be able to control yourself. You will very likely destroy yourself with your own power, said Ku Jianying. "I feel like I can control my temper," said Long Chen. Ku Jianying cursed, "What control? You were so reckless that you crushed a sovereign sprout in front of the divine families. Is that something done by someone with control over their temper? You can't even remain cool-headed normally. In the state of the 9th form, you won't even be able to differentiate between friend and foe." But the old man, Long Chen, was unconvinced. He had previously seen the old man almost use the 9th form of Split the Heavens. It was nowhere as grave as Ku Jianying described it. That is because he would exhaust all his energy using it at once. Either he kills his opponent or he dies, so he won't have the power for a second attack. Furthermore, even if he does slay his enemy, his own chances of surviving after using it are less than 30%. That's why he doesn't have to consider what happens next, said Ku Jianying. "I feel like I can first teach him the heavens, wrath, to see if he can control it. If he can, then I'll transmit the 9th form," said the old man. Ku Jianying was silent for a moment before sighing, "It's still very dangerous. This little fellow's temper is something you're well aware of. But if you're so set, I'll respect your opinion." "Hee, many thanks, Alliance Head. I won't disappoint you," said Long Chen immediately, not letting her change her mind. Long Chen had long since wanted to learn the 9th form of Split the Heavens. But since the old man refused to teach him, he couldn't do anything. Now that the old man was finally willing to transmit this peerless technique to him, he was incredibly excited. 3 days from now, come with me to the heaven-splitting battle sect. Then we'll see," said the old man. "Why not start right now?" asked Long Chen impatiently. "You just experienced a large battle, so your spiritual fluctuations have yet to calm down. In this state, activating the heavens, wrath is too dangerous." The old man shook his head. Fine. Although Long Chen was anxious to learn it, it seemed that he would have to wait. The old man patted his shoulder. "Even at such an age, you can't calm down a bit. You aren't able to wait even 3 days. Are you the one who should be saying these words?" Long Chen curled his lips. The old man was far older, but he had the same temper. "Do you want to learn the 9th form of Split the Heavens or not?" raged the old man. Long Chen just looked at him and didn't reply. Ku Jianying was between laughter and tears, and she pinched the old man. Long Chen was not wrong at all. For the old man to try to teach others to control their temper was something no one would accept. Ku Jianying said, "Long Chen, I'm going to bring up a certain matter. Don't get angry." Long Chen smiled. "What is there to get angry about? You wish to draw in those neutral and traitor powers." Although Long Chen had been in seclusion, the new wind that had blown across the Martial Heaven Alliance had not escaped him. He had killed Dongfang Yuyong and Zhao Rishan, as well as fighting against 3 of the Divine Family's sovereign sprouts at once. He had even exchanged blows with a family head of the Divine Families. This was something that affected the entire continent. Because of it, the neutral powers and powers that had left the Martial Heaven Alliance due to the influence of Pill Valley were now being drawn back in. There was now the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the Music Master supporting the Martial Heaven Alliance. Only now did the public learn that the Martial Heaven Alliance was not as weak as they had thought. Even the Lord Venerate of the Divine Families had conceded. With the support of 3 large forces, the Martial Heaven Alliance was now clearly the main pillar of the continent. Perhaps even the previous pressure on the alliance had just been an act or maybe a trial. After realizing these things, Those neutral powers and those that had left the Martial Heaven Alliance expressed that they were willing to join. When those powers had tried to join the Martial Heaven Alliance before, Long Chen had simply told them to scram. The Martial Heaven Alliance did not accept traitors. However, this time it was different. It wasn't just the powers that had betrayed them. Even factions that had been neutral the entire time were willing to join. Just at this moment, the gates opened, and thousands of experts walked into the small yard. Chapter 2568 Bitter Pill. These people were all elders, people with great authority on the continent. Yet, upon seeing Long Chen, they were a bit embarrassed, but they thickened their skin and walked in. How could Long Chen not see what was going on? He immediately stood. It seems that the Alliance head is planning on holding a gathering. This little one will bid his farewells. Little brat, sit down. Hu Jianying reddened from anger. Long Chen had instantly seen through her intentions. Long Chen sat back down. The old man didn't say anything, looking up at the sky as if nothing here had anything to do with him. What do you think should be done in order to strengthen the Martial Heaven Alliance? Hu Jianying spat out through clenched teeth. How could I dare to have an opinion? You look like you're going to bite me if I say something against you. It's like I won't even live to walk out of this courtyard. Long Chen bitterly smiled. It really was a case of growing more and more unreasonable with age. After having her plot seen through, she got angry. It seemed everything before had been a foundation to make Long Chen pull these people in. Although Yi Lingshan was the future alliance head, Long Chen was the true leader of the righteous path and their strongest force. In order for these people to join the Martial Heaven Alliance, the first requirement was Long Chen's approval. Otherwise, if they angered Long Chen, he would leave the Martial Heaven Alliance. Then the people's hearts would immediately fall apart. However, it was also unacceptable to not allow them to join. The Martial Heaven Alliance's divine item, the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet, required their power in order to unleash its full potential. With the tribulation about to descend, every bit of power could decide life or death. Although Hu Jianying also didn't like these people, especially the traitors, now was not the time to bother with those things. As a result, she had thickened her skin to have Long Chen discuss this matter. Originally, it should be up to Yi Lingshan to do this, but she was worried that Yi Lingshan wouldn't be able to handle Long Chen, so Hu Jianying had used her status as his senior to require him to participate. Long Chen, respectful greetings, one of the elders thickened his skin and got started. Stop, I can't accept it. Long Chen waved his hand, indifferently saying, I'm unable to accept such words from you. If I remember correctly, you were one of the people trying to con others into leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance. That, I was ignorant back then, the elder was embarrassed. He was quite eloquent and actually quite famous for it. It was precisely because of his eloquence that he had managed to convince many others to leave the alliance as well. Now that they were returning, he was the one who thickened his skin to speak for those people. So many people had left because of trusting in him. If he didn't take responsibility for it, he would probably be beaten to death by them. So you were ignorant back then. Then are you still ignorant now? Sneered Long Chen. Now I've been enlightened and know right from wrong, said the elder hastily. Then when will your next moment of ignorance come? Long Chen curled his lips. That, the elder turned red, not knowing how to reply. You've taken a blade and left a heavy cut on the Martial Heaven Alliance. Who knows when your next cut will come? Don't try to push the responsibility onto Pill Valley, the corrupt path, or the others. You are responsible for your own actions. Who knows whether or not you will be bought by the invaders when the time comes? Will you leave a fatal wound on the Martial Heaven Alliance this time? Demanded Long Chen. We swear on our souls, the elder raised his hand along with the others. Put your hands down. I'm not saying these things for you but for the alliance head. I don't care whether or not you come back. Perhaps it is precisely because it is difficult for me to change my opinion that I'm not suited to be a leader. I don't have that tolerance to forgive other people's faults. Betrayal in particular is impossible to forgive. Due to this, I will not state an opinion about your return. Whether or not you return, I am still me. My goals haven't changed. I don't want to be some hero, I just want to live while protecting my friends and family. To me, you are completely dispensable. With or without you guys, it doesn't matter. However, it's not just me. The people who are most loyal to the Martial Heaven Alliance are the ones most hurt and feel the most disgust for you. Rather than wasting time with me, You should be thinking about how you can make things up to them, said Long Chen indifferently. When it came to the neutral factions, Long Chen didn't like them, but he didn't hate them either. The ones he hated were those that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance. Even if it was Ku Jianying trying to advise him, he could not forgive them. But he also wouldn't kill them or cause trouble for them. He didn't have the time. Then you do not oppose us joining the Martial Heaven Alliance? Asked the elder. I do not oppose nor do I endorse it. There is just one thing I want to say. Long Chen suddenly became icy. If you join and betray the Martial Heaven Alliance again, then no matter where you hide, I will still kill you. Yes, we definitely will not betray you again. Those elders were delighted to hear this. Long Chen was essentially approving of them joining the Martial Heaven Alliance. The most difficult juncture had now just passed smoothly. They hated themselves for their foolishness. Back then, they had thought that the Martial Heaven Alliance had already fallen and would gradually decline until it collapsed. They had seized that opportunity to leave before being implicated themselves. However, the Martial Heaven Alliance was instead lifted by Long Chen, obtaining the support of the Wine God Palace, the elusive Music Immortal Palace, and the Divine Ice Palace. Now they were even able to challenge the divine families. The ones who had left the Martial Heaven Alliance now had nothing to rely on. Once the battle started, they would be instantly devoured by the tide. Only with a powerful force to rely on did they have any chance of survival. Worst of all, their elite disciples had almost all betrayed them, joining the Martial Heaven Alliance against their orders. These old fellows were now only leading a group of young disciples that had yet to grow up, so they had no hope for their futures. Returning to the Martial Heaven Alliance was their best option, so they were willing to give up their dignity for this. This was also the will of everyone in their sects. Long Chen had essentially relented, causing them to thank him and over again. Eventually, they left the courtyard. Count yourself tactful. Ku Jianying smiled, relieved. I can't be bothered to deal with them. The main thing is whether or not the Martial Heaven Alliance can handle the disciples under its banner, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan has already handled things. In truth, many of their disciples have joined us, leaving their sect's hollow shells. Having to suffer through these days afraid of being destroyed at any moment is enough suffering for them. Even though they're coming back, their actions have left a stain on them. Unless they contribute some kind of great merit, it will be difficult to wash away that disgrace. However, all people have emotions. Those disciples who left their sects to join us have always thought of their sects. Just because of the foolishness of a small portion of people in the sect, the ones in power, the entire sect had to pay the price. That isn't fair to the others. After all, many people are unable to voice their own thoughts on the matter. Those old fellows are hateful, but there are tens of thousands of innocent disciples in their sects. We can't ignore them. Ku Jianying sighed. This wasn't her being soft-hearted. It was truly the case. There were many disciples still in their teens in those sects. They didn't know what was right or wrong, but they still had to pay the price for the ones in charge. When the battle started, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. They would die miserably in the chaotic battle, and that was not what Ku Jianying wanted to see. Long Chen nodded. Perhaps you are correct. All things have good and bad parts. Forcibly stripping away the bad parts results in excluding a great deal of the good as well. Ku Jianying smiled. I'm glad you understand. You should know that Lingshan has been under immense pressure. Although I understand, I'm unable to accept it. That's why the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance must have a far vaster heart than me. I'm unable to do the same. I am too direct. Long Chen knew that Ku Jianying also felt bitter about letting them join. Long Chen could also understand her reasons for letting them join. However, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to make the same decision as her. If traitors appeared in the Dragonblood Legion, there was no way he could accept it. He couldn't imagine how much pain that would cause him. One reason for accepting them is because of their innocent disciples. Another reason is because we truly need them. Once they join, all their sects, karmic luck will support us, and that will allow the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet to unleash its greatest power. Do you still remember why I had you let the sea demons and the corrupt path leave? Asked Ku Jianying. I really don't. Long Chen shook his head. He had wanted to wipe them all out back then. It is because both of them have their own terrifying trump cards. The corrupt path's trump card is something that even the divine families are afraid of, said Ku Jianying gravely. What trump card? Let's first talk about the sea demon race. Taoist Heavenly Feather killed one of their kings. However, They have more experts on that level. In truth, the six-horned sea serpent race is not the strongest of the sea demons. They have other experts hidden deep within the sea, and the other sea demons are essentially their servants. Those hidden experts won't even react to Taoist heavenly feather killing that 13th ranked sea demon. However, if she were to charge into the sea and start slaughtering them, they would definitely make a move, said Ku Jianying. Long Chen's heart pounded. So the martial heaven sea ring was actually hiding such experts. What about the corrupt path? Is it the corrupt god cemetery? Asked Long Chen. No, the corrupt god cemetery is just a pretense. Their strongest trump card is another danger zone, Resentful Death City. Chapter 2569 The Secret of Resentful Death City. Resentful Death City. Long Chen was started. This was one of the martial heaven continent's 7 great danger zones. These danger zones weren't all there at the start. For example, the heaven-devouring forest had only appeared when the spirit world's demonic trees invaded the martial heaven continent, creating an area that was too dangerous to cross. However, the heaven-devouring forest had been destroyed by Long Chen, removing it from the rankings of the danger zones. Compared to the other danger zones, the heaven-devouring forest was nothing. Devil Spirit Mountain, the Yin-Yang World, the Ancient Battlefield, the Corrupt God Cemetery, and the Martial Heaven Sea Ring were all danger zones that Long Chen had come into contact with. The only one he hadn't encountered was Resentful Death City. This name was rarely mentioned, so he had almost forgotten about it. Ku Jianying said, the origin of Resentful Death City is very vague. It is said it was the first city to be destroyed on the continent during the Battle of the Immortal Era. Legend has it that the Martial Heaven continent was practically limitlessly large back then, unlike now, and that city was sent into a bottomless abyss during the battle. After that, it became a channel between the Martial Heaven continent and another world. There are only 2 entrances on the Martial Heaven continent to Resentful Death City. One lies with the Divine Families, while another is in the hands of the Corrupt Path. The Divine Family's entrance was created by them artificially, but the true channel is behind the Corrupt God Cemetery. By controlling Resentful Death City, the Corrupt Path has a hand over the thread of the Martial Heaven continent. Resentful Death City, what is so amazing about it? Asked Long Chen. This was Long Chen's first time hearing Ku Jianying tell him so many secrets of the continent. When she said that the continent was almost limitless in size back then, he thought of Ming Kengyu's words about how it was the core of a star field. That supported Ku Jianying's words. Resentful Death City was once the Martial Heaven continent's strongest city, and also the place with the most intense fights against the Demon Devil world. It is said that Resentful Death City was the size of the current Martial Heaven continent. After that battle, the city was dyed red by the blood of gods. Corpses filled the city. The resentment that accumulated there is simply incalculable, and there are also countless treasures and divine abilities from the immortal era. However, the air of resentment is too strong. Unless you are a peak expert, just entering the city will cause your mind to break down. The Corrupt God Cemetery is linked to Resentful Death City. So, the Corrupt Path is in control of the gates to the city. You mean that they can open those gates and unleash the air of resentment onto the Martial Heaven continent, destroying it? Asked Long Chen. Ku Jianying shook her head. No, that resentment is locked behind the world barrier. It cannot enter the Martial Heaven continent. Even if the Corrupt Path did have a way to break the barrier, that resentment would be suppressed by the laws of the continent. The true danger is the corpses in the Corrupt God Cemetery. Every generation of the Corrupt Path will have their top experts buried in the Corrupt God Cemetery. Actually, rather than say they are buried, it would be more accurate to say that they are turned into puppets. After so many years, it's unknown just how many puppets the Corrupt Path has accumulated. Although they've kept it secret, we know that they've been using Resentful Death City's air of resentment to nourish those puppets. If they are forced to the brink, they will unleash those puppets and bring forth a terrifying tribulation. At such a critical time, if you had chased down and slaughtered the Corrupt Path's final experts to the very last man, they would definitely unleash this trump card. Furthermore, they will open the gates of Resentful Death City and unleash the corpse devils inside. This is why the Corrupt Path has survived for countless years. Even when sovereigns appear, they cannot wipe out the Corrupt Path because in their hands lies the power to destroy the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen's expression grew ugly. No wonder Ku Jianying had some restraint when it came to the Corrupt Path. So the Corrupt Path had such a trump card. It doesn't matter what the sovereigns thought. I'll wipe them out sooner or later. Long Chen refused to believe that the sovereigns hadn't had the power to destroy the Corrupt Path. Perhaps they had their own thoughts, but Long Chen didn't care. Next time, if the corrupt path's people appeared again, he would hunt them down. Simply being beaten without fighting back wasn't his style. Ku Jianying smiled. I know, but even if you are to fight the corrupt path, you should wait a while. The corrupt path's experts have been dead for countless years. 1 year, 2 years, it doesn't matter to them. But for you and your generation, the martial heaven continent's chi flow is now concentrated on you. You can all grow stronger with every passing day. If a clash with the corrupt path is inevitable, it is more beneficial for you to wait as long as possible. Every extra day is a bit stronger that you will have grown. Long Chen nodded. That was reasonable. Time was most beneficial to them. However, he was not necessarily a reasonable man. Otherwise, he would not have crushed Zhao Rishan in front of everyone and given a vicious slap to the divine families. His relationship with the divine families had turned icy. Even if his relationship with the Long family was not bad, the Long family still belonged to the divine families. They would still be speaking for the divine families. Old man, this matter has been settled. Can I train in the 9th form of Split the Heavens now? Asked Long Chen. With such an attitude, you will definitely be unable to control the heavens, wrath. It seems 3 days is too short, snorted the old man. Although he acted disdainful, he was quite pleased inside. The more urgently Long Chen wanted to learn this technique, the happier he was. After all, this was the strongest technique of the heaven-splitting battle sect. If Long Chen acted indifferent toward it, he would be angry. He was also anticipating the sight of Long Chen using the 9th form of Split the Heavens. Since the old man refused to teach him and Ku Jianying had many things to handle, Long Chen decided to take his leave. He returned to the Dragonblood Legion. He then saw the Dragonblood warriors still howling within the blood pool. Layers of their skin were constantly shedding as if they were boiling. Even Long Chen shivered. That kind of pain really wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. However, there were 2 people who weren't howling. One was Yu Zifeng. Strange strands circulated around him, blocking the dragon blood. As a sword cultivator, Yu Zifeng didn't need the dragon blood to temper his body. He was simply using it to temper his own will. The other person was wild. He was just lying down in the blood pool, sleeping. He had a half-eaten bone beside him that could be used as a pillow. A huge amount of the dragon blood was converging on him. It seemed that all on his own, he was absorbing more dragon blood than all the Dragonblood warriors. Long Chen extended a hand into the blood pool and sensed that a great deal of its energy had been used up. He then injected more dragon blood into the pool. After that, he gave a thumbs up to his brothers inside and left. When he came to Guo Ran's room, he heard that Guo Ran's voice had turned hoarse, but it was still strong. That showed that he truly did have immense potential. He was still far off from his limit. Brothers, I can't endure. Sha Chen's weak voice came from the other side of the wall. You have to endure. I was even able to endure this long. If a coward like me can do it, you definitely can do the same. Your will is stronger than mine, shouted Guo Ran. It seemed that he still didn't know that Long Chen had conned him. He was even worried about Sha Chen. After all, Sha Chen was a formation cultivator with a weak physical body. Guo Ran didn't just have to hold on himself, but he also had to encourage Sha Chen. Long Chen almost laughed. He hadn't expected Sha Chen's acting to be so good. With him accompanying Guo Ran would definitely be able to unleash his full potential. Long Chen then took a glance at Sha Chen and saw him lying in the dragon blood, extremely relaxed and content. After that, he continued to walk further. Just as Long Chen was approaching Meng Qi in the other's room, before he even got to the door, Lu Ruyan's icy voice rang out from within. Who's there? Who else could it be? Demanded Long Chen. Do you want some fresh blood? Can you not treat me like a thief? Laughter rang out from within. But when the door opened, the laughter was cut off. No one had expected Lu Ruyan to actually open the door. As a result, dense blood-colored vapor came out of the room. Long Chen barely got a glimpse at some jade bodies when they all fled into the blood pool. Ruyan, what are you doing? Asked Chu Yao, embarrassed. Lu Ruyan had opened the door without warning. Ruyan, I feel like you aren't all bad. Long Chen laughed. For the first time, he found that Lu Ruyan also had a lovable side. The door suddenly slammed shut on Long Chen just as he stepped forward. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, his nose would have been flattened. Do I need your praise? Snorted Lu Ruyan. More laughter rang out from within and Long Chen sighed. It seemed that he had gained too many wives. He was worried that they wouldn't get along before, but now it seemed that they were too united. United against him. Long Chen then returned to Guo Ran's room, secretly adding some more dragon blood before leaving. Based on Long Chen's estimates, it would take 7 days for them to undergo a complete transformation. He shouldn't disturb them during this time. At this moment, there was no need for him to refine pills. Hence, he had Huo linger, the demon moon furnace, and the moon and star refining furnace refining things on their own. Since the old man wanted him to wait 3 days, he had to find something to do. After thinking about it, Long Chen chose to pay his respects to Taoist Heavenly Feather. He had to thank her for saving him. Therefore, Long Chen now took a transportation formation directly to the northern Zan region's Divine Ice Palace. The palace master has been waiting for you. Long Chen had just walked in when a disciple came to welcome him. Chapter 2570 Heaven Devastating Bracelet. Inside the Divine Ice Palace, Taoist Heavenly Feather was smiling like a kind elder. She no longer had her previous overbearing iciness. Junior thanked Senior for your aid. Long Chen immediately bowed upon seeing her. There's no need to thank me. The martial heaven continent is a family, so saving you is saving ourselves, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. You knew I was coming? Asked Long Chen. The disciple had said that Taoist Heavenly Feather was waiting for him, making him curious. Yes, if you hadn't come, I would have gone to find you. Taoist Heavenly Feather nodded. My apologies for making you wait. I had some things that slowed me down. Do you need me for something? I do. Taoist Heavenly Feather looked at Long Chen. What do you think about the music master? Long Chen was startled. With Taoist Heavenly Feather's status, she wouldn't ask any random questions. Long Chen hesitatingly said, to tell the truth, she doesn't give me a very good feeling. Oh, why not? Taoist Heavenly Feather was interested. Long Chen shook his head. I can't say for sure. The first time I saw her, my first impression was that she wasn't the person she appears to be. It's a strange feeling. Perhaps it's simply due to her not helping this time. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled. That sharp intuition of yours is definitely a large part of why you could live until today. Heaven merging experts are one with heaven and earth, so even another heaven merging expert can't sense their thoughts, let alone a nether passage disciple. Your cultivation technique must be powerful to be able to ignore this restriction. Your perception is startling. Is there really a problem with the music master? Asked Long Chen, his heart pounding. I don't know. I just particularly don't like her. I feel like she's too sly to trust. That day, I intentionally targeted her to tell her not to forget her status and mission, but she didn't give a direct reply or promise anything. The chances that the elusive music immortal palace will slip their way through is very high, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Long Chen nodded, gaining a deeper understanding as to the relationship between the Divine Ice Palace and the elusive music immortal palace. The two of them were both protectors of the martial heaven continent. When Ziyan had roamed the world, she had been welcomed by all. No one had dared to be enemies with her due to the status of the elusive music immortal palace. On the other hand, the Divine Ice Palace was comparatively low-key. They almost never interacted with the outside world, but at this crucial juncture, they stepped forward to support the martial heaven continent, even going against the divine families due to their duty. However, the elusive music immortal palace, with their greater reputation, had actually turned coward at this moment. It was no wonder Taoist Heavenly Feather was angered. Senior, disciple has a question that I've always wondered. I just wonder if it is taboo. Asked Long Chen cautiously. Taboo? Haha, you are the one who spat out the name of the heaven merging realm. Taboos don't seem to matter to you. Just ask. If it is taboo, I simply won't respond, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Taoist Heavenly Feather hadn't expected this generation's unlucky bastard to be Long Chen. Theoretically, the person to speak the name of this realm should be extremely unlucky, someone the heavens were trying to get rid of. Normally, the one to say those 3 words would be destroyed by heavenly tribulation after accomplishing their mission of transmitting the name of the realm. Those unlucky fellows had been unremarkable little people because the heavenly Taos would pick out someone useless to transmit the information. Hence, the fact that Long Chen was the one to say it in this generation was truly incomprehensible. It was almost laughable. Long Chen understood what she was thinking, and he didn't mind. In any case, he had long since gotten used to his luck. The Divine Ice Palace's Ice Divine Sword is the legendary supreme divine item, the Northern Source Sword. Then is Ziyan's 7-string C suppressing zither, probed Long Chen. Yes, the 7-string C suppressing zither is the southern C zither. The eastern wasteland bell, the western desert axe, the southern sea zither, the northern source sword, and the central plains cauldron are the 5 divine items relating to the 5 blocks of the martial heaven continent. However, in the battle back then, Taoist Heavenly Feather suddenly shut her mouth. Then disciple wishes to know, if the southern sea zither and the northern source sword have appeared, then why is there no news of the western desert axe and the central plains cauldron? Asked Long Chen. Because in the battle back then, those 2 divine items were severely damaged. They vanished without a trace, just like the eastern wasteland bell, and never appeared again. The western desert battle god Palace had fought to the death in that battle, not leaving any of their inheritance behind. They were true heroes who vanished along with the western desert axe. Central Plains Peak Dao Gate was also severely damaged in that battle, eventually declining and fading within the river of time. After the battle, every generation of their disciples took on the mission of finding the Central Plains cauldron, but they all failed. Eventually, their line completely died out. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head sadly. Thinking of how glorious the martial heaven continent had been back at its peak, she was full of emotion and sorrow. She continued, as for the northern source sword and the southern sea zither, although they were preserved, they fell into slumber after that battle. Even now, they have yet to awaken. Neither I nor the music master can awaken them. The reason I can use a bit of its power is due to powering it with karmic luck. They possess their own consciousness and subconsciousness which permits us to do that. Then how can they be awakened? Asked Long Chen. They are waiting for their masters to awaken them. Ziqiu is the master that the northern source sword is looking for. But even now, it seems that it has not formed a connection with her. On the other hand, the girl from the elusive music immortal palace has managed to obtain the southern sea zither's approval. Her soul already has the fluctuations of a supreme divine item. Hence, I do not know why the southern sea zither has yet to awaken. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. Senior, that old ghost from the Yi family had a counterfeit eastern wasteland bell, saying that it had its source energy. Does that mean the eastern wasteland bell is in their hands? Asked Long Chen. That's unclear. Legend has it that the 5 supreme divine items fought against the heaven-devastating bracelet back then. The leader of the 5 supreme items, the eastern wasteland bell, endured the greatest impact, resulting in it fracturing. After that, its source energy was scattered throughout heaven and earth. Others then frantically gathered that energy in hopes of using it to find the eastern wasteland bell and revive it. However, the eastern wasteland bell shattered and vanished. Its source chi also gradually faded away. The divine families most likely didn't want the source chi to go to waste, so they created an imitation to lock a portion of it inside. As a result, the imitation was still an imitation. It looked like the real thing but lacked the power. It was unable to use the source chi. Other than being able to block the supreme aura of the northern source sword and southern sea zither, such a bell has nothing amazing about it. That's why you could break it, explained Taoist Heavenly Feather. Long Chen was startled. So the source chi inside that bell was nothing more than an extremely small part of the eastern wasteland bell's original source chi. Also, he realized that Taoist Heavenly Feather didn't know that he had a fragment of the eastern wasteland bell. She thought that he had used some other special means to break the counterfeit. No one had seen through the clues, and no one had noticed the fragment absorbing the source chi. This made Long Chen relax slightly. Wait a moment, you said the Heaven Devastation bracelet. What is that? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Do you know the story behind the martial heaven sea ring? I remember, it was something about being made from a bracelet smashing into the continent. Long Chen suddenly recalled his first time crossing the sea from the eastern wasteland. Someone had said that the martial heaven sea ring was created when a bracelet smashed into the ground. At that time, Long Chen had snorted, thinking that it was a story to trick brainless people. However, now that Taoist Heavenly Feather was putting it this way, it seemed that this story was not a fabrication. Yes, it was the result of the heaven-devastating bracelet smashing into the ground. During that battle, the eastern wasteland bell was shattered, the western desert axe and the central plains cauldron vanished, and the southern sea zither and the northern source sword fell into slumber. On the other hand, the heaven-devastating bracelet fell onto the continent, creating the martial heaven sea ring. The heaven-devastating bracelet still resides at the bottom of the sea. As for its current state, no one can say for sure. The sea demon race does not allow anyone to check on it. When the continent's experts enter deep into the sea, they will face various restrictions. Their cultivation bases and divine abilities are suppressed as the depths of the sea belong to the sea demon race. They are unrivaled there. Most importantly, no one knows what is at the bottom of the sea. It's unknown if the heaven devastating bracelet has recovered. Perhaps the sea demon race is actually in control of it and is using it. That is why we don't dare to be too oppressive toward the sea demon race. Especially at this kind of time when invaders may attack at any moment, we must constantly be on guard. Taoist Heavenly Feather frowned. Even she didn't have a way to deal with the sea demon race. Is the sea demon race really so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Very much so. They are probably no weaker than the collective power of the cultivators on the continent. However, they are also impacted when they leave the martial heaven sea ring. That is why I dared to kill their leader on land without worrying about any retaliation. But we must be on guard toward the sea demon race. They are a pack of fools who are capable of anything. Furthermore, it seems that they have extremely secretive dealings with the divine families, warned Taoist Heavenly Feather. Then is there a way to eliminate them? I really detest them, said Long Chen. He didn't want to always have to keep an eye on his back for their sudden attack. Unless you can wipe them all out, it would be best not to make a reckless move, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Long Chen nodded. He had to think of a way to deal with the corrupt path in the sea demon race. It would be far too uncomfortable with them at his back. Taoist Heavenly Feather's expression suddenly changed. The Devil Spirit Mountain's sovereign seal has started to crack. Chapter 2571 Sovereign Seal vanishes. Countless experts had gathered in front of Devil Spirit Mountain. Ku Jianying and the old man were amongst their ranks. When Long Chen and Taoist Heavenly Feather arrived, Ku Jianying and the old man hastily came to greet them. Did no one from the divine families come? Asked Taoist Heavenly Feather. No. Furthermore, Ku Jianying shook her head. Furthermore, the original experts of the divine families that were guarding Devil Spirit Mountain have left. It's the same at the Yin-Yang world. Long Chen sneered, the divine families are ceasing to cooperate with us. Are they trying to scare us? The divine families were originally guarding this place, but they had withdrawn without saying anything. Right now, the sovereign seal floating between the two giant stone pillars was starting to crack. It seemed that it would collapse in just a short time. The sovereign seal shouldn't have broken so quickly. Could it be? Someone cautiously started a train of thought, only to shut his mouth quickly. Many people's expressions grew ugly. It couldn't be that the divine families had intentionally damaged the sovereign seal to make it break earlier, right? Haha, fools, without the support of the divine families, how will the martial heaven continent fight against the invaders? Look at what you've done. Because of Long Chen, the continent is in incalculable danger. If we all die, it's Long Chen's fault. Suddenly, maniacal laughter came from the crowd. The speaker was wearing robes of the ancient family alliance. He was a tottering senior whose cultivation base was only at the life star realm. The divine families are trying to create fear and then put pressure on me and the martial heaven alliance. They have fractured the powers of the martial heaven continent, not allowing us to unite. Hee, I really didn't misjudge the divine families, snorted Long Chen. Seeing everyone looking at him, the elder was even more pleased. He loudly said, Long Chen, you are a petty little man who doesn't care about the big picture or the continent. In your stubbornness, you offended the divine families, Pill Valley, the corrupt path, and the sea demon race. Do you think that you alone will be able to save the continent from its crisis? Who do you think you are? A sovereign. Even the sovereigns needed to unite the continent's powers to fight off the invaders. As for you, all you know how to do is kill the pillars of the martial heaven continent. If you have the ability, why didn't you kill the experts of the invading worlds? Instead, you act like a big shot on the continent. You have inescapable blame if anyone from the continent dies to these invaders. The elder didn't seem afraid of Long Chen killing him at all. His spittle flew out as he cursed Long Chen. Hearing this, countless people grew ashen with rage, and hands landed on their weapons. This person already had a foot in the grave, and his longevity had reached its end. Since he didn't have many more days of life regardless, they truly disdained killing such a weakling. Long Chen was surprisingly calm as he looked at the elder. He knew that killing him was meaningless. There were thousands, tens of thousands, or perhaps even more of him. Those people didn't have any ability in their lifetime, but they could fan some flames, duping people who didn't have information. They were capable of immense harm. Long Chen, don't. You want to kill me? Come and kill me. I've lived my life, but I simply cannot bear to suffer in silence as you act so recklessly and throw the continent in danger." The elder continued to fan the flames of rage. He knew that everyone who had come here was someone with status and prestige. They disdained killing him. Killing him would lose them face. However, one person had finally lost patience. He was about to attack when he was stopped by Long Chen. "Thank you, senior. I can deal with it myself." Long Chen shook his head. This elder was unafraid of death, so whoever killed him would have to bear a stain. The one about to attack had simply lost his patience and no longer cared, but Long Chen didn't want others to suffer for this. "Ha ha ha, do you see, the mighty Long Chen, the Martial Heaven Alliance's strongest expert, is actually going to kill an old man on the verge of dying. Come, my name will definitely go down in history." The elder grew even more pleased. An arrow shot over at the elder, aiming to kill him before Long Chen could, but Long Chen flicked it away with a finger. "No need." Long Chen nodded his thanks to that person but did not accept their favor. Long Chen walked right in front of the elder and extended a hand. Everyone shook their heads. This elder was absolutely vile. Even in death, he had to be so vile. "Come, kill me. If I frown in the slightest, then I'm not a man," sneered the elder. Long Chen shook his head and patted his shoulder. He straightened his collar. "No matter how you put it, you are my senior. In the cultivation world, everyone is like a blade of grass that can be blown away at any moment, but every individual still views themselves as the true main character. You also had your own glory and things to be proud of. Even in death, you should keep note of your appearance. We cannot choose when we die, but when it comes, we can at least have a bit of dignity." The elder and everyone else was startled to hear such words coming from Long Chen's mouth. Long Chen continued, "You are on the verge of death. You don't feel any fear. But let me ask you, are you really unafraid of death? Do you really have nothing holding you back? If you really are fearless, then you wouldn't have come here. If your heart was unfettered, you wouldn't allow yourself to be used by others. Perhaps you no longer have your father and mother, but you must have descendants. Do you know what kind of conclusion you are giving to those descendants?" asked Long Chen lightly. You're threatening me," demanded the elder. No, I don't threaten people. I disdain doing so. I'm simply telling you that your actions are tossing them into a bottomless abyss. The entire world is clear on what kind of person I am. I don't need to prove anything. But do you know, those people whose wills aren't as strong, including your sons and daughters, will continue to spread your rumors after you die and bring chaos to the continent. If they have decent power, perhaps they will have some value to the divine families and will be helped out a little. But if they don't have any power, do you think that we will care about them after they do such things? Do you think the divine families will think these people have any value after they're done using them? When the tribulation descends, the divine families won't protect them, and neither will we. We won't have any responsibility to look after them. As for the divine families, do you think they will sacrifice their precious forces to protect them if they have no value? For you, dying is as quick as closing your eyes. But your actions are also cutting off the only chance your descendants have of surviving. Of course, you may have thought this all through. Perhaps you feel that this world is too bitter, and so you simply want to lead them into Elysium with you." Long Chen shrugged helplessly at the elder. He had no anger in his eyes or voice, only pity. The elder's expression changed multiple times as Long Chen spoke. Fear gradually crept into him. Long Chen was telling the truth. Hence, the other experts nodded. At such a critical time, the people causing trouble on the continent would be mercilessly cut off and abandoned by others. The elder trembled, lost. You still have 2 or 3 months of life left. Rather than wasting it here, why don't you consider it? Consider how a person should walk their final steps. Living in this world isn't easy. Even if your name can't go down in history, you shouldn't implicate your descendants, implored Long Chen. Many thanks. I was muddled in my old age. Thank you for your reminder. The elder actually knelt down and kowtowed to Long Chen, only to be lifted back up by him. After that, the elder left with an ashamed expression. The other experts then looked at Long Chen admiringly. This time, Long Chen had truly handled things beautifully. If he had killed the elder, nothing good would have come from it. There were plenty of people to replace the elder. The ones using him would encourage the rumors, ruining the image of the Martial Heaven Alliance by giving Long Chen a bad name. It was an extremely sinister scheme but had been easily resolved by Long Chen. Even Ku Jianying was pleased. I didn't think a time would come when you could also resolve problems without your fists. Long Chen smiled. Before this, I was always under the teachings of the old man. But now I am immersed in your sunlight. My wisdom has clearly soared. Little brat, are you defecting? Snorted the old man. Suddenly, the jade plates on everyone's waist buzzed. Everyone looked, and their expressions sank. The yin-yang world sovereign seal has completely vanished. Let's go. Taoist Heavenly Feather grabbed Long Chen, and the two of them vanished. They shuttled through space. Long Chen felt like he was in a crack within spacetime. Suddenly, Taoist Heavenly Feather extended a hand. The void split open, and the two of them came out. They had arrived at the yin-yang world. The entrance to the yin-yang world was no longer like it had been in the past. The scars from the battle when Long Chen had led the Dragonblood Legion against the Blood Race for 3 days were still present. They looked fresh. The sovereign might that had been holding this place was now gone. The channel was naked. There was not the slightest barrier in the way of the Blood Race. Moreover, the army of the divine families that had been guarding this place was gone. Even their defensive structures had been taken away. However, there was also no sound from the Blood Race within the yin-yang world. The silence was frightening. Just at that moment, countless figures began to appear from the depths of the yin-yang world. The Blood Race's army had finally come. As the battle going to start ahead of time, Long Chen unconsciously clenched his fists. Chapter 2572 One person blocks the path. The entrance to the yin-yang world had lost all its barriers. There was no one defending it, and the various blockades were gone. Long Chen and Taoist Heavenly Feather stood in front of the entrance and calmly watched as the Blood Race's army appeared. They slowly pressed forward. As they advanced, it was possible to see an endless tide of them continuing to appear. Even though Long Chen had seen the heaven-devouring black armor core in the star-field divine world, he was still stunned by the sight before him. The Blood Race truly had many experts. Those experts were all elites amongst elites. Every one of them had soaring blood chi. Even from this distance, their auras were terrifying. The Blood Race has finished gathering their army. They are just waiting for the sovereign seal to fully vanish. Now the battle is going to start, and the burden on your shoulders is not light, said Taoist Heavenly Feather solemnly. It doesn't feel too bad. It's not that much pressure. Long Chen smiled slightly. You aren't a sovereign. You cannot lead the thousands of races. The forces loyal to you are limited. Moreover, you not only need to face the invaders, but you also have to be on guard against scheming enemies within the continent. It can be said that you are at the heart of the struggle. Any other person would break down if they were in your position. However, even under this pressure, you don't have those negative emotions. I'm curious, how did you do this? Taoist Heavenly Feather looked at Long Chen inquisitively. She was an existence that had lived for countless years. She had witnessed countless figures rising and falling. Her vision was extremely sharp. However, from the very start, she had never been able to see through Long Chen. Long Chen was sometimes extremely smart, yet often did inexplicably foolish things. He was sometimes domineering and callous, yet sometimes carefree and humorous. He could go from laughing to raising his saber and killing in the next instant. He had an emotional side, yet also an emotionless side. Thinking about it, if she was in his position, she would definitely be anxious and panicking. However, Long Chen still seemed unaffected. It was as if the endless army of the Blood Race was nothing. She couldn't help being curious. Negative emotions. Long Chen laughed. Perhaps it's because my luck has always been terrible. If I wasn't able to keep my mood up myself, I probably wouldn't have lived to today. I can't rely on luck. I can only rely on my own power to fight for things. That's probably what resulted in my attitude of fighting to the death. In any case, everyone born in this world will not be leaving it alive. Having a group of beauties and hot-blooded brothers accompanying me, I've already gotten a great deal from this life. As long as I think of them, those negative emotions are expelled in an instant. Long Chen's smile was very warm. Life was beautiful but not perfect. However, the family he had made for himself gave him endless drive. Because he had them, he had the confidence to face any challenge. The Blood Race's army gradually got closer. When they saw Long Chen and Taoist Heavenly Feather, they slowly paused, staring at them. Call out your leader to speak with me, shouted Long Chen thunderously. The martial heaven continent is about to be destroyed, and yet you still act so arrogantly. The human race really is foolish. An elder of the Blood Race stepped forward, sneering. The elder looked withered, but his blood chi was astonishing. His power caused the void to rumble around him. This was definitely a terrifying expert, someone on par with a heaven-merging expert of the martial heaven continent. He gave off astonishing pressure. However, even this elder didn't dare to step too far forward in the face of Long Chen and Taoist Heavenly Feather. The blood race can use their bloodline power to sense other people's power. I can suppress my spiritual fluctuations, but they can still sense my bloodline fluctuations to estimate my cultivation base, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. So that was the case. Taoist Heavenly Feather was able to hide her cultivation base from everyone on the martial heaven continent, but she was unable to conceal it from this elder of the blood race. However, based on the elder's restraint in the face of Taoist Heavenly Feather, it seemed that he wasn't a match for her. That made Long Chen feel much more at ease. You're the foolish ones. You've repeatedly tried to invade the martial heaven continent, but have you ever succeeded? Weren't you always kicked back like stray dogs in the end? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen swaggered over to the blood race, standing not too far from them. He pointed at them, tilting his head back and extremely arrogantly saying, "In my eyes, your blood race is nothing more than trash. I challenge you right now. Anyone who doesn't like what I'm saying can come out and fight me. In the same realm, I will fight with one hand behind my back." As Long Chen spoke, the old man, Ku Jianying, and the others finally arrived. Due to having to sit through transportation formations, they were a bit slower. When they arrived, their expressions changed. They were about to give the order for their forces to gather when Taoist Heavenly Feather stopped them. "Leave things to Long Chen." More and more of the martial heaven continent's experts began to arrive. Seeing Long Chen standing in front of the army of millions and millions of the blood race's experts, they all felt their hearts beating wildly in their chests. Long Chen had one hand behind his back, while his other hand pointed at the blood race. His posture was exceedingly arrogant. The blood race's experts were immediately infuriated. The elder narrowed his eyes, staring at Long Chen and seemingly calculating something. "I'll challenge you." A large expert of the blood race suddenly stepped forward. This was a large expert. He was 3 meters tall but even wider than he was tall. Wielding a golden warhammer, from a distance, he looked like a short-legged toad. His head was barren of any hair, but his muscles were extremely shocking. His veins looked like saplings covering his body. Blood chi soared out of him along with golden light. This golden light was a mist that came out of his body due to his blood flowing so rapidly through him. Dauntless Blood Branch, ranked top 10 within my branch 10 years ago and now 86th in the 8th Wild Battle Army. "Report your name," shouted the large man of the blood race. "Me, ha ha ha, are you ready? Don't piss yourself when you hear my name." Long Chen suddenly laughed and pointed at himself with his thumb. "I am Long Chen from the martial heaven continent's eastern wastelands Phoenix Cry Empire. I learned literature at 3, started training in martial arts at 4, and mastered poetry at 5. Before 10, I swept through the martial heaven continent and retreated from the cultivation world 10 years later. Today, the sudden change in the world has drawn me out of my seclusion. The heavens collapse from a single punch, the earth shatters with a kick. When I swept through the continent, countless enemies lay beneath my feet." Hearing Long Chen's bragging, Taoist Heavenly Feather was dumbfounded. She then shook her head. Youngsters really did have too much energy. Even at such a time, he was in the mood for such a thing. "Shut up, who would believe such bragging? What rank are you?" demanded the large man. Even he realized that Long Chen was just conning him. "My rank? Oh, I'm rank 3709, answered Long Chen obediently. "Die!" the large man roared furiously. His blood chi erupted, and he smashed his warhammer at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and Evilmoon appeared in his hand. As he sneered, Evilmoon suddenly stabbed behind him rapidly. The void exploded, revealing an almost invisible elder behind Long Chen with Evilmoon stabbing through his chest. The elder then stared at the blade stabbing his chest in disbelief. The martial heaven continent's experts were all shocked to realize that the blood race had been scheming against Long Chen. Just at that moment, Evilmoon shuddered and explosive power ripped through the elder, blasting him into a bloody mist. At the same time, the large man's warhammer reached Long Chen. Long Chen only unleashed a simple punch to receive it. His scale-covered fist made the warhammer explode on contact. The large man shuddered intensely. Half his body crumpled, while the remaining half of him tumbled back. In an instant, one died, and the other was badly injured. The most shocking thing was that the elder that Long Chen had just killed had unleashed his aura just as he died, revealing that he was an existence matching a heaven-merging expert. You said that the human race were fools, but it seems that you're the real fools. You want to play this kind of game with me. One fellow draws my attention, while another sneak attacks me, going so far as to even wanting to capture me alive instead of killing me. You really are ambitious. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and sneered. The blood race didn't have the human race's magical arts, but they did have their own unique bloodline divine abilities. This elder had used one of those divine abilities to conceal himself. It was an extremely rare ability within the blood race. He had thought that he would be able to easily capture Long Chen. However, he had never imagined that Long Chen's 9-star hegemon body art was most sensitive toward this kind of sneak attack. Even without the 9-star hegemon body art, there was no way he could have approached Long Chen secretly. Long Chen had Azure Dragon Essence blood flowing within his body, making him sensitive toward other bloodlines. To approach him in secret was a joke. If that elder had faced him directly, Long Chen wouldn't have been fully confident in beating him. But that fellow had been courting death, so Long Chen helped him out. Despicable human race, your ranking can't possibly be that low. You're a liar. The large man crawled up from the ground. The part of his body that had been destroyed had yet to recover, but he still pointed and cursed at Long Chen. Long Chen snickered, I didn't lie. In terms of height, my rank amongst the martial heaven continent's experts is 3709. The large man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. He died. Suddenly, the void split open, and a blood-colored spear pierced toward Long Chen with immense divine power. A voice resounded throughout heaven and earth. The trash human race has no right to be arrogant. Die. Chapter 2573 Tit for Tat. The world shuddered. Although the attacker had yet to appear, with only the spear present, a terrifying pressure was unleashed. The idiot blood race has no right to be arrogant. Let's see just how much power you have, sneered Long Chen. He stepped forward, his divine ring and 6-star battle armor appearing. Long Chen's fist smashed into the spear, unleashing a thundering chi wave that shook the void. As a result, a figure appeared. It was a young man of the blood race. He seemed surprised, not having expected Long Chen to block his attack barehanded. You have some power. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, the human race is trash. No matter how strong you grow, you're still just prey in the end. You can't escape the grasp of the hunter. The man from the blood race sneered. With a wave of his hand, blood chi filled the air, rapidly growing denser. This was similar to a domain powered by his bloodline power. It was strangely similar to the manifestation domains of the martial heaven continent's experts. It's too early to say who is the prey and who is the hunter. Power will decide everything. Long Chen snorted and charged forward, ignoring his domain. He sent a kick to the blood race man's face. What shameless boasting. The martial heaven continent's lifeforms are like chives that are reaped time and time again, sneered the blood race man. He clenched his left hand, and the void twisted. Long Chen was pulled toward him. It was as if the distance between them had been shortened. The blood race man stabbed his spear at Long Chen's heart. It was longer than Long Chen's leg, so Long Chen would definitely be struck first. It seemed that the blood race man could control spatial energy within this domain. Reaping chives. How laughable. Do you even know how many of you charged onto the continent? Do you know how many of you left alive? Long Chen snorted. Long Chen had no choice but to switch targets. His foot landed on the spear, unleashing an explosive chi wave. The spear was thrown off target, and Long Chen unleashed a punch at his opponent's chest. With his spear knocked aside, the blood race man also had to unleash a fist in response. His fist was aimed at Long Chen's chest as well. Just at that moment, his chest and fist became covered in blood-colored runes that firmly protected them. Two explosive sounds rang out. Long Chen and the blood race man's fist struck the other's chests at the same time. As a result, Long Chen flew back with a muffled snort. As for the blood race man, the shield he had condensed in front of his chest was shattered, and his chest caved in. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing him cough up blood, startled cries rang out from the blood race's army. Clearly, this man's status was extremely high within the blood race. They hadn't expected him to be at a disadvantage. You're always beaten like dogs and flee, but you still have the face to act arrogant. Does the blood race not know what shame is? Sneered Long Chen. However, he was shocked inside. This person was on the level of a sovereign sprout. Furthermore, his attack was a bit strange, causing Long Chen's chest to have an itching lingering pain. Furthermore, his blood had turned sluggish for a moment, almost stopping within his body. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such an attack. However, this kind of power could not suppress dragon blood. It only had a small effect before he recovered. Long Chen flew back as he spoke, arriving right in front of the blood race man and unleashing another kick to his face. At this moment, the blood race man was startled that Long Chen had arrived in front of him. Considering the previous exchange, he didn't dare to keep fighting Long Chen with just his physical body. Hence, he blocked with his spear. Long Chen's foot slammed into the spear and smashed the blood race man into the ground, leaving a giant hole. Long Chen stood in the air, looking down on his opponent. He clasped his hands behind him. You bragged enough to shake the heavens, but your current appearance doesn't match up to that arrogance. The blood race's experts were staring in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The martial heaven continent's experts began to cheer. It seems that this person has an outstanding position within the blood race. But even he isn't good enough in front of Long Chen. For the martial heaven alliance to have gained such a figure, the heavens are truly looking out for the righteous path. We're unified and have such an outstanding figure. We've reached an unprecedented level. We can definitely triumph over this tribulation. The ones who had arrived were all experts who had lived for countless years, elders who were leaders of their individual sects. To put it frankly, when it came to whether or not they themselves would survive this tribulation, they no longer cared so much. They cared more about whether or not their sects, inheritances would survive, whether or not their disciples would live. Even if they had to die on the battlefield, they could at least face their ancestors with pride if their sects and disciples survived this tribulation. Now that Long Chen had soared from an insignificant little figure to the point that he had obtained everyone's approval, both the junior and senior generation felt increasing confidence in him. Although he wasn't too likely to become a sovereign, they believed that Long Chen could lead the martial heaven alliance to victory. The old man and Ku Jianying exchanged a smile. Long Chen's charisma had won over all of these elders. The martial heaven alliance had never been so united before. This proved that their vision was correct. The land quivered and then exploded. The blood race man charged out like a shooting star, and killing intent overflowed out of him. Blood-colored flames burned in his eyes. Little human, you think you can be arrogant? He roared, having entered a crazy state. In the blood race, he was someone with an immense reputation. But as soon as he arrived here, he was injured and humiliated. This was unacceptable to the blood race. The battle had yet to start. Both sides were just looking for advantages, one of which was the morale of the troops. This was extremely important to the battle. Morale was the crux upon which victory or defeat turned. High morale could lead soldiers to unleash even greater power than their normal peak. But low morale would bring forth fear, lack of confidence, and such immense pressure that their power sharply dropped. They could collapse in the first exchange. By blocking the blood race's army all on his own, Long Chen was giving the martial heaven continent a good head start, raising their morale before the battle even started. The blood race's army was the same. Even if the martial heaven continent had no defenses, they wouldn't immediately launch an assault. They would show off some of their power first to intimidate the continent's experts, causing their confidence to crumble. With Long Chen blocking the way, the countless experts inside the blood race's army couldn't just charge out at him. That would be meaningless toward boosting their morale. Only by defeating him in a one-against-one could they raise their morale. The previous elder of the blood race had realized that Long Chen was extremely powerful, and that there was likely no one who could suppress him for now. That was why he had ordered the heaven-merging expert to sneak attack and capture him. Regretfully, that heaven-merging expert was killed in one blow. As for Long Chen's new, current opponent, he had just arrived. He was intending on winning back some face, only to face further setbacks. This man of the blood race also knew just how important this battle was, so he didn't hold back. Blood-colored runes whirled out of him, and when his spear pierced through the air, it caused multiple cracks in the void. This terrifying power proved that he truly was on the level of a sovereign sprout. If I'm not qualified to be arrogant, then are you? Sneered Long Chen. His divine ring suddenly began to spin. His astral spaces lit up, and world energy poured into his arms. He swung Evilmoon with his full power. He didn't just want to win, but he wanted to win in an overwhelming fashion. The two divine items met and unleashed an explosion like that of a star. As a result, the blood race expert's spear shattered, and his body was cut in two from the shoulder to his waist. Damn, Evilmoon, you really are amazing. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. The instant their weapons clashed, Evilmoon's edge suddenly lit up, unleashing a shocking sharpness that the spear was unable to endure. Although Long Chen didn't know that spear's origin, after just a few exchanges, he was sure that it was an extremely powerful divine item. But it had still been destroyed by Evilmoon. I'm finally getting the hang of your new 6-star power, so I can start to merge with it. Hehe, I didn't expect it to work so well, said Evilmoon. Evilmoon had its own power, but it also needed Long Chen's power to unleash its full potential. After Long Chen had changed the cultivation method of the 9-star hegemon body art, Evilmoon had gradually started to be able to merge with a bit of Long Chen's power. Although it was a very small merger, it was enough to multiply its power from before. Evilmoon also hadn't expected the rise in power to be so high. Evilmoon and Long Chen shouted at the same time. It then lit up once more as it slashed toward the blood race expert. That expert had been cut in two, but the blood race's abilities were truly bizarre. He didn't explode, but this was definitely a serious injury. Hence, if he was hit a second time, he would definitely die. However, a bone claw suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Long Chen's attack and saving his life from the edge of death. Long Chen's heart shook. The bone claw's mysterious runes had dissipated a portion of his attack's power. At this moment, the bone claw suddenly lit up with divine light and pierced toward Long Chen's chest. Just then, a jade hand appeared, catching the bone claw. After that, the bone claw was instantly covered in frost and then shattered into fragments of ice. Chapter 2574 World Divine Item. It was Taoist Heavenly Feather who had interfered. She had received and destroyed that divine item with her bare hands. As a result, the elder of the blood race coughed up a mouthful of blood. The destruction of this divine item caused him a significant injury. Shameless blood race, you act so high and mighty while always doing these shameful things. Long Chen roared. At this moment, lightning exploded out of him, and he charged toward the blood race's army. Courting death, kill him. Seeing Long Chen charging at their army of millions all by himself, all the blood race's experts were infuriated. Long Chen was looking down on them. This was an unacceptable insult. The blood race man that Long Chen had injured had barely recovered, but he couldn't hold his emotions back. With a furious roar, he slashed using a broadsword that appeared in his hands. At the same time, dozens of other experts from the blood race also attacked. Every one of those attacks was exceptionally sharp. All of you can come together. When have I ever been afraid of you? Battle intent soared out of Long Chen. Ignorant arrogance. The blood race's experts were incensed, never having met such a wildly arrogant person. Long Chen's saber swept through, blasting apart the dozens of attacks coming toward him. Sword chi, spear images, astral winds, they were all cut in two along with their attackers. This attack from Long Chen contained his domineering will, along with a dark aura that made his enemies shiver. After all, amongst those attackers was one on the level of a sovereign sprout. Even so, many of them were unable to receive his attack. Ha ha ha, we've finally reached the threshold of man and saber being one. Long Chen, remember this feeling. When our power merges, it grows far stronger. Evilmoon laughed, feeling extremely pleased. In all its fights alongside Long Chen, it had felt extremely stifled because Long Chen was too weak to draw out its power. Now that Long Chen had changed the cultivation technique of the 9-star hegemon body art, their power was slowly matching up. This cooperation resulted in a subtle, marvelous change, and that uninhibited feeling made Evilmoon incomparably excited. The saber swept through the rank of the blood race, slaughtering them. At this moment, chaos reigned. They wanted to charge over at him, but, with so many of them against one person, they would be unable to unleash their full power. That would only create more chaos. A bone staff with a strange glow to it suddenly pierced toward Long Chen's chest. A violent bloodline pressure changed the color of heaven and earth. This was a heaven-merging expert, and he had been forced to interfere because no one here could suppress Long Chen in the same realm. Long Chen then blocked with Evilmoon. Just as he had expected, the blood race's heaven-merging experts controlled a strange kind of power capable of erasing a portion of his and Evilmoon's power. After the clash, the bone staff was not broken but was forced aside, revealing an old and ugly blood race elder with yellow fangs. Scram, are you trying to make me nauseous? Long Chen felt a wave of revulsion at being so close to that old face, and he casually swung his hand. At this moment, the Blood Race Elder was about to follow up with another attack, but Long Chen's slap had landed on his face. As a result, his yellow fangs soared through the air, while he shot back like a shooting star. Startled cries rang out as he smashed through the army, killing quite a few of them who were unable to dodge in time. Long Chen then raised his hand, condensing a blooming giant flame lotus. Sacred chanting filled the air. Come, since it's our first time meeting, it would be rude not to give you a gift. I'll give you a red flower. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. As soon as the World Extermination Flame Lotus appeared, the Blood Race's army reacted. Disrupt him. They could already sense the danger of the Flame Lotus, so they charged at Long Chen. A pair of lightning wings then appeared on Long Chen's back, but just as he was about to move, his smile stiffened. The world instantly turned silent. Suddenly, pain racked his body. A blood-colored spear had struck like a viper, piercing through his body. After that, his body instantly withered, and he fell into absolute darkness. Not good. Long Chen quivered. He woke from what felt like a nightmare, and a sense of absolute danger overwhelmed him. Although the Flame Lotus had yet to reach anywhere near its peak size, Long Chen had no choice but to toss it in front of him. Flames exploded, but those flames merely existed for a single ripple before being extinguished. Following that, a sharp aura locked onto Long Chen that turned him ice cold. He was locked down, and most shocking of all, he was unable to sense where this attack was coming from. In that instant, it felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing on a frozen wasteland, with all his weak spots exposed to his enemies. Steady yourself and sense carefully, reminded Evilmoon. Long Chen clenched Evilmoon. He suddenly let out a cry, slashing Evilmoon in a certain direction. As a result, his slash struck nothing. A hand then pushed him aside, and an explosion blew up the void. An ice crystal exploded, filling the world with frost. The Blood Race's experts were forced to hastily retreat to avoid this terrifying ice chi. Within the flying ice, Long Chen had been pushed outside of the realm of the Yin-Yang world by Taoist Heavenly Feather. Senior, Long Chen saw one of Taoist Heavenly Feather's arms injured. The sleeve was gone, and blood was dripping down. It's fine. Taoist Heavenly Feather quickly recovered. Ice grew over her injured arm, and new white robes appeared. Her robes were actually condensed of ice energy. However, although she said that she was fine, Long Chen clearly sensed that her aura was fluctuating. This injury was not a light one. As expected, the Blood Race's World Divine item has already come. Without one of the 5 supreme divine items, no one can block this kind of attack, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Seemingly having expected this, despicable human race, if you have the guts, come out and fight. The Blood Race's experts immediately started to get arrogant once they had forced Long Chen and Taoist Heavenly Feather to retreat. The Blood Race was truly sinister. They had activated this terrifying divine item behind their own backs, injuring Taoist Heavenly Feather. It seemed that they had won back a bit of face. It was no wonder Taoist Heavenly Feather had pushed him aside. That attack had made Long Chen see a scene of his own death. It was capable of even injuring Taoist Heavenly Feather. The arrogant shouting of the Blood Race immediately made Long Chen react. He waved his hand, tossing out a dozen metal balls. You didn't want my little flower, so I'll give you a few beads. You can string them into a bracelet. Those metal balls were quite refined and covered in intricate carvings. If placed in a large hall, they would definitely have value as ornaments. Who would want your trash things? Sneered the Blood Race's experts. They didn't believe that Long Chen would send them something good, so they launched their attacks. Suddenly, those metal balls accelerated, dodging those attacks. Like a slippery fish, they wove through them. These metal balls were specially made by Guo Ran for Long Chen. In order to match his status, every one of them was built with only the highest class materials. Furthermore, spiritual runes had been carved onto them so that Long Chen could control their flight. They were specially made for Long Chen, as only spiritual strength on his level could control such heavy things. Originally, Guo Ran had made them for Long Chen as a life-saving measure. It wasn't necessarily to save himself but for the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood Legion would encounter many great battles in the future, and if their enemies were too concentrated, launching one of these would instantly reduce the pressure. However, in his fury, Long Chen had tossed out a dozen of these life-saving measures. Some of the Blood Race's experts were shouting. Even if they were fools, they would be able to tell that this was nothing good. Some tried to catch the balls and toss them away. Some fled. Long Chen shouted, and those metal balls suddenly lit up with a light brighter than the sun. As they exploded, countless leaf-sized blades shot out, rapidly spinning. Even divine items were instantly severed by their power. At this moment, countless screams ripped through the air. Many of them were only injured, but the blades also had the venom of the poison dragons on them. So even if they didn't instantly die, they were quickly poisoned to death. With just a dozen metal balls, all the blood race experts within 10,000 miles were wiped out. The blood race's army roared furiously. Want to fight? Come at me. Long Chen pointed Evilmoon at the blood race's army. Chapter 2575 Forcing enemies to retreat. The blood race's army was instantly enraged, and they charged to the exit of the channel between the martial heaven continent and the yin-yang world. But they didn't charge out. I could already beat you like dogs in the yin-yang world. If you come into my world, I'll beat your crap out through the top door. Long Chen placed Evilmoon on his shoulder and disdainfully looked at the furious blood race experts. Although there was just a single step's distance between the yin-yang world and the martial heaven continent, the two of them had different laws. Long Chen wasn't an Empyrean, so he was capable of fighting in both worlds without much of a difference. If Empyreans entered the yin-yang world, it would be harder for them to gather heavenly Tao energy to support themselves. They might not even be able to summon their manifestations. On the other hand, the blood race's experts were also stronger in the yin-yang world with its laws. But if they came into the martial heaven continent, the difference in laws would also affect their combat power. This was why Long Chen had antagonized them by charging into their world to challenge them. He dared to enter their world, but they didn't dare to come to his. Taoist Heavenly Feather held back a smile. Long Chen truly had some skill when it came to his mouth. Sometimes he said such unexpected things that it made others laugh. The blood race's experts didn't get it as quickly as she did. Only after a while did they understand what it meant for crap to come out through the top door. When they understood, some of them couldn't hold back and charged out. The elder leading them shouted at them to come back, but 10,000 of them had gone crazy with rage and didn't listen to his orders. A mere group of ants. Long Chen snorted and swung Evilmoon. A saber image blasted all of them to pieces. Those powerful experts were nothing in front of Long Chen. They were instantly wiped out. Quite a few experts from the martial heaven continent's side had arrived. Seeing Long Chen slaughter 10,000 of them in one blow made them cheer. Long Chen rested his saber on his shoulder once more as if he had just done something wholly insignificant. He then indifferently stared at the blood race's experts who looked like flames were about to explode out of them. As expected, their power was reduced upon entering the martial heaven continent. He also found that while these experts were not dumb, it seemed that their bloodline power could affect their minds, and they would lose their logic when they were angered. Despite knowing that they would be suppressed upon entering the martial heaven continent, so many of them had still charged out. This is the power of the blood race. You were wiped out before even half of my attack's power was used up. Trash like you wishes to conquer the martial heaven continent. Are you trying to kill us by making us laugh to death? Sneered Long Chen. Human bastard. The blood race's experts furiously gnashed their teeth. Suddenly, a strange sound came from within the yin-yang world, making the blood race's experts' expressions change. Their fury was suppressed, and the red glow in their eyes also faded. You are Long Chen. Our world gate has already opened. Our world energy is pouring into the martial heaven continent. When the time comes, the laws of the martial heaven continent will be a mix containing our laws as well, and we will no longer be suppressed. Then you will be slaughtered like livestock fit to only beg for your lives before the blood race, said the young man from the blood race that had a similar power level as a sovereign sprout. So what? I could cut you once, and I can cut you a second time. You were lucky this time that someone saved you. If it weren't for that shameless elder interfering, you would already be dead. I don't dislike arrogant people, but I do dislike idiots who act arrogant without the power to back it up. If you disagree, then let's fight right now. I'll let you pick the location and time, said Long Chen indifferently. You. The blood race man raged, but he was already traumatized by Long Chen. Long Chen was correct. If it weren't for that elder, he would have died. At that time, they had been within the yin-yang world's domain. Even then, he hadn't been a match for Long Chen. If they were to fight one against one, he would only be sending himself to his death. HMPH, I'm currently unable to unleash my full power. Just wait until this place has our laws as well. Then you will understand how terrifying the blood race is, and just how foolish your arrogance is, snorted the blood race. Man, whether or not you can unleash your full power, I swear that if you show yourself in front of me again, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. If you are the top expert of the blood race, I'd advise you to scram back to wherever you came from. I'm not even interested in raising my blade against people like you, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen was now doing his best to provoke the blood race's experts. As a result, their eyes were glowing scarlet once more. Bullshit. Do you think you can imagine our power? I am merely one of the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's subordinates. The Blood Race man suddenly shut his mouth, his expression completely changing. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord? What an ominous name. I was born to slay devils and fiends. This name is taboo. When I see him, I'll definitely beat him until he can't tell which direction is north, sneered Long Chen. Although Long Chen was still acting arrogant, he was startled. The blood race was truly powerful. It seemed that even an expert on the level of a sovereign sprout was nothing more than a subordinate. If the subordinate was already so powerful, just how powerful was this Blood Fiend Devil Lord? The stronger he was, the hotter Long Chen's blood grew. The blood race man was enraged that Long Chen would insult the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. However, before he could say anything more, the elder interrupted him. The human race is nothing more than fish on the chopping block. Being eaten is only a matter of sooner or later. Rather than wasting more time speaking here, it would be better to settle things next time with our forces. The elder waved his hand, and the blood race's army began to retreat. The blood race man then pointed at Long Chen, gnashing his teeth and telling Long Chen to just wait. After that, he left with the others. The blood race's army of millions vanished beyond the channel. At this moment, the experts of the Martial Heaven continent were still rushing over, and some of the latecomers only got a glimpse of the blood race's army's backs as they left. They were confused, not knowing what had happened. Did the blood race go to all this trouble just to intimidate us? Asked one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's sect leaders. Li Tianxuan explained, Sect leader Zhao, you are correct. Their only goal was to strike fear into our hearts. The aura of their world has yet to fully invade the continent. Before the continent's laws are changed to also support them, they will not undergo any large-scale invasions. This was just to apply pressure on us. It's not too surprising. Their intelligence isn't particularly high, so they often use such childish techniques. Li Tianxuan was publicly viewed as the brain of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Hence, its members all had faith and respect in him. His explanation made them nod. Based on the blood race's character, they had very likely come with an army in order to catch them off guard. After killing a few people, they would retreat back within the yin-yang world before the continent's forces gathered. This would give a display of their power and make the continent's people feel despair. It went without saying that an army of millions had truly been a stunning sight. However, their plans had gone awry, because as soon as they arrived, they met Long Chen. He had blocked them, killing a heaven-merging expert and hundreds of thousands of their army. Even an expert on the level of a sovereign sprout had been beaten badly. Rather than shaking the continent, the blood race had only given a blow to their own morale. Their depressing retreat made others laugh. Although this loss was nothing to the blood race, it was an invigorating piece of news to the Martial Heaven continent. Now, people felt an even greater respect for Long Chen. Using his own methods, he had inspired them. In the past dark eras, the Martial Heaven continent had always been the passive defender. Although the sovereigns had forced back the invaders, every dark era had resulted in the Martial Heaven continent taking a grievous blow to its core. Countless experts had died on the battlefield. Practically every person had ancestors that had been killed by the invading races. Hence, their hatred toward the invaders had reached the level of wanting to tear them apart and drink their blood. Long Chen's victory made them grateful, as well as feel hope for the future. Long Chen, what do you think? Asked Taoist Heavenly Feather. Long Chen shook his head. Their divine abilities are focused on the bloodline. My own bloodline is unaffected by their suppression. But others might be affected badly. The blood race's experts had tested several moves against him, but the power of his dragon blood was too strong. Because of it, they had ended up fighting in the most direct confrontation, so he hadn't gained any valuable information about their special techniques or such. The blood race's attacks are very strange. It's impossible to keep track of their divine abilities. In the past dark eras, they always came with new techniques. Perhaps they are afraid of us grasping their weaknesses, so they change their cultivation methods, or they send different races against us each time. In any case, our accumulated experience against them isn't very useful. If we were to rely on that past experience, we would actually lose out. We can only rely on ourselves to test them out, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Hehe, although I didn't manage to figure out their trump cards, I did find some of their fatal weaknesses. The blood race isn't worth fearing. Long Chen smiled mischievously. Chapter 2576 When the Old Tiger's Not at Home. Fatal weakness. Tell us, exclaimed Ku Jianying. The blood race relies entirely on their bloodline power. While fighting, their blood starts flowing inconceivably fast. Hence, being poisoned is fatal to them. Due to how rapidly their blood flows, as soon as the poison enters their bloodstream, they'll die before having a chance to expel it. You all saw how they died after they touched the poison from my bombs, right? Said Long Chen. When they had seen those blood race experts collapse in numbers, they had been startled, but they hadn't noticed why. Only now did they suddenly recall that it was a bit odd. This could be considered a major difference between the blood race and the human race. Since they relied on their bloodline power to fight, a touch of poison could instantly spread throughout their entire body. On the other hand, the human race's power was spread through the essence, qi, and spirit. The essence represented essence blood, which was spirit blood, and this was just a supportive power. As a result, when it came to resisting poison, the human race was far superior to the blood race. Based on Long Chen's original expectations, after being poisoned, there should have been many blood race experts screaming in pain, which would impact their confidence. But their poison resistance was so low that they had directly died without having a chance to scream for long. Because of this, he couldn't achieve his original goal, but he had found a fatal weakness. This truly is a fatal weakness. But why has such a weakness not been noticed in the past? Wondered one person. Senior Heavenly Feather said that the blood race has many branches. In order to prevent us from seeing through them, they are most likely switching between various races to attack us. That way, it's useless even if we grasp their weaknesses, because next time, it won't be the same attackers, said Li Tianxuan slowly. That was the only reasonable explanation. If the blood race really had such a fatal weakness, then considering the past dark eras, someone must have noticed it. Perhaps my luck is good and I encountered the weak generation. Laughed Long Chen. It's just unknown whether or not different branches will come after we counter this wave. Cough, I'm not trying to jinx it. Don't take it seriously, said a sect leader, hastily apologizing in the middle when he saw the others' expressions change. He had just been casually wondering, but Long Chen couldn't possibly take it casually. With his luck, anything could happen. It seemed that the chances of getting an advantage like this were incredibly low considering his luck. No, you are very reasonable. This is very likely, so we can't take them lightly, said Long Chen solemnly. This sect leader was moved to have Long Chen treat him respectfully as a senior. Would the likes of Feng Fei, Zhao Rishan, Yi Liangchen, Zhang Wuchen, Long Aoshan, Yi Ming, and the others treat him like that? When speaking to them, he had to look up at them. On the other hand, Long Chen treated him and everyone else sincerely. It was not artificial at all. He truly viewed him as a senior. Because of this, let alone the hot-blooded youngsters, even old fellows like them were willing to spill blood for such a figure. Other than the sovereigns, who else had this charisma? However, Long Chen wasn't even a sovereign sprout. It was quite the conundrum. Long Chen is correct. We absolutely cannot be careless against these invaders. The martial heaven continent is powerful, but we have trouble on the inside as well. We have to maintain our highest state of vigilance, said Ku Jianying. Alliance head, the divine families have left along with their defensive formations. Since we have to stand guard over the yin-yang world ourselves, we need to construct several transportation formations, said someone. Ku Jianying nodded. We cannot count on the divine families, so we need to rely on ourselves. They are actually so petty that they just suddenly abandoned their defensive post. They don't care about the big picture. We can't leave our backs to them. Sect Master Qi, I'll leave this matter to you. Set up 3 main formations and 8 emergency formations. As for what type and scale, you don't need me to go into details, right? Said Ku Jianying. That Sect Master Qi nodded. After following you for so many years, have I ever disappointed you? Don't worry, it shall be done. Good. The blood race definitely won't undergo any large-scale assaults during this time, but we must be on guard. Disciples that are no longer in seclusion should join us on the battlefield, said Ku Jianying. Taoist Heavenly Feather suddenly said, warn all the disciples not to enter the yin-yang world, even if the blood race provokes them. The entire yin-yang world is covered by their world divine item. Going over would be risking death for nothing. Since even Taoist Heavenly Feather had been injured by that mysterious attack, anyone else would definitely die. Because of this, she was worried that some prideful disciples might charge over, sacrificing their lives for nothing. Although such a terrifying attack was not for those ordinary disciples, entering the yin-yang world was entering the enemy's home territory. Everything was within their control, so it would still be suicide. Long Chen looked at the entrance to the yin-yang world and then stared at the mist. As a giant egg entered his mind, he sighed. He had no idea how Little Snow was. They had been apart for so many years. Last time, Little Snow had taken the curse meant for him and died. Just thinking about it brought him pain. Regretfully, with the yin-yang world locked down by that terrifying world divine item, there was definitely no way that he would be able to sneak inside again. Little Snow, wait for me. I'll slaughter my way in and take you back. Long Chen clenched his fists. Once he advanced to the heaven-merging realm, perhaps he would be able to pull Little Snow out of the abyss. Ku Jianying took action, making swift and decisive moves. Her followers were all extremely efficient, and the Martial Heaven Alliance's people quickly arrived, setting up the formations. Some disciples were also sent over to help. Everything was methodically arranged. Senior, are you all right? Long Chen looked at Taoist Heavenly Feather worriedly. He noticed that she still had a faint rosiness to her face that was not normal. The power of that divine item is extraordinary. However, this kind of wound is nothing. Within 10 days to half a month, I'll have fully recovered, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Everyone's heart shook. Even a terrifying existence like Taoist Heavenly Feather would require recuperating for so long to recover from a single attack. Hearing this, Long Chen felt even greater gratitude. If it hadn't been for Taoist Heavenly Feather, that attack would have taken half his life, if not all of it. I'll take my leave, so I entrust this place to you, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Long Chen hastily said, Senior, I'll send you off. After all, she had been injured because of him. He felt very apologetic. No need. You have many things to do. Don't waste your time. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled kindly at him and then left. Once Taoist Heavenly Feather left, the old man gravely said, I'll need to make a trip back and beat that warning into those brats. Otherwise, they'll take far too heavy of a loss. The most disobedient disciples in this world belong to the heaven-splitting battle sect. Those fellows were capable of doing anything. Old man, the situation is pressing. Can you teach me the 9th form of Split the Heavens? Whether or not I can learn it, I need to try. What if I'm one of those amazing geniuses that instantly masters it? Said Long Chen. Right now, the door to the yin-yang world had been blown open, and Devil Spirit Mountain's sovereign seal would probably fully vanish within a few days. The Martial Heaven continent didn't have the time to wait. The old man hesitated. Finally, he said, fine. I'll teach it to you. But don't get your hopes too high. I estimate that your chances of learning it are extremely low. We can try though so that you don't get hung up on this matter. Hearing this, Long Chen was delighted. At the same time, Ku Jianying shook her head but didn't say anything. She didn't seem to have much hope for Long Chen to be able to learn it. Ku Jianying stayed behind, temporarily not returning to the headquarters because she had many things to handle. And at this moment, Yi Lingshan was leading her people here. As for the Nangong family, Baitang family, Zan Beasts, and Mo Gate, Ku Jianying didn't request any help from them. The Martial Heaven Alliance only mobilized a portion of their forces, with most of them being seniors. They were still giving the junior generation of disciples as much time to cultivate as possible. Hopefully, they would be ready to attempt breaking through the heaven-merging realm as soon as possible. When the moment was ripe, they could make their breakthroughs, which would allow the Martial Heaven continent's power to instantly soar. With Ku Jianying personally watching over the yin-yang world, Long Chen had no need to worry about it. As for Devil Spirit Mountain, the sovereign seal had yet to fully break, so only Li Tianxuan brought a group to stand guard over it. With everything having been arranged, Long Chen and the old man returned to the heaven-splitting battle sect, but as soon as they approached, they heard shouting and cursing from the plaza. Boss Bao was currently glaring at Bao Buping. It seemed that Boss Bao was thinking of giving him a beating, but Bao Buping was already an expert at the 4th step of Nether Passage. Boss Bao seemed unable to sort him out, so he had to use his throat. How many times have I told you to wait for the news from the old man? Are you trying to revolt? Roared Boss Bao. Unacceptable, we can't wait that long. We weren't able to give a proper display in the Starfield Divine World, weakening the prestige of the heaven-splitting battle sect. This time, we have to put on a good show, said Bao Buping, sticking out his neck stubbornly. Little brat, your wings have grown so you're not going to listen, is that it? You dare to disobey the orders of the old man, raged Boss Bao. Since he was unable to suppress Bao Buping, he could only use the old man. HMPH, I've remembered every single one of that old man's beatings. Sooner or later, I'll return them all. I'm already a fourth-step netherpassage expert. When I have the time, we'll have to consider whether or not it's time for him to give up his sect master position. Ow. Bao Buping suddenly felt a sharp pain on his butt and was sent flying by a cane. The old man appeared in front of them. Little brat, you think you can flip the heavens already? I'll give you your chance right now. If you beat me, the heaven-splitting battle sect is yours. Chapter 2577 Controlling the Heavens, Wrath. The old man suddenly descended from the sky and sent Bao Buping flying with his cane. Despite his age, he looked like a celestial god. In the heaven-splitting battle sect, there was one rule. Whoever's fist was bigger was who was right. The position of the sect master was based on power, not seniority. Old man, don't regret those words. I've been holding back for a long time. Bao Buping turned toward the old man. Although he still had reverence in his eyes when he looked at the old man, he acted as if he didn't care about that. His broadsword appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at the old man, shouting, "Take out your weapon. Don't let others think I'm bullying you." Cheers erupted from the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples. They all encouraged Bao Buping. Do I need a weapon to beat a little brat? You really think you're something now? This cane is enough to beat the crap out of you, said the old man disdainfully. Arrogant old man, do you think I'm still my old self? Take a look at the new me. Bao Buping then charged forward with his broadsword. At this moment, his manifestation appeared behind him, and a heavy pressure crashed down. Even Long Chen nodded inside. Bao Buping was truly powerful. He could lock down his opponent with the will contained within his sword. Together, they became one with heaven and earth. This was one of the fundamental principles of the heaven-splitting battle sect, and Bao Buping had mastered it perfectly. You still dare to not use your full power? You think I won't be able to keep up? The old man suddenly struck with his wooden cane. Quick as lightning, he had struck Bao Buping's broadsword in 3 specific spots. Bao Buping staggered as all his energy was instantly thrown out of balance. He reeled to the side, almost falling. Long Chen saw it clearly. The old man had distorted the broadsword's energy. He could disrupt an attack with less than 1/100th of the attack's energy. Long Chen already knew the result, so he shook his head. The old man had led the heaven-splitting battle sect for a lifetime, and all the heaven-splitting battle sect's techniques were within him. There was no way Bao Buping could beat him. Old fellow, you have some skill. I won't stand on courtesy then. Bao Buping refused to admit defeat though. Since the old man had broken his technique so easily, he unleashed his full power. His manifestation rumbled, and a vast aura soared. Bao Buping directly used his strongest attack, forcing the old man into a single exchange to decide victory or defeat. As a result, just as he used this technique, the old man interrupted it. He appeared in front of Bao Buping, causing Bao Buping to curse, "Shameless old fellow." Bao Buping had no choice but to change techniques, resulting in him being sent tumbling back by the cane once more. Bao Buping spat out some dirt. There was some blood in it. If you have the guts, fight me like a man. We can have a competition of power against power. Bao Buping once more raised his sword to unleash the 8th form of Split the Heavens. Little brat, do you think that bit of superficial knowledge makes you qualified to be a sect master? I'll show you the true Split the Heavens divine art. The old man snorted and raised his cane, using it as a sword. Bao Buping coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying back. The difference in power between the two was immense. Fuck, I refuse to believe this bullshit, raged Bao Buping. They were clearly both 4th-step netherpassage experts, but he was still inferior to the old man. Most infuriating of all, the old man hadn't even summoned his manifestation. This made Bao Buping feel like he had lost all his prestige, so he charged back. As a result, the old man did not spoil him. His wooden cane was like lightning, striking him all over. Despite Bao Buping alternating between furious roars and curses, he continued to fight. Bao Buping was quickly covered in blood. The old man was ruthless. How was this teaching a child a lesson? Not even beasts of burden were beaten like this. However, even as his skin was torn apart, Bao Buping refused to give up. He continued trying to win, but from start to end, he didn't even manage to touch the old man's clothes. Chong Hao and the others twitched and involuntarily gulped. The old man was actually this powerful. In the end, it was Long Chen who couldn't bear to keep watching. He then pulled Bao Buping out in an opening. "Old man, have some mercy," advised Long Chen. If this continued, Long Chen didn't know about any crap being beaten out, but the old man was definitely going to end up beating Bao Buping until he looked like a pile of crap. Fuck, this is bullshit. How can the difference be so great? Cursed Bao Buping. His face was covered in blood. He had tried countless times and failed every time. This showed him that there was still a huge gap between him and the old man. "Long Chen, I can't beat him, but I've given you a good start. The next one is you." Bao Buping turned to Long Chen. Was he trying to con him? Long Chen shoved Bao Buping aside. "Old man, never mind. Just pretend I never came. Continue." "No, Long Chen, you can definitely beat him. Then the heaven-splitting battle sect will be our world." Bao Buping grabbed Long Chen, almost begging. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After being beaten for so many years, this kid still didn't learn his lesson. The old man's divine might is incomparable. Even if I train for another 20 years, I won't be a match for him. A person should know their own power. I feel like I should keep training first, said Long Chen. He definitely didn't want to go against the old man. The old man cared a great deal about face just like a child, so he didn't want to offend him. Bao Buping was about to speak again when the old man struck him in the butt once more. However, this time there wasn't much power behind it, startling him. The old man chortled, "Little fellow, not bad. You're still able to retain your mind after being struck so many times. You've improved. Excellent. You can train in the 9th form of Split the Heavens with Long Chen." The 9th form of Split the Heavens. Everyone let out a startled cry, even Boss Bao and the others. "Old man, you're going to transmit the 9th form of Split the Heavens? What about us?" Boss Bao and the others instantly grew excited. They had waited for many years, but they had never gotten a chance. "The 7 of you can train with Long Chen, Buping, and Chong Hao. It just so happens that with so many people, you can gain experience from each other," said the old man. Boss Bao and the others instantly grew excited. Chong Hao was dancing. The old man had the other disciples leave. As a result, some of those disciples started to protest. The old man simply said that anyone who could beat Bao Buping or Chong Hao could also come with them. After hearing about this, about a dozen disciples who were especially close to the two of them started to think about how the two of them could let them slip in as well. They could easily pass this test with some help from the two of them. However, the old man then said that if either of them were defeated, they would lose their qualifications to train in it. Hence, those people could only leave dejectedly. Boss Bao and the others excitedly followed the old man to the rear mountains, to the old man's wooden house. The old man then pushed open the door, revealing a transportation formation. Boss Bao and the others were surprised. They had never realized that there was a transportation formation here. The formation activated, and they appeared in a world of fire. It was as if they were in lava. A violent aura hung in the air. This is the world inside the heaven-splitting divine tablet. However, due to half of it still missing, this world is not very stable. The heaven-splitting divine tablet is the crux for training in the 9th form of Split the Heavens. Without it, there is no way to train in it. Forcing it will only result in death. That's why I never allowed you to train in it. Furthermore, the difference in our realms is also because of the 9th form of Split the Heavens, said the old man. He waved his hand, causing divine light to fall from the sky. Long Chen and the others suddenly felt as if they were bound by chains. The old man continued, "The 9th form is different from the previous 8 forms. It is said that when trained to the pinnacle, it can slay immortals and slaughter gods. However, the stronger the technique, the more difficult it is to train in it. It is also more dangerous. Without the assistance of the heaven-splitting divine tablet, we have to be even more careful. One mistake, and no one can save you. We know, hurry up." How. Bao Buping was beaten once more due to his impatience. With that kind of attitude, there is no way you can train in the ninth form. Do you think I'm just saying these things for fun? Raged the old man. Bao Buping became much more obedient. He glared but didn't say anything. Pay attention. The first step to learning the ninth form is to master the heavens, wrath, said the old man. Suddenly, the old man's manifestation appeared behind him. Following that, a berserk pressure crashed down upon them. Boss Bao and the others instantly turned pale. This pressure contained endless fury, which couldn't be faked. It was true anger. The old man was looking at them as if there was a blood sea of hatred between them. In that instant, they felt as if they were facing a berserk god. They didn't dare to move. It was as though if they dared to move even a little bit, the old man would really kill them. The old man's aura became icy and merciless. Although he didn't take out his sword, Boss Bao and the others were already soaked in sweat. They didn't even dare to blink. Old man, you wouldn't really be wanting to kill us, right? Asked Boss Bao nervously. Chapter 2578 Uncontrollable. The old man put away his manifestation, and the terrifying furious will vanished. The pressure enveloping all of them also faded. Old man, are you alright? Long Chen hastily asked upon seeing the old man was also sweating. There was an unhealthy rosiness to his face. The old man shook his head, indicating to him not to worry. Once his aura calmed down, he finally said, I really have grown old. Just entering this state is too heavy of a burden. The old man sighed. Long Chen took out a chair for him. You brats, what are you staring at? Are you blind? The old man started cursing Boss Bao and the others. Boss Bao and the others rubbed their heads. They were lost as to what the old man was cursing them for. This is the heavens, wrath state. To use your own anger to draw out the emotions of the heavenly Taos, causing the wrath of the heavens to infect the world. Using the heart as the foundation and your manifestation as the bridge, having the world energy within your astral space merge into heaven and earth, allowing you to control the laws of the world. Legend has it that when you train to the pinnacle of the ninth form, with a single thought, you can cause mountains to collapse and seas to dry up. You can kill people without moving a finger, said the old man. Bao Buping and the others clenched their fists excitedly. They hadn't expected the ninth form to possess such power. Bao Buping was so excited that he wanted to press on with questions, but Chong Hao covered his mouth. He didn't want Bao Buping to get beaten again. This is using one's will to control the heavenly Taos. Then doesn't that mean it will be even easier upon entering the heaven-merging realm? Asked Long Chen. The old man nodded. You are correct. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples truly start standing out upon entering the heaven-merging realm. They can look down on all others in the same realm. However, your current realm is the best for controlling the ninth form of split the heavens. Once you enter the heaven-merging realm, you will be overwhelmed by how much power starts to surge toward you. If you can't control it, you'll die. The old man then pointed toward the sky, continuing, this is the heaven-splitting divine tablet space. The outside world's energy is absorbed inside here and diluted. Drawing out the heavens, wrath in this place is extremely difficult, which is why I'm so tired. But it is also due to this that the danger is the lowest here. There won't be a backlash if you fail. Since you are all at the Nether Passage realm, the optimal realm for controlling the heavens, wrath, I will now teach you the mnemonic. Memorize it. Start at Shenshuan, Shenshuan to Chongtian, Yin-Yang to the spirit platform, anger grows in the head. Runes began to light up around the old man's body, indicating how the technique was supposed to work. It was a simple and straightforward mnemonic. However, when Long Chen tried to follow this mnemonic, as his essence, qi, and spirit merged, his anger suddenly flared. It was as if countless grudges were about to burst out of him. He had an urge to start randomly hacking his saber. Because of it, he jumped and hastily suppressed that feeling. He looked toward Bao Buping and the others, which had furious auras. Their hair was floating in their anger, and their eyes were scarlet as if they had become bedeviled. Why did you stop? Keep going, shouted the old man upon seeing Long Chen exit the state. Long Chen tried again. When his essence, qi, and spirit once more merged, his anger exploded again. All his past grievances filled his mind. Control it. The old man's shout was condensed into a single thread that entered Long Chen's ear. However, to Long Chen, it felt as if his voice was coming from a great distance, and it was very muddled. With his second attempt, he was able to control it ever so slightly. But after a few seconds, he retreated from the state again. He was already sweating and panting for breath. His face was pale. Just now, if he hadn't left the state, he would have lost his mind. he very likely would have started randomly killing. What is wrong with you? You can't even control a bit of rage, demanded the old man. Long Chen shook his head. Let me first get used to it slowly. Once I find the feeling, I should be able to do it. Suddenly, Bao Buping attacked with his broadsword. The old man was prepared and blocked with his cane. After that, he kicked him in the chest, shaking him. As he flew back, his furious aura vanished. He could only lie on the ground, unable to get up. Chong Hao also attacked in the next instant. However, he didn't attack the old man. Instead, he was just randomly swinging his weapon. The old man also kicked him. It's only been an incense stick's worth of time. The old man didn't have a good expression. Long Chen's expression was worse. Bao Buping and Chong Hao had lasted an incense stick's worth of time, while he had only lasted a single breath's time. Rubbing their chests, Bao Buping and Chong Hao staggered over. They saw Long Chen looking at them. You couldn't hold on. Maybe. I just didn't find the feeling, said Long Chen awkwardly. It seemed these two brothers of his were really direct. If they were such good brothers, was there a need to throw salt on the wound? After another incense stick's worth of time, the sixth boss was the first to reach his limit. With a whack from the old man's cane, he woke up. Then was the fifth boss, seventh boss, second boss, fourth boss, and third boss. Only Boss Bao was able to endure for an extra few breaths before also reaching his limit and being knocked to the ground by the old man. What just happened? Asked Boss Bao and the others. In the state of heaven's wrath, you still have to retain your sanity. If your consciousness is devoured, a person will go crazy. You are using your rage to influence the heavenly Daos, but the wrath of the heavenly Daos will draw you in, affecting you. If your will isn't strong enough, you will be the one consumed by the heavenly Daos, and you will not be able to differentiate between friend and foe. You're saying that my will isn't strong enough? Asked Long Chen in disbelief. Bao Buping and the others also didn't believe it. A powerful expert like Long Chen had to have a correspondingly powerful will. There was no shortcut to becoming an expert. The will was the foundation. It most likely isn't a problem of will with you. It's that your own control over yourself is so weak that you can't control yourself, said the old man. The others were beaten by me. Even if they have a temper, they know when to control it. Although from the outside they look like they have explosive powers, they actually have great endurance. As for you, you have always been free and had no restrictions. When you encounter something you don't like, you can explode however you like. You have no such endurance. The old man couldn't help frowning. Long Chen's current situation was extremely thorny. If you can't control your own anger, then you can't train in the ninth form of Split the Heavens, can you? Asked Bao Buping. You can, but if you can't control your anger, you will be the one controlled by the heavens' wrath. You'll end up unleashing your entire being into one attack. After one attack, you'll be dead, said the old man. Bao Buping and the others sucked in a cold gasp of air. This ninth form was incredibly ruthless. If they were unable to control the heavens' wrath, then they would only be able to unleash it once in this lifetime. Long Chen's expression also changed. He was the one clearest on his own condition. It wasn't that he couldn't control it, but there was another arrogant soul deep within him. The will of that soul was constantly influencing him. This was why Long Chen was like a fool jumping into the most childish traps on the continent. When he got angry, it didn't matter who he was against, he would directly attack. The consequences of such a thing were not considered. If controlling his own anger was necessary to use the ninth form of Split the Heavens, then training in it would be as difficult as defying the heavens. Long Chen suddenly thought of Ku Jianying's expression. So Ku Jianying had predicted this in advance. Long Chen's cultivation base is also different from ours. Perhaps there's a rejection, but there's nothing to be done about it. Go into the training room and see the result. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. The old man brought them to a sliding door. When they entered, they saw a bustling city before them. The old man said, "Take a walk straight through this place. Everything inside is an illusion that you don't need to care about. You will see countless things that anger you, but you have to endure. Do not strike back no matter what. This is a process for tempering the heart. You can start now." Bao Buping stepped inside without hesitation. He vanished. After that, Long Chen clenched his teeth and entered. Then it was Chong Hao, the seventh boss, the sixth boss. When Boss Bao also vanished, the old man scrunched his face. He hadn't expected Long Chen's control to be so lacking. Now it was troublesome. Hopefully Long Chen can last a bit longer inside the training grounds. Just as the old man was praying for him, a figure appeared in front of him that made him curse. Isn't this too fast? Naturally, this figure was Long Chen. Boss Bao had just vanished into the training grounds when Long Chen came out. Hence, the old man had an urge to beat him with his cane. That idiot cursed my mother. I wasn't going to let him get away with it. Long Chen shrugged, aggrieved. The old man almost coughed up blood. He had just said that this was all an illusion. The only goal of this training was to ignore everyone inside and continue pressing onward. Then Long Chen would see different trials. But because of one person cursing him, he directly killed them and failed. Get in again. You better take this seriously and grow a brain. Remember, everything inside is an illusion. They're all illusions. Illusions. Understand? The old man sputtered at Long Chen angrily. Alright, I'll try harder this time. Long Chen took a deep breath and walked in again. The old man took a deep breath to calm his own anger. When he saw Long Chen still standing in front of him, he angrily shouted, "Why haven't you gone in yet?" Old man, I already came back. Chapter 2579. Unable to pass. You can't blame me. That person actually tried to slap me in the face. Before I could even react, I was already out. Long Chen hastily explained himself when he saw the old man shuddering with anger. This time, it really wasn't Long Chen's fault. This illusion was too lifelike. The first time, someone had provoked him, cursing his mother, and it had resulted in Long Chen killing him with a punch. Although Long Chen knew that it was just an illusion, he was instantly enraged when someone insulted the mother that he respected. This time, he had been planning on turning a deaf ear to everything around him. As a result, one person had instantly shot up to him and tried to slap him. Without even having a chance to think, Long Chen had slapped him back. By the time he remembered that he couldn't fight back, he had been sent back out. However, he was a bit guilty with his explanation because as soon as he had been sent out, he had jumped back in before the old man noticed. As a result, that person appeared again, getting right in his face. So Long Chen had slapped him again. Hence, he was sent out again, dumbfounded by why that person was always against him. That hesitation was then noticed by the old man. Seeing him standing there foolishly, he thought that Long Chen hadn't entered yet. Can you be serious? What kind of time is it for your jokes? The old man grabbed Long Chen's shoulders and shouted at him. His white hair was standing on end. He looked like he was going to explode because he thought that Long Chen was intentionally messing around now. Old man, I wouldn't mind climbing a mountain of blades or jumping into boiling oil. Even if you told me to go take my blade and slaughter the divine families, I wouldn't frown. But when it comes to this, I really can't do it. Although I know a man can't say that they can't, I really can't. I can't hold myself back, said Long Chen helplessly. This trial might not be difficult for others, but it was impossible for him. Long Chen had already come to a realization. Entering this training ground was being passively drawn into the heavens, wrath state. But who could endure constantly being aggrieved and having nowhere to vent, and then suddenly having some idiot come up to you and curse you? Even if he repeatedly told himself that everything in that world was fake and an illusion, he wouldn't care after going inside. Even if you can't endure it, you have to endure. How else are you going to train in the ninth form of split the heavens? Teaching it to you would be killing you, said the old man darkly. Don't panic. There will always be a solution. We can slowly figure it out. I want to see how Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the others do first, said Long Chen, urging the old man to sit and calm down. I'm curious, weren't you bullied back when you were young? Why is it that you can't endure any grievance at all? Why is your self-control so lacking? Asked the old man. Wasn't it a case of being suppressed to the point of rebelling? After being bullied enough, it became unacceptable to suffer the slightest bit. If I were to return to that time in my youth, I probably wouldn't live past a single day. My soul is also merged with my blade, Evilmoon. I'm affected by it as well, said Long Chen. You shameless bastard, you dare to blame me. Cursed Evilmoon. Long Chen ignored Evilmoon. Long Chen knew that his will was affected, but it was from the Pill Sovereign memories. However, mentioning the Pill Sovereign was taboo. He didn't dare to say it, so he blamed it on Evilmoon. Although he had never explained Evilmoon's origin, the old man was well aware that this was a sinister divine item. The heaven-spitting blade's senses told him just how terrifying it was. The old man frowned but couldn't think of any solution. Time passed. After 2 hours, Bao Buping came out. Following him was Chong Hao. The two came out at almost the exact same time. Both of them were in frightening states. Their eyes were scarlet, and blood was leaking out of the corner of their mouths. They had bitten through their lips, and their teeth had shattered from being clenched so hard. The veins on their foreheads were bulging. Not bad, you've just barely reached the initial requirements for training in the 9th form of Split the Heavens. If you go through the training a few more times, you'll get accustomed. The old man nodded with some rare praise. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were delighted to hear this. However, their expressions then grew odd when they looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, did you fail again? Again? Yes, well said. Long Chen nodded and raised a thumb. Just at this moment, several other bosses came out. They only lasted a few more breaths than Bao Buping and Chong Hao. You've surprised me. The old man looked at them oddly. It truly was unexpected. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's display had been a bit surprising. However, the one that he had had the greatest hopes for, Long Chen, irritated him the most. The void suddenly twisted, and the old man brought them to a barren land. The aura of the heavenly Taos was extremely weak here. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were Empyreans, but they felt that even summoning their manifestations was extremely taxing here. This is another cultivation area. The heaven-splitting divine tablet has absorbed the laws of the heavenly Taos and diluted them for this training area. Compared to the martial heaven continent, there is only 1,000th of the heavenly Tao energy here. This is the best place to train in the 9th form. Kaifeng, you start. Activate the heavens. Wrath state and exchange a blow with me, said the old man to Boss Bao. Only now did Long Chen learn Boss Bao's full name. Boss Bao nodded. His aura suddenly changed. A violent aura erupted, and his manifestation instantly appeared. Long Chen could clearly sense the laws of heaven and earth fluctuating. Boss Bao's fury was like a blazing fire that slowly ignited the heavenly Tao energy here. It slowly spread. After that, explosive sounds rang out from the void. Boss Bao's hair whipped in an invisible wind. His appearance was like that of an angry lion. The old man suddenly rapped Boss Bao in the face with his cane, twisting his entire head. He shouted, "You're not angry enough. This isn't enough to flow out and become one with heaven and earth." This strike from the old man caused Boss Bao's fury to soar. Blazing flames spread out of his manifestation. It was as if this attack from the old man hadn't just struck Boss Bao's face but also the face of the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos were enraged. Do you see? This is the state. Have your own fury merge with the fury of the heavenly Taos. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A manifestation can only borrow the power of the heavenly Taos, but that energy is limited. By drawing forth the heavens, wrath, you merge with the heavenly Taos to unleash explosive power, said the old man. Boss Bao suddenly roared, and his broadsword came out of its sheath. In that instant, the void let out a mournful whine. What a terrifying attack! Long Chen was shocked. The power of this attack was more than 10 times stronger than one of Boss Bao's normal attacks. The old man then switched out his cane for the heaven-splitting blade. An explosion erupted when their weapons met, and chi waves blew back Bao Buping and the others. Despite trying to stay rooted, Long Chen was also blown back dozens of meters. 2 long ditches were left in the ground. The power of this attack can match the blood race's sovereign sprout. Long Chen's heart shook. Boss Bao's attack was actually this terrifying. Boss Bao was also blown back after this attack. He tried to get up, but he was powerless to stand. In the end, it was the 7th boss who helped him up. Even so, his body was constantly twitching. His face was pale. Even his eyes had dimmed. That appearance worried everyone. The old man said, "No need to be afraid. This is the normal reaction. Kaifeng, well done. You did better than I did back in the day. Perhaps this is the benefit of slowly building up a firm foundation. Due to my realm being lower, the backlash was smaller for me. But your realms are stronger, and your senses toward the heavenly Taos are also stronger, so it is more difficult to control it the first time. This is the power of the heavens, wrath state. It can unleash all your power. However, you have to hold back the slightest bit of power. That power is for keeping your own life, to resist the backlash of the heavenly Tao energy. If you don't keep that bit of energy in reserve, you will die. To preserve that bit of energy requires preserving your mind in this state. Kaifeng, just now, you managed to keep 3% of your energy. That's quite impressive. The backlash is rather strong for the first time. If you had only preserved 1% of your energy, you would have instantly lost consciousness. If you hadn't kept even 1%, then because this place is the world of the heaven-splitting divine tablet, you wouldn't have died, but you would be unconscious for up to a month. On the other hand, on the martial heaven continent, you will need to hold back 90% of your power if you want to keep your life. The laws of the heavenly Taos are 1,000 times stronger on the continent than here. However, if you hold back 90% of your power, what would be the point of this attack? Its power would be less than the 8th form then. That's why if you want to control the heavens, wrath, you need to continue training here. Once you can control your emotions, you can unleash your full power. I'll try it. Bao Buping charged out. As a result, he had only just started accumulating energy when he was knocked down by the old man. Brat, did you hear me? I told you that if you don't hold back some energy you'll be unconscious for a month. Who has the time to wait for you? The old man cursed him furiously. He even kicked him at the end. All of you, come up one at a time. Long Chen, you go last. Old Two, you start, shouted the old man. The second boss thickened his face and stepped forward. Chapter 2580 Unleashed Fury. Be serious. What kind of time is it for this nonsense? If you keep messing around, I won't be giving a damn about your face, said the old man darkly. The martial heaven continent was surrounded by enemies, and the sovereign seals were breaking. Even the old man was under immense pressure. The reason he had refused to pass on the 9th form of Split the Heavens all this time was because he had been waiting for the other half of the heaven-splitting divine tablet to return. However, even after several years had passed, there wasn't any news from it. Considering the current situation, he had no choice but to use this incomplete space to teach everyone. If they were in possession of the full heaven-splitting divine tablet, they wouldn't need to go through all this effort. The heaven-splitting divine tablet could directly display the perfect 9th form. Furthermore, when the last generation's sect master had taught the old man the 9th form of Split the Heavens, he had told the old man not to transmit the 9th form to multiple disciples unless he had no other choice. It was best to transmit it to only one person in every generation. That was because the incomplete heaven-splitting divine tablet meant that many parts of the 9th form were lost. Although generations of sect masters had filled in those holes, there were definitely some flaws compared to the perfect 9th form. That made cultivating it far too dangerous. However, since the heaven-splitting divine tablet had not returned, the old man couldn't wait anymore. He could only teach them himself. The second boss also tried using Heaven's Wrath, but he wasn't as steady as Boss Bao. The old man had him hold back 5% of his power, but he was also blown back and exhausted after unleashing his attack. As for the heaven-splitting blade in the old man's hand, it was closely related to the heaven-splitting divine tablet, so the old man could control all the energy in this space. He was an undefeatable existence within this space, so he could face their attacks safely. After the bosses finished, Long Chen realized that the heavens' wrath was to make oneself furious in a kind of self-hypnotic way while still being aware. If that was the case, Long Chen had a bit more confidence. As long as he wasn't insulted by someone, he should be able to unleash his own anger. Bao Buping was the last one to try, and he was sent tumbling back miserably. Chong Hao then helped him up. After that, everyone looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, it's your turn. You are different from the others. I will suppress the heavenly Tao energy using the heaven-splitting divine tablet to its weakest state. You are unable to control your own rage, so just unleash it all. Perhaps the crux to controlling this state lies within this, said the old man. But I'm worried about not controlling myself, said Long Chen. Don't worry, everything here is under my control. The old man was prepared with the heaven-splitting blade. All right, I'll try it. Long Chen nodded. He closed his eyes, and the world turned still around him. Don't be afraid, release it. Remember to maintain your mind as you unleash your rage. Use your will to control it, said the old man. Long Chen's aura suddenly changed, becoming berserk. Astral winds unfurled around him, just like when Bao Buping and the others had tried the heavens' wrath state. Not bad, keep going, bit by bit, encouraged the old man. Astral winds raged like wind blades whirling around the void. As Long Chen's fury soared, his aura grew colder. Excellent, you've reached the initial threshold. Now it's the critical moment. Summon your manifestation and connect to the heavenly Taos. Stay steady, shouted the old man. When Long Chen's divine ring appeared, heaven and earth shuddered. A vast pressure crashed down on the world. Yes, just like this, slowly infect the heavenly Taos. Seeing Long Chen was still in control, the old man felt slightly better. It seemed that Long Chen's control wasn't as bad as he had thought. If this continued, he would succeed. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes flew open. When the old man saw those eyes, his hair stood on end. It was like a furious devil had set its gaze on him. Control. Before the old man could finish speaking, Long Chen's divine ring grew explosively. A wild chi wave blew Bao Buping and the others back, and the endless dows were suppressed. Long Chen, control yourself, roared the old man, but Long Chen couldn't hear him. Long Chen's divine ring spun rapidly, tearing at the void. Boss Bao and the others jumped in shock. The heaven-splitting divine tablet's space is going to break. The old man's expression changed. As Long Chen's aura grew, the heaven-splitting divine tablet was no longer able to maintain control over this place. The aura of the martial heaven continent began to flow inside through the cracks in space. The old man then switched out the heaven-splitting blade with his wooden cane. He struck Long Chen's abdomen with the staff, wanting to break him out of the heavens, wrath state. However, the tip of his cane shattered, and the old man was blown back by a violent power. What is going on? Where is all this energy coming from? The old man was shocked. This space was not the martial heaven continent. The heavenly Tao energy here was suppressed, so where was this power coming from? Suddenly, Long Chen roared. He had lost consciousness, and countless scenes were appearing in his mind. He saw scene after scene of when he was bullied in his childhood. His fury grew explosively along with his divine ring. With Long Chen at the center, the void was constantly exploding, looking like it might shatter into a million pieces at any moment. At this time, the old man's words were still present in Long Chen's mind, so he tried to maintain his mind. However, scenes flashed through his mind rapidly. Wild being stabbed with needles all over his body, Lu Fang'er dying to protect Meng Qi, Yi Ziqiu lying in his embrace with a final poignant smile, Little Snow taking the curse and dying for him. Every time those scenes appeared, Long Chen's fury would soar out of control. His essence, qi, and spirit were no longer under his command. Flames and lightning burst out of Long Chen's body, and his aura grew more and more berserk. Boss Bao and the others could barely breathe under this pressure. "Old man, you have to interrupt him. He's going crazy," shouted Boss Bao. Long Chen's eyes were scarlet. Endless resentment was pouring out of his heart. The old man stared closely at Long Chen. What is this child hiding inside of his heart? How does he have so much resentment? Taking a deep breath, the old man stepped forward with the heaven-splitting blade. He couldn't allow Long Chen to continue. Once Long Chen activated the 6-star battle armor, he would probably instantly ignite his entire being, burning up his very existence. Don't do anything. He has a great deal of potential, so let him release it. Simply holding in all this resentment isn't good for someone. This can be considered a kind of release. Suddenly, Evelmoon's dark voice rang out. It appeared on Long Chen's back, blocking the old man. The old man's expression changed. How am I supposed to know whether or not you're trying to harm him? The old man did not fully trust Evelmoon. TCH, if it weren't for Long Chen, I wouldn't even bother speaking to you. Do you know that I'm someone who exchanged blows with the first-generation sovereign, Yun Shang? Why would I bother lying to people like you? In any case, Long Chen's fury has started to unfurl. You can't stop him. If you tried, he would instinctively activate the 6-star battle armor. At that time, this space will explode, and you will all be sent to the outside world. There, Long Chen will absorb the energy of the heavenly Taos and grow even more terrifying. Unless someone on the level of Taoist heavenly feather appears, no one will be able to stop him, said Evelmoon arrogantly and disdainfully. Clearly, to it, not everyone was worthy of being spoken to pleasantly. Old man, didn't you say that everything was under your control? Boss Bao and the others' expressions changed. If something happened to Long Chen, how would they explain themselves to the rest of the martial heaven continent's people? Before the old man could reply, Evelmoon indifferently said, your prediction was correct. If he was just absorbing heavenly Tao energy, Long Chen's power would be under your control. However, Long Chen's power is not what you think. Heavenly Tao energy, haha, have you ever seen the heavenly Taos care for him? Even if Long Chen does manage to learn the 9th form of Split the Heavens, it will definitely be different from yours. Don't worry, with my presence, everything will be fine. I know him better than you. Flames and lightning continued to explode out of Long Chen. They formed chains, tearing at the void. Ear-piercing sounds and sparks exploded. Damn, what kind of power is this? Boss Bao felt like his entire body was creaking under this pressure. It felt like he would explode under it. Comparatively, Bao Buping and Chong Hao were slightly better off. Perhaps it was because of their youth or because they were Empyreans. In any case, the 7 bosses were barely able to endure, but they had nowhere to hide. The entire space was shuddering. Long Chen's fury continued to climb. It felt like his power would grow limitlessly. If this continued, the space really would explode. The terrifying thing about the heavens, Wrath state, was that it could unleash all of a person's power in an instant. This was the technique that allowed the heaven-splitting battle sect to become the world's strongest sect in the past. He still hasn't reached his limit, demanded the old man. He couldn't help being worried for Long Chen. No, said Evilmoon indifferently. After an incense stick's worth of time, Bao Buping and the others were pressed to the ground and unable to move. Their heads were murky, and they almost fell unconscious. Just at this moment, a terrifying pressure soared, making the old man's expression change. 6 stars appeared in Long Chen's divine ring. He was summoning the 6-star battle armor. However, all of a sudden, a pill furnace appeared and struck Long Chen in the back of his head. The world returned to calm, and Long Chen fell limply to the ground. Chapter 2581 Mysterious Cloud Seas. Well done, snickered Evilmoon. You bad person, why did you use me to hit Big Brother Long Chen? The one to attack Long Chen was the Demon Moon Furnace. Ling Er jumped out of the furnace and glared at Evilmoon, her hands on her hips. The Demon Moon Furnace had been refining pills when Evilmoon had suddenly dragged it out of the primal chaos space and struck Long Chen with it. Now, its item spirit, Ling Er, was glaring at Evilmoon like she would declare war on it. My power is linked to Long Chen. If I attacked, he would sense it. The only one capable of sneak attacking him in this state is the one he trusts the most, you. Really, I'm Big Brother Long Chen's most trusted person. Ling Er's fury vanished, replaced with delight. Of course, there is no one who can compete with you, said Evilmoon. Ling Er smiled excitedly. I'm Big Brother Long Chen's most trusted person, haha, but after spotting Long Chen lying on the ground with an egg-sized bleeding lump on his head, her expression changed and she cursed Evilmoon. You bad person, I was his most trusted person, and I hit him. He won't trust me anymore. I'll go all out against you. The Demon Moon Furnace lit up with divine light. Ow. Just at that moment, Long Chen woke up and he rubbed his head. Feeling the giant lump on his head, he furiously said, Old man, weren't you too ruthless? Did you need to hit me so hard? Long Chen felt like his back skull was broken. What a ruthless blow. He was still dazed. Don't blindly accuse people. The old man pointed behind Long Chen. Long Chen turned back, just in time to see Evilmoon and the Demon Moon Furnace vanish at the same time. They returned to the primal chaos space, acting like this had nothing to do with them. Long Chen shook his head and saw Boss Bao and the others staring at him in shock. He seemed to recall something yet also wasn't able to recall it. Old man, did I lose control just now? Asked Long Chen. He circulated the primal chaos space's life energy, and the lump on his head slowly shrank. Yes. Everything was going well at first, but when your divine ring appeared, you lost control. Just as you were about to summon the 6-star battle armor, you were knocked out by your pill furnace, said the old man. Big Brother Long Chen, it wasn't me, it was that evil fiend. Explained Ling Er. It's fine, you were probably the only one who could stop me in that state, comforted Long Chen. Although he didn't quite know what had happened, he knew that after fighting together for so long, he and Evilmoon had gradually started to merge their power. It was difficult for Evilmoon to directly stop him as a result. In order to comfort Ling Er, Long Chen repeatedly emphasized how important she was. In truth, it could have been the Demon Moon Furnace, the Heaven Flipping Seal, or the Moon and Star Refining Furnace. Any of them could have struck him without him sensing the danger. HMPH, that evil fellow Evilmoon was right. I really am Big Brother Long Chen's most trusted partner. As expected, Ling Er was delighted to hear this. Long Chen, look inside yourself. See if your body has changed, said Evilmoon. Long Chen asked for a break from the old man. After that, the old man quickly checked his body and found that he wasn't injured. He even had 60 to 70% of his spiritual yuan. That shocked the old man. Such a terrifying heaven's wrath hadn't even exhausted Long Chen that much. Since he was fine, the old man let him go. However, The old man called over Boss Bao and the others for a lesson on the finer details of controlling the heavens, Wrath. Long Chen then found a place to sit. He closed his eyes and activated his inner sense. After that, he was shocked to find cloud seas had appeared over his 108,000 astral spaces. How am I supposed to know? When you entered the heavens, Wrath state, your astral spaces sucked in the outside world's energy and condensed these cloud seas. They seem slightly similar to the law runes of the outside world but also not exactly the same. They were extremely active when you were in the heavens, Wrath state, but once you were knocked out, they calmed down, said Evilmoon. Long Chen examined them, feeling lost. Currently, he had to rely entirely on himself for the 9-star hegemon body art. The cloud seas completely threw him off. It seems that the cloud seas are being absorbed by your astral spaces. When the cloud seas were active, the outside world's laws were affected by you and controlled by your divine ring. That's why you were able to unleash so much power without actually using up much of your own. Most importantly, the backlash mentioned by that old man didn't appear, perhaps because of these cloud seas as well. That's all the information I can provide you. You'll need to figure out the rest by yourself, said Evilmoon. He hadn't exhausted much of his own energy, nor had there been much backlash. Only now did Long Chen think to check and see that he had maintained 60 to 70% of his essence, chi, and spirit. He also wasn't like Boss Bao and the others who were too exhausted to stand after entering this state. When Evilmoon explained what had happened, Long Chen could only stare blankly at the cloud seas. His astral spaces were now covered by the cloud seas. They were like mist, providing a mysterious layer to his astral spaces. Well, I suppose they must be something good, but I have no idea how to use them, sighed Long Chen. The 9-star hegemon body art was starting to evolve out of his control. Rumbling rang out to the other side. Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the others were still training. They gradually came to control the heavens, Wrath state. Although they were still exhausted after one attack, it wasn't as bad as their first try. They began to preserve more and more energy, and yet their power only grew. They were clearly rapidly gaining insight into this technique. Damn it, am I really unable to learn the 9th form of Split the Heavens? The old man must have a way. Long Chen started to grow anxious upon seeing their rapid improvements. Now that he had come to experience just how terrifying this attack was, he wanted to learn it even more. There must be a way. There must. Calm down and think. Long Chen tried to comfort himself. He entered a meditative state to calm himself and check his own body. His astral spaces didn't seem to have much of a connection to the cloud seas. They were both still. Even after examining them for a long time, he wasn't able to see any clues. After that, he slowly entered the heavens, Wrath state. At this moment, the cloud seas started to quiver. With his previous experience, he kept himself in this initial state and patiently observed the changes. As his essence, chi, and spirit spread through the outside world, the world rumbled, and the cloud seas became active. They were roiling, and the astral spaces were also quivering. I get it, the cloud seas are the bridge between the astral spaces and the outside world. My essence, chi, and spirit are the fire seed, while these cloud seas are the firewood. I'm burning the energy of the astral spaces in the outside world. Only once the fire seed is big enough will it cause more cloud seas to ignite. But these cloud seas really are baffling. I have no idea what they really are. Evilmoon, I'm trying again, look after me. Long Chen's fury began to soar. As a result, the old man and the others jumped. This time, Long Chen's heaven's wrath was even more berserk than last time. However, Long Chen was once more struck in the end and collapsed. When he crawled up, he checked the cloud seas. They had grown a bit. Evilmoon said, this is no good. When you enter that state, you automatically summon your divine ring and then your 6-star battle armor. You are unable to control it. That little old man is correct. If you can't control yourself, you will unleash all your power into one attack and then die. Your soul is too complicated to control this anger. The 9th form of Split the Heavens isn't suited for you. Evilmoon understood Long Chen well. Long Chen had gone against the common path countless times due to his instinctive will. That was something that could not change. Although Long Chen had not mentioned the Pill Sovereign's will within his soul, Evilmoon had managed to sense it. Furthermore, it was not just the Pill Sovereign's memories. There was something far darker hidden within Long Chen's soul. Evilmoon had already interrupted Long Chen multiple times when that black aura had started to infect him. That was why Evilmoon suggested that he gave up on the ninth form of Split the Heavens. It had no affinity with him. Essence, chi, and spirit are the origin. The cloud seas are the base. Ignite the energy of the astral spaces and the heavenly Taos. Use anger as the connection to merge the two. The heavenly Taos don't like me, so I have to forcibly take their energy. The heavenly Taos don't like that, so they disturb my mind to make me see all the memories that infuriate me. How infuriating. I can't control my fury, so the fire only grows until it goes out of control. Long Chen muttered to himself. Evilmoon fell silent. It had already given up, but if Long Chen refused to give up, then it wouldn't waste any further effort on changing his mind. Long Chen suddenly slapped his leg and jumped up with a smile. I've figured it out. This will definitely work. Chapter 2582 Sealing the Essence, Chi, and Spirit. What way? Asked Evilmoon in surprise. I'll seal a portion of my essence, chi, and spirit. That way, I won't end up using up all my energy and dying, said Long Chen. And how are you supposed to seal them? Demanded Evilmoon. I'll split my essence, chi, and spirit to you, Ling and Little Heaven. The three of you can help look after me. Are you mad? If any one of us wanted to betray you, you would instantly die. Long Chen was essentially leaving his life in their hands. If any one of them wanted him dead, they could do it easily. This was definitely crazy. To put his life in other people's hands of his own accord, was he not turning himself into a puppet? Long Chen mischievously laughed. The three of you in the moon and star refining furnace are all my comrades. I trust you. There's no need to mention the danger of betrayal. The Dragonblood Legion's 12,000 brothers are the same. I can entrust my life to them, so why can't I do the same with you? Big brother Long Chen, you really are great. Ling immediately ran over and hugged Long Chen's leg warmly. Thank you for your trust. I will not betray you in this life, said the moon and star refining furnace. The heaven-flipping seal didn't know how to speak, so it could only express its gratitude with its spiritual fluctuations. It was like a child, so its intelligence couldn't compare to Ling Ling and the others were so moved because it was always divine items entrusting their lives to their masters, not the other way around. Ling in particular was a demonic weapon who had gone through countless masters. She possessed the ability to devour her master and had long since lost any feelings toward the feeling known as trust. Hence, Long Chen's trust made her especially moved. She was willing to die for him. TCH, how sickening, snorted Evilmoon. Bad Evilmoon, bad fiend, you don't know anything. Don't think that just because big brother Long Chen doesn't care that things are over. I still remember how you used me. I have a long memory for grudges, so just wait for my vengeance. Raged Ling Up to you, said Evilmoon indifferently. Alright, we're not enemies. Ling you seal 30% of my spiritual yuan, Little Heaven, you seal 30% of my essence blood, and Evilmoon, you're the strongest, so you seal 30% of my spiritual strength, said Long Chen. It's still useless. If you can't control your anger, you won't be able to differentiate between friend and foe, said Evilmoon, pouring cold water over his idea. That's why you're in charge of my soul. To make sure I'm clear-minded, we'll share souls, said Long Chen. What bullshit is that? I'm from the dark evil dragon race. We're the bloodthirstiest, cruelest existences in the evil dragon race. You want me to control your anger? Exclaimed Evilmoon in disbelief. Yes. Long Chen simply nodded. Yes, my ass. I'm the one enraged. I was refined into a weapon by that bastard Yun Shang. I don't even have a physical body left. I'm the one whose anger needs to explode. If we join souls, our anger merges. Isn't that just throwing oil on the fire? Cursed Evilmoon. Long Chen had decided on such a plan. That was unimaginable. That won't happen. I feel like I have a dark side, but compared to you, it pales into insignificance. You can absorb my darkness, allowing me to remain clear-minded. I trust that you can do it. Evilmoon, you are a mighty expert from the evil dragon race. When you lost to Yun Shang, it was just a slip-up of carelessness. Such a minor matter is nothing to you, said Long Chen calmly. Don't play this crap with me. A defeat is a defeat. Don't think that a few words will make me feel arrogant enough to do something impossible like an idiot. If you want to try it, then fine. I can only say that I'll do my best. I'm just telling you that the chance of failure is extremely high, snorted Evilmoon. It was truly familiar with Long Chen. He was trying to praise it into taking more responsibility. But Evilmoon was not so foolish. In truth, it wasn't that it didn't want to work things out. It was just that it was afraid of the darkness within Long Chen's soul infecting it as well. Then they would all be doomed. As a result, it could only give some warnings ahead of time. Once things started to get dicey, it would immediately stop things. Alright, let's start. I'll pass the seeds of my essence, chi, and spirit for you guys to look after. Long Chen's aura once more began to surge. In the distance, the old man and the others immediately paused. Their own training. This aura, it's actually so stable. The old man was startled. Long Chen's aura was no longer as berserk as before. It was rising steadily, even more steadily than Boss Bao. Ha ha ha, I knew nothing could stop me. Long Chen suddenly laughed arrogantly. Don't be so shameless. This is all thanks to us, snorted Evilmoon disdainfully. With their souls merged, Evilmoon noticed that it could share Long Chen's rage, allowing it to rise steadily. Even Evilmoon didn't quite understand why this was the case. Have I been suppressing myself for so long that I'm used to it? Have I forgotten the pride and dignity of the dragon race? Evilmoon began to question itself. Or is it to say that the grievances that Long Chen has suffered are nothing to me? Even Evilmoon didn't know what was going on. Long Chen's intuition had been shockingly accurate. This plan really worked. The divine ring was steadily growing. Cracks once more appeared in the void, but everything was still under control. Long Chen's eyes were tinted red, however, he was still aware. Excellent. Let's have an exchange. The old man raised the heaven-splitting blade. Old man, be careful. Long Chen felt unprecedented power. In this state, he had double the power. The outside world's energy ignited, and the cloud seas linked it to his astral spaces. These two energies mixed, creating a new energy that was vast and powerful. As Long Chen slashed his saber, space was torn apart. The heaven-spitting blade's runes whirled, blocking Long Chen's attack. At this moment, the void compressed and then suddenly exploded. Boss Bao and the others had long since fled but were still sent flying by the astral winds. Long Chen's divine ring slowly spun. The void rumbled and boomed. It was as if the heavens were enraged. Heavenly punishment was about to descend and wipe out all lives. Ha ha ha, good, very good. This is the control you need. Keep going. The old man laughed delightedly. The fact that Long Chen was able to control the heavens, wrath was the happiest thing. Is it all right to keep going? Asked Long Chen. Although it was a question, in his furious state, it became like an interrogation. What nonsense are you spouting? As long as you don't go crazy again, you can use as much power as you can. Barked the old man. It was hard to remain calm in the heavens, wrath state. It seemed that even the old man was affected. All right, Long Chen's divine ring began to accelerate. As it sped up, more and more cracks appeared in the void. The void was shattering like glass. Flames and lightning burst out of Long Chen. The old man and Evilmoon shouted at the same time. This space was no longer able to endure his power. If Long Chen kept going, the space would break. As for Evilmoon, it was shouting because Long Chen's fury was starting to affect it as well. Ha ha ha, well done. How did you do this? The old man patted Long Chen's shoulder. Bao Buping and the others also ran over. Long Chen didn't hide anything, so he directly explained. Bao Buping was excited to hear it and also wanted to find 2 more divine items for himself. But the old man harshly told him off. Long Chen had only done this because he had no other choice. He didn't cultivate the battle god sacred cannon. As his cultivation technique didn't match the 9th form of Split the Heavens, he had no choice but to take the risk. However, the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples didn't need to do so. Furthermore, where would they find divine items like Evilmoon, the demon moon furnace, and the heaven-flipping seal? Even if someone found them, how many item spirits had an absolute bond of trust between them and their masters? Excellent, you've managed to control the heavens, wrath. Then I can explain how to use the 9th form of Split the Heavens. It requires 81 acupuncture points. 9 nines is the peak. After activating all 81 acupuncture points, you have to reconnect to the first acupuncture points. By forming a link between the start and end, you get a complete cycle. If you are unable to form this cycle, your body will instantly explode, warned the old man gravely. That, Boss Bao and the others' expressions changed. To link the strongest acupuncture point with the weakest would require very precise control over their spiritual yuan. Such a thing might be simple during normal times, but in the heavens, wrath state, just how were they supposed to have such delicate control? I know it's very difficult, but when you succeed, you will know that it is all worth it, said the old man. Suddenly, the The jade plate on the old man's waist lit up. The old man checked it and was surprised. Long Chen, Guo Ran from your Dragonblood Legion has come to see you. Ah, there's no need. Help me tell him to exercise and relax his muscles. Long Chen chortled. Guo Ran had come out of seclusion, so he definitely wanted to settle the grudge between them. Alright, then let's continue training. Just as Long Chen was training in the 9th form of Split the Heavens, a group of people arrived in front of the Yin-Yang world. One person stepped forward, arrogantly shouting into the Yin-Yang world. Little imps of the blood race, get out here for your daddy Guo. I haven't killed anyone in a few days, so I'll need a few of you to satisfy me. Chapter 2583 The Blood Race's Provocations. Guo Ran swaggered over to the entrance of the Yin-Yang world. That appearance of his truly made people want to slap him. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan had come as well. There were just over 10,000 Dragonblood warriors with them. Their arrival delighted the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts that had been standing guard over this place. During the past few days, the Blood Race had launched repeated sneak attacks against their defenses. However, they were forced to only passively defend as the senior generation refused to allow them to go on the offense. Constantly defending had long since infuriated them. However, their mission was to guard this place and not let a single expert of the Blood Race charge onto the continent, so they could only endure. Seeing the Dragonblood Legion appear, especially Guo Ran's swaggering appearance, they instantly knew that there would be a good show. Guo Ran, why have you come? Asked Yi Lingshan. She remembered Long Chen saying that the Dragonblood Legion would be going into seclusion. Why had they come out so quickly? Is the alliance head here? Asked Guo Ran stealthily, not directly replying. Yi Lingshan said, Master went to the Divine Ice Palace. After that, she said that she would go pay her respects to the elusive Music Immortal Palace and then the Wine God Palace. It will probably be a few days before she's back. Why, she's not here. Ha ha ha, good, good. Senior Apprentice Sister Lingshan, I'm sure you're tired. We'll help you out for the next few days, laughed Guo Ran. I only got here yesterday, said Yi Lingshan. As the future alliance head, there's no need for you to personally stand guard here. That is giving far too much face to the blood race. It makes them think that we're afraid of them. You should go back and leave things here to me, said Guo Ran amicably. Yi Lingshan looked at Guo Ran and then at the Dragonblood warriors overflowing with battle intent. She instantly realized what Guo Ran wanted to do. Don't mess around. Right now, we need to be steady. Time is favorable to us, so we don't need to take the risk, said Yi Lingshan. I'm not messing around. My boss has ordered me to slaughter the blood race. Boss said that we have to suppress their arrogance. This relates to the morale of the Martial Heaven continent, said Guo Ran solemnly. Really? Yi Lingshan looked to Ji Yuyong and the others. Aiya, would I dare to trick you? Just find a chair to watch the show from. Leave the rest to us. Guo Ran hastily interrupted this thought, afraid of Ji Yuyong and the others not properly covering for him. He then led them forward. Since these were Long Chen's orders, Yi Lingshan didn't stop them. Guo Ran was extremely refreshed at this. His boss truly was the boss. Even the future alliance head listened to him. The feeling of giving fake imperial edicts was truly good. I hear that the blood race has been particularly arrogant lately. My boss specifically sent me to handle you. Warriors of the Martial Heaven continent, watch us. Don't forget to cheer for us. Guo Ran walked to the front and raised his fist into the air. After following Long Chen for so long, when he got serious, he actually did have some of the air of a leader. This shout instantly drew fanatical cheers out of the disciples guarding this place. The Martial Heaven continent's #1 legion had come. Their blood instantly began to heat up. The seniors looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The youngsters today really weren't steady enough. However, they also knew that they had truly grown old. Their hot blood had faded, and they no longer had the impetuousness of youth. Perhaps every generation would always belong to the young. This disturbance naturally drew the blood race's attention. Their experts began to gather. There was now a 10,000-mile domain between the Martial Heaven continent and the Yin-Yang world. The laws of both worlds were present in this space. This was different from when Long Chen had appeared here last time. Within this domain, both the Martial Heaven continent and the blood race's experts could fight at their maximum potential. This had now become an even battlefield for both sides. Last time, Long Chen had charged into the Yin-Yang world, the home territory of the blood race, suppressing their army of millions and millions of experts, slaying heaven-merging experts, and defeating sovereign sprouts. He had made them lose a great deal of face. Although their world divine item had interfered in the end, forcing him out and injuring Taoist heavenly feather, that was not enough to win back all the face that they had lost. Hence, the blood race had launched multiple sneak attacks after he left, wanting to kill a few of the martial heaven continent's experts. However, the suppression of the laws of the martial heaven continent meant that even after dozens of sneak attacks, they were unable to break through their blockade. Not even a fly was able to get by them. They had sacrificed tens of thousands of their experts for nothing, further enraging them. In order to vent that rage, they began to curse the martial heaven continent's disciples, blocking them. Unexpectedly, they were extremely skilled at cursing people. They had all kinds of vile curses that made the martial heaven continent's disciples gnash their teeth. If it weren't for the seniors harshly ordering them, it was unknown just how many of them would have charged out to kill the blood race army. This battlefield had ended up becoming unusual, where the blood race was sending out people to curse them every few minutes, insulting the human race's ancestors about how they had been useless and conquered by them, how they had trampled them. Even the Alliance head was unable to keep everyone under control, which was why she had called Xianxia over. After all, they were all youngsters. If it was just the seniors ordering them to suppress their emotions, that would not work as a long-term plan. However, just after Xianxia arrived and before she had come up with a solution, Guo Ran also came. Ha ha ha, the human race has actually sent out a group of dogs. So what, they're all cowards only fit to kneel beneath our feet. The provocations of the blood race instantly started back up. What idiots, did you not hear your daddy Guo's words? I haven't killed people in a few days. If you want to die, then come, said Guo Ran, leading the Dragonblood warriors into the special domain. Ha ha ha, the cowards of the human race have come to die. One of the blood race's experts stepped into the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of his comrades standing on the border of the battlefield. This would be an even battle. An ant also dares to be so arrogant. Who wants to kill this trash? Guo Ran looked at that expert and shook his head. Me. One of the Dragonblood warriors instantly stepped forward. Guo Ran eyed him and cursed, have some face. You are a squad leader. Why bully a minor character? Leave it to one of the other brothers. That person could only retreat. After that, one of the ordinary Dragonblood warriors walked into the center of the battlefield. The blood race's experts instantly grew excited. Their throats were already tired from cursing for days. Their chance for real retribution had finally come. Lai Bu, make sure to go lightly. Don't instantly kill him and extinguish this new bravery of the human race. Right, if you kill one and the others turn coward again, there won't be anything to play with. Yes, let him exchange 10 blows before killing him. Let them have some hope, ha ha ha. The blood race's army cheered. However, they didn't notice that as they said all this, they couldn't antagonize the martial heaven continent's experts. Instead, the ridicule on the martial heaven continent's experts' faces grew. You're trembling. Are you afraid? Asked the Dragonblood warrior lightly. His opponent smiled, revealing sharp teeth. Can you not tell? This is excitement. I can't contain myself when I think of slaughtering all the human race once we invade. The Dragonblood warrior also smiled. I'm also excited. We normally end up fighting against our own race, but now I'll get to slaughter other races. I don't need to feel a weight on my conscience and can slaughter you freely. I'm thinking it really will feel amazing. What an idiot. Even with death at hand, you are still so carefree. Do you not realize that the martial heaven continent is on the verge of annihilation? Sneered the blood race expert. I really don't know that. Why don't you show me your ability? Then maybe I'll have a sense of crisis. The Dragonblood warrior smiled indifferently. He arrived just 300 meters away from his opponent. The human race is so stupid that I can't be bothered to waste words on you. Take out your sword, otherwise, once I attack, you won't even have a chance to take it out. His opponent slowly spread his arms. Runes lit up all over his body, and his blood chi began to rise. I don't need to unsheath my sword against you. Go ahead and make your move. Die. The blood race expert was infuriated. At this moment, the ground beneath him shattered, and he shot forward, turning into a blood-colored streak of light. A fist tore through the void, unleashing blood mist. Then the streak of light continued several miles before slowing down. Startled cries rang out. That blood race expert's head was now missing. His headless corpse continued into the distance due to his momentum before collapsing. The blood race's army was stunned. As for the martial heaven continent's side, the only reason that they were startled was because they couldn't even clearly see what had happened just now. That Dragonblood warrior hadn't summoned his manifestation or even unleashed his aura. Yet, they were unable to clearly see his movements before his opponent was killed. TCH, after bragging so much, he wasn't even able to endure a single blow. The Dragonblood warrior shook his head disdainfully. Looking at the blood race experts in the distance, he shouted, "I am Ling Weifeng of Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion's 37th Squad in the 3rd Corps. If you want to quickly reincarnate, step forward and take advantage of this opportunity." This shout drove the blood race's army crazy. One of them charged forward, unleashing a palm that released countless blood-colored ripples in the void. "Careful, that's their bloodline sealing art," shouted the martial heaven continent's side. Chapter 2584 One Punch One Kill. This bloodline sealing art of the blood race was a divine ability hated by the human race. It was something that caused the circulation of their blood to become unsteady. Sometimes it would be fast, sometimes it would be slow. Without a strong enough blood qi, it might just stop flowing at all, and it gravely affected their fighting potential. This technique had caused headaches in most recent skirmishes for the human race. Since it covered the world like a domain, there was no meaning in dodging. That blood race expert had expected Ling Weifeng to dodge and was preparing his next attack when he saw his technique easily envelop Ling Weifeng. After that, his blood qi exploded, and he let out a powerful punch. Blood mist exploded, dyeing the sky red. The martial heaven continent's experts let out startled cries. He was killed. No, the one killed was that blood race expert. When the mist faded, it revealed Ling Weifeng, while his second opponent was gone. Is he not afraid of the blood race's bloodline sealing? What terrifying power! The martial heaven continent's side was delighted to see this. Even an ordinary Dragonblood warrior was able to easily defeat the blood race using one blow each. Is the blood race only capable of bragging? Don't they have any real ability? Asked Ling Weifeng disdainfully. Another expert of the blood race charged out, incredibly fast. He was an extremely large and powerful expert, clearly from a power-type branch of the blood race. He immediately unleashed a fierce punch at Ling Weifeng. This time, both sides were evenly matched and forced back a dozen steps each. The human race has nothing to be arrogant about. Try another punch. Cheers burst out of the blood race's side, and their new challenger taunted Ling Weifeng, pouncing out once more. Centipede-like patterns covered his entire body. At the same time, one of his arms suddenly swelled up and emitted golden light. "I'll smash you apart with a single punch." The blood race expert smiled sinisterly and unleashed his punch. Blinding light erupted. At this moment, a dragon cry rang out, followed by exploding bloody mist. The blood race expert's arm was gone. A ripple of bloody mist spread through. This fresh blood gave the sky a somewhat poignant look. The dragon roar continued to hang in the air. Right now, Ling Weifeng's body was covered in dragon scales. His manifestation was a flying dragon that emitted wild dragon pressure that caused the world to shake. The dragon within his manifestation had multicolored scales. The rainbow light was beautiful and harsh at the same time. Everyone was startled, including the martial heaven continent's experts. Wasn't their dragon battle armor red before? What happened? Why is it rainbow-colored now? They had seen the Dragonblood warriors enter their Dragonblood battle armor state multiple times, but this time it was different. It was beautiful, mighty, and tyrannical at the same time. The dragon behind him emitted a pressure that made them feel an unconscious reverence. The Dragonblood Legion's power is completely ridiculous. Even an ordinary member is so powerful. Although they all knew that the Dragonblood Legion was the continent's #1 legion, it was shocking to find that an ordinary warrior was so powerful. Hehe, if boss saw that our new dragon scale armor was so powerful, he would definitely be delighted, said Li Qi. Exactly. I tried to go show him in the heaven-splitting battle sect, but he was too busy to see me. It's a real shame, sighed Guo Ran. You're not mad at boss? Asked Ji Yu Yong curiously. In this lifetime, I will never be mad at boss, said Guo Ran. That's admirable. You were able to survive 7 days of torture. That's practically a miracle, said Ji Yu Yong. Amongst the ordinary Dragonblood warriors, even the strong ones had only lasted 5 days. But Guo Ran had endured for 7 days. That meant that Guo Ran actually had great perseverance and immense potential. Only after 7 days had he reached the point that he couldn't absorb any more essence blood. It's thanks to Sha Chen's act, but of course, it's mainly due to my unyielding nature, ha ha ha. Guo Ran laughed. When Guo Ran realized that he had been tricked, he had almost died of vexation. He had cursed Sha Chen with his best curses, almost starting a fight with him. Long Chen's act had truly been good. Guo Ran had been the one encouraging Sha Chen to endure and last longer. Not only had he been forced to endure his own pain, but he had needed to encourage Sha Chen. How could Guo Ran not be angry at such a trick? However, when he sensed the transformation of his body, his anger instantly vanished. The current Guo Ran was now full of confidence for the future. His first thought had been to go thank Long Chen. Conveniently, he could also show off a bit of his new power. However, Long Chen had refused to see him, not realizing that Guo Ran hadn't been wanting to complain or get revenge. Not having a chance to show off to Long Chen, Guo Ran decided a small act for the blood race was in order. Hence, he had led some of the Dragonblood Legion to the Yin-Yang world, but he was disappointed that the blood race didn't meet his expectations. A sword swung through, creating a whine in the air. Another expert of the blood race was killed. This was the 12th expert that Ling Weifeng had killed. The first 8 were not even qualified to make him take out his sword. As for the most recent one, he was truly powerful but had only lasted 8 exchanges before dying. An ordinary Dragonblood warrior had killed 12 of the blood race's experts. This fact made the martial heaven continent's side explode in cheers. In just a short time, millions of experts had gathered due to the disturbance. Youngsters and seniors mixed into the crowd and came to watch. Some leaders had also rushed over to allow their disciples, who had yet to even reach the Shantian realm, to gain experience. Witnessing a battle on this level was an experience that money couldn't buy, and it could greatly affect a person. Even a casual blow from an expert had an immense depth to it. The Dragonblood Legion in particular was on the level of miracles. Being able to see their battle was practically these people's greatest honor. The transportation formations were limited to the Martial Heaven Alliance's sects. Hence, smaller sects couldn't directly come and were forced to use flying boats from the closest transportation formations that they could reach. Because of it, flying boats, war chariots, and magical beasts were rushing over just to see the Dragonblood Legion fight off the experts from the Yin-Yang world. Every kill caused a chorus of cheers to erupt from the martial heaven continent's side, heating up their blood. Boss Guo Ran, Ling Weifeng must be tired. It's time to switch, said one Dragonblood warrior eagerly. Guo Ran looked back at him contemptuously. When you lie, try to have a conscience. Are you worried about him, or worried about yourself not getting to show off? Ling Weifeng's spiritual yuan was still at maximum capacity. He was currently in his peak state. Furthermore, the Dragonblood warriors had experienced hundreds of long battles. This was just the start. Boss Guo Ran, my thoughts are easily read by a wise, heroic man like you. I simply feel that all the benefits shouldn't be taken by one person. You should spread your grace. The Dragonblood warrior smiled charmingly. Give it up. Who told you to be so slow? Now you don't get a chance. Aren't I also bitterly enduring it? Who again sent out word of our challenge to the blood race? Said Guo Ran. Fine, you're right. The Dragonblood warrior could only retreat. Guo Ran's meaning was clear. This was his plot for showing off, and the important part was coming up. Did he think Guo Ran would give this opportunity to someone else? Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan rolled their eyes at the same time. However, they also knew that it was a good thing that Guo Ran was acting like this. He had been conned by Long Chen into a miserable torment for 7 days. The reason that Sha Chen hadn't come along this time around was precisely due to how ruthless this con had been. He still felt too embarrassed. Although Guo Ran's resentment had long since vanished, Sha Chen still felt guilty. In fact, this guilt only made Guo Ran feel awkward. However, they were all brothers, so this awkwardness would fade in a few days. At this moment, Ling Weifeng had just killed another blood race expert, who had endured 100 blows before losing. His defeat had shocked the blood race's army, and a dozen of their experts had gone out to save him. However, Ling Weifeng had killed him before they could arrive. The martial heaven continent's side exploded in a roar of cheers. The blood race's side was shocked. It seemed that the one Ling Weifeng had just killed had an extremely high position amongst them. The dozen blood race experts were infuriated and charged forward, ignoring their previous agreement and using numbers. The blood race really is trash, raged the martial heaven continent's experts. Wild Sky Twister. Ling Weifeng's sword unleashed sword chi that filled the sky. In front of countless shocked gazes, Those blood race experts were cut into millions of pieces. Not even one of them survived. However, the sky suddenly turned dark, and a giant hand slammed toward Ling Weifeng. The heavenly Tao energy of this domain was forced out. It's an expert on the level of a sovereign sprout. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, a golden arrow flew through the air at it. Chapter 2585 Dragon Battle Armor. The arrow exploded, unleashing a wave of flames that blasted away the hand. After that, a figure was revealed behind the hand. When that figure appeared, startled cries rang out from some of the senior experts of the martial heaven continent. They recognized him as the guy that Long Chen had previously defeated. Last time, he had almost been killed by Long Chen. He had slinked away with heavy wounds. But now, his aura was even stronger. The contemptible human race actually launches sneak attacks. The sovereign sprout level expert snorted, and a spear appeared in his hand. It struck toward Ling Weifeng like a viper in the night. Even upon facing someone this strong, Ling Weifeng's expression didn't twitch. His manifestation rumbled, and his sword slashed through the air. Space quivered as the two divine items met. The power caused waves to ripple. Out of the void, Ling Weifeng was unable to keep hold of his sword, and it went flying along with him. What? He actually blocked the attack of a sovereign sprout level expert. The martial heaven continent's experts were stunned. Although Ling Weifeng was injured, his opponent was an expert on the level of a sovereign sprout. The sovereign sprout of the blood race furrowed his brow. He had thought that he would easily wipe out Ling Weifeng with this attack, but he hadn't expected Ling Weifeng to be so powerful. Even the bloodline pressure of a sovereign sprout was unable to suppress Ling Weifeng's bloodline power. Die! The sovereign sprout appeared in front of Ling Weifeng, practically teleporting. His spear stabbed toward his head. Even in his weakened state, even with death at hand, Ling Weifeng didn't show any fear. He raised his right hand, and light condensed in his palm. There's no need for that. This trash isn't worth you sacrificing your life. Guo Ran's lazy voice rang out. Just when that spear was no further than 3 inches from Ling Weifeng's hand, a blood-colored hand caught it. The spear could not go forward the slightest bit in its hold. At this moment, the world turned silent. Guo Ran was standing in front of Ling Weifeng, his right hand holding the spear. Armor slowly appeared around Guo Ran's right arm. The rest of him was still in normal battle robes. Wind whistled. Even without summoning his manifestation or the dragon blood battle armor, Guo Ran had easily caught the blood race's sovereign sprout's attack. The sovereign sprout was stunned. His arms trembled as he tried to pull his spear, but he was unable to budge it. It was like his spear was now linked to Guo Ran's arm. Runes revolved around Guo Ran's arm. At this moment, the sovereign sprout felt like all the force he was sending into the spear was falling into a boundless sea. It vanished without a trace. Brother, you can go back. You've shown off enough, so leave things here to me. Guo Ran smiled at Ling Weifeng. Ling Weifeng nodded and retreated, leaving only Guo Ran and the sovereign sprout on the battlefield. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Guo Ran's power has grown, so his showing off skills have also grown with it. He has managed to almost replicate Boss's air, said Ji Yuyong. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan nodded. The current Guo Ran was probably the one with the greatest killing power in the Dragonblood Legion other than Long Chen. Even Yu Zifeng could no longer match him. This time, Long Chen had managed to drag out his potential. Right now, the sovereign sprout refused to let go of the spear as that would be admitting defeat. But suddenly, Guo Ran let go. As a result, the sovereign sprout shot back violently, not having expected such a thing. He tumbled back, raising a line of dust. To outsiders, it looked as if Guo Ran had silently sent him flying without moving. That stunned everyone. After a moment of shock, the martial heaven continent's side cheered. Even a sovereign sprout had been sent flying by Guo Ran. Now they were truly stunned by the Dragonblood Legion's power. Who are you? Report your name, demanded the sovereign sprout. Such a terrifying opponent had to be famous on the martial heaven continent. He was still not over his defeat to Long Chen. Hence, after recuperating, he had come back to have his vengeance against Long Chen. He still refused to accept his defeat. Last time, he hadn't had a chance to unleash many of his divine abilities. Originally, he had thought that Long Chen had to be the strongest expert of the martial heaven continent's rising generation. But now he found that another terrifying fellow had appeared. As soon as his opponent asked for his name, Guo Ran puffed out his chest and clasped his hands behind him. He then looked into the sky, looking lonely and aloof. Seeing his expression, Ji Yuyong and the others covered their faces. This again. As expected, Guo Ran loudly chanted, "I swept through the 4 seas and crossed 1,000 mountains, causing huge billows in heaven and earth. I slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and the moon. The protector of all races is me, Guo Ran." Guo Ran added extra emphasis to the final 3 words, spitting them out with his powerful spiritual yuan and dragon might. His voice resounded through heaven and earth like raging waves. Ji Yuyong, how embarrassing. Li Qi, I'm getting goosebumps. Song Mingyuan, although he often changes his last phrase, he's never made it not embarrassing. To tell the truth, I kind of want to go back now. Absolutely shameless, said the 3 of them together. Now they understood why Yu Zifeng had awkwardly declined to join them on this incursion when they were gathering. Yu Zifeng definitely didn't want to endure this kind of embarrassment, so he had tactfully declined. It seemed that Yu Zifeng was the smartest among them. While Ji Yuyong and the others were embarrassed, the rest of the martial heaven continent's experts grew even more impassioned, their cheers growing louder. The young men and women in particular were shouting to the point that their voices were hoarse, but they didn't care. What kind of dogshit introduction was that? A surname of me, I'll show you the terror of the blood race. The sovereign sprout was infuriated by Guo Ran's particular way of acting badass. His spear's runes slowly lit up, and his aura climbed crazily. Surnamed me. Guo Ran was confused at first, but then he cursed, "You idiot, do the blood race's people not read books? I'm surnamed Guo, not me. I'm your daddy Guo, Guo Ran." The mighty, domineering atmosphere that Guo Ran had created for himself was instantly shattered. Ji Yuyong and the others bitterly smiled. In the end, if he was just acting, he couldn't keep it up for long. The Dragonblood warriors heartlessly laughed at him. Had the sovereign sprout been intentionally trying to infuriate Guo Ran, he could not have done better. Who cares who you are? Last time, I was careless to lose to one of you humans. This time, I'll kill you before moving on to that Long Chen, said the sovereign sprout coldly. His aura continued to climb, seeming like it had no limit. Idiot, Long Chen is our boss. He wasn't even fighting you seriously last time, or a single fart would have blown you to pieces, said Guo Ran disdainfully. So your comrades. Good, very good, then I'll get some interest before killing him. The sovereign sprout's fury soared. His blood chi exploded out of him like flames, igniting the void. Big words. Your blood race should change your name to the bragging race. You just keep bragging. My boss only let you escape with your pitiful life due to a moment of carelessness. Once I kill you here, you won't have another chance to challenge my boss. Guo Ran snorted. His armor spread to cover his entire body. Guo Ran's voice rang out from within the armor, and it changed, becoming metallic. It was icy and domineering. He seemed to become a machine built for slaughter. Tremble in fear as you wait for death. I'll use absolute power to show you that your so-called power is nothing more than a joke before me. Guo Ran's armor had changed a lot from before. Now, his helmet had 2 wings that were inspired by Wild's horns. There was multicolored immortal metal on his shoulders, elbows, and knee joints. Immortal chi could be seen inside of the metal along with some vague dragon-shaped runes within the mist. Due to it, the metal gave off a divine glow. Startled cries rang out when the martial heaven continents experts saw the new armor. Guo Ran's wares were constantly improving. His battle armor was now 1 layer smaller, no longer looking so clumsy. It also gained a new grace and elegance to it. The armor shone with divine light once it was fully summoned. It was like the rising sun, emitting a dazzling light. This was the first time anyone had seen such beautiful and formidable battle armor. Only useless beings rely on external power. In front of me, this armor of yours is nothing more than a flimsy decoration. The sovereign sprout sneered. He had finally finished accumulating power. As a result, the heavens twisted as if they were boiling. I'll finish you in one move. The sovereign sprout charged at Guo Ran like a meteor. His spear was stabbing toward Guo Ran with all the power that he had accumulated. It just so happens that I also want to test just how strong my new dragon battle armor is, said Guo Ran casually. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Guo Ran simply stood there, allowing the spear to stab into his chest. Chapter 2586 How Do You Want to Die? An ear-piercing explosion shook the void. Divine runes filled the sky. When the runes exploded, they revealed 2 figures in a giant hole in the ground. The blood race's sovereign sprout spear was stopped at Guo Ran's chest, while Guo Ran was simply standing there. The spear was unable to pierce through him. He blocked it just like that. People's heads were blank. That was a full power attack from a sovereign sprout but had been stopped just like that. For a moment, people could only stand there in dumbfounded silence. The only thing still moving was the whirling dust. The sovereign sprout of the blood race was also stunned. He couldn't believe his own eyes. The head of a strange creature had appeared on Guo Ran's chest, protecting him. Its mouth was open almost as if in a silent sneer. If Long Chen was present, he would instantly recognize it as the door knocker they had taken from the netherworld. Guo Ran had made it part of his armor, using some special runes to draw out its potential. It was capable of receiving an all-out attack from a sovereign sprout. Other than feeling a bit uncomfortable on his chest, this attack didn't cause him any damage. The painful feeling quickly vanished. Guo Ran almost cried out in excitement. This new armor was so powerful that endless possibilities were now whirring about within his head. The main factor in his new power was actually his strengthened physical body. Long Chen's Khan had given him a much stronger physical body. Without the strengthening, this attack would have inflicted some wounds, most likely making him cough up blood. But since he would be in his armor, no one would see that, so he would still appear badass. However, his new physical body was so powerful that with the dragon blood battle armor, he was able to easily receive the attack of a sovereign sprout. "This is all the power you have. The blood race really is foolish," said Guo Ran disdainfully. It was as if the sovereign sprout before him was nothing. All of a sudden, the tip of the spear began to crack, and then it shattered. That sound was exceptionally heavy in people's ears. "Isn't this crazy?" Long Chen sliced apart his spear with a saber, and now his new one is silently shattered by Guo Ran without him even moving. The martial heaven continent's expert's jaws dropped. Suddenly, Guo Ran's hand swung out. The sovereign sprout raised the shaft of his spear to block, only for it to break apart as well. The difference is too great compared to boss. If he was the one doing it, this slap would have definitely struck his face. Guo Ran sighed inside. Even if Guo Ran managed to imitate all of Long Chen's movements, his divine face-slapping art simply wasn't able to reach the same level. He was unable to stroke his opponent's face. However, it was good enough. Shattering his weapon and sending him flying also made this slap a very domineering one. When did Guo Ran get so powerful? Wondered Li Qi. His physical strength has reached above the average of the Dragonblood warriors. With his armor multiplying his power by dozens of times, maybe even 100 times, it becomes this powerful, said Ji Yuyong. Originally, Guo Ran's power was at the bottom of the Dragonblood Legion, and by a large margin at that. Now it was like a sparrow had transformed into a phoenix. Even they were forced to envy him. More and more of the martial heaven continent's experts were congregating, and most of them belonged to powers that were part of the Martial Heaven Alliance. There were no longer neutral powers. As for the Dragonblood Legion, they were the soul of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Hence, as the general of the Dragonblood Legion, everyone naturally knew who Guo Ran was. Seeing him so easily force back a sovereign sprout, they felt new confidence in the Martial Heaven Alliance. His display was arrogant and tyrannical, so their blood was heating up just by watching. The sovereign sprout felt a mix of anger and shock. Just one of Long Chen's subordinates was actually this powerful. He trembled with rage. "Bastard, you're intolerable." Suddenly, the sovereign sprout went crazy. He spread his arms, and black clouds condensed within the yin-yang world. The blood race experts in the yin-yang world immediately began to cry out when they saw those black clouds. "You can't. The damage to your bloodline." "Shut up," the sovereign sprout roared furiously. His eyes were scarlet as if he was bedeviled. "You ants have no idea just how powerful the blood race is. The aura of the yin-yang world has yet to fully spread into this place, so my bloodline power is suppressed by the vile aura of the Martial Heaven continent. Did you really think that the blood race only had this little bit of ability? You're wrong. Whether it's Long Chen or you, you're all trash unfit to challenge me. I'll show you our true power without the suppression of your laws." A blood-colored rune appeared on the sovereign sprout's forehead. At this moment, black clouds were spreading out of the yin-yang world and into the Martial Heaven continent. He's drawing in the power of their world to the battlefield. The Martial Heaven continent's laws are being stripped away. "Have Guo Ran retreat," shouted an elder at Ji Yuyong. The aura of the yin-yang world filled the battlefield, and the laws of the Martial Heaven continent were being forced back. "No need to worry. Guo Ran is a person who slays devils and demons, someone who plucks the stars and moon. Other than Boss Long Chen, he won't lose to anyone else. Hehe, this minor matter is nothing to him. You just need to watch the fun, said Ji Yu Yong. Suppressing the laws of the martial heaven continent might gravely affect others, but Guo Ran relied on his armor. As long as he could still summon his manifestation, he was completely unaffected by such a thing. He didn't rely on magical arts. Furthermore, the Dragonblood warriors' manifestations were different from ordinary Empyreans. Their manifestations didn't rely so much on heavenly Tao energy as others. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, I swept through the 4 seas and crossed 1,000 mountains, what kind of devil haven't I seen? What demon haven't I killed? If this is your trump card, then fine, I won't attack or interrupt you. Go ahead, I will defeat you in your strongest state to allow the blood race to see just how great the difference between us is. I'll show you how inferior you are compared to the mighty human race, sneered Guo Ran. Just like that, he stood there with his arms clasped behind him, waiting for his opponent to accumulate energy. Ji Yu Yong and the others had some cold sweat on them, but that was from embarrassment. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads. The way that Guo Ran was talking about himself, it was like he thought himself a sovereign. However, the more arrogant Guo Ran was, the more excited the martial heaven continent's experts were. Their hatred for the invaders was boundless. In the past, the invaders had caused repeated harm to the continent, killing countless experts. Their ancestors had used their own lives to protect them, and the sovereigns had led generation after generation to repel the invaders. It was the martial heaven continent that was always the victim. The experts of the martial heaven continent both hated and feared these invaders. Hence, Guo Ran's domineering display made them cheer in satisfaction. Boss Guo Ran is mighty. Boss Guo Ran is domineering. Boss Guo Ran, we support you. Wipe out these invaders, eat their flesh and drink their blood as vengeance for our ancestors. The disciples were starting to grow too impassioned, to the point that their elders sternly warned them not to get any closer, worried that they would get impetuous and charge onto the battlefield. It was all too easy for someone to get muddle-headed in this fervor. Guo Ran continued to stand there and look up at the void. Under his armor, he had an expression that was almost like crying. This feeling is so good. Everyone's looking at me. Today, I'm the main character of this world. All their cheers are for me. Guo Ran almost had an urge to let out a maniacal roar. This was the grandest moment of his life. Just at this moment, black clouds finished covering the battlefield, and the sovereign sprout was covered in flickering runes. After that, his berserk power caused cracks to appear in the void as if it would explode. Seeing such a phenomenon, the martial heaven continent's experts tensed. Even their cheers dwindled. The sovereign sprout extended a hand, making heaven and earth shudder. Black energy then condensed into a spear in his hand, and an invisible pressure locked onto Guo Ran. Speak, how do you want to die? The sovereign sprout's pupils had turned vertical. They were like the eyes of a viper, and icy killing intent flowed out of him. Chapter 2587 Despicable Blood Race. The sovereign sprout had completely transformed. Under the black clouds, he seemed like the devil king of the night. His aura has completely changed. The martial heaven continent's side was shocked at the overwhelming pressure coming from him. Perhaps this is the true power of a sovereign sprout. He has summoned the power of his world to suppress the martial heaven continent. Now, he can unleash his full potential. Despite being worried for Guo Ran, when the martial heaven continent's experts looked at the Dragonblood Legion, they saw that the latter was all calm. They didn't seem the slightest bit nervous. This is my true power. Little brat, how do you want to die? Said the sovereign sprout sinisterly. Guo Ran looked at him and shook his head. To tell the truth, I wasn't going to embarrass you like this. I was actually going to encourage you so you did a bit better. But I'm getting pretty pissed off that you keep trying to anger me. Let me put it to you this way, the martial heaven continent has 1597 sovereign sprouts. My boss killed one, so there's only 1596 left. As for you, even the Zhao Rishan that my boss killed was stronger than you. I really don't know how you get so arrogant with this level of power. Where does your confidence come from? The martial heaven continent's experts were dumbfounded. Someone as powerful as Guo Ran actually spouted nonsense without blinking an eye. When had they gained so sovereign sprouts? If they didn't understand the condition of their world well, they would have believed him. Some youngsters who had just entered the cultivation world did actually fall for it and let out cheers. Perhaps they felt that someone as powerful as Guo Ran wouldn't lie. Bullshit. Any world can only have a maximum of 9 sovereign sprouts. This is an ironclad rule that has never changed throughout history. If you're going to lie, try to use your brain, sneered the sovereign sprout. There was such a thing. With his lie seen through, Guo Ran didn't even twitch. He sneered, what do you know? The martial heaven continent has changed. Other than my boss being a peerless expert that the world has never seen before, he also managed to break the laws of the world, allowing countless other geniuses to soar. I suppose a piece of trash like you wouldn't know about that. Tell me, do I look like a sovereign sprout? And yet, I'm still beating the crap out of you, right? The sovereign sprout became speechless. Guo Ran was no sovereign sprout, but he possessed such terrifying power. That was truly different from their records of the martial heaven continent's experts. You're just a coincidence. Did you think a stupid set of armor would make you unrivaled? A true expert doesn't rely on external power. The sovereign sprout sneered and stepped through the void. With every step, scarlet runes rippled out of the void. It was as if the void was water he was stepping through. Idiot, the power that I can control is my power. There is no such thing as external and internal power, sneered Guo Ran indifferently. In a clash between experts, sometimes just words could decide victory. A sharp word could be the key that broke down the other side's mentality. If two sides were evenly matched, then whoever's mental strength was stronger would have a higher chance of winning. All emotions, good or bad, could become negative effects in battle. If the fluctuations were too great, the openings would grow bigger. After fighting the human race for so long, the blood race had long since grasped this weakness of the human race. That was why they often used words to provoke them before the battle. Anger and fear were fatal weaknesses that made the human race unable to make the correct decisions, leaving them open to death. As for this sovereign sprout, he had used such mental warfare on Long Chen and almost been killed. Now that he used it against Guo Ran was absolutely shameless. All he wanted to do was show off, so his provocations weren't suited for use against him. At this moment, rumbling rang out and pressure crashed down on Guo Ran. Even the blood race's experts felt suffocated by the pressure, so it could be imagined just how much pressure was concentrated on Guo Ran. This fellow is using the laws of their world to suppress Guo Ran. Black Qi whirled around heaven and earth. This was the power of a sovereign sprout. He had summoned the heavenly Tao's of his world to suppress his opponent. Your heavenly Tao's laws are unable to suppress me. In front of me, you're nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Give it your all, or if you can't, it doesn't matter, I'm not that picky, said Guo Ran indifferently. The sovereign sprout had originally been walking step by step, but this provocation made him transform into a shooting star crashing toward Guo Ran. He was like a furious lion, and his black spear was like the fang of a viper piercing toward Guo Ran's chest. The sovereign sprout was fully enraged. None of his words were able to anger Guo Ran, but he himself had practically gone crazy. The black qi filling the battlefield condensed into his spear in an instant as it stabbed toward Guo Ran. In the face of this berserk attack, a blood-colored saber appeared in Guo Ran's right hand. Multicolored runes lit up on it, illuminating this dark world. At the same time, densely packed runes lit up every inch of Guo Ran's armor. He became like a blazing sun. After that, Guo Ran grasped his saber with both hands. The energy of his runes flowed into his weapon. Using a sovereign sprout's blood as an offering to you isn't that bad. At this moment, Guo Ran was solemn. This saber was his masterpiece. The instant that the saber and spear clashed, the entire battlefield exploded like shattered crystal. Astral winds wreaked havoc, spreading beyond the battlefield. When they blew past the spectators, they were so strong that it felt like blades were cutting their faces. They were unable to open their eyes. When the laws of space within the battlefield were restored, they were shocked to find that the sovereign sprout was hanging in the air in complete disbelief. The arm that had been holding his spear was gone. Moreover, a saber was piercing his chest, picking him up. His essence blood was rapidly fading, sucked away by the saber. Now do you believe me? The martial heaven continent is different from before. The invaders will die, every single one of them, said Guo Ran coldly. The martial heaven continent and the yin-yang world's side were both filled with disbelief. The sovereign sprout had been defeated and had his life in Guo Ran's hands. A fire lit up in Guo Ran's eyes. He really had succeeded. Long Chen had used a special method to draw out all of Guo Ran's potential. Hence, he was now able to unleash immense power with his new armor, and even a sovereign sprout could be defeated in one move. Although this move had used up all the stored energy in his battle armor, it did prove his power. Even someone who wasn't talented in cultivation could reach the peak of the martial path and look down on the so-called geniuses. Suddenly, the void quivered. Chains shot out from 8 different directions, instantly binding Guo Ran. After that, 8 figures appeared within the void. Release him. Those 8 figures were elders of the blood race, and their auras caused the world to shake. They were 8 heaven-merging experts. It all happened so quickly as if they had been prepared from the start. As soon as Guo Ran obtained victory, he was instantly caught in a trap. Despicable blood race, you're shameless. The martial heaven continent's side burst into curses. This had clearly been an above-board battle, but they had launched a sneak attack, one involving 8 heaven-merging experts against someone who was only in the Nether Passage realm. Even bound in those 8 chains, Guo Ran sneered, "Is this the pride of the blood race? After beating one, a group comes. After beating the small one, the big ones come. Is this the essence of the blood race's martial Tao? Ha ha ha, how fascinating." Even in the face of 8 heaven-merging experts, Guo Ran was as calm as ever. He didn't show the slightest bit of panic, and he even mocked them. "Release him. This battle is your victory. Once you release him, we'll let you go," barked one of the 8 elders. "Don't try to escape our chains. These are made from our core essence blood, so with just a thought, you will be pulled into 8 pieces. You should be grateful that we didn't immediately kill you," sneered another. "Ha ha ha, your blood race really is stupid. Did you think that I'd believe you?" Guo Ran laughed. At this moment, the distant Dragonblood warriors summoned their manifestations, but they didn't charge over. "Don't misunderstand. Even if you kill him, you'll also die. Why not have both sides retreat peacefully?" said one of the 8 elders. Meanwhile, the sovereign, Sprout, was terrified and no longer had his old arrogance. He didn't dare to say anything for fear that Guo Ran would kill him with just a thought. "I don't like it when both sides retreat. Moreover, I don't like how this one looks, so I have to kill him," said Guo Ran. "Don't." The 8 chains tightened. However, with a quiver from Guo Ran's saber, the sovereign Sprout was blasted into bloody mist. A generation sovereign Sprout was killed just like that. The 8 elders roared furiously, and their chains erupted with full power. As a result, startled cries rang out from the martial heaven continent's experts. Some of them turned away, not willing to watch as Guo Ran was torn to pieces. Chapter 2588. Terrifying figure arrives. A majestic dragon roar that contained the voices of 10,000 dragons rang out. The 8 chains were instantly blown apart. "You want to kill me, Guo Ran? Do you think you have that power?" Guo Ran sneered. Wings spread on the back of his armor, and he actually charged at one of the 8 elders. "What?" Everyone was shocked. They had no idea what had happened. All they had seen was Guo Ran's manifestation erupting with light, along with the roar of 10,000 dragons. Then those 8 heaven-merging elders were blasted back. They were unaware that Guo Ran's armor was now capable of absorbing even more power. With the Dragonblood warriors having undergone the tempering of the dragon pool's essence blood, they had gone through a complete transformation as a whole. Their manifestations were now even further linked together. In that instant, all the Dragonblood warriors' power surged toward Guo Ran, which was why he dared to be so arrogant as to ignore 8 heaven-merging experts and still slay their sovereign Sprout. Others were unaware of this, and so all they saw was that Guo Ran was capable of ignoring the attacks of 8 heaven-merging experts on his own. He was even more shocking than Long Chen. The elder that Guo Ran attacked was sent flying and hacked up blood. An opening appeared within their enclosure. "Then I won't be accompanying you any longer." Guo Ran laughed and shot out. The amount of power he had just controlled was not sustainable. Such immense power was something his armor could only use once before they had to cool down. Within that period, half the Dragonblood warriors' power was used. Guo Ran sighed inside. If he could unleash 70% of the Dragonblood warriors' power, perhaps he would have managed to kill one of those 8 elders. Then this moment would be even more perfect. The 2 closest elders blocked his way. Guo Ran had killed one of their sovereign Sprouts. If they didn't kill him in retribution, that would be a serious blow to the blood race's morale, not to mention that they would have no way to explain themselves to the higher-ups. Suddenly, the earth exploded and 2 giant hands reached out, filled with earth energy. They slammed into the 2 of them, exploding and sending them tumbling back. After that, a spear pierced through the air, stabbing through one of them. Die. The attacker was Ji Yu Yong. The elder didn't even have a chance to cry out before being blasted apart. The earth collapsed and two giants climbed out, each holding a warhammer. They attacked the other elder. "Save me," shouted the elder. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's warhammers were smashing toward him like two meteors. The elder's shout was drowned out by a powerful explosion. Everyone shivered. It was like two titans had smashed a fly to death. When the two warhammers separated, the elder was gone, crushed out of existence. All that was left of him was some blood left on the warhammers. "Let's go." Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan didn't tarry. They hastily retreated with Guo Ran. The four of them then quickly exited the battlefield, returning to the side of the martial heaven continent. Only then did everyone react. Explosive cheers came from the martial heaven continent's side. "Hee, showing off and then running really is satisfying," said Guo Ran, feeling pleased. Ji Yuyong and the others nodded along with a smile. It truly had been satisfying. They had escaped before the blood race could use their world divine item. It was stimulating. "I almost felt some terrifying thing was about to lock onto us, but we ran fast enough," said Li Qi. "We didn't forget to get something extra before running too," added Guo Ran. The four of them exchanged a look and laughed. Seeing that the four of them had killed two heaven-merging experts and were still talking cheerfully as if that danger was nothing, the martial heaven continent's experts felt even greater reverence and worship for them. What was an expert? This was it. Such monsters were only capable of being united in unswerving loyalty by a monster amongst monsters like Long Chen. "Despicable human race, you'll pay 1,000-fold for your actions," roared the elder that Guo Ran had previously forced back. "You're noisy." Guo Ran snorted and suddenly took out a crossbow. It lit up, and the elder hastily dodged to the side. The void exploded and rays of golden light shot through the air. All of a sudden, the elder let out a miserable cry. His whole body was covered in blood, which then quickly turned black. He pointed at Guo Ran, and his jaws moved a few times, releasing a few strange sounds before he collapsed. Guo Ran put away his crossbow and shook his head. "I wish I could be low-key, but my power does not permit it." Another heaven-merging expert was killed. Right now, the martial heaven continent's side felt like they had used up all their shock. They were starting to grow numb. What was going on? Were these really the legendary heaven-merging experts? Why was it that they were unable to endure in front of a few experts of the Dragonblood Legion? Were they useless, or were Guo Ran and the others too powerful? Amazing. Even Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were surprised. The current Guo Ran was so powerful that he felt a bit foreign to them. Hee, that old fellow was asking for death. If he hadn't opened his mouth, I wouldn't have wanted to kill him. My previous blow left him with quite a serious wound, thanks to all our brothers. With the power of 10,000 dragons flowing through his veins, his reactions were slowed. He himself was unaware of it until it was too late. "Tell me, don't you think he was asking me to kill him?" "I had no choice." Guo Ran shrugged helplessly. This explanation made Ji Yuyong and the others understand. They hadn't expected such a thing to occur after going through the dragon pool's baptism. Their combined power now actually had this added benefit. "Guo Ran, when did you get so humble?" said Li Qi. "Hee, well, this was all thanks to our brothers. Without them, I wouldn't be anything. I'll need more help from my brothers in the future," chortled Guo Ran, the very picture of a petty person who had won. Guo Ran's own power was already extremely great, but with the support of the Dragonblood warriors, he was practically unrivaled. Guo Ran was almost moved to tears from the feeling of being able to shatter the attacks of 8 heaven-merging experts. Thinking about it, he felt like he had reached the peak of his life. "This humbleness of yours feels a bit strange," laughed Ji Yuyong. Guo Ran said, "Boss said that matured wheat droops, only withered wheat is so arrogant as to stand up straight. A full bottle doesn't make noise, only a half-full bottle clatters. Now I finally understand how great the difference between myself and Boss was. I still have a long way to go. Someone's coming from the blood race." Ji Yuyong suddenly pointed, causing Guo Ran to shut his mouth and look. Guo Ran jumped. All the blood race's experts were kneeling. Guo Ran had an urge to say that they were kneeling to him, but when he saw the direction they were facing, he was no longer in the mood. Even the heaven-merging elders were kneeling, their faces pale. It seemed that they were terrified. A blood sun appeared from deep within the yin-yang world. Right now, screams rang out from the martial heaven continent's side as some people's eyes began to bleed. "Those below Nether Passage, don't look at that sun. Don't even think about using your souls to sense it either," shouted a sect leader. At this moment, the blood sun had reached the entrance to the yin-yang world. It illuminated the battlefield, releasing demonic blood qi that wove through the air like strands of sword qi. Who is that? Guo Ran was shocked. Even before even seeing the person, this aura already filled the battlefield with such pressure that it was hard to breathe. Even though he had accompanied Long Chen in countless battles, he had never seen such a terrifying expert. Ji Yuyong also turned grave as this aura was horrifying. Most shocking of all, it was still in the Nether Passage realm. In other words, such a terrifying existence had the same cultivation base as them. Even boss doesn't have such a powerful aura. Just who is it? Li Qi gulped. This aura was something that made others feel so terrified that they couldn't even muster the courage to lift a finger. 7 figures appeared around the blood sun, and an explosion of startled cries rang out. 7 sovereign sprouts. Those 7 people's auras were clearly on the level of sovereign sprouts. The 7 of them respectfully stood to the side, as if welcoming someone. After that, a figure appeared within the blood sun. The figure was unclear but seemed to be humanoid and sitting cross-legged. Despite that, he still gave off a feeling of unmatched terror. Greetings, Devil Lord, the heaven-merging elders kowtowed, their voices shuddering. It was unknown if it was from emotion or terror. In an instant, a blood-colored light flew out and 5 heads flew into the air. Those remaining heaven-merging elders were all killed in one move. Chapter 2589 Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Guo Ran and the others were stunned. The man within the blood sun had killed those 5 elders with a wave of his hand. Those were 5 heaven-merging experts. They were killed just like that. Just who was this person? Guo Ran and the others' hearts pounded wildly. Even though they were currently in the martial heaven continent, they felt ice cold. This person was ruthless. A group of trash. You couldn't even protect one of my guards. What is the point of keeping you? The man within the blood sun finally spoke. His voice was deep and low. However, every word exploded like thunder in people's ears. They were filled with a bloody feeling. Guards. Sovereign sprouts were his guards. Looking at the other 7 sovereign sprouts that surrounded him like stars setting off the bright moon, people were even further shocked. Just who was he? He had 8 sovereign sprouts as guards. Who killed my guard? The man in the blood sun looked over the martial heaven continent, sending shivers down the people's souls. It was as if a devil was gazing at them, and their life and death were within his grasp. This was an existence so powerful that they couldn't even imagine it. Many people involuntarily retreated. Guo Ran was the only one to step forward. His armor covered him and his manifestation appeared. Even standing on the martial heaven continent didn't give him any sense of safety. As soon as he spoke, his hair stood on end. He saw a pair of eyes looking at him from within the blood sun. Those eyes were like ghost flames. As a result, Guo Ran cried and swung his saber. It appeared as if he had seen a ghost and was just randomly swinging his blade. However, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. The man in the blood sun had appeared in front of Guo Ran, the blood sun floating behind him. Guo Ran's saber was caught between 2 of his fingers. Fast, indescribably fast. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan attacked as soon as they reacted, but they had only just moved when the blood sun suddenly expanded. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan felt like a mountain had smashed into them, almost shattering their bones. They spat out blood as they flew back. Everyone was appalled. Just who was this man? Even after charging into the martial heaven continent, he was ignoring the suppression of the laws. Ji Yuyong and the others were so powerful that they could slay heaven-merging experts, but they appeared incredibly weak in front of him. Human race ants, learn what respect is. The man reached toward Guo Ran's throat. Guo Ran's saber was caught between 2 of this man's fingers. It felt like they had taken root, and he couldn't move it in the slightest. This was a terrifying expert, so terrifying that he surpassed their imagination. At this moment, Guo Ran finally understood why even sovereign sprouts would be willing to be his guards. The cooldown period has ended. Guo Ran's armor suddenly exploded with light. His saber finally escaped from this man's fingers and slashed onto his hand. Metallic ringing rang out. His hand seemed made out of immortal metal. As a result, Guo Ran's whole body shook, and his arms felt numb. Even with the full power of the Dragonblood warriors, he was unable to even break his opponent's arm. So that's what it was. The combined power of a group of ants truly is enough to kill one of my guards, snorted the man. Fuck your mother, you're the ant. Guo Ran roared along with the roars of 10,000 dragons, shaking the heavens. The Dragonblood warriors' power poured into Guo Ran. A wild tempest exploded. As a result, Guo Ran and the Blood Sun Man retreated at the same time. Outside power is external. Once cut off, you become a fangless viper. The man sneered. His blood sun blazed with light. The blood chi connecting Guo Ran and the Dragonblood warriors was instantly cut off. Right now, Guo Ran was no longer able to fight with their support. Guo Ran began to panic. This man's blood sun seemed to have isolated him, putting him in a completely different world from the others. Rest in peace. Someone who relies on schemes to win isn't fit to live in this world. A fist smashed toward Guo Ran. The image of a blood sun appeared on the fist. In that instant, Guo Ran was frozen, and the space around him had turned solid. He didn't know whether or not he would survive this attack. Even if his armor could survive, he might not. Hence, the feeling of death filled him. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan charged over. Scram! The man snorted and the blood sun expanded once more. Space was torn apart. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were sent tumbling back again. This blood sun possessed a strange power. Ji Yuyong and the others had no way to counter it. You scram! Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out, accompanied by a streak of sword chi. After that, Ji Yuyong and the others felt the pressure crashing down on them instantly vanish. The man was startled. Even though his fist was about to strike Guo Ran, he hastily retreated. All of a sudden, the void split apart and a cut appeared on the man's arm. Golden blood flowed out. Even though Yu Zifeng's voice rang out in the air, his figure didn't appear. Instead, brilliant sword light continued to tear through the void. In just a breath's time, hundreds of blows were exchanged. At this moment, people finally saw the man's weapon was a golden halberd. Before this, he had been fighting barehanded. It was Yu Zifeng who forced him to take out his divine item. Waves of sword light continued to fill the sky, enveloping the blood sun. It's a good sword art. But you aren't a match for me. The golden halberd suddenly swung through the air, unleashing a blood-colored river of stars. As a result, the sword light filling the sky shattered, and Yu Zifeng's figure finally appeared. The golden halberd then slashed straight toward Yu Zifeng. Not good. Guo Ran and the others' hearts sank. Yu Zifeng specialized in offense. He could not receive this attack. Unexpectedly, the earth then split apart, and black wooden stakes pierced through the air. Insignificant. The man sneered and blasted the wooden stakes apart with a wave of his hand. At the same time, a towering willow tree appeared in the sky, unleashing countless branches that were piercing toward him like sharp swords. Wooden stakes from below and willow branches from above smashed together, twisting and turning. That immense power caused heaven and earth to rumble. The man flew out of the wooden stakes, while the golden halberd shot toward Lu Ruyan's true body. Lu Ruyan stood atop the willow, forming hand seals. Millions of branches then condensed into a pair of giant hands that closed around him. The golden halberd was firmly caught by the two hands. I'll give this back to you. Lu Ruyan sent the golden halberd flying back toward the man with even greater speed. The man received his weapon with his bare hands. As a result, the blood sun quivered and the void collapsed. However, he managed to receive it. A surprised expression appeared on his face. The undying race. Why would you appear here? That has nothing to do with you, said Lu Ruyan icily. The man suddenly laughed. Divine light flowed in his eyes, seeming to see through everything. The proud undying race was actually willing to have a human place a spiritual mark on them. Did you become a housepet of the human race? Ha ha ha, if the undying race were to learn of this, they'd definitely die of anger. You know the undying race? Asked Lu Ruyan. I have nothing to say to you. Get out of my way, or don't blame me, the blood fiend devil lord, for being merciless. The man finally said his own name. The experts watching finally understood why he was so terrifying. So he was the blood fiend devil lord. Since there's nothing to say, I'll beat it out of you. Everyone else, retreat. Lu Ruyan frowned. Her giant willow explosively grew. Countless roots reached out like angry dragons, and the earth was constantly exploding. After that, a vast aura spread. Looking at this scene, the distant experts retreated even further away. They stared in shock as a giant willow grew all the way until it reached the starry sky. The black clouds covering the martial heaven continent were blown apart by the undying willow's body. It became possible to see the stars in the sky again. They were like fruit hanging between the willow branches. Heavens, the Dragonblood Legion is absolutely terrifying. People's jaws dropped. They had never seen something so big. Lu Ruyan suddenly attacked. A black whip appeared in her hand, striking at the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Chapter 2590 Fighting the Devil Lord. The whip was only a few meters long, but as it struck through the air, the void split apart and an invisible blade sliced through the air, slashing toward the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. "You're the one forcing me to do this." The Blood Fiend Devil Lord snorted and let out a single punch. As a result, the void exploded, and from within it, he pulled out the tip of a whip. With a wave of his left hand, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord dragged Lu Ruyan's attack from out of the void. Both of them seemed to have transcended the limits of space. HMPH. Lu Ruyan snorted. Her whip quivered, transforming into a wooden spear. At the same time, countless thorns grew out of it. Upon seeing this attack, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's expression changed. He immediately let go of the spear and slashed his golden halberd out. At some point, Lu Ruyan's other hand had transformed into a black sword stabbing toward his chest. His golden halberd blocked her strange attack, but multiple bloody holes appeared in his left hand. Lu Ruyan's wooden thorns were so incredibly sharp that the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's body, which was able to ignore Guo Ran's attack, couldn't block it. Lu Ruyan had started awakening the Undying Willow race's divine abilities ever since she had obtained help from the Mother Tree. It could be said that she was the one benefiting the most from their excursion to the Starfield Divine World. Courting death. The pain in his arm finally caused the Blood Fiend Devil Lord to grow angry. The Blood Sun shuddered, and his halberd erupted with divine light. Facing it, the giant willow behind Lu Ruyan swayed and divine light fell from its branches. Runes condensed into a giant shield before her. The golden halberd stabbed into a wooden shield, which then exploded and transformed into black spears shooting at the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. As soon as the shield stopped the halberd, it switched to offense. Those wooden spears were like black lightning. Even an armor made of immortal metal would be unable to stop them. The Blood Sun shuddered, and a wave of light blasted apart the spears. From within the black splinters that filled the air, a whip struck out like a viper. What quick changes between moves. No wonder she dared to challenge Boss in the Starfield Divine World. Ji Yu Yong and the others were startled by the current Lu Ruyan, who was like a goddess of war. Guo Ran became covered in sweat. He had originally thought that he had become the strongest existence in the Dragonblood Legion other than his boss. However, he hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to have hidden her true power to this extent. Every clash of golden and black light caused the world to shake. This was a truly stunning battle. Guo Ran's previous fight was like child's play in comparison. Heavenly Tao energy was being consumed by the giant willow and condensed into black runes that enveloped Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Guo Ran and the others recognized it as the same state that the Mother Tree and Ling Shi were in. However, Lu Ruyan was both beings in one. She had never separated. With the willow absorbing an endless stream of the world's energy for Lu Ruyan, it could be said that her power would never run out as long as the Martial Heaven continent's Heavenly Tao energy didn't run out. The Undying race really is frightening. Fortunately, Boss beat her, or we'd have to face such a powerful opponent, said Ji Yu Yong gratefully. Shish, if she heard that, she'd definitely find trouble for Boss. This big sister can only be matched by big sister Chu Yao. Speaking of which, Guo Ran hastily turned back. No need to look. We arrived a long time ago. We just didn't reveal ourselves because we wanted to experience Daddy Guo's marvelous display. The void quivered. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, and Cloud all appeared. Even with Guo Ran's thick skin, he felt his face burning. He had an urge to find a place to hide himself. After that, he quickly found a target to vent. Zifeng, you refused to come with us and then snuck your way over, huh? I wasn't going to come. But when I went to the Heavenly Sword Gate, my master was in seclusion, so I decided to come over. I didn't expect the blood race to have such a terrifying expert, said Yu Zifeng. Dong Mingyu looked at the Blood Sun gravely. That Blood Sun is strange. Within the divine inheritance of the Bloodkill Hall, there seems to be something similar to it. But I'm not quite clear on it. This Blood Sun seems to represent some world's strongest laws. This Blood Fiend Devil Lord is probably in existence with the entire world's karmic luck concentrated within him. That's why he can enter the Martial Heaven continent without being suppressed by its laws. It was no wonder this fellow dared to charge out, while his 7 sovereign sprout guards stayed in the Yin-Yang world. How can there be such a heaven-defying existence? Can't he just charge onto the Martial Heaven continent? Asked Ji Yu Yang. Dong Mingyu shook her head. No, his blood sun is like a divine item with its own energy stores. He can resist the laws of the martial heaven continent for however long that energy holds up. Once that energy is exhausted, he'll be in danger, so he won't stay for too long. At the very least, before the yin-yang world's aura fully infects the martial heaven continent, his blood sun's energy is not limitless. Despite only having the appearance of a girl between 13 and 14 years old, Dong Mingyu was a divine daughter with a god's inheritance. She knew more than most people. Suddenly, the blood sun's light grew explosively, blasting apart Lu Ruyan's attacks. Even the black runes surrounding her crumbled. The blood fiend devil lord is drawing out the power of the blood sun to face big sister Ruyan. We should fight together. Dong Mingyu's figure suddenly vanished. Die! The blood fiend devil lord roared, along with the roar of 10,000 beasts from within his blood sun. Following that, a golden halberd appeared in the blood sun, and two halberds slashed toward Lu Ruyan. The halberd of the blood sun contained the aura of a whole world. Hence, the martial heaven continent's laws were blasted apart in front of it. Endless falling wood, sky holding shield. A wooden staff appeared in the air. It looked incredibly unremarkable, but as Chu Yao formed hand seals, countless runes lit up on it. Wooden stakes appeared in midair, weaving together. With the wooden staff as the core, millions of wooden stakes twisted into a giant shield. At the same time, boundless life energy thrummed through the air. This wooden staff was a gift Leng Yuyan had given to Chu Yao, and Chu Yao had been nourishing it with her soul ever since. Due to her low cultivation base, she had previously been unable to draw out its full power. However, with the help of the mother tree, this divine item had finally awoken. The world's life energy was now hers to control. The giant shield was blown back by the giant halberd. Countless cracks appeared on it. However, as life energy circulated through it, the cracks quickly healed. Oh, the blood fiend devil lord was surprised to see that this shield could block his attack. His halberd's energy was slowly ground down. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Laughable. The blood fiend devil lord's blood sun shook, and a divine diagram appeared within it. This diagram was of an endless world containing countless living creatures. Chu Yao's shield finally exploded. After that, the golden halberd continued piercing toward Lu Ruyan. It was as if Chu Yao's shield hadn't managed to weaken it at all. At this moment, the void twisted, and a phoenix charged toward the blood fiend devil lord. As the phoenix cried out, everyone's souls quivered. This was a spiritual attack. You dare take out such an insignificant trick against me? The blood fiend devil lord sneered. A spiritual sword then shot out of his head. This meant that the blood fiend devil lord was actually skilled in soul arts. His spiritual sword had blood-colored specks of light on it, most likely not of pure soul art but something mixed with his blood chi. The phoenix exploded instantly, startling the blood fiend devil lord. The phoenix was much weaker than he had anticipated. In that brief moment of confusion, the phoenix exploded into butterflies that filled the sky. With every flap of their wings, divine light turned the world into a wonderland. It was a scene of such beauty that it intoxicated people. Not good. The blood fiend devil lord's expression changed. He instantly realized that the fierce attack was nothing more than bait. The true attack lay in an illusion art. The instant those butterflies appeared in his sight, his spiritual energy began to fade away. The blood fiend devil lord bit his tongue, using the pain to wake himself up. The brief moment of confusion had caused his giant halberd to vanish. Multiple attacks were now falling on him. Meng Qi's spiritual swords, Chu Yao's wooden stakes, Tang Wan-er's wind blades, Lu Ruyan's whip, Yi Zichou's ice sword, Ji Yu Yang's spear, Yu Zifeng's sword Qi, Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan's earth giants were concentrating all their power on him in one world-shaking blow. Chapter 2591 The Terrifying Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Even if you all fight together, so what? The blood fiend devil lord let out a devilish roar. A giant eye suddenly appeared in his blood sun. The eye popped open like an ancient beast had been awoken. After that, endless chains shot out of the blood sun, wrapping around the blood fiend devil lord and then spreading in every direction. Not good. Ji Yu Yang and the others let out startled cries. That energy was not something a human could fight against. Those chains contained the energy of an entire world. Their attacks were blasted apart, and every one of them coughed up blood. Blood sun illuminates the world, blood dragons devour the heavens. The blood fiend devil lord's blood chi ignited, and his power erupted like a volcano. The chains transformed into blood dragons that attacked Meng Qi and the others. Taking advantage of when they were injured, he intended to wipe them all out. Dragonblood cross slash. Just as the dragons flew out, Guo Ran slashed his sabers. Dragon roars resounded throughout the world. This was the concentrated power of all the Dragonblood warriors. A giant cross wreaked havoc through the void as it shot toward the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Fragments of spacetime flew through the air. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord's expression changed. He had actually forgotten about Guo Ran. This fellow he had viewed as insignificant was unleashing such a powerful attack at this critical moment. Right now, his chains had only just scattered, and he didn't have time to pull them back for offense. Hence, his energy poured into the golden halberd. With no other choice, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord was forced to receive Guo Ran's attack. Huge waves erupted in the void, spreading throughout the entire battlefield. Guo Ran's body trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As for the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, he was forced back several steps, every step causing the land to collapse. In the end, he couldn't stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Even his blood sun dimmed slightly, and the eye within it vanished. Just as he spat out blood, a dagger silently appeared behind him, stabbing toward his heart. Courting death, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord roared furiously. The runes on his body suddenly flew out. Dong Mingyu's figure was revealed, and she was sent flying by those runes. An unhealthy rosiness appeared on her face just before she vanished once more. Just at this moment, the blood dragons that the Blood Fiend Devil Lord had sent out were met by endless willow branches. Explosions rang out as the willow branches exploded along with the blood dragons. The towering willow instantly became bare. The stars were fully revealed as Lu Ruyan used up every last one of her branches to block the blood dragons, leaving only a trunk. Meng Qi and the others were horrified. Lu Ruyan had been forced to use up all of her branches to block that attack. Without Lu Ruyan, they probably wouldn't have survived it. Count yourselves lucky this time. The next time I step onto the martial heaven continent will be a bloody baptism for your human race. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord sneered and retreated back into the yin-yang world. The martial heaven continent's experts were silent. This Blood Fiend Devil Lord was absolutely terrifying. There was no way to match him. The Dragonblood Legion was already so powerful, and yet their strongest experts were unable to beat him. His arrival cast a shadow on their hearts. He was so powerful that it invoked despair. He had yet to even set foot into the heaven-merging realm. Once he did, would there be anyone who could stop him? You should count yourself lucky. If our boss was here, you wouldn't be leaving alive, sneered Guo Ran, refusing to come out as the weaker party. HMPH, Long Chen. I'll kill him next time. You small fry should scram. You should celebrate getting to keep your worthless lives for now, snorted the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. With a quiver from his blood sun, the 7 sovereign sprouts hastily appeared behind him, and they all vanished. The blood race's experts also left. But they didn't forget to say such mocking and intimidating words to the martial heaven continent's side before leaving. How regretful. We were lacking one supreme expert. If Long Chen was here, or maybe Mo Nian, he wouldn't be able to leave. Dong Mingyu appeared once more, her face pale. Guo Ran's Dragonblood cross / drained most of his energy and gave him quite the injury. He truly is powerful. I didn't get to fully activate my God Curse energy before being forced back by him, or he'd be dead. He might look powerful, but he only left because he ran out of energy. If Long Chen or Mo Nian was here stopping him, we would have had a high chance of killing him. Regretfully, Wild is still sleeping. If he was here as well, we might have succeeded. Dong Mingyu was also injured, but she felt regretful that they hadn't killed him. They had just been the slightest bit away from it. Meng Qi smiled comfortingly and wiped some blood off of Dong Mingyu's face. That blood belonged to the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord has an entire world's karmic luck concentrated within him, so we can't rely on luck to kill him. He belongs to Long Chen, not us. You don't have to feel conflicted about it. Isn't it better to leave him to Long Chen? That's right, boss will definitely knock his teeth out, said Guo Ran confidently. HMPH, if he weren't so slippery, there would be no need for Long Chen. I would have exhausted him to death myself, said Lu Ruyan stubbornly. Meng Qi and Chu Yao exchanged a smile. Lu Ruyan was particularly stubborn when it came to Long Chen. Lu Ruyan was truly powerful. If the Blood Fiend Devil Lord had continued fighting, then considering her undying body, she really might have been able to defeat him. However, defeating him was a different concept from killing him. He wouldn't be so foolish as to continue fighting here when he couldn't win. Sister Ruyan's power truly is amazing. We got to witness the undying race's power. You were our main force this time, said Meng Qi. That's true, sister. Ruyan was our protector this time. You're definitely much more reliable than Long Chen, praised Tang Wan. As expected, Lu Ruyan's expression finally softened slightly. She had a suppressed smile like she didn't want to smile but couldn't help it, and it gave a much warmer feeling considering how icy she was. Why didn't any peak experts come? Only now did Guo Ran realize that not one person on the level of Mo Nian, Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushuang, Hu Feng, or Yun Tian had come despite the huge disturbance. Do you think everyone is so bored? Most people are still in seclusion in preparation for the heaven-merging realm. The Alliance head even said that we must be prepared for this breakthrough, said Meng Qi. The Dragonblood Legion had only managed to fully prepare thanks to the resources provided by Long Chen. They had already reached the peak of Nether Passage. Many experts were busy making preparations for a perfect breakthrough. However, the Dragonblood Legion didn't need to have that thought. That was because every time they underwent seclusion, there was always Long Chen controlling it. They had always had a 100% success rate at tribulation, so they had no need to worry about that. It was only when Meng Qi mentioned it that they recalled not everyone was like them, treating tribulations as a simple affair. After all, even Empyreans could fail at tribulation. As soon as that danger appeared, there would be nothing else that they could do. That was why they made so many preparations beforehand. They weren't like them. How regretful. If more of them had come, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. He would need to leave a bit behind at least, said Guo Ran. His unprecedented show-off act had been disturbed by the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. He had become the main character, while Guo Ran was reduced to a secondary character, irritating him. Ah, I'm so stupid. Guo Ran suddenly slapped his leg. What is it? Asked Ji Yu Yang. It's nothing. I should have invited some of the peak experts in advance, said Guo Ran. In truth, that wasn't what he was thinking. He had just recalled how Long Chen had said that the blood race was weak to poison. Perhaps he could have used some of his mechanisms to instantly poison the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, then they might have been able to deal a serious blow to him. In his weakened state, they would have had a chance to kill him. However, he couldn't say that, or he would be looked down on for forgetting such an important detail. It was better to keep this failure to himself. Lingshan, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord has appeared. There's no need to have so many experts standing guard here, said Meng Qi. Yi Lingshan nodded. If it weren't for the Dragonblood Legion being here, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord could have wiped out all the defenders all by himself. However, it also wasn't possible to leave such an important defensive point unguarded. Leave a smaller number of people here as a formality more than anything else. The Blood Race won't be launching any large-scale attacks anytime soon. Although the Blood Fiend Devil Lord has his blood son, he can't stay in the Martial Heaven continent for long. Furthermore, with his status, he won't be taking action against so few people, said Guo Ran. Yi Lingshan thought about it and nodded. Hence, she withdrew 80% of the people guarding this place. Just as Yi Lingshan was arranging this, within a deep ravine of the Yin-Yang world, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord suddenly coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, causing his 7 sovereign sprouts to jump in shock. Chapter 2592 The Wolf God's Egg. Devil Lord. Seeing the Devil Lord coughing up some blood, the 7 sovereign sprouts cried out in shock. The Devil Lord was an unrivaled existence in their minds, but he had actually been injured. At this moment, the blood that he spat out instantly froze, and a terrifying ice chi somehow covered the valley in ice, stunning the 7 sovereign sprouts. That woman's sword is a world divine item. Although she can't use its full power, my own energy automatically provoked a trace of its energy. TCH, if it weren't for that world divine item, they would have all died, said the Blood Fiend Devil Lord darkly. Devil Lord, your back is injured, said one of the sovereign sprouts. There was a wound on his back that was still bleeding. These people were his followers, and they knew just how terrifying he was. However, they had never seen him injured before. Right now, black blood was constantly flowing out of that wound, and it emitted a dense sinister aura. It was that assassin girl's dagger. It contains a god's curse, so be careful around her. If you get stabbed, your essence blood will bleed out in an instant. However, that god is no big figure to be feared. It is that ice sword that is troublesome. Tell everyone not to rashly make any moves. Once the martial heaven continent is fully infected by our world's aura, we will settle things with the human race, said the blood fiend Devil Lord. Devil Lord, isn't just waiting bad for our morale? Asked one of them. The blood fiend Devil Lord snorted. That thinking of yours is very foolish. Do you know why I killed those old fellows? It's because they were just as stupid. Giving a show of power to the martial heaven continent is meaningless. The continent has reached the end of its lifespan, and they are at their wits' end. Those old fellows of the martial heaven continent are definitely aware of this. Moreover, the most frightening thing about the human race is their unity. A powerful enemy will only cause them to band together. Unless you have enough power to cause absolute despair, there's no point in provoking them. Those old fellows were foolish to that extent. If it weren't for their bloodlines, I'd even suspect that they were spies from the human race trying to raise the human race's morale. But I didn't think that you are also that stupid. If you weren't my guard, I'd kill you as well. Even after following me for so many years, you haven't grown a brain. That sovereign sprout turned pale with terror. After that, he hastily knelt down and kowtowed in apology. The other guards were silent as well. Is there any movement from the wolf god's egg? Asked the blood fiend Devil Lord. Reporting to the Devil Lord, the wolf god's egg is exceptionally active at the moment. The ancestral runes are being absorbed. Therefore, it is most likely receiving the inheritance and will quickly break out of its shell, reported one of the sovereign sprouts. Good, I have high expectations for a wolf god incubated for over 100,000 years. The blood fiend Devil Lord smiled. He suddenly rose. My source energy was damaged, and I need to recover. During my absence, go find another sovereign sprout. After Shui Ka died, a new sovereign sprout will be born. Find him. Yes. All the sovereign sprouts nodded. Looking content, the blood fiend Devil Lord vanished with a quiver of his blood sun. After that, the sovereign sprouts quickly got to work. Deep within the yin-yang world, within a deep valley surrounded by mountains, a giant egg that was thrumming with blood chi could be seen. The void around it was filled with cracks and flying runes. Wild lightning, wind blades, and burning flames crackled around it. The shell of the egg had reached a semi-transparent state. From the outside, it was vaguely possible to see a curled-up, snow-white figure. A scarlet ball of light on its forehead was pulsing like fire. As it slumbered within the egg, the runes outside were absorbing the world's energy for it. The runic chains within the egg were sending it an unending current of energy. Despite still being asleep, with every breath it took, the laws of heaven and earth moved with it. It was as if it was a slumbering god who could bring forth destruction upon worlds once it awoke. At this moment, the news of the Dragonblood Legion's battle against the Blood Fiend Devil Lord instantly spread throughout the martial heaven continent. All the main characters of the Dragonblood Legion had appeared other than Long Chen, but they still couldn't stop the Blood Fiend Devil Lord from retreating. Because of this, he instantly became the continent's nightmare. Even the people's confidence in Long Chen was shaken by the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. That was just how powerful he was. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord could charge onto the continent and fight the top experts of the Dragonblood Legion. He was then able to safely retreat. Since this was the case, there was no way to describe just how terrifying he was. In comparison, Long Chen had been forced to rely on Taoist Heavenly Feather's protection when he had entered the yin-yang world. Just that one bit of fact made quite a few people assume that Long Chen was not a match for the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Most importantly, the seal on Devil Spirit Mountain was slowly fading, and the devil chi inside was starting to flow onto the continent as well. The divine families had vanished without a word. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Perhaps Long Chen had infuriated them and they did not wish to interfere in the matters of the martial heaven continent any longer. In any case, the people of the martial heaven continent felt very anxious. Despite that, Long Chen did not show himself. In the rear mountains of the heaven-splitting battle sect, everything had been turned into a desert of sand and gravel. How many times have I told you, you have to control your anger? You can only unleash your power once it stabilizes, or if you only seek greater power, it will cause damage to your own body. When the wounds that you cannot sense slowly accumulate over time, you'll be a cripple before you even reach 100 years old. Roared the old man until his throat felt hoarse. It was unknown how many times he had shouted. Within the flying sand and dust was Long Chen, who was wielding Evilmoon. He was facing the old man. In the distance, Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the 7 bosses were lying in the sand, too tired to move. Even as the wind half buried them with sand, they didn't twitch. They were all too exhausted as the training with the old man had been hellish. They felt like their bodies would simply fall apart at any moment. Of them all, only Long Chen was still standing. Even the old man was panting like an old bull. Long Chen felt a bit helpless. I really can't. Just let me do it like this. I have a different cultivation technique, so I can't reach that balance. If I get some hidden wounds, then fine. I have my own ways to recover. I feel like I've gotten a sense of the ninth form of split the heavens. My path is different than yours, so don't make things hard on me. Long Chen cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art, the most domineering and direct cultivation technique. Although the battle god sacred canon was similar to it, there was a trace of softness within it, and that was the crux for the 9th form of split the heavens. It was what prevented a giant backlash from killing the user. As for the 9-star hegemon body art, it lacked any such softness. Every attack was an all-out attack. After a long time, even a body of metal would break apart from such a thing. As an example, whether a stonemason was using a wooden or metal hammer, there had to be some flexibility, some elasticity. This softness was what allowed the hammer to break stone over and over again. Without that softness, every attack would damage oneself, which meant the more power that Long Chen used, the greater the backlash. That was not how the 9th form of split the heavens should be used, and that was why the old man was angry and anxious. How can a man simply accept such drivel? Little Bao, get over here and demonstrate. I refuse to believe that I can't teach you this, shouted the old man. Boss Bao's body twitched in the sand. He raised his head, almost crying. Old man, spare us. It's been 3 days. Can you at least let us stay alive and keep breathing? In order to teach Long Chen this softness, not only had Long Chen been forced to endure the old man's harsh teachings, but Boss Bao and the others had become teaching instruments, with the old man constantly using them to get Long Chen to learn. As a result, Boss Bao and the others had fallen into an endless hell. Every time they used the 9th form of split the heavens, they exhausted themselves. Even after they had all demonstrated once, Long Chen hadn't learned anything. As for the old man, he refused to give up. Stop wasting words. Get up. If an old man like me can stay standing, aren't you embarrassed to be lying down? Demanded the old man. You have the heaven-splitting blade. You're not even using 5% of the energy we're using. Aren't you embarrassed to say such a thing? If you want, give me the heaven-splitting blade and we'll see who is too tired to stand. Raged Boss Bao. You're looking for a beating, The old man was at a loss for words. It truly was the heaven-splitting blade that allowed him to stay standing so easily. Don't waste the effort. Long Chen cannot use this kind of soft energy because his 9-star hegemon body art will not allow any sense of retreat. Finally, Evilmoon spoke up again. Impossible. Once reaching the limit of one extreme, the only direction is to go back. There are no absolutes in this world. Softness and hardness intertwine. Without softness, there is no hardness, said the old man, refusing to believe this. The 9-star hegemon body art is precisely like that. If Long Chen tries to find a roundabout way because he's afraid of being injured, it will be a betrayal to the essence of the 9-star hegemon body art. Even Long Chen's character has been affected by that cultivation technique to this extent. Are you not clear on that? Don't waste time, said Evilmoon indifferently. Reporting to Sect Master, the Alliance head has come and wishes to speak to you. She says that there's something important to discuss. Just at this moment, a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect ran over. Chapter 2593 Silently provoking a calamity. Hearing that it was the Alliance head, Boss Bao and the others immediately felt like winter had passed and spring had come. Their salvation was at hand. The old man was forced to stop and bring everyone back to the heaven-splitting battle sect, whereupon they saw Ku Jianying had come with Mo Nian. Mo Nian, aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? Why are you here? Asked Long Chen. Mo Nian's expression was odd. He worked his jaw a few times before finally sighing. It's hard to explain in a few words. Did you cause some calamity again? Asked Long Chen curiously. You really are a good pair. You guessed it in one go. This little bastard actually snuck his way into the corrupt god cemetery. Ku Jianying glared at Mo Nian. Damn, how could you do such a thing? What kind of time is it for this nonsense? Raged Long Chen. Well, Mo Nian was a bit embarrassed. Don't give me some bullshit excuses. The Martial, Heaven Continent is in crisis. Devil Spirit Mountain and the Yin-Yang world can invade at any moment. Scolded Long Chen. Ku Jianying nodded at this. Although Long Chen was mischievous, he knew about the big picture at important times. At such a time, you actually went grave robbing in the corrupt god cemetery by yourself. Why didn't you call me? Didn't we discuss that already? Raged Long Chen. I'll beat you both. Just as she thought that Long Chen was actually somewhat reliable, he took a sudden turn. What happened? Asked the old man quickly, pulling Ku Jianying to his side. Let him tell it. Ku Jianying glared at Mo Nian. Mo Nian obediently explained. In truth, Long Chen had wrongly accused him. Mo Nian truly had come to look for Long Chen, but since Long Chen was in the heaven-splitting battle sect, it was clear that he was training in the 9th form of Split the Heavens. So after realizing what Long Chen was doing, Mo Nian decided against disturbing him. After that, he snuck into the corrupt god cemetery by himself. With his years of experience, the corrupt path's restrictions were unable to stop him. He entered the inner cemetery without anyone the wiser. In the end, he reached the same place that Long Chen had reached back then. However, Mo Nian didn't go look at the corrupt emperor guarding this place. Instead, he stealthily opened one of the stone coffins, only to find that it was empty. Most shocking of all, based on his experience, the coffin had only been opened recently. At that time, he even suspected that someone had robbed this place before him, but then thinking about it, he didn't think it was very likely. Perhaps they had been moved by the corrupt path. Upon closer examination, he found an underground passageway. On the other side of it was a world of darkness. It was an ancient city filled with ghostly qi. The aura of rot and decay was everywhere. That aura alone was toxic. The toxicity was low enough that Mo Nian was able to endure it. Hence, he snuck inside, finding countless bones. But when he reached the inner city, he saw countless resentful spirits. There were humans, beasts, and all kinds of races. They were corpses, but their withered eyes still contained a terrifying light. They possessed their own consciousness. However, after becoming resentful spirits, they didn't attack each other. They had sharp senses, and Mo Nian was almost noticed by them several times. It was at this moment that Mo Nian realized that he had entered the most mysterious of the continent's 7 danger zones, Resentful Death City. The entrance was within the corrupt god cemetery. Mo Nian carefully scouted the city, but it was so big that it was hard to believe. The feeling that Mo Nian got was that the city was no smaller than the Central Plains. The closer he got to the heart of the city, the stronger the auras of the resentful spirits. At first, there was only the occasional existence that had reached the heaven-merging realm. But then he saw more and more of them. Mo Nian was truly terrified upon realizing this. There were countless resentful spirits sitting here, silent. Sometimes they would sense him and rise, forcing him to hide. At one moment, he was surrounded by dozens of resentful spirits that had reached the heaven-merging realm. If he was noticed, there was no way he would be able to leave alive. He might even be joining their ranks if he was killed here. Throughout the city, he also noticed quite a few disciples wearing robes of the divine families that had also become resentful spirits. The legends had to be true. Those that died here would be transformed into resentful spirits, essentially puppets without their own will. Mo Nian thought about fleeing several times due to the danger, but it had been difficult enough to get to this point. If he didn't get a look at the heart of the city, it would be a waste. Mo Nian then bravely entered deeper. However, he was disappointed to see that the inner gates were closed shut. He didn't dare to use his spiritual yuan to open them, or he would disturb the resentful spirits. The majority of the resentful spirits in this city had reached the heaven-merging realm, some with auras so powerful that he didn't dare to get close to them. Just their auras alone were enough to make his soul feel a stabbing pain. Those resentful spirits had surpassed his understanding. They might not just be in the heaven-merging realm. Any one of them could destroy him with a wave of their hand. After scouting the city, he found an ancient python whose body was badly corroded. Moreover, it wasn't a resentful spirit but a true corpse. It had crawled up the wall, so Mo Nian carefully climbed up its back. When he reached the top of the walls, he almost let out a muffled cry. He saw thousands of resentful spirits bound by chains, and at the end of those chains was an altar with coffins lying on it. At the center of those coffins sat a person, and it was this person that made Mo Nian almost shout. It was the corrupt path's Yi Ming. He was seated cross-legged, and the auras of the resentful spirits swirled around him. He seemed to be cultivating. Just as Mo Nian saw him, Yi Ming's eyes suddenly opened. As a result, Mo Nian shot an arrow without a second thought, and without looking to see if it landed, he fled. The arrow was sucked into a twisting void when it was a few meters away from Yi Ming, devoured by some mysterious energy. Because of all the commotions, all the resentful spirits in the city were awoken, and they charged at Mo Nian. At that moment, Mo Nian had fled in the earth-splitting divine shuttle. He dug through the earth, but he was immediately locked onto by a terrifying aura and was dragged out of the ground. Just as Mo Nian thought that he was definitely dead, a sovereign seal appeared in the sky. However, just as it appeared, it exploded, transforming into divine runes that illuminated the city. Those resentful spirits cried out, terrified of the light. Using this chance, Mo Nian immediately fled. However, those runes quickly dimmed, and the resentful spirits once more chased after him. At this time, Mo Nian finally managed to reach the corrupt god cemetery. However, those resentful spirits had no intention of letting him off so easily. The passageway behind him almost blew apart as they followed him into the corrupt god cemetery. Fortunately, upon entering the corrupt god cemetery, their speed was impacted. They seemed suppressed and their speed dropped. Delighted by this, Mo Nian fled out of the corrupt god cemetery. Although a giant mass of resentful spirits followed, as soon as they left the corrupt god cemetery, they began to scream and burn, white smoke coming from their bodies. Under those circumstances, they quickly returned to the corrupt god cemetery. Some were too slow and didn't manage to retreat, so they were turned to dust. Looking at this, Mo Nian sighed with relief, but before long, his heart tightened once more. The entrance to the corrupt god cemetery was no longer silent. A corrosive aura was pouring out of it and infecting the martial heaven continent, slowly withering the trees and vegetation in the surroundings. After that, black chi began to spread in that space along with some resentful spirits, which then roared at Mo Nian. Mo Nian immediately realized that he had inadvertently opened the gates to resentful Death City. Its aura was now leaking onto the martial heaven continent. Once it infected the continent, these resentful spirits would also be able to run rampant everywhere. Thinking of that, Mo Nian felt a chill and ran over to Ku Jianying. After explaining, she immediately brought Mo Nian to Long Chen. This matter was too big. This can't be blamed on Mo Nian. It's a good thing to have this exposed as early as possible. The corrupt path has had control over resentful Death City for all this time. That's clearly a scheme, and Yi Ming is very likely the key to activating it. Perhaps this is why Yun Tian discarded everything else and only focused on killing Yi Ming, said Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't saying this just to stand up for Mo Nian. Although he hadn't gone to resentful Death City, Ku Jianying had told him that there were only two entrances to it. One lay with the divine families, while one lay with the corrupt path. As for the divine family's entrance, it only gave them access to the outer regions. The fact that Mo Nian appeared right inside the city when he came from the corrupt path's entrance already showed the problem. As for why the corrupt path had dragged the inner coffins of the corrupt god cemetery into resentful Death City, that was a hair-raising question. In any case, the corrupt path had some secret when it came to resentful Death City, and Mo Nian had taken the first step to expose it. Before this, Ku Jianying was afraid that the corrupt path would open the gates of resentful Death City and unleash the resentful spirits on the continent. Now it seemed that the corrupt path's goal was even worse. They might already be able to control all of resentful Death City. Why would there be a sovereign seal in resentful Death City? Asked the old man after a long moment of silence. This was truly inexplicable. Was it some other sovereign? The sovereign's methods are beyond comprehension. What will come eventually. Long Chen turned to Mo Nian with a mischievous smile. Great sage Mo Nian, I wonder if you've made any gains on your archaeological trip this time. Don't you think you should share? A bandit never leaves empty-handed. Mo Nian smiled, feeling pleased with himself. The old man and Ku Jianying stared in dumbfounded silence as Mo Nian took out a bag and emptied it. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. Chapter 2594 Autumn Water Divine Sword. The bag Mo Nian was holding was a cosmos bag. From it, he took out one large object after another. The crystal core of a 13th rank magical beast, the Scarlet Dragon Rhinoceros. This crystal bone, its rune contains a terrifying water energy. Is it from the primordial Kun race? This sword, it's so sharp. This forging method has long since been lost. I want it. Seeing the various treasures, Ku Jianying was astonished. There were crystal cores, crystal bones, weapons, books, and all kinds of treasures of incalculable value. You can pick from these. Just leave me some so I can equip the disciples of Mo Gate, said Mo Nian magnanimously. Long Chen, what are you looking at me like that for? Demanded Mo Nian. Long Chen's smile, which was not a smile, made him feel a bit guilty. Don't bring out these useless things. The Alliance head has helped you out, and you bring out this broken sword for her. Aren't you embarrassed? Said Long Chen disdainfully. Hu Jianying was startled and then looked at Mo Nian. With no way around this, Mo Nian clapped his head and feigned sudden realization. Aiya, that's right, if you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. I specifically picked out a treasure for you, Alliance head. I'm just too forgetful. Mo Nian then offered up an ancient sword with both hands to Hu Jianying. There was quite a bit of dust and rust on this sword, and it looked like it was breaking down. Despite that, a sharp aura came from it, and even through its sheath, they could sense the murderous aura that condensed from it, having killed countless powerful lifeforms. After that, Hu Jianying carefully received the sword and looked at the old man. Only when the old man nodded did Hu Jianying finally begin to unsheath it. When just 3 inches of the blade was revealed, a sharp aura caused the palace that they were in to quiver, and black threads appeared around the blade. Those threads were the sword's sharpness slicing the void. Although they were both prepared, Hu Jianying and the old man still jumped in shock. This sword was absolutely terrifying. Autumn water. The sword slowly calmed down, allowing them to see the words on it. After that, Hu Jianying and the old man let out a startled cry together. The 9 Yang sword sect's founding ancestor, Li Chushui's personally forged weapon, the Autumn Water Divine Sword. Mo Nian asked, is this sword very famous? Hu Jianying solemnly said, very much so. Senior Li Chushui was a behemoth of the sword Dao who once followed Sovereign Ziyong. When the Dark Era fell upon that generation, Li Chushui led her disciples to slaughter countless invaders. However, it is said that she and her disciples were trapped in an evil formation and perished. After hearing that news, without exception, all her disciples threw themselves into the battlefield. In the end, although the martial heaven continent won, not a single member of the 9 Yang sword sect survived, and a vast legacy was lost just like that. Their actions shook the entire world, and afterward Sovereign Ziyong led a 3-month memorial for the 9 Yang sword sect. It can be said that Senior Chushui is a model example for us, so seeing her sword is extremely moving. Hu Jianying then placed the Autumn Water Divine Sword at the top of the palace and kowtowed to it, followed by the old man. They were filled with reverence for this righteous and heroic senior. The people in their generation grew up hearing stories of her. At this moment, Hu Jianying's eyes were even red from emotion. Seeing their reaction, Mo Nian didn't quite know what to do. Should he kneel as well or not? However, when he saw Long Chen just standing there, he decided to just follow his act. In the end, Hu Jianying didn't scold them as their lives were just different. They didn't know as much as her about the history and couldn't fathom the feelings of the older generation. Long Chen, this Autumn Water Divine Sword is a priceless weapon. Although it can't compare to the 5 supreme divine items, below those 5, not many divine items can endure a single attack from it. You should give it to Yu Zifeng. Like that, this sword would land in the right hands. After kowtowing, Hu Jianying reverently passed the Autumn Water Divine Sword to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. Zifeng does not rely on the sharpness of his sword to win. His path is different from other sword cultivators. Yu Zifeng had always declined when Long Chen offered to find him a powerful divine sword. He said that his destined sword had yet to appear. Perhaps his pursuit for that destined sword was part of his cultivation path. That was why Yu Zifeng always used ordinary swords. In addition, sometimes swords would automatically leap into his hands, and only then would he replace his old one. Because of this peculiarity, although this Autumn Water Divine Sword was a priceless treasure, Long Chen was sure that Yu Zifeng wouldn't want it. Alright, then I'll give it to Lingshan. She will carry out Senior Chushui's will. Hu Jianying respectfully put away the Autumn Water Divine Sword and then turned to Mo Nian. Where did you find this Autumn Water Divine Sword? It was in a pile of bones near the core of the city. There was one particular skeleton seated cross-legged, with this sword resting on its knees. I didn't know that it was Senior Li Chushui, but when I took the sword, her corpse turned to dust, said Mo Nian awkwardly. He didn't know if Hu Jianying would curse him for blaspheming a senior. Hu Jianying nodded. She sighed. Senior had her own spirit, and she entrusted her sword to you. Was Senior Li Quishui killed because of resentful Death City? Asked the old man suddenly. Hu Jianying's expression changed. The stories said that Li Chushui was surrounded by invaders and fell into one of their domains before vanishing. But Mo Nian had found her in Resentful Death City. There are definitely some secrets in Resentful Death City. Mo Nian only survived thanks to the remnant sovereign seal. If we think about it, for a sovereign to seal Resentful Death City, he must have had his reasons. If Senior Chushui was Sovereign Zi Yang's follower and her corpse was found in Resentful Death City, it implies that she was trapped and died there. Then looking at it from another angle, doesn't it mean that there was no sovereign seal over Resentful Death City when she died? If that's the case, then it's clear who left the sovereign seal, said Long Chen. You mean it was left by Sovereign Zi Yang? Hu Jianying and the old man were startled. This analysis didn't have much to base itself on, but it was reasonable. If we want proof, it's simple. Mo Nian, take out a few hundred treasures. We can investigate what part of history they're from, said Long Chen. Hu Jianying and the old man stared at Mo Nian in shock. After that, Mo Nian cursed Long Chen. That's easy for you to say. Where am I supposed to get a few hundred of them? Resentful Death City is filled with terrifying resentful spirits. Why don't you steal a few hundred for us to take a look at? I certainly can't do it. But you are a Grandmaster Archaeologist, a pioneer of excavating the lost culture of the Martial Heaven continent. Come now, don't be low-key. Show us your abilities. Long Chen smiled wickedly. He truly understood Mo Nian. Count yourself vicious. Mo Nian glared at Long Chen and waved his hand. After that, a dozen weapons clattered to the ground, and the palace rumbled, with space twisting. Damn, the old man gasped. The formless wheel, the heavenly spirit parasol, the ghost king's shield, the heaven-piercing hegemon spear. Hu Jianying examined the divine items one by one, her heart pounding. These were all famous existences in the Martial Heaven continent's history. They and their masters had left behind countless legends. Besides, the owners of these weapons had all been experts in the same generation as Sovereign Zi Yang. They were famous existences that had stood at the apex of the continent at that time. This heavenly spirit parasol is a treasure of the Nangong family. Back then, their family, well, it's not for me to say. You should return it to the Nangong family later. Hu Jianying sighed when she saw the heavenly spirit parasol. These experts were truly from the same generation as Sovereign Zi Yang. Then Long Chen's theory that the sovereign seal was left by him is likely. But if Sovereign Zi Yang sealed Resentful Death City, why is it that no one from the Martial Heaven continent knew of it? Furthermore, the divine families were capable of entering Resentful Death City, but they didn't say anything either. The old man's expression sank. He smelled a scheme. We've never viewed Resentful Death City as a powerful enemy, only treating it as the final trump card of the corrupt path. It seems that we were wrong. Resentful Death City definitely poses a serious threat to the Martial Heaven continent, or the sovereign wouldn't have sealed it. But it really is incomprehensible why the sovereign didn't leave any warning. Said Hu Jianying. Perhaps Taoist Heavenly Feather or the High Priest knows something. Maybe we should ask them, suggested the old man. Long Chen shook his head. There's no need. They know many things, but if they could say any, they wouldn't conceal it. So asking them about things that they can't say is meaningless. If the sovereign didn't mention it, then doesn't that have huge implications? Even if the high priest did know, he definitely wouldn't dare to say it. The Martial Heaven continent is like a riddle slowly being solved by our generation. The corrupt path, the divine families, and even Pill Valley are acting mysteriously. They are scheming something, and only we are still blind. But I refuse to believe that the five sovereigns were just going to let us be destroyed without leaving any clues. Now, the Martial Heaven continent lies on the brink of destruction. Whether or not we win is something I feel like is up to Mo Nian. Me, what the fuck, what are you looking at me for? Demanded Mo Nian. Hehe, it depends on whether or not you can take out some more divine items to equip our side, chortled Long Chen. Bastard, there's no more. Raged Mo Nian. Chapter 2595. Once more going to the corrupt god cemetery. I don't believe you. Long Chen looked at Mo Nian disdainfully. At the very least, there is one object that you haven't taken out. Where is the Baidang family's weapon? If you take it for yourself, do you think Baidang Rushuang will let you off? Mo Nian then tossed out a few more divine items and directly stormed off. Amongst those new divine items was an ancient multicolored bow. Seeing Mo Nian toss over so many divine items, Hu Jianying felt bad. Long Chen, Mo Nian risked his life to enter Resentful Death City and brought back these treasures with his own power. Don't you think it's going overboard to take them all? Overboard? No, you don't know Mo Nian. He definitely hasn't taken out even half of the things he got, said Long Chen. Long Chen truly understood Mo Nian. Although he was generous in other areas, he was a stingy miser when it came to the profits of his grave robbing. Taking those from him was like cutting his flesh. Why did Long Chen know? It was because Mo Nian had once shown Long Chen his treasure room, a place that not even Lu Zongying knew of. Inside, there were millions of museum pieces he had collected. They were the results of Mo Nian's grave robbing over the years, and he had detailed classifications of them, including their uses, age, etc. Long Chen had even spotted something that looked like a woman's undergarment. In any case, this fellow was very unwilling to take out the results of his grave robbing. He liked to conceal them and keep them for himself, calling it by the glorified name of archaeology and protecting the treasures of the continent's ancestral figures. The reason Long Chen had repeatedly squeezed Mo Nian of his treasures just now was because it would be a waste to conceal such priceless treasures. However, now that Mo Nian had spat out so many terrifying divine items, Long Chen felt confident that Mo Nian knew how serious their predicament was. He wouldn't conceal such terrifying divine items. Whether he left them to the Martial Heaven Alliance or to Mo Gate's disciples, it was all the same. This is truly stunning. So many experts died in resentful Death City. The old man looked at those divine items in disbelief. These divine items were all famous existences, and their original masters were experts that had stood at the peak of the continent. Thinking of how they had all died in resentful Death City, he was alarmed. Just what kind of secret was hiding in resentful Death City? The Nangong and Baidang families' divine items naturally must be returned to them. The Dongfang family's scarlet tomb saber should be left to a saber master. As for the Examen family's dragon claw, Ku Jianying looked at Long Chen. The Examen family had been enemies with Long Chen at the start, but later, perhaps due to their conscience or because they couldn't stop Long Chen, they had decided to join the neutral side. Even after multiple battles, the Examen family had chosen to remain neutral. However, there were times that they had spoken up for the side of the Martial Heaven continent. In the Starfield Divine World, Examen Tianshang had cursed Dongfang Yuyong's actions. Thus, the Examen family could not be said to be the Martial Heaven Alliance's enemy. You can do whatever you want. Don't look at me, I'm not good at politics, said Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. As his cultivation base grew, Ku Jianying was less strict with him. It was no longer like she was the parent scolding a child. However, with this respect came distance as well. It was the old man and Ku Jianying who were the same from the start. There was cursing and fighting, but in Long Chen's view, this showed that they were actually closer. Perhaps this was why the old man would never be suited to being in command. Ku Jianying nodded and respectfully put away the divine items. Since Mo Nian didn't know their history, then fine. But Ku Jianying had grown up with stories of these legendary figures. These seniors had spilled their blood for the Martial Heaven continent, so they had to be treated respectfully. After putting away the divine items, Ku Jianying was on the move to send them to the right people when she recalled the other matter. She told Long Chen about the matter of the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord? Long Chen was startled. Even sovereign sprouts were willing to be his guards and all the experts of the Dragonblood Legion were unable to stop him from leaving. This person was definitely shockingly powerful. Long Chen knew that the current Dragonblood Legion was extremely powerful, but he hadn't expected them to draw out such a terrifying existence. He is most likely the son of the world. To be more precise, he has started walking the path of becoming a sovereign. He is most definitely the sovereign of his generation. As for the Martial Heaven continent, we have some sovereign sprouts, but not one person has shown signs of being the true sovereign. It's worrisome, sighed Ku Jianying. The blood sun behind the Blood Fiend Devil Lord was the best indicator that he was the next sovereign. Legend had it that when sovereigns were rising, they had different manifestations, which were supported by the entire world. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord had appeared, but there was no one similar to him on the Martial Heaven continent. This fact made the people panic. Even though Long Chen was powerful, he wasn't supported by the full power of the Martial Heaven continent, so how could he fight the Blood Fiend Devil Lord? Furthermore, the information that Mo Nian had brought back implied that Yi Ming was also undergoing a similar transformation. He might become the second Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and this news pressed heavily on their hearts. Moreover, resentful Death City made Ku Jianying extremely uneasy. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what scheme they have, all we can do is fight to the death. Why worry so much? Said the old man. Ku Jianying glared at the old man. This recklessness was something she was unable to achieve. Long Chen, what do you think? Asked Ku Jianying. Not much. I agree with the old man. All we can do is work hard at improving ourselves. If the martial heaven continent is truly fated to be destroyed, then small figures like us won't be able to stop it. All I can do is risk my life to stop those trying to destroy my family. If I kill one, I go even. If I kill two, all have profited, said Long Chen. The old man laughed and nodded. This thinking was to his taste. People were born in the world, so they should live to the fullest while they were still alive. What will come in the end. Did worrying about it bring anything good? Ku Jianying sighed. These two were both unreasonable. If she tried to talk reason with them, her words would only fall on deaf ears. I'm going to leave and discuss this with Li Tianxuan first. Sigh, I can't be bothered to speak to you too, said Ku Jianying. Alliance head, I suddenly recall that there's something important I need to discuss with you, said Long Chen. What? Asked Ku Jianying, pausing. Ah, about that, Lingshan has most likely brought it up to you. It's to give some joy to the Martial Heaven Alliance at this time. Ku Jianying immediately turned red and cursed, little bastard, all you think about is nonsense. We have more important things to do. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear up that broken mouth of yours. Ku Jianying ran off, almost fleeing. After that, Long Chen turned to the old man and saw that his expression was complicated. What, are you of the same mind? That doesn't seem to be your style, said Long Chen. The old man sighed and patted his shoulder. Child, I know your heart. Lingshan has also brought it up to me. Thinking about this life, I owe Jianying a great deal. When I was young, I didn't understand. When I understood, I was already old. I've also decided on it. When the dark era is over, we'll have the grandest wedding ceremony to make up for what I owe her. Long Chen nodded. Old man, I've essentially learned the 9th form of Split the Heavens, and the finer details are things I have to figure out for myself. Now, I'm thinking of visiting the high priest to see what he is thinking. The old man pondered over this and eventually nodded. Due to the 9-star hegemon body art, Long Chen was unable to use the 9th form of Split the Heavens in the same way, so it would be better for him to slowly test it for himself. After that, Long Chen left the heaven-splitting battle sect and flew through the endless black clouds on a flying boat. A sharp light then appeared in his eyes. The dark era, there's no longer a day or night. Perhaps there's sunlight right behind the black clouds, but no one knows when the clouds will disperse. No one knows if they'll live to see the sunlight again. The darkness brings despair, but why is it that I like black so much? Long Chen stared at the black clouds, not feeling oppressed by them. Instead, he felt a strange kind of ease. Perhaps your inner heart is already black, said Evilmoon indifferently. TCH, your dark evil dragon race is the blackest one. Are you trying to praise me? Long Chen curled his lips. Our darkness has a bottom line. I'm not someone who pisses and craps on others. Clearly, you have no bottom line, cursed Evilmoon. It seemed it was recalling how Long Chen had threatened to poop on it to make it lower its head. I don't believe it. My heart is filled with sunlight. I love life, so how could I be such a dark person? Said Long Chen. Pa, why do you like wearing black? Isn't it to conceal your own darkness? If you wore white, your inner darkness would be set off by contrast, and you wouldn't be able to endure it yourself, sneered Evilmoon. Impossible. Have I been affected by you without realizing it? Wondered Long Chen. Dogshit. Don't blame others for your own crap. I'm the one affected by you. I find myself, well, whatever, I'm not going to argue with you. Just remember, humans have two sides. The you that you see might not be your true self. If you face the sunlight, you will only see the parts of you that are bright. But you don't know that the shadow behind you can cover up the entire world, said Evilmoon. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Long Chen. It seemed that what Evilmoon said had a deeper meaning. Find a way to see yourself clearly, or when you use the 9th form of Split the Heavens, I'll be overwhelmed by your darkness. Then you will also lose control. You can't just rely on me to control your emotions. You have to control them yourself, warned Evilmoon. All right, I understand. Long Chen nodded. Lately, he had truly been dependent on Evilmoon, Ling and the heaven-flipping seal. That wasn't a good thing. Aren't you going to the Wine God Palace? Why did you come here? Asked Evilmoon suddenly. A dark world appeared before them. The aura of death filled this place, and the surrounding mountains had long since lost any greenery. This was the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery. Chapter 2596 Revealing What is Hidden. Long Chen had just arrived when disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance ran over to greet him. Therefore, Long Chen nodded to them. Has there been any activity here? A disciple answered, reporting to senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the other world's aura is constantly infecting the Martial Heaven continent. However, the size of this entrance has not grown. Most likely, it has been suppressed by the laws of the Martial Heaven continent, but there is no way to say for certain, so we are currently paying close attention to it. The gate between Resentful Death City and the Corrupt God Cemetery had been inadvertently opened by Mo Nian. As a result, the aura of Resentful Death City was entering the Martial Heaven continent through the Corrupt God Cemetery. However, it was unable to spread after reaching a limit of 10,000 miles from the exit, similar to the Yin-Yang world. Hence, that disciple's assumptions were most likely correct. It must be suppressed by the laws of the Martial Heaven continent. Nevertheless, once the aura of Resentful Death City grew to a certain density, it would be able to spread further, and then the resentful spirits inside would be able to enter the Martial Heaven continent freely. At this moment, hair-raising roars occasionally rang out from the other side of the portal. It was like devils howling. Stand guard over this place. I'm going inside to take a look, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. You can't go inside, the disciple cried out, but Long Chen had entered the portal. It was too late to stop him. When he entered this time, he found that its aura was completely different from before. There was now a trace of life within the aura of death and decay. As soon as he was inside, he saw countless corpses littering the ground. Their bodies and clothes were rotting, and yet their bodies moved when he arrived. They were resentful spirits, the Corrupt Path's people. Long Chen was surprised. These resentful spirits were not the ones that Mo Nian had seen. These were the Corrupt Path's experts based on their robes. Mo Nian hadn't seen a single resentful spirit of the Corrupt Path within Resentful Death City. However, all Long Chen saw were those belonging to the Corrupt Path. After that, Long Chen saw burial mounds on the ground that had been recently excavated. These experts must have been buried there previously. The closest one of them attacked Long Chen with a sword, but he was blown back by a palm from Long Chen. Long Chen was surprised that the resentful spirit survived his attack. Its body was extremely tough. Their bodies were turned into puppets through special methods that allow them to unleash even greater power than when they were alive. Long Chen quickly saw through some clues. After that, he waved his hand, sending out a torrent of lightning. As a result, those resentful spirits wailed, white smoke emitting from their bodies. In just a breath of time, they turned into true corpses. Clapping suddenly rang out, and a figure slowly appeared from within a mass of black qi, looking like a specter in the night. It was Yi Ming. Yi Ming praised, "You are probably the only one to ever be able to control heavenly punishment lightning. Even a sovereign was unable to do such a thing. Admirable. If you really admire me, you'd bring out your real body instead of this clone." "What, are you afraid that I'll slaughter you?" said Long Chen indifferently. This Yi Ming was not his true self. He looked like a reflection within the darkness, and his figure was swaying unsteadily. Yi Ming smiled, nodding. "You are correct. I'm truly afraid of you slaughtering me." "You're so modest," asked Long Chen, surprised. Yi Ming shook his head. "This isn't modesty but the truth. I don't like it, but I have to admit that my current self is not a match for you. In the Starfield Divine World, just as I was about to reach unstoppable heights, you still ruined everything. Because of it, I have to admit that you are comparable to a sovereign, as even Yuntian didn't give me the same sense of danger as you. However, don't forget, I'm the 7th generation corrupt god. I underwent nirvanic rebirth just for today and have waited tens of thousands of years. All the karma has been arranged. Although there have been some unexpected events, it does not affect the final result. The Martial Heaven continent will definitely be destroyed, so all your efforts, all your struggles are useless. You came out to see me just to say these empty words." Long Chen looked at Yi Ming, a sharp light appearing in his eyes. He seemed to be able to see through Yi Ming's heart. "I'm telling you this so that you're prepared. Work hard on your cultivation, and don't die to someone else before I come out of seclusion. After all, you are the enemy that I appreciate the most. I hope that you die to my hands." Yi Ming smiled. "But what if I want to kill you right now?" Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "Ha ha ha ha, if you want to die a bit sooner, I won't stop you. At the end of the Corrupt God Cemetery is Resentful Death City. That's my battlefield. Come, if I kill you now, I won't need to worry about someone else getting a head start on me." Yi Ming laughed, vanishing into the darkness. His laughter continued to ring out. At the next second, the resentful spirits in the corrupt god cemetery suddenly parted, leaving a path for him. Long Chen smiled and followed that path, going deeper into the corrupt god cemetery. "Are you crazy? Aren't you sending yourself to your death?" demanded Evilmoon. Long Chen responded, "Through several interactions, I've gotten a deeper understanding of Yi Ming. He's a schemer, so everything he says is a lie to further his goals. He said those things because he wanted to scare me off, but in truth, he doesn't want me to enter. There is definitely some secret in there. How do you know that he didn't predict your line of thought and was baiting you intentionally? There is nothing guaranteed in life. In any case, I trust my vision and intuition." Yi Ming always thinks of himself as clever. His schemes look superior, but they always lack some maturity. As someone who underwent nirvanic rebirth, he has his memories from his last life, and the arrogance from that life has continued in this era as well. That means his character is essentially fixed and will not change. He treats everyone around him like a chess piece, and he has no counselors. If anyone questioned his decisions, he would kill them. Evilmoon, why don't you tell me if you ever listened to the opinions of your subordinates? Said Long Chen. Evilmoon was silent. Back then, he had made decisions by himself, and Yi Ming was the same. Long Chen quickly flew by the countless resentful spirits. They had been buried in the corrupt god cemetery since the ancient era and then had been turned into resentful spirits by the aura of resentful Death City. Nevertheless, they at least possessed a certain level of will as they listened to Yi Ming's orders. Their eyes had long since withered, leaving deep empty eye sockets that stared at Long Chen. If it was anyone else, they would probably be scared off. However, Long Chen charged through them without even looking at them. Just as Mo Nian had said, the coffins here had vanished. When Long Chen reached the channel, he heard countless roars coming from the other side. They were like thunder in his ears. That's definitely from an existence above Nether Passage, and more than one at that. Long Chen, if you go in, you might not be leaving alive, said Evilmoon. Yi Ming might just cut off the path back, trapping them in resentful Death City. It's fine, I'll run if I see something wrong. Long Chen clenched his fists. In his hand was a bronze fragment. This was a fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Although it was just a fragment, it had absorbed the source chi of the Yi family's counterfeit Eastern Wasteland Bell. With it, no matter what kind of domain Yi Ming tried to set up, Long Chen would be able to break it. This was his trump card for entering this place. The aura of death grew stronger. But when Long Chen reached the end of the passageway, he suddenly laughed. Yi Ming, I just knew you were scheming to scare me off. So there's still a sovereign seal here. From the channel, Long Chen saw a barrier separating resentful Death City and the corrupt god cemetery. He was looking through the sovereign seal. Countless resentful spirits within resentful Death City were roaring at the sovereign seal, but they didn't dare to approach it. When Long Chen got closer, he saw a thick layer of dust on the ground on the other side of the exit. It seemed like the remnants of resentful spirits that had tried to charge through. After that, Long Chen looked up. The barrier had a giant sovereign character embedded in it, looking like it was made of fresh blood. This was a seal made with the blood of a sovereign, something that possessed the power to transcend time and space. Thanks to it, even though the sovereigns were already gone, their work continued to protect the continent. When Long Chen got closer to the sovereign seal, it suddenly lit up and enveloped Long Chen in a beam of light. Chapter 2597 Sovereign Ziyong. Space Twisted. After that, Long Chen found himself within a strange place where multicolored sunlight flowed all around him. Before he even got a look at his surroundings, he heard a voice from behind him. Black robes, a back turned to all life. How surprising. Long Chen turned around to see a middle-aged man in pure white robes. Just standing there, he seemed to have transcended the mortal world of dust. Everything within the universe seemed to be in his gaze. There was no aura coming from him, but he gave off an unspeakable nobility. At this moment, a questioning look could be seen in his eyes as if Long Chen was a surprise to him. Long Chen had encountered Sovereign Yun Shang, Sovereign Qing Shu, and Sovereign Mo Li. From experience, he could feel that this person possessed the same noble air. Just his gaze alone was enough to make a person follow him into death. This was the air of a sovereign. Only a sovereign was able to win over all races and led them to win an unwinnable battle. This was the indescribable charisma of a sovereign that was impossible to resist. Junior Long Chen greets the sovereign. Long Chen hastily bowed. However, before his waist could bend, he was lifted by the man. I cannot accept a bow from the gamebreaker. If someone has to bow, it should be me to you. The man smiled slightly. Senior must be joking. This little one could not accept a bow from a sovereign, said Long Chen. This was not his humility but his own feelings of reverence for the sovereigns. He really admired the selflessness of the sovereigns. They had used their lives to protect the martial heaven continent. Even though they had died, they had used their own blood to create the sovereign seals and protect this world. Moreover, the sovereigns had never demanded anything from the martial heaven continent, nor had they laid any restrictions on the lives living on the continent. Every time a crisis came, they would rise and stave off complete annihilation. When Long Chen asked himself if he could do the same, his answer was that he couldn't. Protecting the people he liked was fine, but to make him risk his life to protect those he hated or those he didn't care about. That was a joke. Although it did feel a bit like the sovereigns wanted to get along with everyone, it was their selflessness that truly won over Long Chen. You're too humble. The gamebreaker can accept a bow from everyone in the world. A sovereign is no exception. A so-called sovereign is nothing more than a kind of realm. It's not worth anything. On the other hand, you are an existence born within calamity. Whether the martial heaven continent lives or dies is in your hands. Your burden is far heavier than ours. Senior, I still haven't heard your name, said Long Chen awkwardly. There were 5 sovereigns that had appeared in the martial heaven continent's history. Long Chen knew of 4 names, Yun Shang, Qing Shu, Mo Li, and Ziyang. But there was a 5th sovereign that he hadn't heard of. He knew that this person had to be the unknown sovereign or sovereign Ziyang, but it would be rude to randomly guess. My apologies. I am Ziyang. You can call me Big Brother Ziyang. Being called sovereign sounds so distant. As expected, this man was Sovereign Ziyang, the 5th generation sovereign of the martial heaven continent. To be able to pay my respects to Big Brother Ziyang is this junior brother's honor, said Long Chen. Inside, he thought to himself that being able to meet 4 of the 5 sovereigns and even call himself brother to 3 was enough to brag for a lifetime. Come, let's sit and talk. The 2 of them sat cross-legged, and Sovereign Ziyang started off by saying, do you have any questions? Go ahead and ask. With the descent of the Dark Era, there are fewer things that are taboo to discuss. There's no harm in saying what you think. Long Chen nodded. Then I won't stand on courtesy. I don't understand what kind of existence resentful Death City is. Why have you and the seniors from that last great battle appeared here? No one on the martial heaven continent understood this. Well, at least, the old man and Ku Jianying were both unable to figure it out. If the old man didn't know, then fine, but Ku Jianying was the alliance head of the martial heaven continent and had access to all kinds of unspeakable secrets of the continent. If she didn't have at least a certain amount of knowledge, there was no way she could be in her position. Resentful Death City was the first city that fell in the War of Gods and Devils. It was the most flourishing city on the martial heaven continent during the most glorious time of the continent. There were countless experts, and the path to immortality had yet to be severed. Every year, large numbers of experts would ascend to the immortal world. The martial heaven continent of that time was unimaginably large. The current continent has shrunk to not even 1/10,000th of its original size. Ziyang looked at the void, seemingly lost in his memories. Long Chen almost jumped. The current continent was only 1/10,000th of its original size. That was truly unimaginable. The larger the world, the stronger its laws, and the more abundant its spiritual qi. No wonder everyone said that the current martial heaven continent had declined. With the shrinking of the continent, the density of spiritual qi was probably not even 1,000th of its original density. Sovereign Ziyang continued, the tribulation descended without warning. The first target was the continent's strongest city. Its original name was Immortal Ascension City, indicating it was a step to the immortal realm. Immortal Ascension City was a sacred land in the cultivation world, and the strongest sects of the continent gathered there. When the attackers came, the martial heaven continent's experts fought back with full power. Those qualified to participate in that battle were at least at the early heaven merging realm. Long Chen sucked in a cold gasp of air. The early heaven merging realm was actually cannon fodder in that battle. Just how terrifying was it? The battle started suddenly, and the flames of war quickly spread throughout the continent, throwing the martial heaven continent into unprecedented danger. In that situation, the 5 supreme divine items made an appearance, fighting off the immortal item of the other world, the heaven-devastating bracelet. In the end, the heaven-devastating bracelet fell beneath the earth, while the leader of the 5 divine items, the Eastern Wasteland Bell, broke apart. The other 4 divine items were also badly damaged. Although in that battle, the experts succeeded in killing the invaders, the martial heaven continent was never able to rise back to its old height. The top experts of that generation were practically all killed in battle. Every sect was badly wounded, and some inheritances were lost. Even secret realms and minor worlds were destroyed. After that, the order of heaven and earth grew unstable, and the laws of the world began to change. Immortal Ascension City was then lost in a spacetime crack, becoming the channel linking the martial heaven continent and the Death Spirit world. The Death Spirit world, what is that? Long Chen couldn't help asking. This was his first time hearing of it. You've gone to the Netherworld, so you know that it is the place where reincarnation starts for the souls of those who die. But the laws of the continent are difficult to comprehend. There are some lifeforms that do not exist within the reincarnation cycle, the undying race. As for the Death Spirit world, it belongs to a branch of the undying race. Although they are called undying, all things in this world with form cannot exist in perpetuity. They simply have their own Tao of reincarnation that is different from our laws of life and death. We also know that the lifeforms within the Death Spirit world possess their own strange power that is fundamentally different from our cultivation style. No one knows when it started, but then the Death Spirit world linked up to Immortal Ascension City, turning it into resentful Death City. After that, all the corpses inside transformed into resentful spirits. When the 5th Dark Era came, the martial heaven continent was full of holes. There were many battlegrounds that forced us to spread all over, and I don't know how many enemies we killed. However, later on, I sensed something wrong. All that death chi was being absorbed. When I traced the source, I found resentful Death City and the terrifying experts that lay within. We then fought against them for 3 days and nights, finally managing to kill them all at the cost of my followers' lives. It can be said that I implicated them. Amongst all the sovereigns, I was the most useless. Sovereign Ziyang sighed sadly. Big brother, you can't say that. Without you, the martial heaven continent would have been destroyed. No one would have been able to do better than you, said Long Chen. The sovereigns were undefeatable existences. Just who had managed to fight against one for 3 days and nights? Sovereign Ziyang looked outside the space that they were in. His gaze seemed to pierce the barrier and see everything within resentful Death City. The martial heaven continent is in danger of destruction. Whether it was Sovereign Yun Shang, Sovereign Qing Shu, Sovereign Mo Li, Sovereign Han Wei, or myself, we were relays that passed the problem on to the next generation. In other words, we were only able to prevent the martial heaven continent from being destroyed temporarily and win some time for it. Therefore, all the warriors who fought to the death in the Dark Eras and us were waiting for the Gamebreaker. Only the Gamebreaker can break this board of definite death, and that person is you, said Sovereign Ziyang profoundly. Me. Long Chen's heart pounded. Impossible. Let alone winning over the various races, I'm surrounded by enemies. If you weren't able to escape this predicament, how can I? Furthermore, I'm truly sorry Big Brother Ziyang, but I cannot risk my life for those people I don't care about. Sovereign Ziyang seemed to be saying that Long Chen was supposed to be the 6th to pick up this burden, and Long Chen was sure that he could not accept such a thing. Whether or not you can do it is something you will learn when the time comes. This is a kind of responsibility in this world that cannot be shirked. Moreover, the burden has been placed in front of you, and you cannot avoid it. Whether people like you or not, whether they sing your praises or curse you for eternity, none of that is worth anything. All karma has gathered on you, and the fate of the martial heaven continent changes because of you. You live, the continent lives. You die, the continent dies. Sovereign Ziyang's words were like hammers striking Long Chen's heart. He felt dizzy because a heavy weight just fell upon him. Chapter 2598 Chosen by the Heavens. Big Brother Ziyang, as my brother, you wouldn't be conning me, right? I really am not made for that kind of stuff. Long Chen shook his head. What kind of joke was that? How could someone place such a huge responsibility on him? Sovereign Ziyang smiled, yet it also didn't seem to be a smile. To tell the truth, I was originally worried about the fate of the martial heaven continent, but now that I've seen you, I suddenly feel like I was worrying for nothing. You are different from all of us. Perhaps that is why you are the crux upon which the world changes, the Gamebreaker. Just from your black robes and how your back faced me, I understood instantly just how marvelous the heavenly Taos are. Big brother Ziyong, I really am not such a person. Do you know, Sovereign Yun Shang has a son that has awoken. I'm planning on fully supporting him. Sovereign Yun Shang had a son, exclaimed Ziyong. Yes, I received his help, which allowed me to pass through the tribulation in the star-field divine world. He is a truly marvelous genius. No one can resist him, said Long Chen. Sovereign Ziyong was lost in thought for a while before sighing. As expected of the first generation, none of us can match him. Long Chen was confused. What was so amazing about having descendants? Long Chen didn't know what to say. Sovereign Ziyong explained, Sovereign Yun Shang was the head of the 5 sovereigns. His power is something we all respect, and you will come to know just how amazing he was. However, even if Sovereign Yun Shang left behind a son, you are still the gamebreaker. You are the only one who can break this plot of sure death. Seeing that Long Chen was about to argue once more, Sovereign Ziyong waved his hand. You don't need to feel any pressure. Everything will come naturally. I do not have that much time to argue such senseless things. If you have more questions, ask while you have time. Long Chen's heart shook. After that, he thought about it and asked, what do you think about the divine families? I have no opinion worth sharing, said Sovereign Ziyong indifferently. Long Chen stared at him blankly. What was that supposed to mean? If the martial heaven continent is to survive the upcoming dark era, what is the most important aspect? Asked Long Chen. You. Fine. Long Chen rolled his eyes. He might as well not have asked. Suddenly, he asked, Sovereign Ziyong, what is Pill Valley's origin? You should ask yourself. You have deep karma with Pill Valley. The martial heaven continent is just a start. As for, Sovereign Ziyong suddenly fell silent. Seemingly calculating something, he shook his head in the end and didn't continue. I wasn't able to obtain any valuable information. Big brother Ziyong, you're a sovereign. Even you don't dare to say these things? Asked Long Chen. I'm a dead person. If I speak, it won't affect me. But it will bring calamity upon you, said Sovereign Ziyong. You also. Long Chen found this difficult to accept even though he was prepared. Even Sovereign Ziyong was dead. If the martial heaven continent were to learn of this, who knew whether people would fall into despair? The legend said that the sovereigns had vanished because they were secretly protecting this world. When the world was in danger once more, the sovereigns would appear to save it again. If news of their death shattered that belief, then would the martial heaven continent's experts collapse before the invaders even attacked? The sovereigns were the faith of the entire martial heaven continent. When that faith collapsed, it would leave a fatal blow. Now, even Long Chen felt a profound sense of loss. If the 5 sovereigns were still present, perhaps they really would be able to fight off the powerful enemies. But this hope was extinguished. Long Chen, don't look down on yourself. The martial heaven continent picked you to be the gamebreaker, and the 5 of us existed to build a foundation for you. Trust in yourself. You definitely have that ability. We were both chosen by the heavens, and they would not choose poorly. The martial heaven continent has entrusted its fate to you. Just as you previously told me, no one else would be able to do better than you in your position, comforted Sovereign Ziyong. How come I've never felt like the heavens chose me? If anything, they're always trying to kill me. In my last tribulation, even Big Brother Mo Li appeared at the end. If he didn't cheat and let me pass, I'd have died to that heavenly tribulation. Long Chen bitterly smiled. You were chosen by the heavens. There is no doubt about this. However, the reason the heavenly Taos are targeting is because the current heavenly Taos are no longer the old heavenly Taos. The heavens are no longer the old heavens, but the earth is still the old earth. The laws of the heavenly Taos have changed. Don't take it to heart. Don't misjudge the world to be targeting you just because of your heavenly tribulation. What is targeting you is something that cannot be spoken with words, said Sovereign Ziyong. Long Chen's heart shook. Then you mean that this world? Sovereign Ziyong interrupted. Don't say such things out loud. It will be sensed by the heavenly Taos, breeding more variables that will manifest as further tribulations for you. It does more harm than good. I've told you all I can tell you. Is there anything else you need help with? I still have a trace of power left. I can seal it inside your body, and when you encounter an enemy that you cannot beat, it can save your life. Hearing this, Long Chen felt a rush of excitement. If this power was sealed in his body, he would have an unmatched protective talisman. Who knew what he could do with that? However, he then suddenly thought of something. How many of the martial heaven continent's experts were turned into resentful spirits inside resentful Death City? Some warriors did not have time to extinguish their yuan spirits before dying, and their yuan spirits tried to protect them, entering a state of quasi-death. Normally, this state would indicate death, and the remnant will is only able to weakly pass on some information to their descendants. However, inside resentful Death City, the aura of the Death Spirit world will cause the yuan spirit to undergo a transformation into a death spirit. At that time, many experts sensed this and extinguished their own lives in time, dying completely. However, some fought to the death, wanting to kill as many enemies as possible, resulting in them not extinguishing the flames of their soul in time and becoming resentful spirits. There should be around 15 million resentful death spirits of the human race within resentful Death City. They were all brave warriors who followed me into battle, said Sovereign Ziyang sadly. Then did the corpses left behind in the battle of gods and devils also become resentful spirits? Asked Long Chen. No, at the time that they died, resentful Death City had yet to become linked to the death spirit world. Their corpses were buried in the ground, but their leftover resentment is used by the corrupt path to control the resentful spirits, said Sovereign Ziyang. Then is the corrupt path in collusion with the death spirit world? Why did the sovereigns not wipe them out earlier? Asked Long Chen. Sovereign Ziyang shook his head, not directly replying. Why did you ask how many resentful spirits were from the martial heaven continent? Seeing that Sovereign Ziyang refused to answer, Long Chen knew that he had once more touched upon a big secret, so he gave up on pressing more information out of Sovereign Ziyang. If you have the ability, I hope to wipe out those resentful spirits so that they can rest in peace. For the corrupt path to control the heroes of the martial heaven continent is the greatest insult to them. Furthermore, Yi Ming is very crafty. When the battle starts, he will definitely use them as his trump cards. At that time, how will the martial heaven continent's experts fight their ancestors that have been turned into resentful spirits? If they don't attack, they'll be killed. But if they do attack, they will be taking on the name of murderers of their ancestors. That will affect the continent's morale, said Long Chen. This remnant power that I have would be wasted on them. Think it through, said Sovereign Ziyang. He only had a little bit of power that could be used once. It was extremely precious. There's no need to think about it. Hesitating isn't my style. If I want to do something, I do it. I don't want the heroes of the martial heaven continent to suffer any further insult. As for my safety, well, if I couldn't protect my own life myself, how am I supposed to protect those that I care about? Said Long Chen. Sovereign Ziyang smiled. Alright, as expected of the Gamebreaker. Although I don't completely approve, I like this character. I respect your choice. After that, the space around them shook, and Long Chen appeared in the void with Sovereign Ziyang. Beneath them was an ancient black city. This was Immortal Ascension City, as well as Resentful Death City. Standing in the void above it, Long Chen could sense just how vast and beautiful it was. Even from their position, they couldn't see the end of the city. At this moment, the resentful spirits shut their mouths when they saw Sovereign Ziyang. They began to tremble. Big brother Ziyang, if there is a chance, I would like to bring their weapons back with me to return them to their descendants, said Long Chen. Sovereign Ziyang nodded. With a single step, the two of them teleported from the void to inside the city. Long Chen was startled. Sovereign Ziyang's teleportation hadn't unleashed the slightest spatial fluctuation. If the sovereign wanted to kill someone, they could do it in an instant before their target could sense them. A black barrier appeared once they entered the inner city, blocking the two of them. Through it, Long Chen could see countless resentful spirits prostrating themselves toward the central altar. Just as Mo Nian had said, the inner coffins of the corrupt god cemetery were on the altar. At the very center of the altar was Yi Ming staring at Long Chen in shock. Or more accurately, he was staring at Sovereign Ziyang. Yi Ming, didn't you want to fight me? Come, I'll satisfy that desire of yours. I'll beat so much crap out of you that it fills the city. Long Chen rolled up his sleeves, looking at him arrogantly. Chapter 2599 Spirits Cry, Ghosts Weep. With Sovereign Ziyang beside him, Long Chen instantly became arrogant. He clasped his hands behind him, looking down on Yi Ming. Yi Ming stared at Sovereign Ziyang in terror. He knew exactly who he was. It was precisely because he knew who Sovereign Ziyang was that he was so terrified. No need to worry, my big brother won't bother with you. Come, let me see what improvements you've made during this time, said Long Chen. He was extremely satisfied by Yi Ming's reaction. You are unable to beat him in this place. Resentful Death City's resentful spirits are under his command, and he has already opened his Death Spirit eyes. Although he hasn't brought out its full potential yet, it's no problem to control a few heaven-merging resentful spirits. They're extremely powerful, warned Sovereign Ziyang. Long Chen's heart shook. This fellow's eyes were called the Death Spirit Eyes. Was his dark energy specifically cultivated to open his Death Spirit Eyes so that he could control the resentful spirits here? At this moment, Sovereign Ziyang pressed a finger against the powerful barrier, which then shuddered and shattered. This terrifying barrier was as flimsy as a piece of paper in front of a sovereign. Yi Ming's figure sank into the altar, vanishing from sight. He fled. Long Chen was astonished. He felt like Sovereign Ziyang wouldn't bother killing Yi Ming. He would disdain doing so. He went to call reinforcements. Long Chen, watch closely. Your future enemy is about to appear, said Sovereign Ziyang. Reinforcements. Long Chen was startled, but before he could react, black qi suddenly whirled out of the altar. An aura full of darkness, decay, and death filled the air. Just breathing in this scent could make a person feel like they had aged 1,000 years and grown weak. Therefore, Long Chen hastily blocked the aura outside of his body. Ziyang, I didn't expect to see you again. Hehe, but it seems that you're nothing more than a strand of a discarnate soul. What can you possibly do? An icy voice rang out from within the black qi, and a figure slowly appeared. It was an old man who looked like a withered corpse. His skin was black, his robes were black, and he was holding a bone cane with a skull on top. The skull was only the size of a fist but had 3 faces, looking like a human skull that had been shrunk. Moreover, bewitching ghost flames flickered inside the eye sockets, and just a glance at those ghost flames made Long Chen almost fall unconscious. With just a glance, the majority of his spiritual strength vanished. Excellent, you were able to escape the soul binds of the 6-eyed demon pupils without any help. Your mental energy is very powerful, praised Sovereign Ziyang. Long Chen was unable to feel any joy over this praise. Just who was this terrifying elder? Without initiating any attack, just a look at that skull was enough to exhaust the majority of Long Chen's spiritual strength and almost make him fall unconscious. The difference was as great as heaven and earth. Furthermore, he seemed to recognize Sovereign Ziyang. Could it be that he? Turning back to the strange elder, Sovereign Ziyang smiled slightly. Even if I'm just a discarnate soul, I will not forget the blessing of heaven and earth's nurturing. I still need to do my utmost to repay this debt. I didn't expect that after killing you, the slightest trace of your discarnate soul would escape. Your Death Spirit race's divine abilities are truly worthy of admiration. As expected, Long Chen's heart pounded. No wonder he was so terrifying. So this was the expert that had fought against Sovereign Ziyang for 3 days and nights back then. The Death Spirit race can protect their souls even when killed as long as we are in a place with Death spiritual qi. Even a broken soul can be reformed and recovered into a Yuan spirit. Although I no longer have a body, I am still alive. As for you, the mighty Sovereign Ziyang, you are only left with a trace of a discarnate soul. You'll quickly vanish from this world, ha ha ha. The elder laughed, seemingly rejoicing in his victory. Back then, Sovereign Ziyang had killed him, but he had used the laws of this place to be reborn, while Sovereign Ziyang only had this discarnate soul left. That could definitely be considered a kind of victory. You are working with Yi Ming because you lack a physical body. Did you want to possess him when the time comes? Sneered Long Chen. The elder then turned to Long Chen, tightening Long Chen's nerves instantly. It felt as if all his weaknesses were exposed before him. His soul shuddered, however, this time he was prepared, and he didn't leave any hole in his mental defenses. The elder smiled sinisterly, a dark smile appearing on his withered face. The 6th generation sovereign, it doesn't look like it. His inner heart is just as dark as ours. He's nothing more than a hypocrite. Is this your successor? It seems that the martial heaven continent has truly declined. Even if it has declined, I'm still more than enough to kill your successor. If we were in the same realm, I'd be able to beat the crap out of you, retorted Long Chen. This old man had managed to provoke him with just a few words. You don't have much patience or eloquence. Let this old man give you a lesson, the elder snorted. His palm suddenly slammed toward Long Chen, and darkness covered the world in an instant. As a result, Long Chen's divine sense was sealed, and he couldn't even sense Sovereign Ziyang's existence. A loud explosion rang out in Long Chen's ears, but it felt as if it came from a distant world. Long Chen was startled. Within the endless darkness, he felt like he had lost his connection to the rest of the world. He felt like a blind man who had entered a battlefield. You can deceive my senses but not my intuition. Long Chen suddenly slammed a hand forward, and lightning burst out of his palm. In an instant, the darkness around him exploded as the lightning returned light to the world. Long Chen's hand viciously struck the elder's face. As a result, the elder was sent flying. When Long Chen's vision returned, he saw Sovereign Ziyang standing calmly beside 8 giant figures. After that, those 8 figures slowly broke apart, seemingly broken by Sovereign Ziyang. If you want to target him, do it directly. Are you afraid that I would help him? Sovereign Ziyang looked at the elder of the death spirit race and shook his head. The instant the elder had rushed out, Sovereign Ziyang had also attacked. Their clash resulted in the explosion that Long Chen had heard. At the very least, Sovereign Ziyang knew that the elder wouldn't kill Long Chen for various reasons, just like Sovereign Ziyang wouldn't kill Yi Ming. Regretfully, the elder had underestimated Long Chen. His mental domain was unable to seal Long Chen's instincts, and even Sovereign Ziyang hadn't expected this exchange to end in such a way. A behemoth of the death spirit race had been slapped in the face by Long Chen. Sovereign Ziyang felt it to be shocking and comical. Even in his 3 days of fighting against the elder, he had been unable to pull off such an astonishing thing. Courting death, the elder instantly flew into a rage and waved his bone cane. In that instant, Long Chen felt like his eardrums were being torn apart. Wails and shrieks filled the air like a tsunami, and he almost fainted. Sovereign Ziyang interfered once more. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light streaked through the air, and a peaceful aura suppressed the shrieks. Although the voices were still present and raging furiously, they were unable to affect Long Chen to the same extent any longer. You actually use the spirit's cry, ghost sweep sound on a member of the junior generation. It seems that you haven't made any improvements after all these years. Sovereign Ziyang shook his head in disappointment. Stupid human race, you're a group of hypocrites. You act so high and mighty, when all you are is a mix of contradictions. You're freaks of right and wrong. Although I was defeated back then, I still refuse to accept that I'm inferior. I will personally destroy the martial heaven continent and hunt down your human race to extinction. Cursed the elder furiously. It was as if Sovereign Ziyang's disappointment in him was gravely insulting. After that, his cane lit up, and giant dragons appeared out of the darkness. Those giant dragons unleashed an ancient aura like they were divine beasts that had walked out of legends, causing countless thin cracks to appear in the void as if they were moving through ice. It was as though the world was unable to endure their power. Long Chen, look closely. This is the special power of the death spirit race. They can summon lifeforms from other worlds. These lifeforms are sometimes bred and raised by them, while some are captured and tamed, a bit similar to the beast tamers of the continent. However, these lifeforms can freely transform between the state of real and illusory with their death spiritual chi, making them harder to deal with. His original steed was already killed by me, so these lifeforms were most likely raised by him after that. Their auras are extremely weak. This was weak. Long Chen felt a chill. The power of every one of these black dragons was equivalent to a full-power heaven-merging expert. Time is running out. I cannot show you more of their divine abilities, so I'll kill him again to win you some time. A violet sun rose behind Sovereign Ziyang as he spoke. In that instant, the sovereign might filled the world. Chapter 2601 Blow breaks the heavens. You're only a discarnate soul. How can you still use violet sun fills the world? The elder of the death spirit race let out a horrified cry. The violet sun illuminated all of resentful Death City, dyeing everything in its color. All of a sudden, the dark and sinister world became gentle, an aura of tranquility settling over it. The appearance of this violet sun had changed this entire world. Long Chen was also enveloped by its light and felt endless warmth. He could feel the heartbeat of the world and the call of all living things. The thrum of the Tao's pulsed in his head. In that instant, he felt like the master of the world. The Tao existed for him, the laws prostrated before him. Everything within heaven and earth could be controlled with just a thought. This is a sovereign's manifestation. Long Chen was completely shocked. Now, he truly understood why sovereigns were undefeatable. Although this place was resentful Death City, it was connected to the martial heaven continent. At the same time as resentful Death City's aura poured into the continent's aura also poured into resentful Death City. In Long Chen's mind, the image of the martial heaven continent appeared in the violet sun manifestation, and he could then hear the call of the martial heaven continent. That feeling was very intimate, like a mother warmly rubbing his face, using her energy to support him. Do you feel it? These are the true heavenly Taos of the martial heaven continent, said Sovereign Ziyang. Long Chen nodded. He felt it. It was extremely moving, to the point where he almost wanted to cry. He had always thought that the heavenly Taos wanted him dead, but now he knew that what harmed him was not the real heavenly Taos. From Sovereign Ziyang's manifestation, he felt the warmth and support of the heavenly Taos. These heavenly Taos were like a warm mother, whereas the heavenly Taos that Long Chen usually encountered were an evil stepmother. The difference was immense. Long Chen was feeling this warmth from the heavenly Taos for the first time. Long Chen, there are many unknown things in this world. You have to use your own power to investigate them. But there is one thing that you must remember. No matter what world it is, it cannot be perfect. The best things will always be mixed with the worst things. If you always pursue perfection, you will only be torturing yourself. If you expel all the impurities, there will be nothing left. Don't let the darkness blind your eyes, because there will definitely be light behind that darkness. Otherwise, the darkness would not exist. What is a true expert? It is someone who continues to believe that life is beautiful after facing the darkness 99 times, someone who can use their full feelings to embrace this world, said Sovereign Ziyang. Long Chen silently pondered these words. He understood what Sovereign Ziyang was trying to say, but he was unable to do the same. He would never be able to achieve that realm. The sovereigns were existences with the entire chi flow of the martial heaven continent condensed inside them. While the martial heaven continent gave its full power to them, they embraced the continent's people without seeking anything in return. They were sages who did their utmost for the world without asking anything in return. No matter how much scum existed in the martial heaven continent, no matter how much trash there was, the sovereigns didn't move to destroy them. Perhaps it was because the sovereigns stood at a different height, and they could see the light behind the darkness. However, Long Chen was unable to see it. He had never thought of himself as some sage because all he wanted to do was live with dignity. He didn't care if someone else had a light side to them behind their rotten exterior. Even if someone was a perfectly good person, if they wanted to kill him, he would fight to slay them first. This was Long Chen's character that had never changed and would never change. Although he understood the principles behind what Sovereign Ziyang was saying, he was unable to accept them. Sovereign Ziyang simply smiled and patted his shoulder. I'm just saying this in hopes that one day, when you fall into darkness and despair, you don't give up. Work hard to see the light behind the darkness. Perhaps, the light is right behind you. In that instant, Long Chen felt light explode inside his mind. It was as if he had received some enlightenment, and yet he also felt like he hadn't grasped anything at all. After all, Sovereign Ziyang was not such a long-winded person that would waste his precious time on saying useless things. Long Chen knew that he was pointing him to something, but it felt like he was too stupid to entirely understand. It's fine if you don't understand. Understanding isn't much better anyway. Alright, I'm going to make my move. As Sovereign Ziyang stepped forward, dragon roars instantly rang out. After that, 10,000 dragons charged at Sovereign Ziyang at once, and Long Chen covered his ears, his head almost exploding. Because of the pressure of the roars, blood even poured out of his eyes, nose, and ears. Fuck, what is this crap? Long Chen cursed inside. What a ruthless blow to his confidence. He was like an ant in front of these terrifying existences. Without Sovereign Ziyang, he would be instantly crushed. That old fellow fought a sovereign in his peak state for 3 whole days. Of course he's terrifying. A sovereign stands at the peak of that realm, so you're still greatly lacking. You'll understand once you enter the heaven-merging realm, said Evilmoon. Long Chen wiped his eyes, leaving bloodstains on his face. He disdainfully said, "What's so amazing about him? Didn't I still manage to slap him in the face?" Although that was what he said, Long Chen knew that he was just comforting himself. That slap was nothing more than luck because the elder had been focused on Sovereign Ziyang. After a while, Long Chen noticed a figure had stealthily come out of the altar. It was Yi Ming. At some point, he had also come out to watch. Fuck, let's wipe him out right now, said Long Chen. Don't be delusional, you won't be able to reach him. Just watch, said Evilmoon. The 10,000 dragons had formed a formation attacking and binding Sovereign Ziyang. However, they were completely ignored by Sovereign Ziyang, who moved straight toward the Death Spirit Race Elder. 10,000 Dragon Slaughter. At this moment, the Death Spirit Race Elder's cane flashed, and the dragons transformed into runes, turning into a giant cyclone around Sovereign Ziyong. Even after all these years, this technique of yours hasn't improved much. Sovereign Ziyong flicked his finger, shooting out a ray of light. As a result, a tiny hole appeared within the twister, and it was like a balloon popping. The twister then instantly collapsed. Sorry, I don't have much time. I can't let you display your trump cards. Sovereign Ziyong suddenly slammed his hand forward. After that, the violet sun behind him vanished, and a new rune appeared on his palm. That rune looked like a tiny cauldron. However, when the Death Spirit Race Elder saw that tiny cauldron, his expression completely changed. He clenched his bone cane, and light flowed out to envelop him. A small ray of light then shot out of Sovereign Ziyang's palm. Like a sharp sword, it pierced through the Elder's chest, and his body exploded. The violet light sword pierced far into the distance, tearing through spacetime. Because of it, Long Chen saw a giant black hole appear within the void. From that hole, he could see a world of darkness with no life. There was only decay. Within it, he saw countless eyes in the faces of countless lifeforms that he had never seen before. They stared in shock as the light sword passed over them. Sovereign Ziyan's attack had not only killed the Elder of the Death Spirit race, but he had also torn the wall between worlds and given Long Chen a glimpse into the Death Spirit world. Long Chen gulped. Despite already dying, Sovereign Ziyang still possessed this much power just as a discarnate soul. Then just how powerful was he in his peak? Do you regret it now? Sneered Evilmoon. Just a bit. If I had known, I would have kept this power in reserve. With the power of such an attack, who on the martial heaven continent would dare to touch me? Long Chen truly felt a bit regretful. How could he have known that Sovereign Ziyang's remnant power would be so terrifying? He hadn't even said anything. Such a strong trump card had been wasted just like this. At the center of the altar, Yi Ming fled once again after he saw this scene. On the other hand, the Death Spirit Race Elder was killed, but his cane continued to hang in the air, unleashing ripples. Ziyang, you only have your discarnate soul left. You can't kill me. In just half a year, I will recover, while you have exhausted your final bit of energy. You're the final loser in the end. The Elder's voice rang out from the cane. You really are a fool. If you had continued to endure and waited for me to set foot onto the martial heaven continent, then under the suppression of its laws, you would have had a chance to kill me. Last time you didn't kill me because you didn't understand the secret of the Death Spirit race's source energy. This time you knew, but you wasted your chance. Tell me, don't you think that you're a fool? Sovereign Ziyang nodded. It truly is a pity. I originally was planning on preserving some energy to help lighten the pressure on him even after killing you. Conveniently, that is also a long-cherished wish of mine. However, he's tough. He doesn't need my power, nor does he want it. Hearing that, Long Chen almost wept. If he had known that the sovereign's power was so terrifying, he wouldn't have wasted it no matter what. What if he encountered such a terrifying expert in the future? Then he would have no tears to cry. However, an act still had to be carried out, so Long Chen glanced at the Elder and indifferently said, "You're nothing more than an old ghost. If you dare to step onto the martial heaven continent, I'll make sure that you can't leave. You're domineering enough." Sovereign Ziyang smiled and then extended a hand, shooting rays of light throughout resentful Death City. Chapter 2601 Visiting the Grand Shah. Explosions rang throughout resentful Death City, and one resentful spirit after another exploded. Those were the human race's experts that had been infected by the aura of this place. At this moment, a cauldron appeared in Sovereign Ziyang's violet sun. After that, specks of light flew out of the exploded resentful spirits and entered the cauldron. Under my name as Ziyang, I order the cycle of reincarnation to allow the souls of those from the martial heaven continent that fought alongside me to return home. Let them pass through the sea of bitterness. Sovereign Ziyang began to chant a sutra. From those specks of light, Long Chen sensed sincere emotions. They were like lost souls returning home. In truth, only a portion of their souls still remained here, controlled by the laws, and now Sovereign Ziyang had broken their physical bodies, allowing their souls to escape the chains. They then returned to the heavenly Taos. Although they were already dead, their souls still contained yearning for the martial heaven continent. They longed to go back. Even if they were already dead, they wished for their souls to be buried in the martial heaven continent. Upon seeing this scene, Any regret that Long Chen had felt about using up this trump card faded. These souls were his seniors, and they had fought to the death to protect the Martial Heaven continent. Everyone from the Martial Heaven continent was in their debt. Without their bloody sacrifice, perhaps the Martial Heaven continent would already be destroyed. So, to bring peace to these heroes was worth it. Ha ha ha, foolish Ziyong, you did this just for this group of trash. The elder of the Death Spirit race laughed contemptuously. What are you laughing at? Long Chen furiously swung Evilmoon at the cane. Long Chen was blown back, and his hand was bleeding, but killing intent blazed inside of him. He was just about to summon the 6-star battle armor when Sovereign Ziyong stopped him. Long Chen, don't be impetuous. He is locked within the bone cane. Unless you have one of the 5 supreme divine items, you can't touch him. But he also can't attack anyone either. Old bastard, just wait. Long Chen ground his teeth furiously. He regretted showing his anger, but this elder truly infuriated him. Long Chen rarely admired anyone, but those that he admired were viewed as heroes in his heart. However, this elder was insulting those heroes, calling them trash. Looking at the flames of fury soaring out of Long Chen, Sovereign Ziyong laughed. If it was anyone else, they would only feel fear against such a terrifying existence. But Long Chen felt anger and hatred for him. This was a true fearless expert. Little brat, you dare to say such a thing? When Yi Ming inherits the Death Spirit energy, he will reach the path to sovereignty on the Martial Heaven continent. As for you, you will become nothing more than one of the resentful spirits beneath him, ha ha ha. Laughed the Death Spirit race elder. Him, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ignoring whether or not he can become sovereign, I'd kill him nonetheless, sneered Long Chen. He's intentionally provoking you, said Sovereign Ziyong, pulling Long Chen out of resentful Death City and back into the Sovereign Seal. I know, but he really is infuriating, said Long Chen. He also knew that the elder was trying to leave a shadow in his heart to make it harder for him to advance. If Long Chen ended up with a heart devil, he would have fallen for his plot. It went without saying that this elder, who had lived for countless years, was a crafty old fox. He instantly saw through Long Chen's weakness, and Long Chen really cooperated with him. With just a test, Long Chen blew up in anger. Sovereign Ziyong shook his head slightly, seemingly speechless toward Long Chen's temper. If he knew the other side was doing it intentionally, why fall for it? He had never seen such a person. Suddenly, space quivered, and tens of thousands of divine items appeared before Long Chen. Some of them were already rusted and broken, and some were stained with blood. The fact that divine items would rust was a testament to how powerful the blood staining them was to be able to corrode even divine items. If they were just rusted, then that was fine. But many of them were broken and essentially scrap metal. Yet, Sovereign Ziyong had still brought them back. Their corpses have been turned into that state, so I trust that their descendants wouldn't want to see them in such an insulting state. However, these weapons are a testament to their bravery. I will definitely pass them to their descendants as proof that their ancestors were peerless heroes, said Long Chen solemnly. Sovereign Ziyong said, Little brother, I can't quite understand you. You are different from us, and perhaps that is why we were protectors, but you are the gamebreaker. I leave the Martial Heaven continent to you then. Like I said before, when the responsibility comes, you will understand what it means to be duty-bound. Goodbye. After Sovereign Ziyong patted Long Chen's shoulder, he slowly faded along with the aura of a sovereign. The beautiful violet light was then replaced with darkness. As the sovereign seal also faded away, Long Chen was overwhelmed with sadness and frustration. Sovereign Ziyong, a hero of a generation, had also died. He was unable to accept this reality. When the sovereign seal vanished, the endless resentful spirits within resentful Death City were released of the pressure holding them back. They began to roar. Long Chen's heart shuddered. He then ran through the channel back into the corrupt god cemetery and went straight to the Martial Heaven continent. Looking back at the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery, he felt like it was a dream. He had actually met Sovereign Ziyong. If that news spread, it would shake the continent. However, this secret could not be spoken. What if someone asked what pointers the sovereign gave? What if they asked where the sovereigns were? Was he supposed to say that the sovereigns were already dead and that he was somehow supposed to save the world? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you all right? The disciples immediately shouted in relief when they saw Long Chen return. They had been nervous the entire time, but he really had come back safe and sound. Seeing their concerned expressions, Long Chen couldn't help recalling Sovereign Zi Yang's final words, "When the responsibility comes, you will understand what it means to be duty-bound." "I'm fine. Don't worry," said Long Chen as he patted the shoulder of one warrior. It was just a casual action, but it made that warrior indescribably moved. In his heart, Long Chen was on the same level as a god. After that, Long Chen waved at those warriors and stepped onto his flying boat, flying to a nearby city. Right now, the people living in it looked listless. The old sights of people clamoring on the streets were gone. As the dark era had descended, everyone was anxious, especially the commoners. They didn't have the power to resist whatever came to be, so they could only entrust their hopes to the experts of this world. Coupled with the fact that the sovereign had yet to appear, this was the worst news that made people feel despair. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance was now fully united, with them having the support of the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the elusive Music Immortal Palace's Music Master, they were facing various terrifying danger zones like the Yin-Yang World, Devil Spirit Mountain, and Resentful Death City on their own. As for the Divine Families, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, Pill Valley, and the Sea Demons, they were enemies with Long Chen. Because of their conflict, the continent was in danger of breaking apart from the inside before any outsiders even came. The experts of the cultivation world, especially those of the Martial Heaven Alliance, had high hopes for Long Chen. Unfortunately, the commoners didn't have that understanding of the cultivation world. All they knew was that the sovereign was the savior of the world, and there were no signs of anyone setting foot on that path. Because of it, while the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts were still active and had some positivity, the commoners were shivering in terror every day. In the city, Long Chen stepped onto the transportation formation, and after several transfers, he appeared in the Grand Shah's capital. What he didn't expect was that here, the city was still as lively as ever. It seemed that people weren't affected at all. "Greetings, Great General." When Long Chen appeared, the warriors guarding the transportation formation immediately bowed to him. Long Chen smiled. Back when he had fled to the Grand Shah had taken him in. After that, he had been given the title of the National Protector, Great General Long Chen, and had received the emissaries from the Grand Han Ancient Nation. At that time, quite a few interesting things occurred. Now that he thought back to it, he cherished those memories and also found it a bit funny. He, the so-called National Protector, didn't seem to have any actual responsibilities. It seemed that his work in this post hadn't lasted more than a few days. Anyway, the Grand Shah hadn't given him any pay as a soldier either, so it could be considered that both sides were even. After Long Chen greeted those warriors, he set off for the Wine God Palace. However, on his way, he ended up drawing the attention of countless people, especially youngsters. In the Grand Shah, Long Chen was exceptionally well known. What had occurred in the Grand Shah back then had been recorded as stories and legends for the commoners. Therefore, it could be said that Long Chen had managed to push the storytelling profession in the Grand Shah to its peak. Some wine and tea houses even hired storytellers to show how high class they were. Moreover, portraits of Long Chen were selling very well. As a result, when Long Chen walked through the streets, he drew out countless startled cries. "Excuse me, that's my big brother." Suddenly, a group of people squeezed through the crowd, and a young girl's voice rang out. Chapter 2602 Visitor from the Divine Families. Xiaoyu. Long Chen smiled and cried out when he saw his little sister. Long Xiaoyu had grown taller and prettier again. As the guards around Long Xiaoyu parted the crowd, Long Xiaoyu ran over and hugged Long Chen, her face red from emotion. Long Chen also tightly hugged her. "Xiaoyu, when did you become so coarse? If Mom knew of this, she'd definitely scold you." Mrs. Long was a noble with high requirements for her children, especially when it came to manners. Because of it, Long Chen had often been scolded when he hadn't listened to her. Mrs. Long was always worried about him, but the Long family had been suppressed at that time, so she hadn't had that much time to bother with him. Now that her life was stable, she had more than enough time to teach Long Xiaoyu, and that liveliness was something Long Xiaoyu often complained about. "HMPH, you still remember us? You didn't come see us after all this time." Long Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose stubbornly. Long Chen felt a sour feeling. Long Xiaoyu was extremely attached to him, perhaps even more than their parents. Their father, Long Tianxiao, was carefree and focused on winemaking, while their mother had extremely high expectations of her, making her feel sullen. Hence, Only when she was with Long Chen was she particularly happy and relaxed, because no matter what wrong she did, Long Chen would protect her. Ever since she was young, Long Chen was like her protector god and pride. In the Grand Shah, no matter who spoke of him, they would be filled with worship. However, Long Chen was too busy. Every time he came back, he was only able to stay a few days. Hence, she was always counting the days until he returned. Now that he was back, she was excited but also sad. After that, she didn't know why, but she began to cry. "It's your big brother's fault. I promise you, as long as I have time, I'll definitely come see you," promised Long Chen, wiping away her tears. Long Chen sighed inside. In the cultivation world, people did not have the freedom to do whatever they wanted. That truly was an unbreakable law. Even now that he was a peerless heavenly genius who stood at the peak of the martial path in many people's eyes, even though he was a target that countless people were hoping to reach, he himself knew just how powerless he was. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't choose to live the life that they wished. Let alone him, even the sovereigns were the same. Despite their power, didn't they also die? While with Sovereign Ziyong, Long Chen had once noticed that Sovereign Ziyong had wanted to say something, but he hadn't said it in the end. However, based on the look in his eyes, Long Chen guessed that he had wanted to ask about the Baitang family. That was a look that Long Chen recognized. Sovereign Ziyong had given up on that love due to his own bitter struggles. With that as proof, even a sovereign couldn't fulfill their heart's desire. "Big brother, I'm not mad. I know that you're a big hero. My teachers taught me that heroes like you are holding up the world. The reason we can live so worry-free is because heroes like you are holding back the darkness so that we can stand in the light. So I know that you're very busy. I'm not mad, I just really miss you." Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was like a bolt of lightning had gone off in his mind. Long Xiaoyu's words echoed the same tones that Sovereign Ziyong had mentioned repeatedly. "When you fall into darkness and despair, don't give up. Work hard to see the light behind the darkness. Perhaps the light is right behind you." Long Xiaoyu had said such words casually, but Sovereign Ziyong would not possibly say such a thing randomly. Perhaps there was some enlightenment to be found. "Big brother, please don't be sad, alright? I won't cry any longer." Long Xiaoyu wiped away her tears, holding them back upon seeing how serious Long Chen's expression was. Long Chen was pulled back into reality by her voice. Seeing her cute appearance, he felt an ache inside. He was not living up to his duty as her big brother. Long Chen kissed her forehead and smiled warmly. "Foolish girl, your big brother is happy whenever he sees you." Long Xiaoyu smiled. Holding her hand, she started skipping to the Wine God Palace. With the guards opening the path, things went very smoothly. After a while, Long Xiaoyu suddenly asked, "Big brother, can you carry me?" Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Long Xiaoyu was now as tall as his chest. How could he carry her like a child? "How about I carry you on my back?" Long Chen squatted down, and his sister happily ran behind him and jumped on. "Hee, good thing mom isn't here, or she'd scold us," giggled Long Xiaoyu. She leaned against his back. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. His mother was trying to restrict someone who was so lively. The bigger she grew, the more she would resist. It seemed that he would have to warn his mother that some things were simply part of someone's character, and it was difficult to change. In the end, Long Xiaoyu was not that kind of gentle and refined girl, so having her be a classical refined daughter of a noble family was not realistic. It would only harm their relationship. "Oh, Xiaoyu, you started cultivating?" asked Long Chen, surprised to sense she had reached the tendon transformation realm. "Yes, mom didn't want me to cultivate, but seeing that others who cultivated were able to fly through the air, I kept begging her. She was finally moved by me and permitted me to start cultivating," said Long Xiaoyu, very pleased. Moved, what a way to put it. It seemed more like she had nagged and nagged until even Mrs. Long couldn't handle it. This little girl really had some smarts. "Amazing. When I was your age, I was still at Qi gathering," said Long Chen. In truth, Long Xiaoyu wasn't very talented. One's natural talent was mostly affected by a person's father and mother. The stronger the parents, the stronger the child on average. However, at the same time, the higher the cultivation base, the lower the chances of conceiving a child. Because of this, many experts would end up having children at various realms to protect against both scenarios. One aspect was having stronger descendants, while the other was being young enough. As for Long Tianxiao's bloodline, it was very ordinary. There were no experts who had reached the Shantian realm amongst their ancestors, resulting in Long Xiaoyu's talent also being ordinary. The reason that Long Xiaoyu was able to so quickly reach her current realm was entirely thanks to the cultivation environment in the Grand Shah's capital. Since you've chosen to cultivate, I'll refine a furnace of pills for you that can rebuild your spirit root and allow you to break through your cultivation limit, said Long Chen. Really? But Mom won't be happy. Long Xiaoyu went from very excited to sad midway through. Mom doesn't want me to get too strong. She would rather I be an ordinary person and stay by her side, said Long Xiaoyu sadly. Long Chen was startled. Long Xiaoyu had a vision that surpassed her age. She had seen through her mother's thoughts. Mrs. Long didn't wish for Long Xiaoyu to be like Long Chen and leave her to roam the world. Mrs. Long was just an ordinary person, and a mother's love was selfish. But there was a price to this selfishness. It might cut off Long Xiaoyu's wings. I'll talk to Mom. It'll be fine. Remember, time is the most miraculous thing. It can change countless things in this world, including people's thoughts. Sometimes people need time to get used to new ideas, understand? Long Chen looked back and gave her a mischievous smile. Long Xiaoyu's eyes brightened and she winked. She actually fully understood his meaning. The brother and sister pair laughed. With this weight lifted, Long Xiaoyu became even livelier. Long Chen began to transmit a technique for slowly convincing Mrs. Long of new ideas. Big brother, you're the best, exclaimed Long Xiaoyu. Long Chen smiled, but that smile was a bit bitter inside. If his mother learned of this, would he be cursed to death? They quickly arrived in front of the wine god palace. Everything was the same as before. At this moment, he saw the disciple of the wine god disciple greeting them. Thinking of how he had conned wine out of the wine god palace's disciples the first time he had come here, he felt ashamed but also felt close to this dear place. When he passed by Tu Qiansheng's wooden hut, he saw that the fatty was actually at home and busy with something. Hey, fatty, it's been a long time. Your clothes are getting tighter, greeted Long Chen. Tu Qiansheng ended up dropping whatever he was fiddling with and furiously turned around. But when he saw Long Chen, he laughed. However, that laugh also quickly changed. Hurry and finish your business. Once you're done, come back and drink some of my new wine. Long Chen smiled. I don't have any business. We can drink right now. Let me have a taste of this peerless wine of yours. Long Chen had long since finished the wine that Tu Qiansheng had given him last time. His wine was extremely fierce, and Long Chen was fond of it. Don't joke. That old fellow of the divine families has been waiting 3 days for you. Get over there. Tu Qiansheng waved. Long Chen was startled. An old fellow from the divine families. Who was that? Chapter 2603 Emissary of the Divine Families. In the high priest's home, Long Chen saw a person seated with the high priest, and he was extremely surprised to see that person. Pil Doyan. Long Chen hadn't expected that the old fellow that Tu Qiansheng had mentioned was actually the divine family's Pil Doyan. The Pil Doyan smiled. Are you surprised? Long Chen nodded. It truly is surprising. Come, sit. The high priest waved at Long Chen to come over. Long Chen then bowed slightly and sat. The high priest and the Pil Doyan represented the martial heaven continent and the divine families, so Long Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. No need to feel restrained. I came over this time with my own mission. But whether or not it is successful has nothing to do with me. I merely need to pass on a few words, said the Pil Doyan. Long Chen nodded. Pil Doyan, I feel great respect for you. But when it comes to the divine families, I really feel bad talking bad about them in front of you two seniors. The high priest and the Pil Doyan laughed together. This character of Long Chen's was truly direct. Although he hadn't cursed the divine families, it was no different from if he had cursed them. Not at all angry, the Pil Doyan said, do you know? Because of you, the divine families almost went to war. The Long family almost started fighting the Yi and Zhao families. Not even the Zhang family and Lord Venerate were able to mediate things. In the end, they ended up waking up the Lord Saint who has been in seclusion for countless years. Oh, there was such a thing. Long Chen was interested. The Pil Doyan explained things from the start. The very day that the divine families retreated, the Yi and Zhao families began to gather their forces. Although the Lord Venerate said that things were to end there, the two families were unwilling to accept it. They said that they would rather be punished than let Long Chen off. However, It was understandable. The Zhao family's sovereign sprout, Zhao Rishan, had been killed, and the Yi family's divine item had been smashed apart. Both families had suffered unprecedented humiliation at the hands of Long Chen. The Yi and Zhao families had even struck the great bell of the divine families and cast a vote on how to handle Long Chen. If the vote passed, the divine families would have to mobilize their full power to slay Long Chen. Based on the divine family's laws, not even the Lord Venerate would be able to stop such a thing. The Long family went all out resisting this, but the Yi and Zhao families fought just as hard to push it forward. As for the Zhang family, around half of them were supporting the vote. After all, Long Chen had disgraced the divine families in front of the people of the divine families in the martial heaven continent. For them, killing Zhao Rishan was not just an insult but also a public provocation of war against the divine families. At that moment, everyone from the divine families had been forced to return to their world when the great bell was struck. It was a summon that included the armies guarding the Yin-Yang world and Devil Spirit Mountain. Hence, all the squads stationed at various locations had to return to the divine families. After that, all the warriors entered combat-ready state. The four families' core forces were all ready to fight. There were a total of 517 people between the four families who were qualified to vote. The final result was that 70% supported the vote, and 30% were against it. The entire Long family had voted no, while everyone from the Zhao and Yi families had voted yes. As for the Zhang family, they were originally supporting it, but when Feng Fei voted no, it startled quite a few of their voters. They looked between Feng Fei and Zhang Wuchen. Feng Fei had declared that although she detested Long Chen, the truth was the truth. Long Chen might have been wrong, but Zhao Rishan had also been wrong. On the martial path, life and death were up to fate, and the weak would be washed away by the strong. To put it simply, a person had to be willing to gamble with their life. If someone wanted to kill, they had to be prepared to be killed as well. For Feng Fei, complaining about the results of such a battle was a disgrace to the divine family's dignity. After saying that, Feng Fei left, but her words caused quite a few people from the Zhang family to change their minds and also vote no. However, the final result was still a 70% approval, so it didn't matter. According to the divine family's laws, the Lord Venerate would have to lead the divine family's forces to slaughter Long Chen, even if the divine families had to declare war against the martial heaven continent. At that moment, a voice rang out. All things have to have the big picture taken into consideration. The arrival of that voice caused the Yi and Zhao families' expressions to change. This matter had actually woken the Lord Saint, and he immediately invalidated the result of their vote. Although he had not said that he was directly against it, his meaning was clear. With the current state of the martial heaven continent, with invaders on the verge of attacking, the big picture was what mattered. Hence, with just a word, the Yi and Zhao families' people were suppressed. They didn't dare to go against the Lord Saint's order. On the other hand, the Long family's people were filled with smiles. In this battle, the Long family had come out ahead. However, things were now in an awkward position. Due to the striking of the great bell, the divine family's disciples had all been called back. The problem was whether or not they were supposed to send back their warriors. Some places were easy to do so, but it would be awkward with the Yin-Yang world and Devil Spirit Mountain. The divine family's warriors had silently left, so the martial heaven continent viewed this as a betrayal. Could the divine family's army really go back? They would have to discuss this first. If they wanted to fight off the experts of the other worlds, the divine families alone could not do it, nor could the martial heaven continent's experts. They had to work together. However, splitting apart was easy, but coming back together was hard. Considering that they had been defending such a core area and had left without a word, who would trust them again? The divine families were caught in an awkward position. As a matter of fact, the Lord Venerate had furiously declared that whoever had caused this disaster should fix it themselves. He was naturally infuriated. He had declared that this matter was over, but the Zhao and Yi families refused to let things go. Hence, he no longer cared. However, how could the Zhao and Yi families actually lower their face to apologize to the martial heaven continent? It was impossible. They hadn't made any moves. Clearly, both families were furious and embarrassed. The Zhao family's sovereign sprout had been killed, and the Yi family's precious divine item had been broken, but they didn't win anything back. And now they needed to apologize to others. Even if they were tortured, they wouldn't do it. As a result, this matter continued all the way until now. In the end, even the Lord Venerate hadn't been able to keep watching. He couldn't force them too far. After all, they were also victims. Without any other choice, the Lord Venerate had thickened his face and gone to request aid from the Pill Doyen, asking him to come here. And so, he was here. Let me first state my position clearly. I'm only in charge of passing on words. Whatever feelings you have, whatever complaints you have, don't vent them on me. I'm innocent. The Pill Doyen raised his hand and laughed. It was only after hearing all this that Long Chen understood just what had gone on with the divine families. But just who was the Lord Saint? Was he really such a terrifying expert? The divine family's rankings were a bit unclear. However, since the Pill Doyen had said all this, Long Chen felt a bit bad. He couldn't blame the Pill Doyen. But whenever the divine families were mentioned, he was truly pissed off. Pill Doyen, I don't feel the slightest negativity when it comes to you, said Long Chen awkwardly. The Pill Doyen had truly given him a good feeling. He was an elder worthy of respect. Without the heavenly flame orb, Huolinger wouldn't have transformed. Hence, Long Chen believed that the Pill Doyen was completely different from the rest of the divine families. Pill Doyen, are you here to say that the divine families wish to join forces with the martial heaven continent against the invaders? No, I'm only in charge of passing on words. The details will have to be discussed by you guys, said the Pill Doyen. Discussed by us, as in me and the divine families? No, although my guts aren't small, I'm not going to run to the divine families and get myself killed, said Long Chen. 70% of the people with authority in the divine families wanted to kill him, so going there was suicide. He wasn't so foolish. The high priest said, that is why the divine families sent over the Pill Doyen. You mean that with the Pill Doyen present, the divine families won't dare to touch me? Asked Long Chen. As long as you don't randomly kill people, it will be no problem, promised the Pill Doyen. Now Long Chen understood. The divine families were seeking a way out of their awkward position, and it was to look for the Pill Doyen who had a certain relationship with the high priest. Perhaps he was the only one in the divine families that the high priest trusted. Due to this, the high priest believed that with the Pill Doyen, Long Chen could return to the divine families safely. Theoretically, both sides would be discussing matters equally, and so they should choose a neutral place to discuss things. But by making Long Chen go to the divine families, it made it appear as if he was the weaker party asking for help, giving the divine families face. This was what the divine families wanted. The divine families wanted a way out without losing face, and by going to the divine families, Long Chen would allow outsiders to view this as giving the divine families face. After all, Long Chen had killed Zhao Rishan in front of everyone, and the divine families could not accept this humiliation. By going to the divine families himself, he could resolve this conflict. Long Chen actually didn't want to go. However, it seemed that even the high priest supported this. Was that to say that the high priest also wished to cooperate with the divine families? The high priest looked at Long Chen, but he only laughed. You are the one in charge of the martial heaven continent. Everything is up to you. No matter what decision you make, these old bones of mine will support you. The Pill Doyen suddenly stood. I'll go take a look at the high priest's peach blossom forest. That's the only place I haven't gone to in the Wine God Palace. You two can chat. The Pill Doyen left, leaving only Long Chen and the high priest talking. High priest, to tell the truth, I really detest the divine families. I don't really want to work with them. They aren't reliable, said Long Chen. But deep in your soul, you feel something drawing you to them. Isn't that very contradictory? Said the high priest profoundly. You have to face what you have to face. Are you getting afraid now that you're on the verge of unraveling this mystery? Said the high priest. High priest, how did you know? Asked Long Chen, stunned. Chapter 2604 The High Priest's Encouragement. The high priest shook his head. I don't know that much about it, but I do know about the major affair that happened in the divine families those years ago. I have also inadvertently heard your mother mention how you came into her care. At that time, I found it to be far too coincidental. The timing matches perfectly. Long Chen's heart pounded. It seemed that the high priest knew about his origins. His voice quivered as he asked, High priest, my biological father and mother, are they still healthy? The high priest looked at Long Chen kindly. No matter how strong a person is, they still have fatal weak points. Did you grow afraid because you didn't hear what you wanted to hear in the divine families? Long Chen nodded. He truly was afraid. He was afraid that the day he learned the truth would be a day of tragedy, a tragedy that he could not stop or fix. Long Chen had a kind of bad feeling. During his time in the divine families, he hadn't felt any sense of home, nor had he sensed a familiar bloodline aura. According to reason, with the senses of the 9-star hegemon body art, it was impossible for him to not feel anything if his father and mother were in the divine families. However, even after all that time in the divine families, he hadn't found a single clue. His heart sank. He felt fear. He was afraid that the moment things became clear, everything would vanish into smoke and mist. Another reason was because he wasn't strong enough. He didn't want to expose himself too early. Just who could be so cruel as to excavate a baby's spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone? Although Long Chen didn't have a child, he imagined that he would go crazy if such a thing happened to his child. It was something that could and would not be forgiven until everyone involved suffered the cruelest death imaginable. However, there did not seem to be such a thing in the divine families. In other words, there was only one possibility. That was the possibility that Long Chen was most afraid of. If things did reveal themselves, then he would not be able to endure. He would take vengeance immediately. However, if he wasn't strong enough, that would be suicide. That was why the current Long Chen felt extremely conflicted. He wanted to know the secrets of his origin, but he was also afraid to know. So Long Chen didn't want to go to the divine families and accidentally expose this secret. Therefore, now that the high priest mentioned this topic, he instantly tensed. He wished with all his heart that the high priest could tell him that his biological father and mother were still alive. The high priest looked at Long Chen. Child, there are many rules in this world that cannot be changed. If a caterpillar wishes to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, it must endure the pain of the transformation inside the cocoon. No one can help you. This process is very important. If anyone helps you, you will not be able to experience what you need to experience. If a cocoon is broken for you, when you spread your wings to fly, you will find that your wings are powerless. No expert can walk a smooth path as it cannot create an expert. It is the difficulties on the journey that make an expert, so your hesitation will make you lose those opportunities. Could it be that even at this level, you still believe in luck? If your luck isn't reliable, then rely on your power. Face what you need to face. You can't run from it, so walk toward it boldly. Furthermore, being pessimistic now is a bit too early. That final sentence brought Long Chen endless hope. The high priest seemed to be vaguely indicating that things weren't as dire as he had imagined. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen bowed deeply. Although he was a peerless heavenly genius in other people's eyes, Long Chen had his own soft spots. However, these words from the high priest relieved Long Chen of a heavy weight. It was like a curse had been expelled. His entire body became lighter, and he even felt like the air was clearer. Go, do what you need to do. These old bones of mine can endure for a while. You don't have less power on your side than others, so don't worry, said the high priest. Long Chen nodded gratefully. With the high priest's full support, he had plenty of confidence. All right, then 3 days later, I will take a trip to the divine families and see their attitude, said Long Chen. After Long Chen left, the high priest stared at the wine god's statue for a while, seemingly lost in memories. In the end, he smiled. A lion of a father cannot have a dog of a son. The divine families really are fools. Even after all that, they didn't learn. Could this all be the cycle of karma? The heavenly Tao's really are unfathomable. Long Chen immediately went to see his father and mother after leaving the high priest. His return delighted the two of them. Mrs. Long immediately got to work cooking his favorite foods. Long Chen suddenly recalled his agreement with Tu Qiansheng, and took advantage of the time before the food was ready to go see him. Fatty, do you have any good wine? Huh, you? Long Chen suddenly stared at Tu Qiansheng in shock. Long Chen was shocked to find that Tu Qiansheng's realm had also reached the peak of Nether Passage. This fatty had already missed his golden cultivation time, but his cultivation base was still crazily rising to the point that it even stunned Long Chen. Hehe, you're amazed, right? It's because I broke through a major barrier in my wine Dao. Naturally my realm will also increase. Here, have some of my newest wine. My recent breakthrough has to do with this wine in particular. You're blessed to have a chance to taste it. Other than the high priest, no one else has drunk this wine. Tu Qiansheng was extremely proud of this new wine. Even the scars on his face seemed to be blooming. To tell the truth, I really like your wine the best. It's simple, direct, and strong. After drinking it, all other wines taste flavorless. I've long since been craving for more, said Long Chen. Tu Qiansheng's wine was incredibly strong. It could not be called fine wine, but after drinking it, a grand feeling would slowly fill his chest. This kind of feeling was something only Tu Qiansheng was able to draw out. Here, drink a bowl. Tu Qiansheng passed a bowl of wine to Long Chen. It was dark red and roiling, and small bubbles continuously came out. These bubbles even had runes inside of them, making them look particularly strange but also novel. Good wine. The fragrance is completely locked inside, and the wine energy circulates within it in a never-ending cycle. Your realm really has grown. Long Chen looked at the wine and praised Tu Qiansheng. Just this simple bowl of wine used the wine Dao to reflect the heavenly Daos. Just what kind of miracle had Tu Qiansheng run into to cause his wine Dao to soar to such a height? The wine god palace was truly mysterious. Stop wasting words and drink it, said Tu Qiansheng impatiently. Long Chen raised the bowl and drank a mouthful. As a result, as soon as it entered his throat, he felt like it was exploding. Long Chen spat it out. As if prepared, Tu Qiansheng easily dodged, and the wine fell to the ground. Sizzling sounds rang out. The bricks in the floor had many small holes burned into them. After that, the very bricks themselves suddenly ignited. Damn fatty, are you conning me? This is not wine, raged Long Chen. Even his voice was hoarse after that. What kind of wine was this? It was more like lava. If it was anyone else, they would probably have lost their life from this mouthful. Stop spouting nonsense. If you keep complaining, you'll ruin the feng shui. Tu Qiansheng smiled disdainfully and drank his own mouthful of this wine. His expression didn't even twitch. He was extremely pleased with himself. Long Chen looked at the wine even closer. Looking at the countless bubbles, he realized that this wine's power was related to them. This time, Long Chen drank a small sip. He felt like he was drinking lava as it entered his throat. It was as painful as if he was swallowing millions of needles. When the wine finally reached his stomach, its power burst forth. Long Chen then felt his entire body heat up. He was like a boiled crab. As the fierce wine energy spread, a new wave came. This one was slightly cold. As it flowed through his burning body, an indescribable feeling of refreshment filled him. Long Chen couldn't hold back his praise. With this one sip, his pores were fully opened, and his spiritual yuan was stimulated. Even his blood qi was flowing rapidly. With just one sip, he instantly entered a combat-ready state. There was no need for a warm-up. This wine was truly powerful. Ha ha ha, Tu Qiansheng laughed. Only the high priest had drunk this wine before, not because he had only shown it to the high priest, but because no one else could endure drinking this wine of his. A person had to have a powerful constitution to drink it, or it would be no different from poison. It was lonely being an expert, so the fact that Long Chen could drink this wine delighted Tu Qiansheng. He took out a jug of it and poured out 3 more bowls. When Tu Qiansheng poured out the 4th bowl, Long Chen hastily said, "This wine is too fierce. I have to eat with my parents soon, so I can't drink too much." Long Chen felt his blood qi surging throughout his body, almost to the point where he couldn't control it. Any more and his aura would burst out and he wouldn't be able to suppress it. If that happened, Long Tianxiao and Mrs. Long wouldn't be able to endure that pressure. After all, this was Long Chen's first time drinking this wine. He didn't have Tu Qiansheng's resistance toward it. "Fine, once you're done, we can drink until we're happy," said Tu Qiansheng. Tu Qiansheng gave Long Chen 10 full jugs of this wine. These were no ordinary jugs. They contained their own giant spaces and could fit an entire house inside. Every jug weighed 5 tons, and this was all of Tu Qiansheng's stock. He gave it all to Long Chen, making even the shameless Long Chen feel too embarrassed to take it all. Tu Qiansheng stubbornly said that he could drink it whenever he wanted by making more, so Long Chen should take all of it. Once he got used to it, the two of them could have a real drinking competition. For a peerless winemaker, seeing someone else drink their wine delighted them even more than drinking it themselves. Tu Qiansheng was particularly fond of Long Chen because Long Chen was the only one who liked his wine. After that, Long Chen returned home and ate with his family. They talked and laughed happily. At night, Long Chen held Mrs. Long's hand and gently told her about Long Xiaoyu, asking her to give Xiaoyu a bit more space. She shouldn't make Long Xiaoyu feel like she was drowning in a river of love. With this reminder from Long Chen, Mrs. Long also realized that she had been a bit too stubborn by wanting to keep Long Xiaoyu in her hands forever. Mrs. Long was reasonable, but as she spoiled and pampered Long Xiaoyu, she also grew dependent on her. She now realized that Long Xiaoyu was no longer a child. She had grown up. If she loved her, she had to give her freedom. Long Chen then spent 3 days at the Wine God Palace. The Pill Doyen left on the second day, most likely to report the results of his mission to the divine families. After 3 days, Long Chen straightened out his emotions and set out to the divine families with a flying boat. However, as soon as he entered through their transportation formation, he was surrounded by countless experts. Long Chen, how brazen! You dare to come to the divine families? An icy-faced man blocked Long Chen's path. Chapter 2605 Show of Power. I've always been brazen. The entire martial heaven continent is aware of it. Are you acting like this to show just how stupid you are? Or is this simply a manifestation of your stupidity? Said Long Chen. This man was wearing silver robes, so he was most likely one of the guards of a sovereign sprout. But Long Chen didn't know which sovereign sprout he belonged to. That person's shout drew the attention of the surrounding warriors of the divine families, and they immediately formed an encirclement around Long Chen. Thousands of them glared at Long Chen furiously. If you're here to show me the way, tuck away your tail and do your mission. If not, then scram. I haven't killed anyone in quite a few days. I don't want to start smelling like blood again, said Long Chen impatiently. Don't be rude to our guest. A new group of people came over, and their leader was someone very familiar. It was the Long family's heaven elder, Elder Long. Only once he arrived did that silver-robed person snort and leave. After that, Elder Long looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Have you been well? Nothing bad has happened to my body, but I don't feel too happy inside, said Long Chen lightly. Elder Long didn't take it badly. He only laughed and gestured to Long Chen. Let's talk while we walk. As Elder Long had brought a group of experts from the Long family to accompany Long Chen, the other disciples of the divine families got out of their way, but not before glaring at Long Chen furiously, expressing all of their hostility. However, Long Chen didn't even look at them. I'm curious, you seem very unhappy. Has there been some misunderstanding? Asked Elder Long as if they were just chatting happily. Do I need to explain it clearly? Long Chen frowned. Was he unaware of what the Long family had done? Elder Long looked at Long Chen. I remember the first time we met, I told you that the Long family was willing to cooperate with you. This cooperation was to share risks and profits. Why mix random emotions into it as well? Long Chen stared at him and thought about it. This truly was the case. His collaboration with the Long family was simply each side taking what they needed. The Long family had not promised him anything, and he had not promised the Long family anything. Elder Long smiled and suddenly switched to a spiritual transmission. Long Chen, you're still too young, and you act based on your emotions. That's a betrayal of the original intent of our collaboration. You care too much about relationships. Due to the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion, you've almost started to think yourself to be a member of the divine families. Let me give you some personal advice. If you wish to collaborate with a giant existence, you can never use emotions, because no major power will make decisions based on feelings. Their only goal is profit. If it benefits you, then do it. If not, then pull out. People standing to the side criticizing people's morals and blaming others are foolish trash. Other than cursing people, they have no ability. The Long family doesn't owe you anything. Likewise, you owe the Long family nothing as well. Each party is simply getting what they want from the other. Everyone is benefiting, right? Long Chen's heart jumped. Elder Long's cultivation base might not be high, but he was highly intelligent. He was able to use a spectator's viewpoint to see things clearly. Before this, Long Chen was angry because the Long family had not given him any information about what was going on in the Starfield divine world. However, now when he thought about it, the Long family was under no obligation to tell him those things. They were part of the divine families, and they couldn't just expose their secrets to him. It went without saying that Elder Long was truly skilled. With just a few words, he made Long Chen's anger toward the Long family vanish. Many thanks for the reminder. Long Chen nodded. Elder Long smiled. What's between us is nothing more than a mutually beneficial collaboration. There is no need for thanks. Relationships with integrity and morality are between individual people and rarely between actual sects and powers. Remember, when it comes to large powers, only profit can draw them together. When the profits end, so does the relationship. I heard that you're very close with the Hawaiian sect, so I had assumed that you understood this principle. Never use feelings when it comes to business. Otherwise, you will become enemies with the other party. Long Chen nodded and then cupped his fists. Many thanks for your wisdom. Junior is enlightened. This reminder from Elder Long was extremely useful to Long Chen. Just the fact that he would do this while standing from the position of the Long family showed that he had his own bottom line. He was an elder worthy of respect. Elder Long simply smiled and didn't respond. After that, the two of them passed through 2 more transportation formations before arriving at a mountain. This was somewhere Long Chen had never gone to before. I'm only sending you here. The rest of the path is up to you, said Elder Long with a double meaning. Long Chen nodded with thanks and walked toward the mountain gates. When he passed through them, the world changed, and a straight path appeared stretching toward the mountain peak. All of a sudden, his body tightened when he saw that both sides of the path were filled with countless warriors of the divine families. These warriors were all true experts that had experienced countless battles. Right now, all of them had their hands on their weapons, killing intent exuding out of them. They were all experts at the peak of Nether Passage. Is this an intimidation tactic? TCH, how immature. However, I have no choice but to say that you succeeded, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen truly was shocked. So the warriors that he had seen in the Starfield Divine World were just a fraction of the warriors of the divine families. Their power was truly astonishing. However, Long Chen's words caused their murderous faces to twitch. They almost tripped. These warriors looked at Long Chen oddly, but they didn't say a word. Usually, the killing intent of 10 million experts was enough to make a person unable to move from the pressure, but it was useless against Long Chen. It seemed that he couldn't even sense it. Perhaps he had killed so many people that he was already numb to killing intent. Anyway, Long Chen knew that this was a show of might from the divine families. They wanted to shock him, to show him their terror. Therefore, Long Chen ignored them. He was swaggering through their formation, making these warriors clench their teeth angrily. It seemed that they were nothing in Long Chen's eyes. The next moment, weapons came out of their sheaths, and space solidified with freezing killing intent. However, Long Chen's expression didn't change. He continued walking according to his original tempo. The divine families really are powerful, but I don't see the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. It seems that they're still holding back. Long Chen's divine sense spread, but he didn't sense Sheng Chungfeng and the others' auras. Nevertheless, if you're trying to scare me, then you're wasting your energy. Long Chen shook his head. He disdained this way of handling things of the divine families. Did they view him as a coward? At this moment, those warriors even began to circulate their blood qi, raising their auras. I'm warning you, don't try using divine sense to lock me down, or I'll slaughter you. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try it. This is my only warning. Long Chen suddenly stopped and turned toward one particular person amongst the crowd. That warrior suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Others didn't know what had happened, but they knew that Long Chen had done something. In that instant, it appeared as if they were one step away from charging over and killing him. However, Long Chen continued walking. In the end, those warriors didn't attack, and Long Chen reached the end of the path. As he stepped up the stairs, before he even saw what was at the top, pressure crashed down. The bricks beneath his feet shattered, and it caused Long Chen's expression to change. This pressure was trying to force him to kneel. Moreover, this was a bloodline pressure, most likely the specific bloodline power of the divine families. Furious, Long Chen roared and erupted with his own blood qi. A majestic dragon roar resounded throughout the world. In the blink of an eye, the bricks around Long Chen exploded, and dragon scales covered his body. Right now, a blood-colored tide surged around him, blasting apart the pressure. Only then did Long Chen manage to raise his head and look at his surroundings. However, this made him even more furious. This was a palace with over 1,000 elders inside. These elders all had heavenly Tao runes revolving around them, seeming to be one with heaven and earth. They were all heaven-merging experts. This is how the divine families treat their guests. How fucking shameless. Why not just fight? Long Chen cursed and took out Evilmoon, pointing it at those elders. The divine families were really going too far, trying to embarrass him. This many heaven-merging experts were using their bloodline power to suppress him. Cheeky brat, are the divine families really trying to work together with such an unrefined person? An old woman snorted disdainfully. The divine families are actually working with someone so inferior. That's practically the greatest insult in our history, sneered an old man. As a human, he doesn't even have human blood. He uses the blood of a beast. What a half-breed, sneered another elder. Just as everyone was insulting him, Long Chen made his move. Long Chen arrived right in front of that person. With a simple slap, the elder's face caved in, and one of his eyes even flew out. As a result, everyone was stunned, not having expected that Long Chen would dare to attack in front of this many people. Furthermore, he wasn't affected by all this bloodline pressure. Brute, face your death, roared the slapped elder. At this moment, Long Chen directly stabbed Evilmoon through that elder's chest. Who dares to try and touch me? Shouted Long Chen. Chapter 2606 The Evil Hand. Long Chen had Evilmoon stabbing through the elder of the divine family's chest. Right now, black runes lit up on top of Evilmoon, filled with explosive power ready to be unleashed at any moment. Even if that elder was a heaven-merging expert, his life was still in Long Chen's hands. 7 other elders were just a few feet away from Long Chen, but they came to a sudden stop, not daring to attack. Although they detested Long Chen, they knew that he was a madman. He had even killed a sovereign sprout, so he wouldn't be afraid of killing one of their heaven-merging elders. In fact, this elder belonged to the Zhao family, so he naturally hated Long Chen to the bone. Their side had been extremely unwilling from the start to have Long Chen be invited here to chat. However, he had never dreamed that Long Chen would be able to ignore their bloodline pressure with the Azure Dragon battle armor. He was also the unlucky one to be standing closest to Long Chen. Scram! Long Chen barked at the other elders. He then spun the unlucky elder around, forcing those elders back. Long Chen, hurry and release Elder Zhao Xing, roared those elders. In response, Long Chen slapped the elder in his hand 36 times, and this happened in the blink of an eye. No one else was capable of face-slapping someone so smoothly, not even a sovereign. After all the slaps, that elder fell unconscious, and his head was no longer in a proper form. His face was no longer recognizable. On the other hand, Long Chen's killing intent was soaring. Calling him a half-breed was insulting his parents. After finishing his slaps, rather than sating his fury, Evilmoon's light suddenly grew. The various elders had thought that things would turn to negotiations once Long Chen's slaps were done, but Long Chen was going completely off conventional reasoning. He was going to kill his hostage. Suddenly, space twisted. Just as Evilmoon's power erupted, the elder vanished. Everyone was startled and turned to the front of the plaza to see a new group of people. Their leader was a square-faced middle-aged man in violet gold robes. He wore a crown and a jade belt. Divine runes flickered within his eyes whenever he blinked. When he arrived, it felt like space-time had been taken control over. It was as if all fluctuations within heaven and earth existed only for him. The world's laws seemed to revolve around him. This was a terrifying expert that could not be described with simple words. He was holding the elder that Long Chen had been about to kill. Greetings, Lord Venerate. All the elders bowed toward him. This was the divine family's Lord Venerate. Beside him were a few dozen people who had come with him. Amongst them were Feng Fei, Long Aoshan, Yi Liangchen, and Zhang Wuchen. At this moment, Feng Fei was looking at Long Chen expressionlessly. It wasn't an expression of hatred, nor was it one of friendliness. She was still the same arrogant Feng Fei. As for Long Aoshan, he was rather cold, simply staring at Long Chen indifferently. His expression didn't reveal anything, but there was an iciness in his eyes. Long Chen's actions last time had been extremely unsatisfactory to him. He had been sent to help Long Chen, but Long Chen had treated him as an enemy. Furthermore, for some reason, Long Aoshan felt uneasy when it came to Long Chen, and this made him dislike Long Chen even more. Although the Long family wished for him to have a good relationship with Long Chen and pull him to their side, Long Aoshan was extremely displeased with those orders, especially considering that Long Chen had cost the divine families their face. However, since Long Aoshan stood on the side of the Long family, he couldn't push Long Chen away. So he didn't display kindness or malice toward Long Chen. As for Yi Liangchen and Zhang Wuchen, their gazes were as sharp as swords. They were clearly overflowing with hostility toward Long Chen, especially Yi Liangchen, who didn't bother to conceal his killing intent. Last time, he hadn't been able to unleash his full power, allowing Long Chen to take the spotlight. That battle had allowed Long Chen's fame to soar. Experts always trampled over other people's corpses and dignity to advance. But no one was willing to be someone else's stepping stone, especially not people like Yi Liangchen and Zhang Wuchen. For Yi Liangchen in particular, being trapped by Huo Linger and not even managing to have a direct clash against Long Chen was a humiliation. In the outside world, it appeared as if he and Zhang Wuchen had joined hands and still hadn't managed to match Long Chen. That drove him crazy. The Yi family had gone all out to force the Martial Heaven Alliance to pay, but the Lord Saint had suppressed things, so Yi Liangchen had no other choice but to temporarily suppress his anger. Heaven Executioner, this person has violated the divine family's taboos and lost our face. You should know what to do, said the Lord Venerate. His voice was deep and powerful. Disciple understands. I will immediately activate the execution coffin. A person behind the Lord Venerate stepped up. This person's skin was pale, and his voice was soft, almost like a woman's. Moreover, his body was slender, and his aura was also on the yin side. As soon as he spoke, Long Chen trembled. He stared in shock at that man. The man was reaching out to grab the elder when he sensed Long Chen's reaction, so he turned to look at him. His gaze was sinister like a viper's. Furthermore, his aura was completely bizarre. He was like a spirit from the underworld coming to reap people's lives. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. It was him, definitely him. This voice and his slender hands were identical. Long Chen had seen that pair of cruel hands take away his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. He had seen it in Future Lake back then, and he would never be able to forget it. Long Chen, calm down. Evelmoon's voice resounded through Long Chen's mind, waking him up from his shock and fury. What, do you know me? Asked the strange man. Long Chen suppressed his fury and coldly said, yes, of course I know the divine family's executioner. I've long since heard that you are a bloody and merciless killer. Yi Yaochen brought you up when I was in front of the yin-yang world. However, I didn't expect that this existence which inspires terror in people was actually someone who was not a man or woman. At this moment, every expert present sucked in a cold gasp of air. They stared at the Heaven Executioner, waiting for his reaction. The Heaven Executioner. This wasn't a name but a title. It was the highest level of authority within the Divine Family's law enforcement division. The Heaven Executioner was an existence almost all members of the Divine Families were terrified of. He was called cold-blooded, merciless, and incomparably cruel because he had an almost perverted desire for torture. All those who had fallen into his hands regretted being born in this world. The Heaven Executioner had strange desires when it came to the human body, especially to those with special abilities. It was said that his private room was filled with people's organs. Those people that the Divine Families had executed were all studied by him. Other than a few people that could be counted, everyone in the Divine Families was afraid of this fiendish existence. Hence, for Long Chen to call him not a man or woman stunned them all. At the same time, quite a few people felt some admiration that he would dare to say the words that they did not dare to say. Little fellow, I'm very interested in you. The Heaven Executioner smiled. He whisked away the elder and vanished. Lord Venerate, Elder Zhao Xing was simply overwhelmed by a moment of anger. His words were a bit emotional. But Long Chen, the Zhao family head, immediately spoke up for Elder Zhao Xing's mercy. In fact, even the family heads couldn't offend the Heaven Executioner, because being targeted by him was frightening. Their fear for him even surpassed their fear for the Lord Venerate. Therefore, the Zhao family head only spoke up once the Heaven Executioner was gone. As for the execution coffin, it was the Divine Family's most humane death sentence. A person would have their soul slowly extinguished inside. They would fall unconscious and not feel the slightest pain. Elder Zhao Xing ignored the orders of the Lord Saint. Death is too easy for him. The ones who previously insulted Long Chen can go see the Heaven Executioner themselves for the flogging punishment. The Lord Venerate waved his hand, disregarding the Zhao family head's pleading. The people who had previously insulted Long Chen all turned ashen. They didn't dare to say anything though, so they left without another word. The other elders' expressions also changed. The Lord Venerate was truly enraged. He had killed one elder and punished dozens of others. Hence, everyone was silent. Quite a few people rejoiced that they hadn't said anything. As expected, calamity came from the mouth. At this moment, the Zhao family head's expression was ugly, but she could only sit back down. She then glared at Long Chen with rancor that almost turned solid. Do you have any complaints about how I handled things? The Lord Venerate turned to Long Chen, speaking surprisingly politely. This shocked everyone. Long Chen put away Evilmoon and smiled. Nice job. First a show of might, and then killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Not only that, you're also killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could I have any complaints? How could Long Chen not see through the Lord Venerate's intentions? The Lord Venerate had to have been here from the start. Why had he waited until Long Chen had been about to kill that elder? It was because if Long Chen killed him, it would lose the face of the divine families. But by doing it himself, he gave a show of power, not to Long Chen, but to the other elders of the divine families. Essentially, he had also used Long Chen. The Long family's deputy elder shook his head. Long Chen was still too young. How could he directly say such words? Was this not provoking the Lord Venerate? However, unexpectedly, the Lord Venerate smiled. As long as you can see my sincerity, then it's fine. Why don't we have a proper conversation now? Chapter 2607 The Most Terrifying Area. Long Chen hadn't expected the Lord Venerate to act so politely. However, considering that Long Chen represented the martial heaven continent with the Wine God Palace, elusive music Immortal Palace, the Divine Ice Palace, and the Martial Heaven Alliance, his status had truly reached that level, even if his cultivation base hadn't. Hence, he was qualified to speak equally with the Divine Family's Lord Venerate. Long Chen thought of Elder Long's words. If it was profitable to him, then they could talk. There was no need to talk about things that had nothing to do with profit though. After that, Long Chen nodded. Of course, the Martial Heaven continent is facing a tribulation, so we should be united against our common foes. The Lord Venerate smiled. That's good. The plan to defend the Martial Heaven continent can be discussed with you and the 4 family heads. As for the details, you can slowly discuss it. Unexpectedly, after saying that, the Lord Venerate simply vanished. Long Chen was first confused, but then he understood. If he was the high priest, then the Lord Venerate would naturally have to discuss things himself. However, he was Long Chen. If the Lord Venerate came to talk to him, it would be lowering his seniority. Theoretically, the ones most suited to discuss this with Long Chen were Feng Fei, Long Aoshan, Yi Liangchen, and Zhang Wuchen. But 3 of them had extreme conflicts with him. They probably would start fighting before they even finished discussing things, so the Lord Venerate left this discussion to the 4 family heads. Although the Zhao and Yi family heads felt hatred for Long Chen, considering that the Lord Venerate had just killed one of the Zhao family's important elders was enough to shake them. At most, they would only express some dissatisfaction. They wouldn't dare to go any further. A table was arranged within the palace. After that, the 4 families sent out 1 person each. However, those were not their family heads, but their representatives. The Long family's representative was the deputy elder. He had a smile in his eyes as he looked at Long Chen. The representatives of the Zhang, Zhao, and Yi families also sat at the table. Right now, everyone in the palace was silent. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Long Chen sat, also not saying anything. Although he wasn't experienced in negotiations, he knew that the initiative was in his hands. There was no need to rush. With all of them silent, Long Chen directly shut his eyes, waiting for someone to lose patience first. The silence lasted a full incense stick's worth of time before the Divine Family's side lost patience. The Zhang family's representative said, Long Chen, let us discuss the current situation of the Martial Heaven continent. You should know why the Martial Heaven continent's heavenly geniuses are still not making their breakthroughs to the heaven-merging realm, correct? Long Chen opened his eyes and emotionlessly said, Taoist Heavenly Feather said that we are waiting for the chi of the other worlds to enter the Martial Heaven continent. Once their laws are all mixed, we can make our breakthrough. At that time, we won't need to fear their laws. The Zhang family elder nodded. Correct. In truth, both we and the experts of the other worlds are waiting for this chance. If they want to enter the Martial Heaven continent, they need to wait for the laws of their world to mix with the laws of the Martial Heaven continent. At that point, they can merge with the heavenly Taos. That way, they can freely walk upon the continent without being rejected by the continent's laws. Then no one will be limited, and the true war will start. I hear that your friend entered the corrupt god cemetery and opened the gate to resentful Death City, causing the death spirit chi inside to be unleashed upon the continent. Do you know that this is opening another channel to the enemies of the Martial Heaven continent? That final turn was quite sharp. He managed to turn the matter of resentful Death City into a sharp weapon. By saying that it was done by Long Chen's friend, he was also pulling Long Chen under the burden of the responsibility of such a thing. Long Chen sneered, how laughable. Even if Mo Nian didn't enter Resentful Death City, would Resentful Death City not invade the continent? That's nonsense. Resentful Death City has remained isolated from the martial heaven continent the entire time. If someone didn't take the initiative to provoke them, why would they attack? Are you trying to avoid responsibility? Demanded the Zhao family's representative. Long Chen was startled to hear this. It seemed that they didn't know that he had entered Resentful Death City. In other words, the corrupt path was not fully allied with the divine families. They didn't share all their information with each other. This was curious. What? You can't explain yourself. You can't even muster the courage to dare to accept responsibility for your own actions. The Zhao family's representative began to press the attack, thinking that Long Chen was made speechless by this line of questioning. Long Chen curled his lips. In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare do, nor is there any responsibility that I haven't picked up. Don't use your brainless heads to judge me. It will only show your own ignorance and immaturity. As for whether or not Resentful Death City would attack the martial heaven continent, if you don't know the answer, you can go ask the Lord Venerate. Ask him where the battlefield of the last dark era occurred, and then we can talk some more. The elders were mystified, but while the four family heads' expressions didn't change, there was a subtle change in their gazes. Long Chen saw that they clearly knew something. In other words, even amongst the divine families, only the family heads were qualified to know this secret. The four representatives had no idea. Where are you trying to drag this conversation to? Don't change the subject, snorted the Zhao family's representative. Long Chen disdainfully said, it seems that your relationship with the corrupt path hasn't progressed to this point. Did they not tell you about how I entered Resentful Death City and met Sovereign Ziyong? What? All the experts shot up, staring in shock at him. Sovereign Ziyong. Long Chen had seen Sovereign Ziyong. If anyone else had said that, people would only scoff at them. But Long Chen was someone that Sovereign Mo Li called brother, so they had no choice but to believe him. Feng Fei, Yi Liangchen, and Zhang Wuchen were filled with shock. Yi Liangchen in particular was filled with envy. Just how did Long Chen manage to meet two different sovereigns? They were the strongest and most mysterious existences of the martial heaven continent. They had many secrets. Hence, any expert would long to have the honor of seeing one. If others knew that Long Chen had seen 4 of the 5 sovereigns, it was unknown whether or not these people would die from shock. Perhaps Yi Liangchen would even die of anger, right? Even the expressionless Long Aoshan twitched. Long Chen's luck really was heaven-defying. Others had no choice but to be jealous. I also refuse to believe that the divine families do not know the origin of Immortal Ascension City, added Long Chen. The various elders looked around, befuddled. They didn't know what that meant. They truly don't know about the secrets of Resentful Death City. It is a forbidden land with a great deal of karma mixed within it, so even the family heads only know a bit. Don't make things hard on them. The Long family head finally spoke up. The Long family head was an old man with white hair and so many wrinkles that it looked like he couldn't open his eyes. However, his voice was still powerful, ringing out like a drum. It didn't show any signs of old age. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded and turned back to the Zhao family's representative. Since you don't know Resentful Death City's secrets, don't randomly blame others. Also, I'll ask you not to put on such an expression in front of me. At this distance, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back slapping you. That representative's expression changed, and a vein popped on his forehead. However, he was the closest to Long Chen and was truly afraid that Long Chen would suddenly slap him. That divine technique of Long Chen's was something that he doubted he could dodge. Unless he was at full attention, there was no way he could block this attack lacking any killing intent. By the time he reacted, it would already be over. If it was a punch or kick, then fine. But a slap was the most humiliating attack. Being struck would make him feel worse than being killed. The Lord Venerate asked you to discuss things with me, not interrogate me. You are not above me. Also, I'll remind you that if you refuse to work with us, both sides will suffer. I've given you enough face by coming here, showing you the sincerity of the martial heaven continent, and the Lord Venerate has also expressed the proper sincerity. I hope that a few blind people won't ruin this major matter. If you really wish to discuss this, we can discuss it properly. If not, we can part ways and not waste each other's valuable time, said Long Chen coldly. They had said that it was a discussion, but as soon as it started, it became an interrogation. That truly angered Long Chen. The divine families really were inefficient. As a result, The Zhao family's representative fell silent, and the others looked at the Long family's deputy elder. He finally said, "Long Chen, the martial heaven continent's current situation is very worrying. There's already the Yin-Yang world and Devil Spirit Mountain, but now resentful Death City has been added to the equation. In truth, the divine families have been guarding the ancient battlefield this entire time. It is also an entrance to another world, but the level of danger there far surpasses the other three. Lately, we've been fighting with so many demonic beasts that it's starting to grow taxing on us. Furthermore, the channel linking the ancient battlefield to the martial heaven continent was originally concealed by a formation that we set up, but somehow it was broken. This channel is also going to open soon." Long Chen nodded. He had gone to the ancient battlefield before. That battlefield had left a deep impression on him. The battle between the experts of that era had left behind countless holes and cracks in the void that continued to exist. Their will had yet to fade even after all this time. Furthermore, there was another channel linking the ancient battlefield to the place between the eastern Zan region and the southern Zan region. Long Chen had gone there before as a shortcut to the Skywood Divine Palace. He had heard some terrifying roars when he passed through there. These four areas are actually not the most terrifying one. The most dangerous area is the martial heaven sea ring. "You should have heard of the heaven devastating bracelet, right?" said the Long deputy elder gravely. "Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.